bad job by your son.
My dad is from exactly where you're from.
Exactly.
That was his issue.
That's my point.
Exactly. My dad wasn't mad.
Wait, where's your dad from?
The Bronx.
From the Bronx.
Is he?
My dad was not mad at me being mad at him for giving my kid cake. He was mad at my son for telling on him.
Yeah, I can see that.
But come on, chocolate cake. You think it's okay because it's grandparents?
Yeah.
Yes.
But I did not like the tiramisu.
I'm just going to assume all of the worst things when my parents have my son.
I think that's the right way.
I'm just going to assume that they're just going to embrace my son's worst instincts.
Yeah,
which
that's
is
the point of being a grandparent.
What he wants to eat, to do what he wants to do. Like, he never watches any screens with us. He's going to watch TV if my parents are watching
and then you
him
give the
and we're
kid
not
back
around.
to the parents, yeah.
They're going to feed him cakes and candies and all of that stuff. It's just what they do. They're grandparents.
We're unsportsmanlike.
You know the rush when you reach that goal, when something you've worked for pays off. That's success. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why we offer a skills-based education that helps move your career forward. Learn how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science. Build your leadership and critical thinking skills. Apply by September 1st and save with no application fee. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Shell.
In a contracting business, you're either growing or you're grinding. Success is no longer about hard work alone. It's about using AI to accelerate impact. Service Titan is the only integrated intelligence that seamlessly automates your entire workflow, from first call to final invoice. Born in the trades, built for visionaries ready to stop operating and start automating. Service Titan, AI for the trades.
The Fantasy Focus. On September 2nd, DraftKings Game Day arrives with massive deals, exclusive deals, and an all-day celebration built for sports fans. The countdown has begun. All roads lead to Game Day. The DraftKings Sports app is now live in all 50 states. Yep, that means you, Texas. Every fan is in on the excitement. One app, every sport, all 50 states. Remember the date, September 2nd. DraftKings Game Day is the kickoff of a new season, a new era, and the biggest day in sports history. Get ready to celebrate. New DraftKings customers, sign up with code Houston 975. Spend $5 to get $150 in rewards within 14 days. That's code Houston 975. In partnership with DraftKings. The crown is yours. Event trading offered by DraftKings Predictions, a CFTC registered introducing broker. Trading involves risk of loss. Market availability varies. Eligibility restrictions apply. $50 every 7 days via click-to-claim issued in non-withdrawable predictions dollars that expire in 1 year. Ends August 23rd. Terms at dkng.co/predictions promo. Nationwide based on sportsbook predictions and free-to-play sports contest availability. Varies by state.
Clara, I had something really interesting happen.
Tell me about it.
I was being interviewed and the guy asked me, of all the collections that you have purchased, which one are you the proudest of?
What did you tell him?
I told him about that woman who inherited half a dozen guns from her grandfather.
Remind me.
She sent me an email that I couldn't hardly believe, so I drove a few hours to go see the guns.
Are you talking about the lady who was offered $12,000 for the whole collection, but then she wrote to you because she really needed $19,000 to buy a car?
That's the one.
How much did we pay her?
$220,000.
Because it was the right thing to do?
Because it was the right thing to do.
The best gun shops in America are in Texas, of course. Collector's Firearms. Right on the corner at Whip Timer in Voss and Houston on Alpha Road in Dallas. 1 block east of the tollway. Collector's Firearms.
I'm in my late 60s. My husband died a few years ago. He did all of our taxes. I sold a piece of property last year, and I forgot to claim the proceeds of the sale. Next thing I know, I got a letter from the IRS telling me that I owe over $50,000. Now I have a huge tax problem. I don't have that kind of money. I wish I knew who to call.
If you sold property in the last calendar year or didn't claim all of your part-time or even retirement income, you could be in big trouble with the IRS. Call first before they send you a letter. If you've already got a letter, call. We'll help you file years of past tax returns and save you time and money. So call the tax doctor. The call is confidential and free.
800-240-4587. 800-240-4587. 800-240-4587. That's 800-240-4587.
Your name, please, your name.
ESPN 97.5, KFNC, Mont Bellevue, Houston. Brought to you by Zadok Jewelers. Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, it's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Now here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
Sean Mapes with his U of A, the coup. Sean Mapes, the coup today.
Oh,
how about that?
go.
Look at his coup hat.
He's hedging his bets against Arch Manning already.
I thought he was, he's already denying Arch.
This morning,
he'll deny him
you
three
denied
times.
him 3 times before the cock crows against South Carolina.
Yep.
No, they don't think. I don't know if they play South Carolina this year.
They don't. Unfortunately.
God, it would have been great if they did just for that joke.
Yeah.
Got a free hat. Is it against radio policy to wear a free hat?
John, you respect that more than anybody.
Absolutely.
That if you get a free something,
you get it.
Wear
you
it.
use it. You eat it. Whatever it is, you do it.
Yeah.
So Mapes is here. Dell's off all week, and Kyle Tucker dropped another fly ball. Did you see that?
Yeah, we got here. Well, you know what? Why we're talking about seeing it? I mean, why don't we relive it? As a matter of fact, let me give us 1 second. And what we've got is we've got the sound of the broadcasters. It's an LA-based broadcast team, and they're in Colorado. Let me paint the picture. It's Colorado's up 4-1 or LA's up 4-1?
LA's up 4-1.
Okay, LA's up 4-1. I don't know these days because LA could be down 4-1 because they're playing such bad baseball. And Sean, just give me the heads up when you got it. Here we go. Let's Kyle Tucker's in his standard right field position. LA's got a lead. We know Tucker's had some issues with hitting a baseball, hustling to the ball, catching it, just things of that nature. It's just baseball, really. And here was yesterday. Now I want you to pay very close attention to the exasperated play-by-play man here when Kyle Tucker tries to make this catch.
On the year. Popped in the air. Shallow right. Freeman running back. Tucker coming in. It's Tucker's ball. Oh, and he drops it. Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Hey, and he drops it.
Oh, no.
Not that. That seems impossible.
I'm not reveling in it, but I'm also, he left here. He was bad. He was really
bad in the playoffs for
two postseason.
At least 2 straight postseasons. Maybe it was 3. I think if you go back to the World Series in 21, he was bad. Kyle Tucker, yeah, and we have to. This is just something we have to say. We mentioned it yesterday. We have to say it again. So yesterday, I'm talking to Daniel Jeremiah, who's my draft guy. He's at ESPN now, and he's a huge Padres fan. He called me. He just told me, "Hey, has the Tatis home run landed yet?" Dating back to when he bombed that home run against the Astros. Who was it? Blanco? Who did he hit that? No, who did he hit that home run off of? It was that triple decker shot. And so we were talking a little bit, and I said, he was talking about how much he hates the Dodgers. And I said, well, I'm glad to see you hate the Dodgers and you're not just doing your little Astros thing that you like to do. Because, I've heard it from those guys since the trash can stuff came out, he and Bucky Brooks. And he said, no, because he's a huge Padres fan. Huge, right? That's where he lives in that area and has for a long time. And he said, let me tell you, and I mean this with every bone in my body. If you told me I could win a World Series with the San Diego Padres or the Dodgers are guaranteed to never win a World Series ever again, I would take Dodgers never win a World Series ever again. He said, I hate them. And he said, who I really don't like is Kyle Tucker because he just looks like a guy you could just hate. He's got a hateable face. And I said, I know. Yeah. That's the thing. I don't know. I'm trying to think of another player like this in another sport. I mean, Grayson Allen, I guess. But there's a lot of people, I'll say Grayson Allen. You don't even know who Grayson Allen is. It used to be, it wasn't Leitner so much as Hurley for me. I didn't like Hurley. I mean, there've been other guys. We could come up with other guys. But Kyle Tucker, John, is almost unique in the fact that universally people just see this air of snottiness, or I don't know what it is. It's hard to, and it's just his regular face. It's mostly just his regular face. And no one seems to like the look of his regular face.
No, he's always looked like it's the sweater around the neck guy.
Yeah, he looks like he thinks he's better than you, or he doesn't care about anything you think. He
doesn't care. Well, when he first came up that locker room was pissed at him. He didn't work. He thought, this is easy.
Oh,
he wasn't working in the cage. He came up. He sucked. And he was really, really, really bad, and he still had this attitude and everything. It took him a while to finally start to work harder, to be better at his craft. And now I think I really do think this money has affected him, where it's just like, well, I got the money. It's guaranteed. I'm all good.
That's the vibe. I mean,
this is one of what you worry most about an athlete, I think, is Kyle Tucker, is the entitlement I'm not sure he loves it.
Well, he's had this look before he made a bunch of money. I think my guess is this look is something you would have seen when he was a junior in high school. I mean, it's just, I don't know that he can get away. You know how they say the resting bitch face?
Yeah.
You know the hell? Tucker's got his own resting Tucker face where, and I'm saying this, and I don't know how to, you guys just know what I mean. I don't know how to properly contextualize it, but you all know what I'm talking about. Most of you do, at least. John certainly does. Mapes, I'm sure you do too. It's just, there's just something about him that just seems not that likable. So when he goes, like George Springer, probably one of the most likable faces you've ever seen. Just always a smile. He always looks like he enjoys everything. And it's easy for people to cheer against Tucker. The Cubs fans booed him last year when he was on their team after he'd been traded to the Cubs. The Cub fans turned on him. Joe George told me he got bad at one point. Dodgers fans can't stand him right now. He can't come back from this in L.A. It would take Kyle doing some heroic stuff in the postseason to come back from this.
No,
heroic.
And he's not that guy. If there's one thing he's not, it's postseason clutch, Kyle Tucker.
And I think a lot of players find out the friendly confines of Houston fan base and Houston media, and it's just the spotlight is not as bright here, but also the team. It was just a much bigger team. There were so many guys. There's Altuve, and there's Jordan, and there's Bregman, and there's, for years Justin Verlander and Dusty Baker, and there were all these different big personalities or well-known, people, Carlos Correa and Jeremy Pena in 22. So Kyle Tucker just kind of blended in. Now, once you get the massive payday, and this is the case, and this is why we do talk about the CJ stuff, is once CJ gets his $50 to $60 million, he's already got a lot of heat on him now, but the intensity is just going to be off the charts, and everything's going to get picked up.
Well, and we know he loves it. It's just
he does.
He also has a resting CJ face.
Yeah, there is something to that. Well, we saw it at the end of the postseason where he just looked like he was. I don't think it looks like he doesn't care. It looks like he's overwhelmed by stuff. Like he has no you know what it looks like? He has no confidence at all. You can see it on his face. It was so bad after the playoffs last year. So bad. And so he's going to be easy for people once the big paycheck comes in, the scrutiny really intensifies. But also, Kyle Tucker in Houston had some good moments. Like we remember some good moments. There's no good moments at Chicago Cub fans. He's just that super expensive guy that cost them Cam Smith. The Dodgers fans, he's just that super expensive guy that's causing them to go to another apron and having to pay more taxes. Not them locally, but
they don't care about that.
But they don't, and they've got so many other.
They relish it. Oh, look at us. We spend.
Right.
You guys are. Oh, you can spend. You what? You don't. You can't spend the money. Yeah, you can spend. I'm like, oh, shut up.
Yeah, no,
Kyle Tucker,
that is that. Well, look how wealthy you are. But it's also the fact that every fan base looked for somebody to blame.
Yeah.
When things are going bad, like everyone wants a whipping dog. It was Derek Bell for years in the '90 Astros. You always want that one guy you can always turn to and say he's the problem. CJ's got it with the Texans, but Petey Fagans had it for a while. When we were, back, there's always a guy that you want to.
Dave Clark. Yep,
you circle a guy and say, if we were just rid of this guy, this guy is the problem. When it's always bigger than that. Kyle Tucker's now circled for all Dodger fans.
Yep.
He's circled.
Well, this is the only time they bring up the money. $60 million a year for this.
Comes up every year. I mean, every article I see.
Yep, $60 million for 4 years. They got $240 on the books for a guy who is awful. He's awful. Can't even catch a fly ball now. This is. I don't want to relish in it, but I kind of. I kind of am a little bit.
I am.
Yeah, I kind of.
I'll admit it. I prayed on his.
When I saw that this morning, I was like, "Oh my!" There's our lead.
Ooh, Matthew Harkrider's got a good one. Jock Peterson, pretty punchable face.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can say I really despise Jock Peterson.
Yeah,
it's the LA thing. He had some smart aleck things to say back in the day, and then it's just the way he looks. Then he wore his pearls. He would literally wear pearls while he hit with the Braves against the Astros, and his bros. I went down to see Eric Layden, our friend Eric. His dad has phenomenal seats, so he said, "Hey, come down there. There's some seats in front of us that aren't taken up." And what it was is Atlanta Braves, like advanced scouts or whatever, weren't there. So me and my wife went down and during a World Series game, went and sat there for just a little bit. And Jock Peterson's bros were behind home play in the general area, and they're all wearing these big pearls, and they were just super obnoxious and bros. And I just, Jock Peterson. That's the opposite of Kyle Tucker. Just looks like he's just, he looks like country club smarmy, but not like I'm talking about the people who tried to get Dan Aykroyd, the people who turned on him after he had the drugs planted on him by Jamie Lee Curtis, as you'll remember. Or was she the one that planted the drugs? Or she was just kissing him, I guess. But I'm going all the way back to Trading Places now. Yep. And I'm just thinking of the 1980s movie, Smarmy.
She set him up.
She did set him up, right? That's right.
Yep, yeah. That's why she got paid to set him up by the guy, the agent.
Well,
what's his name? Oh,
not God. Randolph and Mortimer.
No,
not the brothers.
They hired the guy.
Well, they hired the agent.
Changed the
crop report.
Yeah, right. So the Astros with the day off yesterday. They got a 3-game. They're bringing up Ethan Pecco to start. This is getting into a guy making his major league debut. He is the 9th best prospect in the organization, and he is going to start in tomorrow's game on Wednesday. That's where we are with Ronel Blanco going down because he's having problems. He can't really pitch.
Clarence Beeks. That was going to kill me.
Clarence Beeks. That's
Beeks.
right.
Yeah. He's not. Clarence Beeks is not making a start for the Astros.
No.
Clarence Beeks was a bad guy, a security guard for the racist Duke brothers in Trading Places. He is not coming up from AAA to make a spot start.
No, he's not.
He could.
Yeah.
At some point, there could be a Clarence Beeks that comes up that we've never heard of.
No, it's Ethan Pecco, and that's tomorrow. And it's Javier tonight, so you're probably going to have Imai in there for 3 or 4 or 5 innings. So you got this is what it's come down to. The pitching is so I thought the whole trade deadline, I was like, you got to get that. You got to get some bat for the outfield. You need that left-handed bat. Holy crap! Did you need pitching? Holy crap! You needed a
lot of Astros fans
bona fide starter.
A lot of Astros fans were mad that they didn't get a pitcher. John.
But you got 2. You got Wisniewski and Ronel Blanco. Remember?
That's what Dana Brown said on his radio show.
Yeah.
And then what happened to Ronel Blanco, John?
He's down in the minors now.
Oh, that's right.
He was up for about 3 weeks and then can't do this anymore. Oh God. That's so bad. Christian Javier, who knows? Whoever starts in that spot. If Imai starts, then Christian Javier comes in and does a great job. If Christian Javier starts, Imai comes in and does a great job. So whoever, this is basically Javier's an opener for Imai. That's basically what it's been. Either Imai's opening for Javier or Javier's opening for Imai. That's how this start has gone, and that's just fine. But I don't know that it's sustainable to have two starters in the same day. I'm not sure that that's sustainable when you got to bring up a guy from AAA to make his major league debut to get a start. Mm-hmm. It sure would be nice if Imai could actually start a game, and you could count on him for 4 or 5 innings. That'd be great. That'd be great.
Oh man. All right. We just, like I said, just play 500 ball, boys. Everything will be fine. Just keep it 500.
There's a college football story to get to on the other side. We'll do that. But right now we got HR and P to talk about. We got to talk about your business. This is all right. It's Tuesday. You were in yesterday. You were selling your widgets, whatever it is. You're looking at the bottom line, and you're like, man, what's going on? Why are we not doing better? All right, we're moving product, but we're not. Our bottom line is we're not making as much as we possibly can. Well, possibly your expenses are too high. Stuff that you have to do. Stuff that you have to do like HR. HR takes care of all the vacations and all the other stuff that you have to do. Not just discipline, but you got all kinds of HR work to do. Hiring, firing, all of that stuff that you got to do. How much are you spending on that? How much are you spending to get your payroll to your people? How much are you spending to do your taxes? Tax season is here now. You got to start thinking about that. You got to get your W-2s to all your. It's a pain. It's a pain. Let HRP take care of all of that. That's what they do. They're great at it. That's their business, and business is good. I mean, they take care of that stuff and more. And they'll help you get through all of the 401ks and the insurance and all of the other benefits packages that you have to get through. So why are you doing it when you don't do that well? What you do is you sell your widgets. Let HRP do what it does. HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, it's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Now here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5. You went out to Texans practice yesterday?
I did. It was not joint. Joint happens today. There's just going to be one joint practice. It's going to happen today. I think the thought is, from what I understand, that once you have 2 days of joint practices, because there used to be 2 days of joint practices.
They start fighting.
Yeah. Day 2 turns into a bunch of fights.
Yep.
So they're not going to do that. So it was a walkthrough, but it was still pretty valuable. I got to I can tell you that there are going to be some interesting. I think the starting lineup this week is potentially going to be interesting. We'll see. It's hard to tell sometimes, but they're definitely doing a lot of mixing and matching at different positions. We may see an interesting starting lineup, is all I can say, on offense. And I don't know how much of that is like a competition thing, and I don't know how much of that is maybe relative to they want certain guys to have a certain amount of snaps and maybe others not to play as much. I don't know. We're going to see. I think there's actually some competition. That what we think is the starting lineup may not be the starting lineup on the O-line, for example. So,
well, the O-line is probably
that's obviously the one position where it's going to be a little bit different. I know that just talking to people who are out there. I'm not saying the Texans think this, but there is a belief that we need to see Tank Dell actually out there practicing with players before we're sure that he's not going to end up on the IR to start the year. Because he's done it off on a side, he's worked with CJ after practices and he's been on side fields. But you know how football is. If you're not playing, if you're not practicing,
I don't think it makes any sense for him to be doing it now, though.
Well, maybe not, but we're starting to run out of some, we're already August, today is August 18th. We're already August 18th. He has nothing with the team. No timing, no anything. Game stuff. We're going to get to Thursday's game, which will be on the 20th, and there will have been no Tank Dell. I'm presuming 21st on a Friday. There's nothing going on.
Month, though. It's still got almost a month.
No, not a month.
Yeah,
when
you
does
don't play it until
start?
September 13th. I mean, so it's the 16th.
Is it the 13th?
Yeah.
Well, I guess what I'm getting at is Tank needs to get out on the field and be part of the practice. He needs to be part of the practice. And that's not happened at all right now. And we will see if there's enough time for him to start. He could start the season on the IR, though. You can't start him you can't put him on the PUP list, I guess, right now. Or you're not going to. I don't know.
Maybe the 4-week thing. Well,
it could be.
They said to people, we'll see. We'll see. He looks like he's running and cutting and everything else. Whether or not he can take a hit is another story. Yeah, and we're not going to see that probably, more than likely.
Yeah, and if that's the case, if Tank weren't there to start the season, I think you'd see Lewis Bond and Jaden Hall both make the team potentially. But there's some interesting wide receiver options out there. Justin Watson, as you mentioned yesterday, was a financial commitment, and I know D'Amico really likes him, and the team really likes him. So the wide receiver thing is going to be interesting to keep an eye on. I think there is still some competition to be had on the offensive line. And, let's remember, the center, Keelan Rutledge plays guard and center. He played guard in college. He's taking center snaps now. Wouldn't be surprised to see, him move around. I think you should move players around just from at least in one game or certainly practices. Every tackle should be playing both tackle spots if they can. Not Braden Smith, but Trent should play both tackle spots. Blake Fisher should play both tackle spots. Braden Smith is just a right tackle only.
Yeah, I might want to. But with Keelan, he's not going to start ahead of Wyatt Teller. He's not going to start ahead of Ingram. He's probably the center, and you want to get him, since he hasn't played there, you want to get him as many reps in practice as possible.
Yeah, but I mean, Braden Smith and Wyatt Teller have to earn spots too.
Yeah.
So let's see how that goes. Like you'd have to have a different because the only other guard is Keelan Rutledge, and then you'd have to be looking at there's two centers
there's
three centers in Jarrett Patterson, Evan Brown, and Jake Andrews. So one of those guys would have to be, a center. And I don't feel like that's your best offensive line. So, yes, you're probably right in what you said. But I do think the Texans will let guys continue to compete.
Yeah, are you better with the veteran Teller at guard and the rookie at center who's never played there before, or Keelan Rutledge at guard where he's familiar and with Jake Andrews?
You're best with your best. I think you're best with your best guys out there.
Yeah.
The only way that the only way you're better with Rutledge not playing center is if Rutledge didn't recognize his duties in terms of, with the defense and recognizing things in terms of protection. That's the only way. If he just mentally wasn't ready yet to play the center spot where there's more responsibilities, that's the only way. You want your strongest guys out there. You want your most capable players, and I don't think any of the backup centers are the most capable, along with the rookie at guard. So yeah, from at least on paper, it seems like a pretty easy choice, but we will see. I did ask D'Amico Ryans at the press conference yesterday if the coaches get together. It's Clint Kubiak, so I don't know how well he knows Clint, but I would assume he knows him a little bit because he's Gary Kubiak's son.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know how often Clint was around the team when Gary was here. I mean, that's like 15 years ago since D'Amico last played with the Houston Texans. So that's, I don't know how much he knows Clint Kubiak. But I did ask, when you get together with other coaches, do you guys have any conversations about, kind of what you want to see in practice and is there anything you want to get worked on? Do y'all talk about that? He said, there will be some things that they say, hey, we haven't seen this look yet, or but he said mostly we just put the ball down and go compete. But I did think that was interesting because it would make sense if you say, hey, our number ones, we don't really see a good zero blitz, or we don't really see much cover 3 stuff, or we like to see kind of mugged up linebackers in the A gap. Can you show us some looks like that from your set? When we're going against your second team or even first team, maybe. I think that would make some sense in a scrimmage if you could get the other team to show you certain looks that you'd like to work on,
Mm-hmm.
because eventually, if it weren't for the fights, I think you could eventually go down to 2 preseason games, which the NFL would probably love to throw an extra regular season game in there. I don't know if the players would, but you could eventually go to 2.
Well, we're going to 18 games.
Yeah, but wouldn't it make sense to go to 2 controlled practices where you could get looks that you wanted, and you could have one-on-one drills and things like that, where there's less likely to be an injury. Injuries will still happen, but there's less likely if it's full contact for all that time. Brett Rippon, I saw Mark Vandermeer, and he said as soon as Graham Mertz got hurt, he's just like, what are you doing? Get out of bounds or slide. Why did you do that? Mm-hmm. Why did you do this? And he immediately had the same fear. Oh, my gosh. We got to get through a whole preseason without a third quarterback. They have to get somebody quick, and they did. And Brett Rippon. And Rippon's definitely going to play. CJ's going to play. I think it will be – we'll see if CJ's like 10 to 12 plays. I'm not sure Mills gets more than – I think Mills takes it to the half, and then my guess is Rippon will go the rest of the way in the second half. So he hasn't been with the team long, but Rippon is going to have to, I think, take at least one half of play for the Texans.
Funny how this, it's so funny how you're the quarterback and how difficult and everything it is. We saw Baker Mayfield come in on a Monday and start for the Rams on a Thursday.
Yeah, they did say they had a really pared down.
Yeah.
They had like 8 plays they were running.
Right.
So for Rippon, it will have to be, listen, you get the whole half probably, and then you'll probably get the entire next game. I'm almost a little surprised they didn't bring in a 4th quarterback just to take on some more reps.
Yep. All right, let's break. We got some. I want to talk some college football. Mapesy will be so proud. He's going to be so proud when we come back on ESPN 97.5. I'm so proud of my peeps over at Houston Powder Coaters. Robin is just fantastic. The whole deal, what they do is just unbelievable. Like best in the world kind of stuff. And if you go there, if you want to see the operation, it's incredible. It is incredible. They've got staging areas, and then they've got work areas, how they primp and prime, and they strip the paint or whatever they have to do to get that rust off of whatever metal it is. And they've got all of these different areas of patio furniture and car parts and boat parts, and they've got giant beams laid out. It's just, and then they've got brand new stuff. Like they have these little waffle irons that are hanging throughout the whole place. They've got a contract with a waffle iron company where before they go to market, they powder coat them. Houston Powder Coaters powder coats them so that they last forever. It's just a huge and wonderful operation. And how about this? When they pick your stuff up, it's absolutely free. Pick it up and deliver it back to you absolutely free. But they're going to do the best job that you're going to possibly get. It is an incredible operation. You're looking for the best way to make stuff last, keep that metal, whatever it is, however near and dear it is to you. HoustonPowderCoaters.com. Tell Robin you heard it right here. HoustonPowderCoaters.com.
It's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5. Top 25 came out yesterday or the day before. Who's playing the most top 25 teams on their schedule? What programs? There's 3 programs that are playing 7 top 25 teams. Mapes, can you name one of them?
Did I attend one of those schools? Is it the University of Texas?
It is the University of Texas, one of them. And not surprisingly, because there are so many SEC teams, but you could get, you can get a break. But the other 2 are Kentucky and Arkansas. They have seven top 25 teams. But you could be like Georgia and Alabama. Georgia and Alabama only have 4. They lucked out on the schedule this year.
Cupcakes.
Yeah. I mean, look at that. I mean, does it play into what you think your team will do with the schedule difficulty? Are you more worried because you're playing a much tougher schedule with 7 top 25 teams?
For me personally, or for Texas, I think it definitely does, because it just the margin for error is just so much smaller. Like you saw it last year with Texas, where it's just you can't trick off the Florida game and still make the playoff. Like you play 7 top 25 teams, and so far in the 12-team playoff, you can only lose 2 games, and so you gotta go 5-2 against the 7 top 25 teams, and then go undefeated against all the unranked teams that you play, the 4 or 5 remaining games of your schedule. So especially for like Steve Sarkisian, who hasn't actually proven that he can, generally avoid the landmines, or at least make them not, where you need overtime to beat Mississippi State. Yeah, it does affect where it's like, this team can be pretty good and still miss the playoff just because of the schedule that they have to play.
Right. There's 2 ways to look at it. The tough schedule will make us better, will make us tougher, and especially come playoff time. But you got to make the playoff. Yeah, you're right. You can't trick up. But Florida wasn't a ranked team. You tricked off a team.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, right.
Exactly. So, Texas plays Arkansas this year in, I think it's in Fayetteville. You can't lose that game. You just can't lose the, again, the Mississippi State game. They play Florida at home. Florida's not ranked, but if they finish the season top, 20, that wouldn't be a huge shock with John Summerall in there. So, yeah, it does affect like the, the outlook of the season as far as, can you make the playoff, really?
Yeah, well, that said, how many teams last year that were in the preseason top 25 did not finish in the top 25 at the end of the year?
Do you know the answer to this?
Yes.
I would say probably 8.
Mapes?
Is it 12?
12.
Yeah, it's like half.
12.
Yeah.
Number 2, Penn State. Number 4, Clemson. Number 9,
Number
LSU.
2, Penn State.
Yeah.
Wow. Did not finish in the top 25.
Well, the Longhorns we don't have a bit of bad news necessarily, but
we have uneasy news.
Yeah. You can talk about it, Mace.
The starting left tackle for the Texas Longhorns, Trevor Gooseby.
And first-round prospect.
Yes, first-round prospect, according to the preeminent draft analyst here. Left practice on Monday with an apparent knee injury, according to Anwar Richardson. At this time, they don't know the severity of the injury. Gooseby is scheduled to undergo further testing this morning, should provide more clarity. So, lose your left tackle, first-round left tackle.
Possibly.
Possibly first-round left tackle. And possibly lose
possibly
him.
lose, yeah.
Yeah, possibly lose him.
Yeah, he'll be a first round.
And, not great. Not the news, like I told Lance, not the news I wanted to see when I first opened Twitter this morning. Not great.
Not the best news.
No.
First thing in the morning.
If it is a serious injury, it's over, folks. See you at the Cheez-It Bowl again. Later. See you in Orlando.
See you at the Cheez-It Bowl.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure they have some backups.
Yeah, I'm sure they probably have some.
Texas, they ought to have some tackles.
But that would be a really big one. We'll see. We'll see how it's going with that one, but that's something to keep your eye on.
Should have rested him like Tank Dell.
Yeah.
All
Dane
right.
Brugler had a good article in the Athletic about what makes Arch Manning a candidate to be the first pick in the draft, and I went through it, and you can tell Dane is you got to work a little bit to just get through tape and tell someone, oh yeah, here's the first pick of the draft stuff. So it was like, well, you see this play here, and there were some other bad plays against Georgia, but this one really stood out with his anticipation, and he's a great athlete. And it's about moving around. It's about athleticism. It's about his size. Dane shows some throws that he made with anticipation, which is something I think he's got to get a lot better at. And he even said he got way better from the beginning of the year to the end of the year. So this is he's going to be fascinating to watch because all the hype for him created expectations right off the bat. And the reality is he still has to play a lot of football to get better. He's still learning how to play football, which is pretty normal. But when you get that level of hype for that long and you don't come out and just kill it, it's going to be tough. I mean, you always like to come out without the hype and without the attention, because then you surprise everyone. Then you don't have the pressure on you. Arch Manning, it's funny. The last player I can think of with that level of hype at quarterback was Quinn Ewers before him, because Quinn Ewers was called, I think On3 or Rivals or somebody had him the highest graded prospect in the history of that they had ever done this. The highest rated quarterback prospect. There had never been a grade they gave higher than Quinn Ewers. And Quinn Ewers could struggle to be a Miami Dolphin by next year. I mean, I think they'll keep him another year this year, but that was Quinn Ewers had that level of scrutiny. And then he went to Ohio State for a year. Then he went back to Texas. And even when Quinn played okay, like Quinn's results were actually pretty good. And Longhorn fans, at least a chunk of them, I don't know where you fell on that one, Mapes, I'm sure we talked about it, really didn't care for him. And one of the reasons was because they knew Arch was behind him, and Arch was the new shiny toy. And but I do think Longhorn fans really cape up for Arch more so than they ever did for Quinn Ewers.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Quinn Ewers is another one of those guys that Quinn is actually a pretty good dude, I think. And I don't think he has a Kyle Tucker face, but there were a lot of people ready and willing. Maybe it was the mullet that he used to have. There were a lot of people ready and willing to turn on him. Once you had Arch in tow, it became easy for some Longhorn fans to turn on Quinn Ewers.
Yeah, you just start. It's the classic backup quarterback's most popular guy in town, and then you add in the fact he's Arch Manning. It's like,
yeah.
And Quinn, did struggle, especially towards the end of his last year. Some would say oblique injury played a factor in that. Some would say, I think it was slipping a little bit before that, especially like just the arm. He had no juice in his arm really left. Everything had to be a softball. So
everything was sidearm.
Yeah. So
he really started slinging from the side.
And he's not really, he wasn't really, couldn't really move. So it was just like, it felt so limiting to have him back there. And then especially that last year, you see glimpses of Arch Manning and you're like, well, this looks way better. So yeah, that it is interesting. Like the resume of Quinn Ewers, he's like easily the best quarterback Texas has had since since Colt McCoy.
Yeah.
and then when you ask people, it's like, more of an Ellinger guy. It's like
more of an Ellinger guy.
Who isn't though? Everyone was an Ellinger guy.
Were they? The streets loved Ellinger.
Well, the streets did.
Because he was a try-hard guy.
Yeah.
He wasn't a five-star.
And that's what that's what you're saying.
He's like, look at he's gritty. This Sam Ellinger's a gritty player, and when you come in as a five-star, it's a different vibe. The expectations are way higher. Bryce Underwood, Michigan fans are going to turn on him this year because he's also an NIL baby, and if you're, people are going to be quick to, all right, you're the pro here. You're the one who, because those alumni are asked to pony up and get your businesses involved and things like that for NIL. We want to make sure that we take care of we got to bring these guys in. You're got to help finance the program to pay these guys. Well, then there's the expectations on five stars are way higher now too.
You think Michigan fans and boosters aren't psyched with 11 touchdowns, 9 interceptions from Bryce Underwood last year?
No. I mean, it was so terrible. This guy was supposed to be this incredible prospect, and he was lousy last year. Yeah. It was really concerning how bad he was relative to his five-star, Now Michigan was a mess last year. and then it culminated in that just crazy stuff with Sharon Moore. They got Kyle Whittingham now.
It was a mess.
I am interested. Kyle Whittingham has been a consistent winner and good coach over at Utah. I am interested to see what that means for Bryce Underwood, but also can Bryce Underwood be coached up? Like, you never know on some of these guys if they're willing to take, tougher coaching, if that's what Kyle Whittingham does. I don't even really know if that's who he is or not, but I just know that this was a big, beautiful 5-star quarterback that was supposed to be the next great, and so was Arch, and so was Quinn Ewers, and we're kind of waiting for the superhero to emerge from one of those generational 5-star prospects that we've heard so much about over the last, I guess, dating back, if you go to Quinn Ewers, 6 years. Yep. It's not really showing up.
Well, it looks like Brandon Baker might be moving from left guard to left tackle
for the Horns.
And then Cole Hudson comes back into the lineup.
Well, comes back from where, John?
Well, he might be forced to play again. He was out there. He was a starter from 2022 to 4.
No one drafted him, and so they're like, "Well, you get an extra year." He goes, "All right, I'm coming back." And did you know with some schools they said, "Nope." I know Alabama had a player who tried to come back and was like,
"Yeah, but then now look, they could use him."
I guess does Texas really not have anybody better than? I guess it's just a year older. He knows the system. I guess that makes him.
And
fifth-year guy, yeah.
For something like
play
this,
a fifth-year guy than a young guy.
Yeah, but there's not a lot of young guys anymore. You're portaling, maybe not Texas as much, but you portal in so often.
That's true. And if your sinuses are bothering you, then what?
Well, I mean, then it's an easy call. You just simply call Dr. Kaplan, Dr. Michael Kaplan at Kaplan Sinus Relief, and it's an ENT office. Dr. Kaplan is the one who really focuses on the sinus issues. And if you have pressure, just a general pressure in your face and in your head, maybe dull headaches, a lot of times that's due to, it can be allergies that have created really substantial sinus concerns and conditions. Are you all blocked up, really blocked up with sinuses? The balloon sinuplasty clears out all of your sinuses. My son, after I had it done, and it was such a huge success to this day, I mean, just a huge success. My son is going to, before our deductible, we met our deductible for all the kids. We always do because of, we're always at the doctor's for something. My son said, "Hey, I want to come back and get that done come back from Alabama and get it knocked out." I said, "Let's get it knocked out in November, Alex." So we're going to have that done because when you live with sinus issues and runny noses and blocked, stuffy noses that you can't breathe out of, and that's your life, then you'd like to live life a different way. And the quality of life is huge, and that's what Dr. Kaplan can provide for you with all of his sinus treatments. It's kaplansinusrelief.com. Check it out right now. Set up your consultation, and you can go in there, and he can give you a quick test to find out if you would benefit from balloon sinuplasty or a deviated septum correction like I had as well. It's kaplansinusrelief.com.
It's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5, 713-780-3776. Astros going to take on the Angels for the next 3. Got to win 2 out of 3. Got to win 2 out of 3.
Yeah.
You cannot. Now, they're facing a guy they never faced before today in Klassen, and that's a problem because when they face a guy for a first time, he's made 4 starts, and he's got –
The Astros will score a minimum of 6 runs today.
He's got a 2.4 whip. You just got it. But they just – when they face a guy first, it just makes me nuts.
Not today.
Not today.
Not today.
You're right about that. I think you're absolutely right about that.
Not today. I think they'll put, like I said, a minimum of 6. Minimum of 6 on the Angels.
Yep. First game of the series, Jordan has been scuffling a little bit. 1 for his last 7. He expanded his zone some. He swung at a ball the other night that was just awful at his feet in the 9th with the game on the line, and he just looked terrible.
Yeah, every once in a while he'll do that.
He can't do that. He just can't do that. What do you think of Starling Marte? He's been released by the Royals, and he's out there. That's a guy that the Astros have coveted for a little while.
Yeah, his name, he's been out there in the past. He is not the Starling Marte that you may remember.
No.
He's got 2 home runs this year. The
reason the Royals are cutting him.
It's funny, though. Marte's from a home run. So he had 23 home runs in 19 and 82 RBIs. And then in 2020, he played for a couple different teams. He played for Arizona and Miami and only played in 61 games. He dealt with injuries. OPS dropped there. Then in 2021, he played with 2 different teams, Miami and Oakland at the time, and it was a little bit better. Well, it was a lot better actually. Hit 3 for the season. Hit 310 with an 841 OPS. Looked pretty good. Then in 22, he played for the Mets, and once you go to the Mets, you're pretty much washed.
Well, he had an 814,
but not
OPS.
for him. That's what I was going to say. But not for Marte.
Yeah.
He actually hung in okay. 23 was year 2 with the Mets. Fell off and
fallen off the last 3 years.
Really bad. 625 OPS at the age of 34. It's about when Abreu started to collapse in that neighborhood.
But like Wyatt Teller, if he come into a place where, you know what, you get rejuvenated.
Yeah, or you're just not as good anymore. That's the one that I had to have that conversation yesterday too. We were talking about these offensive linemen and the offensive line, how I kind of, I feel like I'm just a lot more hopeful about this offensive line. But I was having a conversation. Well, I was actually talking to Mark Vandermeer. And Mark and I were talking. I said, Mark, this is a conversation you and I have had, John. They really only have 2. You have Ed Ingram, we'll see, he has to do it a second year in a row. But really there's 2 core guys on the offensive line. It's Ursery and Rutledge. And the rest of them are these 1 or 2 year Band-Aid picks, and then you move on to the next guy, and you move on to the next guy, and you move on to the next. That's how Nick has been running this, but it's only because he's tried but failed with Juice Scruggs, with Kenyon Green, with possibly Blake Fisher, who was a second-round pick. This is it for Blake Fisher. We'll see what he ends up doing, but that has not been a successful. It was a second-round pick.
It's 5 straight years. 5 straight years that they've drafted an offensive lineman in the first or second.
So Nick's trying, and I give him complete credit. You don't stop trying to get the offensive line right, but you only have 2 real core guys, and they're your last 2 draft picks, a second-rounder in Ursery from 25 and a 26 first-rounder in Rutledge. And so, Wyatt Teller, the truth is Wyatt Teller was available for a reason. Braden Smith was available for a reason. We've seen this but Starling Marte is available for a reason. They're not going to be as good as they once were. And you just hope that you get them at a quality level. I'm talking specifically Wyatt Teller and Braden Smith. As long as they're playing at a quality level, I'm good with it. I know we're not going to get the same Wyatt Teller. He's older. That's just how it happens. Starling Marte, Once you start dealing with baseball players, and it's really with anybody, I guess, but that OPS tells a story, doesn't it, John? When it starts to fall off at age 34, 35, just like with Jose, we have to keep an eye on Jose Altuve now because he's played so much baseball. You just don't really come back from it. It's the age is eventually going to get you. With Marte, it looks like it got him. With Jose Abreu, we know it got him. The Astros, there were already hints. That with the numbers that his best days were behind him, and the Astros still took a chance on him with a 3-year deal, and it was a disaster. I mean, at least it wasn't a Kyle Tucker disaster. It wasn't that much money, but it was 3 years of you got nothing back for the 3 years that you were paying him. Not really.
Yeah. I could certainly see him making the move, though. I can see it.
Adding Marte?
The Marte move.
I mean, he's 37 now, John.
Yeah.
He's 37 years old. His OPS is 611. Like, what are you hoping to do?
Yeah, 2012 he started. So that's a while ago.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Like, what are you hoping to get out of him? He has doesn't look like he has any pop anymore. I'm sure the bat speed's probably not very good.
Yeah.
He's DH. I mean, I don't know what you get. He's just a name.
What do you like a bunch of positives?
Well,
you
no,
don't sound like you're all that positive about the move.
He's old with a slow bat, and I'm not sure he's going to play a great outfield for you, but other than that, he could bring a lot to the table.
But we've made moves for worse, for less. He's Starling Marte. We wanted him for years and years. I mean, a little late to the party.
That's like you saying, boy, I remember I had a crush on Helen Mirren. Well, you're not looking to hit that now, John.
It's a little late, but
yeah.
Well, I don't
I could say that like, hey,
You sure?
I had a thing when I was 12 for
right there. You'd tell her no.
Yeah, I would. I would. You and Dell wouldn't.
Well, I don't know. Where are you on this, Mapes? The Helen Mirren thing.
Where am I on this?
Where are you on this topic, mate? As kids go to school, as my daughter was just dropped off for her first day over at school.
Where am I?
Where do you fall on
the
Helen Mirren scale?
This and
or to
Ewers, where do you
update
land?
Yeah, we can't really update it. Like, can you make it more current? No, the point is, that's the point.
It has to be a woman born in 1945.
Yeah, it'd have to. Or who I remember when I had a crush on Michelle Pfeiffer. Well, it's not the same.
No,
it's not the same now.
No, it's different now. It's different, but
it's
still.
She's doing great. She's hanging in there. Everything's good, but and she has, and I'm sure she has no desire. She doesn't look at me and think, oh, I used to have a crush on him. I'm sure that's never entered her mind.
No,
my wife is substantially better than Michelle Pfeiffer. Now she didn't have as many awards, and I've never seen her wear black jeans like Michelle Pfeiffer did in Grease 2 when she was straddling that those
black jeans. But
okay,
yeah.
Did she sing Cool Rider?
Your wife probably has some reading awards. She reads a lot.
She does. She does read a lot.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Yeah. She probably got some awards for that. All right, we got a break. Someone 3780.
She got asked to be in a book club by a bunch of substantially older women at the YMCA the other day. I'm like, this is what you get for reading. She goes, I'm not going to be in that book club. Oh. And they're like, why don't you come join our book club? And I said, you should. You should. Mm-hmm. She goes, no, I'd rather have my own age group. Like, well, this is what happens when you read your own age group, or we're all binging shows.
Yeah.
We watch shows. We don't try to act like we're the smartest people in the room by being one of these fancy readers, by reading Charles Dickens. Actually finished War and Peace. You think you're better than me? I'm already on episode 6 of Furious, dummy.
But she's right about it being better than you. That's true.
She is, but guess what? I'm watching more things. I can't remember any of the shows anymore. I don't. No. My wife said, hey, what happened at the end of, I don't even remember the show she was asking. What happened at the end of that show again? What ended up happening with that? I'm like, I don't even know. I can't remember. I'm on Furious now. I don't remember what happened in White Lotus. What happened to White Lotus? I don't know. I liked it. I liked the two Italian girls.
The Italian thing was great.
Yeah, I liked them.
All right. We'll talk more about it on the other side, right here on ESPN 97.5. Looking at so many different fantasy punishments.
I know.
And here's these guys. They run a 40-yard dash to get their draft order.
Oh yeah, I've seen these guys before.
Yeah.
And they're older guys, right? They're like 30-somethings maybe.
Yeah,
There's pull. I've seen them pull up on.
Yeah.
No, there's been hamstring injuries.
Yeah. Yep.
So that's for draft order. I saw one the other day where this guy had to put a puzzle together.
Oh my God, the beans?
Yes, and he eventually he eventually broke the door to get out. They were trying to trap him in there. After he had been in there for like 14 straight hours or 15 straight hours, maybe it was more, he literally, you could see the door in that closet was broken. It was all fun and games until it literally tortured him.
It was beans, all these yellow beans that all looked the same, and was a 1,000-piece puzzle.
It's supposed to be one of the hardest puzzles to do. And he was in there trying to work on that puzzle. And then they'd open the door, look at him real fast. And it started looking not scary, but you could see the look in his eyes like this isn't funny. And I think it's starting to drive him crazy.
Mm-hmm.
My son, I told you this, my son is lost in high school. He had to take a blow-up doll and sit her in a chair while he sat in the other chair at Papacito's and order for him and for her. And he couldn't say what he was doing. And he had to do that in high school, which is pretty clever. Then in college, he lost again because of injuries, just decimated his team. So this last year, he finished last. So his punishment was he had to get up and do like a 5 to 7 minute open mic set at a comedy place where it was written for him. His comedy set was written for him by one of the other guys in the league. And it wasn't bad. It was actually pretty decent. But that one, boy, that was whew.
Oh,
Then I heard about another one where a guy, it was the same thing where he had to do an open mic set, and they were going to write all the jokes and give him note cards to read off of. So he got up there, and they handed him the note cards as he got up. That was part of the deal because he couldn't see the jokes in advance. They handed them to him, and they were all blank.
Oh, no.
So he had to sit on the mic and try to kill off 5 minutes with no jokes. Nothing. We have seen the guy who, I'm sure you saw him, John, the guy who went out with a full set of golf clubs and had to pretend to hit.
Yeah.
Actually, he had he did have golf clubs. He had golf clubs. And he would swing, he'd pretend to tee the ball up, and he had to play a whole round with 2 other guys and he couldn't tell him what he was doing. And he would play the whole thing out. And it got to the point, like midway through, they're like, "Is that a good shot?" Like they would ask him. He's like, it faded into I'm right there near the woods. I'm going to have to see if I've got a shot. And he'd putt, he'd say he made this putt. One time he holed out from the bunker. And he had a pretty good swing too, by the way. But yeah, that was his hole, and he couldn't talk about that. And these 2 guys, they just had to play the round with a guy who was swinging at an invisible golf ball the entire time. And at one point he goes, "Don't worry about walking in my line. You're fine." So that was one I saw. That was a pretty clever one. Have you seen any, Sean?
I saw the one with that was basically with isolation, like a torture experiment.
Yes, it was torture.
With that one. Yeah, we've done or I've seen the different variants of the blow up doll one where it's like a teddy bear or something.
Yeah.
All that stuff.
Here's one that I heard a while back from one of my old producers on radio. They had to put earmuffs. I'm just telling you now, earmuffs.
All the kids running late
to school. If you got kids running late to school or whatever, this is your warning. Gus, if your kids are headed late to school in Indiana, I'm just giving you the warning now.
Gus,
all right,
get
so
your kids to school on time.
Yeah, very late.
If you finished last in this league, and I think this guy's brother had to do this, you had to put a sex toy, a prominent sex toy that's you don't need any deciphering. It's clear what it is. You had to keep it in plain view in your car in the back seat for 3 straight months. And you couldn't hide it. It had to stay in plain view of your car. That was one.
Suction to one
now,
of the
that
seats.
was before I used to hear about all these punishments. That was when I heard that. I'm like, good Lord. Are you kidding me? Now, it seems like fantasy punishments are now the stand-in for when fraternities used to haze, and now that they can be arrested or their chapters taken off, it's like, because I was thinking, my buddy told me about when they were hazed in his fraternity, they had to drink as a group, they had to drink a fifth of vodka that was behind somebody and then run to another house. They had to get to another house with pledge masters behind them with paddles or whatever it was. And they had to go to this other house and then finish this other bottle. And I'm not saying, there's terrible things that have happened, and I'm not condoning this. I'm just telling y'all a story that happened. And it may happen at the university that you like to cheer for, Sean. Huh. And he said then it ended. So all of them were drunk, but they also had been running, so they were kind of sick to their stomach. They put them all in a closet, turned the lights off, put a speaker, a big ass. Now these are when there's wired speakers on the stereo, so it was a big ass wired speaker, not when it's easy now because you Bluetooth it. So they had to put the wired speaker in there, and then they turned on a strobe light, so it's a nonstop strobe light, the speaker, and they blast Love Shack by the B-52s, and they had to stand there for 2 hours listening to Love Shack with blasted with strobe light going.
Ruin you.
And this is after they had 2/5 of vodka and been running. He said they had probably run about 1.5 miles. And he just said it was literally terrible.
It's like actual CIA torture. Like that.
Yeah, it sounds like waterboarding type stuff.
That is actually what they do to torture.
Yeah, and I heard another one, and there's another one, and there was another one, and I'm not going to say it out loud on the air. There's another one I heard. Now, I'm not going to say it out loud on the air because I just feel like I could get in trouble just for telling this story.
No.
But I am going to tell Sean during the break, and I am going to text you, John.
All right.
This is one that I could see becoming a fantasy football punishment as well.
I wonder if we can like track this where it's like because there has been in recent years kind of, I don't want to say a crackdown, but at least like hey, let's ease up, age of social media with some of these fraternity hazing type of things. You hear, twice a year, there's someone gets in huge trouble for their hazing. And then rise. You can
get your whole group. You can get your whole. I know somebody who got. I mean, it's not like his fraternity hadn't been doing this stuff anyway, but his class was the one that got him kicked off campus.
Yeah, and the kind of crackdown on the hazing with the rise of fantasy punishments. I kind of think there is
something there. Like, hey, let's just take these to our fantasy leagues.
Life finds a way, kind of situation.
Yeah, because one of my favorites, and John, I know you saw it, was the guy had to do the sexy. He did the photo shoots, like the George Costanza photo shoot, where the guy had to do sexy in his underwear, sexy photo shoots, a calendar where he did 12 different shots. So everybody in the league, that guy had to prominently display his calendar in his office with, here's January, and he's in his underwear on a bearskin rug with his hands on his chin with his feet up, stuff like that. I thank God our league that we have, John, we've never had that. In all the years we've been going, there's never been a punishment. I couldn't be in a league with a punishment anymore.
No.
These punishments are just too, no thanks.
No, I'm glad we don't.
I think once you're in
I'm not sure I would have.
I would have 1 year when I had all the injuries and I was like, that's it. I'm not spending any more money on this dumb waiver wire. I have no chance. Yeah. I think 1 year I may have finished last. 1 year.
Yeah, I'm glad. No, that puzzle thing got me.
Should we do one for the ESPN league?
Do what?
Should we do a punishment for the ESPN league that we're doing in Lake Charles?
I really didn't put much into that last year.
Well, maybe that's why we're going to do it.
Yeah.
We got to think about it. We got to think about it. Maybe come up with something at Lake Charles. We'll talk about it.
Okay. All right, let's think about it. Anybody out there that's going to be in our league, you got a suggestion. Or Art will have a suggestion, I'm sure.
I'm sure he will. Or if you had a really good one in your league you want to tell us about, 713-780-3776. The Astros back in action today against the Angels. Your Texans have a preseason game on Thursday. When we come back, maybe talk a little more Texans. I was out at the walk. It was just a walkthrough yesterday in NRG. I'm sorry.
They
We're
usually practice together for 2 days, but now it's just one.
Just one because there's just too many fights. And they had a bunch of fights last week, and I just Googled NFL camp fights. I was able to see quite a few videos last week. And a lot of times they're happening on their own teams, obviously.
Well, you wouldn't be able to do it if you didn't have electricity. You got to have electricity.
True.
Everybody's got to have electricity. And how much do you spend on your electricity? That's a key. How much are you spending getting electricity to your home or your business, and especially your business? The bottom line is the bottom line. Do it better. Do it cheaper. It's electricity. Everybody's is the same. I'm pretty sure. I don't know. Is there better electricity out there? Not sure. Don't know. All I know is I just want my electricity, and I want it at a better price. And that's why I went with Champion for 18 years while I was in 18 of the years. I wish I'd have found them sooner. I was in Houston for 30-plus years, and I wish I'd have found them sooner. Because Champion Energy, although I'm not sure they were around sooner. But here's the deal is if you're looking for the best way to get that electricity to your house at a better price with excellent service, everything about it was perfect. you need champion.energy/1560. Champion.energy/1560. Stop spending more, spend less. Champion Energy.
You're listening to John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
573-780-3776. Elliot's been waiting. Let's get him in here to start this segment. What do you say, Elliot?
Hey, morning, guys. Good to hear you today. Matesy with the Skinnerd. I love it. Way better than Dell. Speaking of fantasy, had a couple of questions, but mainly a lot of young quarterbacks in the league showed something last year, and they still haven't hit their full ceiling. Looking at like a Trevor Lawrence with Cohen and Jackson Dart and Tyler Shupp and Drake May and Ward with the number one now and all those guys. Who do you think's going to make the biggest leap? I guess you could even add CJ, even though he's a pouty-faced crumb bum. You can add him to that list. Which one of these guys you think takes the biggest leap this season? Is there one that you think makes a jump to that top S level of quarterback?
I don't think we should include CJ just because this is year 4 for CJ. So for this exercise, the biggest jump for me, John.
CJ ain't making a jump to the very top anyway, though.
No.
Right?
No.
CJ would be awfully difficult to get into that top tier.
Well, he's just trying to return
Drake
to form.
May's got a shot because he's right below now.
Yeah, but
if Drake May has another big year where he's.
But didn't he take a big jump already? Who's the next guy to take the jump? I mean, Drake May performed.
He's not in the Josh Allen. He's not in the Josh Allen, Joe Burrow. He's not in the top.
But he did
tier.
finish second
He's
in
probably
MVP
in the
voting,
second
right?
Tier.
But he finished second in MVP voting.
Yes, right.
Like who do you think is going to come out of nowhere?
So if he does that again, out of nowhere.
I mean,
you know who might?
I don't think it's Bo. I don't think it's Bo.
I'll tell you this,
maybe Bo Nix.
Kyler Murray might have a shot.
Huh. I mean, he's not a young
Maybe
quarterback, but that'd be a redemption story. Yeah, he's throwing to Justin Jefferson. He's throwing to some pretty good wide receivers.
Kind of is a young quarterback.
He's throwing to some pretty good wide receivers.
Yeah.
I'm going to say, who I'm going to say?
Young quarterbacks you're talking about.
I don't know if this guy counts or not, but I'm going to say Caleb Williams. Because Caleb got a lot better last year.
Oh, yeah.
But I think Caleb Williams is going to be the next up.
So they want to set the all-time scoring record. They want to blow. He said, "We are going to definitely score on people." So I mean, he wants to set the all-time scoring record. That's one of his goals this year.
Well, I mean, then
who else could? I think Caleb Williams is probably the best. Yeah.
Yeah. Then I think John will get you on a reset there, but yeah, I think Caleb Williams is going to be my guy because I liked what I saw last year. He's got Rome Odunze and Luther Burden, and they're both coming up and getting better and better. Last year, Caleb went from 20 touchdowns and 6 interceptions as a rookie to 27 and 7. He threw for almost 4,000 yards. One could say that Caleb Williams had a year last year. There's a pretty damn good year. It still feels weird that people sleep on the Bears. They're the second or third highest in their, to win the division. I think they're the best team in their division. And Caleb Williams, to me, he's very dialed in. His completion percentage is only 58%, but he's very dialed in from what I was told there in Chicago is that he is talking like Ben Johnson. In a mic'd up segment where the Bears had access to everything that was said, they said they couldn't believe just the way he talked was everything that he was parroting, everything that Ben Johnson had been coaching, that it had sunk in with Caleb Williams, and that he's a different guy now. I mean, he still has his own personality, but he's really taking on more of a serious leadership role and things like that. So I think the Bears are dangerous this year, and I think Caleb Williams, their sack total went from 68 as a rookie down to 24 last year, John. I mean, that's a big part of him. Number one, they invested in their offensive line, but number two, I think he's starting to figure things out. So I would say
he didn't
Caleb
hold
Williams.
the ball as long.
What's that?
He didn't hold the ball as long.
No, he didn't.
Yeah, he was better. He was much better at getting rid of it and throwing it away, or just making better, quicker decisions.
Fourth quarter comebacks, 6. He led the NFL with 6 fourth quarter comebacks.
That's a lot. That's huge.
Yeah, it's tells you a couple things. Number one, you're a team that is not good enough to just, grab the lead and take the lead and hold the lead. You're not there yet. But it also shows the ability to, to make things happen in the fourth quarter. CJ's, wow. How many fourth quarter comebacks? Because it has to end in a win, right? So Caleb Williams had 6 last year, and as I mentioned, part of that is your defense. You're giving up leads also. Like, you're not in the lead in the fourth quarter, so it's not like you have an elite defense where you just lock down. How many fourth quarter comebacks does C.J. Stroud have in his career?
In his career,
you can do last year, and then you can do career.
I don't know. I don't remember many last year. Let's see. I remember the Bengals. I remember Tampa. I remember. Oh,
that's okay. The answer's 0.
0 last year.
Yeah, and for his career,
4.
2.
2?
2.
Tampa.
Wasn't
the Bengals?
No. They lost to Tampa. They beat the
the Tampa
game.
Game.
Tampa in the Monday night game. Yeah.
No.
It was a couple years ago.
Yeah, rookie year.
Yeah, the rookie year.
Yeah.
Was it Tampa or the Saints?
It was Tampa.
Was Tampa? Okay.
Yeah,
that was one.
And didn't they come back against Joe Burrow at Cincinnati?
I felt like they had 2. Did they not win that one? I felt like they had 2.
They won that game.
Was that last year? Because he had also had one in 2024.
No, that was 24.
It wasn't last year.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was 2024. Well, you named them both.
Yeah.
Those are CJ's 2 that he's ever had. Game-winning drives, which game-winning drives must be an offensive scoring drive in the fourth quarter or overtime that puts the winning team ahead for the final time. CJ has had 7 during his career. 7 during his career.
What was that? What was the qualifier?
It has to be for the final time. A fourth quarter drive that puts his team ahead for the final time.
And 2 is last minute wins?
No, 2 is comeback.
Comeback.
Yeah, the fourth quarter comeback must be an offensive scoring drive in the fourth quarter with the team trailing by 1 score, though not necessarily a drive to take the lead. Only games ending in a win, tie are included. Those are fourth quarter comebacks. So
Davis Mills had one last year with the Jags and has half as many as C.J. Stroud.
Yeah, I'm just looking at Davis Mills' stats.
Davis has one against Indianapolis too.
Davis Mills last year had
22.
2 fourth quarter comebacks.
Davis had 2.
He had 2 last year.
Last year, and he had 1 against Indy to
get C.J. Stroud. Yeah.
Now you're also behind. So
yeah,
you can't have a fourth quarter. Good teams don't have as many fourth quarter comebacks, or quarterbacks don't, because you know why? They take the lead and they stay there because they got a good defense, or they keep adding points. You have fourth quarter comebacks. That means you're playing a lot of 1-score games, and hopefully the Texans don't have many fourth quarter comebacks this year because they're blasting people.
Yep.
But that is a real, like, we used to think about that with Joe Montana. That's a real thing. Joe Montana, Tom Brady, you don't want to give them the ball with any time left because you know what they're going to do.
Yeah.
And
Mahomes.
Caleb, Mahomes for sure. Maybe the most that I've ever seen in my life of watching football. Joe Montana had it for sure.
Yep.
And because we always talked about that. I mean, he ruined my dad. When my dad was his first year coaching college football was Joe Montana was at Notre Dame and beat Houston, and this heartbreaking Cotton Bowl where the Cougars just had it. The chicken soup game, yeah. Mm-hmm. And then you had Caleb Williams really developing. That's where he got the nickname Iceman. I think he may have given it to himself, and then he tried to trademark it, and George Gervin went, "Hey, wait a minute. I was Iceman way before you.
Remember me?"
Yeah, just because you have fourth quarter comebacks, that's because you stunk in the third quarter. Cut the crap, young man.
Did you all see the fight at Wrigley Field?
Yeah, God, it turned into everyone ganging up on the fat guy.
On the fat guy,
he got
just sitting there,
like 1,000 times,
getting the snot beat out of him.
He did throw a drink, kind of kicked it off.
Yeah.
But, yeah, it was – I couldn't really tell what that was, like who the fans were. The one group of guys were just wearing gray and blackish kind of – were they White Sox? Did they play the White Sox? Was it –
Yeah, they're playing the White Sox.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yep.
So that's what it was.
That's what happens.
Although I did see a Cub fan punching another Cub fan too, though.
Yeah, no. You just hit whoever. Hit the one you're with.
But I mean, the stands, people were flying around.
Four of them
stands.
were beating the snot out of that fat guy.
But I mean, they were flying. People were getting tossed, like pushed down the steps, 3 and 4 rows. It was pretty.
Yeah.
Whew. And there was somebody with a camera right there.
Cubs White Sox fight. Yeah, Wrigley fight. Holy crap, it's a good one. We got a break. 713-780-3776. Come on, hang with us.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, it's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Now here's John Granato and Lance Zierlein.
Well, we got the Bills first up. It's almost a month away, but DJ Moore's dealing with an ankle. Connor McGovern has an injury. Keon Coleman is in a boot. So a couple of their wide receivers. DJ Moore should be okay. DJ Moore is underrated. DJ Moore was a big pickup for them. DJ Moore.
I'm waiting to see. Like, he's one of those guys that I've never fully been on board with. And maybe it's just me. Maybe I don't know.
It probably is just you.
Probably, but I didn't think he ended up being the player that Chicago thought they were going to get. And now he's going to Buffalo. He's 29 years old. We'll see. We'll see how he does. For Josh Allen, I'm thinking it'll be just a welcome. It'll be a welcome addition to a wide receiving corps. It's pretty average.
Yeah, it's always been pretty. I mean, he hasn't had that. Well, they tried with Keon Coleman, but he's got work to do. He had 85 targets last year, 50 receptions. I'm not sure how much of that is on him. But he has been productive. 4,000-yard seasons, 966. He's been very productive throughout his career.
Yeah, he has. I just felt like it has.
Well, he had 1,300 with Chicago. He had 966 last year. It fell off.
He had 1,300 the year before.
Yeah,
in the rookie year for
his first year with
Caleb.
Chicago.
Yeah, maybe I'm just being too hard on him.
96 catches of 1,300 yards.
No. That was not Caleb's rookie year. Who was quarterback right before that? Before Caleb Williams.
Fields? Was it Justin Fields?
Oh my God! There's no way Justin Fields threw for 1,300 yards. That's too much.
Yeah.
I'll have to look, but it was he did have 1,300 touchdowns.
Yeah, 24 was Caleb Williams' rookie year.
Yeah, so the quarterback that year, I'm looking at the stats right now, was Justin Fields, threw for 2,500 yards, and Tyson Bagent threw for 859. So they had they threw for 3,096 total passing yards that year, which is terrible. And DJ Moore had 1,300 of those yards. That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's the only person you threw to.
And you think defenses didn't know it? He had 140 targets.
100? Wow. Yeah, I'm looking here. 136 targets, 96 receptions, and 14.2 yards per reception. That's a damn good year.
Oh, that was Justin Fields' year, yeah. The next year, Caleb Williams had 140 targets.
But then the stats were down, huh?
Yeah, 98. 98 catches, but the yards obviously Caleb was not throwing it down the field like they were.
No, a lot of short checkdowns.
A lot of short stuff. Yeah.
And that was actually Ben Johnson's first year too, I think, right?
No, Ben Johnson.
Ben Johnson was a rookie last year.
Yeah.
So we're not worried at all about their receivers.
Buffalo, I am.
You are?
Yeah, that's why I'm not all in on Buffalo.
Keon Coleman hasn't been.
No, Keon Coleman's not the guy. They got Khalil Shakir, who's he's a feisty guy, but he is what he is. You dump it down to him, let him get some yards after the catch. Like, he's
a lot of crossing routes.
Yeah, fits as a good wide receiver 3 type of guy, a good third receiver option, and DJ Moore. So they're still missing somebody, but that's fine. We'll see if DJ Moore can fit those pieces.
James Cook is what you got to worry about.
Yeah, I'm not that worried about the Buffalo Bills. They need to worry about us.
They're
not worried about the Buffalo Bills. The Buffalo Bills this is a house of horrors for Josh Allen. So until he proves he can get out from under the thumb of this defense, I'm not worried about it. Once again, I've said it before and I'll say it again. The worst line I've ever seen made was Buffalo being a 1.5-point favorite to start the year at Houston. Knowing that Josh Allen doesn't play well, the fact that he talks about it publicly, so it is definitely a thought in his head. And then you have CJ on what people are calling a revenge tour. CJ on a revenge tour like that one girl out of Furious? You saw what that girl out of Furious is doing when she's on her revenge tour.
You think that's CJ?
I think CJ's going to be metaphorically killing people.
Yeah. Warren Sharp made a big, too long, and he said so many things that are just so obvious about the injuries and the running game and the offensive line and everything else. He says...
For the Texans you're talking about?
Yeah, what? Talking about CJ, yeah.
Oh, it was about CJ. Okay.
About CJ. It was about CJ, and it was about, the problems that they had. They didn't have Joe Mixon. They didn't have receivers that were like five. It was fifth worst in the league with injuries to the wide receivers. The offensive line was one of the worst in football. Blah, 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 blah. And he can't believe that CJ and Bryce Young are being mentioned in the same breath. Is CJ that much better than Bryce Young right now? I don't know. I'm not sure about that.
I think he is, but Bryce.
Yeah, I think he's better.
Bryce was playing a little more consistently last year. I don't know. I don't hold Bryce in real high regard right now. So, but he
there
is
was a
better.
time mid-season though we were saying, hey, maybe Bryce Young is better than CJ. Maybe they made it. They did it right with it picking him first.
I don't think the answer. We don't have our answer yet, but we'll be a lot closer after this year. Bryce Young has improved every year. 11 touchdowns, 10 interceptions rookie year. Second year, 15-9. Last year's 23-11. Interception total is still higher than you like. He threw for 3,011 yards. No real big deal there. Started 16 games. Is averaging 188 yards passing per game. That's I don't know if I'm ready to say he's better than CJ. I'm not ready to say that. He's getting
similar.
better.
I think
he's progressing, and CJ has been regressing. Yep. So yeah, it's closed. The distance between the two has closed.
Yes, last year it closed. I don't think there's any question. CJ threw for 3,041, 19-8. I mean, he only played 14 games, and Bryce played 16 games.
Mm-hmm.
He threw for 3,011 and 23-11. So I don't know that it's that they're. Saying that they're not somewhat similar, I think, is a little off by Warren. But Warren Sharp says, look at the stuff around him. Okay. He had Rico Dowdle last year, right? And Chuba Hubbard. He had a little bit of a running game. He had DJ Moore. He had Tetaroa.
He didn't have, like, Bryce Young's not filled up with talent around him. CJ has
Moore.
There's
he
more.
Had,
yeah,
Tetaroa and who else?
And their defense is not. Tet McMillan was rookie of the year.
Yeah.
And they had Xavier Legette, but he's not been a very good player for being a first pick of the draft. One stat that's kind of interesting: CJ last year had 19 touchdowns to 8 interceptions. His touchdown percentage was 4.5. His interception percentage was 1.9. The touchdown percentage for Bryce Young was 4.8, slightly ahead of CJ. His interception percentage is 2.3. That's ahead of CJ, and that's not a good thing. You don't want to have a higher interception percentage. One stat that I always find to be an interesting stat, they have it in the run game, and this is the first time I'm seeing it with passing game, is passing success rate. So what it is you have to, if you need to gain at least 4% of the yards required on first down. So a first down pass, you need to throw, if it's 1st and 10, obviously, you need to complete a pass for 4 yards or more. So that's considered a successful play. On second down, you have to gain 60% of the yards required on second down. So if it's 2nd and 10, you would need to gain at least 6 yards. 2nd and 8, 60%, 4.8. So you can just do the math on it. And then on third down or fourth down, you have to gain 100% of what is needed. So it means you're converting on third down with your pass. Bryce Young, first year, CJ was 40. I think this is actually a pretty good metric to start keeping an eye on. In his first year, CJ Stroud was 46.7%. Last year, he was 43, or the year before, he was 43%, which went down. Last year, 44.4%. So he hasn't made it back to his rookie year yet. That feels right. That feels accurate. Bryce Young, his first year, 36.5. The next year, 39. Last year, 44.2. So he's showing improvement in that metric. He has shown improvement as a quarterback every year. It seems to track. Last year, CJ was 44.4. This year, Bryce Young, and last year, Bryce Young was 44.2. So look how close that is between the two of them. So when you ask that question and you look at the data from last year, yeah, I mean, it feels like those two guys are really close to each other.
Well, how much do you look, though, at with the stuff around him? At the running game, at the offensive line, at the injuries of wide receiver.
So what running game was like? Carolina does not have it.
Rico had a good year.
He had a good run. He had a good run. Rico Dowdle did not do that for the whole year. He wasn't given that opportunity for the whole year. He did run for 1,076 yards, but remember, if you remember his game log, like he was killing it over a stretch of about 5 or 6 games. I mean, just absolutely killing it. Went over, he had over 200, I want to say 2 different times. So he absolutely killed it for a little bit. But Ted McMillan, you had rookie, the rookie of the year. But CJ has Nico Collins, Dalton Schultz, CJ Stroud. Jaden Higgins. He's got better. I don't know. To me, I think he's got better talent than what Bryce Young has over there in Carolina. They had Rico Dowdle, who started 11 games, as you mentioned, ran for 1,076 yards, and Chuba Hubbard came back. He wasn't really injured for very long. He just got beat out of that position.
CJ had one game where he had to run 100-yard back.
Yeah. No, they didn't have. I mean, Joe Mixon wasn't there last year, so
yeah.
I don't really give a big advantage to C.J. Stroud by any stretch in the running game. I mean, Rico Dowdle was better than your running game. Period.
Yeah.
That's true.
He had 3 games. He had a 206, he had 183, and he had 130.
Now, Ted McMillan had 1,014 yards receiving and 7 touchdowns. I mean, he was rookie of the year, 70 catches. He's not better than Nico Collins as a player. Not yet. Not yet. But then the second receiver, I mean, good Lord, this is a DJ Moore effect. The second receiver was Jalen Coker with 394 yards. Ted McMillan had 1,014 receiving yards, and second is Jalen Coker with 394 yards. So second place had, was over 600 yards less. That's unbelievable how he was locked in on one guy.
Well, it makes it even more unbelievable that the defense knows that, and they're going to make sure do everything to stop Ted from getting the ball.
Yeah, and Tommy Tremble was the leading tight end, 249 yards. So, yes, C.J. Stroud, for sure, had better players around him than Bryce Young. This is kind of an interesting year. I don't measure C.J. Stroud against Bryce Young. I don't measure the Texans against the Lions. I'm measuring C.J. I just want C.J. to play well and the Texans to win a Super Bowl or to compete for a Super Bowl. But if you really just want to break down the two of them, it is that looked like that answer was done after their rookie years.
Yeah.
And now it's become a much closer discussion. And that third down success rate, you can find that on Pro Football Reference. That third down success rate, passing success rate for quarterbacks seems to be a pretty good number when it comes to tracking the year a player has had. Kind of scary accurate in some regards. I'm thinking quarterbacks who are not very accurate. I'm going to check Caleb Williams because I just got done telling you that he had a much better statistical year than C.J. Stroud. But when I look at his quarterback success rate, for example, on third downs, it was 42.9. So it was lower than Bryce Young and C.J. So it didn't really tell the full story for Caleb Williams.
How about the story that Tommy Stark told yesterday on Twitter? He said this: Billy Brown is going to help my Brown go down. Thanks, Billy, over at Aqueduct Plumbing Company. And he put me and you in it. He added us both. And he sent the letter that Billy Brown sent to him, to Tommy Stark. Billy Brown said, "Good morning. Yes, we can include a free water heater on your quote. We will be out Saturday between 10 and 12. Thank you so much, Billy, Aqueduct Plumbing Company."
Yeah, that sounds about right.
How about that? Right. A free water heater, doing the job for Tommy Stark, making the Brown go down,
Mm-hmm.
not having the Brown stay up. The Brown will go down because of Billy.
Yeah,
right?
and sometimes the brown is just clogs in your drain in the sink. So it's just a generic term. You don't have to. You could be having issues that are
It's usually
not.
poop is what it usually
Well, is it
Yeah.
though?
Yeah, yeah. You make the Brown go down. You get when you flush the toilet, the Brown goes down.
Yeah.
That's what I envision. Okay, when I say making the Brown go down.
Mhm.
Okay? So, and if it's not going down, you need Billy. You need him bad.
Or also if you have a clogged sink.
Yeah, clogged sinks, water pressure,
Moving gas lines.
a water heater that doesn't work.
Maybe you've got a fancy bidet that you'd like to. You say, I just got a bidet and I need a water line put in by my toilet. Billy Brown can do that. He's not a fancy person, but he can do fancy things.
What about a gas grill?
Yeah.
You
he
need
can
a
do it.
plumber.
He's not
You
a
need
fancy
Billy.
person, but he does fancy things.
He does fancy things. He does. And he does, stuff that makes your house not gross, like the Brown going down. 281-488-6238, 281-488-6238, or aqueductplumbingcompany.com. All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5, 713-780-3776. Did we give away yesterday? I don't think we gave away a spot. Are we still giving away spots in the for the listener appreciation? Is that a thing, Mapes?
Yes. Although spots are filling up, so I got a text from Joe being like, it's not the biggest deal in the world if either this show or 10 to noon doesn't give one away. But we still have spots to give away.
Well, and also Tiff Treats was added. So
Yes.
we got some sweets coming to the listener appreciation party.
Oh, Tiff's Treats?
Yeah.
Nice.
Tiff's
Nice.
Treats. I'm gonna hit up our boy LaShane and try to get his restaurant, State of Grace, to do Butterburgers. And bring those suckers in as well.
Ooh, those are
So
good.
why don't you bring some Butterburgers? We'll put your name out there. You can get away from the restaurant and come out and hang out and
Last time I was in town,
have
we
some
went
drinks.
over there to eat. It was nice. Very
Yeah.
nice. Yeah.
It's fancy.
It is.
The
It's very-
Butterburgers are not fancy, so LaShane can,
Yeah.
he can come out and have a little fun with the
Shane,
boys.
just do something for people
know.
as opposed to being selfish like you have been.
So, reaching out to, there's a few
Scumbag.
restaurants I would like to reach out to. We've got Ninfa's is going to be there. We've got Ducky McSweeney's is going to be there. Tiff's Treats is going to be there. And then we'll see if we can add a couple more restaurants so you guys can sample a variety of food. We had a great variety last year.
Yeah.
We had a terrific variety, and it was a really good time. Anything we want to get to? Well, let's play the Kyle Tucker thing again. We haven't played that for a while. Do we combine? Are we to consider top of the hour here, Sean?
Yeah, we're good.
Yes.
Okay. So here's Kyle Tucker. So Kyle Tucker is struggling right now. He is not hitting well. The people of Los Angeles seem to hate him quite a bit because he's making a ton of money and performing very poorly. The people of Chicago didn't like him when he was there. The people of Houston got tired of him because he sucked in the playoffs. So Kyle Tucker's had a run of people not really liking him. And we talked earlier in the show that he does have a certain look on his face that makes him not as likable. Don't know how to explain it, but it's just an air of not likability. You've talked to people who said that when he came into the Astros that he kind of just thought he could cruise and didn't maybe work like the rest of those guys did. And you question whether or not he loves ball. There's nothing worse than a guy that gets paid that amount of money that you think doesn't love ball. It's one of the worst feelings in the world when you know your team that another player who really cares and wants to win for your team is not on a basketball or baseball or football team because somebody who doesn't care is stealing money. It's like the worst, for me at least, it's one of the worst feelings. I'm sure Dodgers fans are having that feeling right now with Kyle Tucker. Kyle Tucker got booed the other day by Dodger fans. I want to say night before last he got booed because he missed the ball in the outfield. It was a tough play up against the wall, but then he didn't hustle to get the ball after that. And it's just the whole air of Kyle Tucker is just pissing off Dodger fans. And I don't care. I'm glad. And I hope they continue to suck it. But here's Kyle Tucker on a fly ball. It was a shallow fly, but he came in plenty of time. He gets under it. It kind of gets to the left of him, and he starts to look a little strange when he tries to catch it. He kind of misjudged it a little, but not something that shouldn't have been caught. It absolutely should have been caught. Listen to the play-by-play announcer not only call the play, but then his reaction to the miss.
Popped in the air. Shallow right. Freeman running back. Tucker coming in. It's Tucker's ball. Oh, and he drops it. Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. Ew, and he drops it. Ugh, gross.
Oh, no.
Ew.
Oh, no. I feel bad for Kyle. I mean, right now, what is he waking up? All right. He's like, oh, man, everybody hates me.
Yeah. Yes,
but I do have
more money
$240
than
million.
I'll ever be able to spend, but still.
Yeah.
Whenever, or if he really doesn't care, he'll just say, who cares? Here's what I'm going to buy. I got a villa in Italy I'm already going to buy. I'm working on something out here in California because I love the weather out here, so I'll definitely get a place by the water.
I'll feel better.
I'll get a place by
I
the
don't
water.
think he can
I'm never
live
getting anything
here.
in Chicago. I'm not going there.
I don't think he can live in California after he's done, unless he goes up to San Francisco, because he'll be hated. You don't want to live.
Dodgers
where you're
fans
hated.
are pretty serious.
Yeah,
they really love the Dodgers there. Like Hermosa, you would think, well, he could get a place on Hermosa Beach, Venice Beach. No, they'll recognize him.
Yeah.
What's up, fool? The last thing you want to have is some guy getting out of a car like, "What's up, fool?"
Yeah,
telling him, "What's up, fool?" And they're running up on him trying to ride his e-bike.
Yeah.
What's up, fool? Come here, fool. That's Kyle Tucker, fool.
It's like Dave Clark buying a house in Houston. Nah, I'm not living there.
It's way worse than that.
Well,
we acted like Dave Clark, the fourth outfielder, had kidnapped children and had them stashed away in a closet somewhere.
People don't even know who Dave
Clark was just some fourth
Back
outfielder
in
the Astros brought in from the Cubs, who was just going to be like, he'll be our fourth outfielder, because that's back in the day where this was your lineup and that's that. And every once in a while on a getaway day, which Larry Dierker basically just gave up on Sunday games and played his worst lineups for some reason on Sunday games. It's to this day, it's a tale as old as time.
Well,
Astros putting up bad lineups in Sundays.
It's a tradition like
it is
no
a
other.
tradition like no other. But Dave Clark, the Astros brought him in as a free agent, and it wasn't even to be a starter. It wasn't even to be a starter. It was to be a fourth outfielder. And he came to the Astros, and he was here for he was here for 1 year.
Only 1 year.
It was actually the last year he played baseball. He never played baseball again after 1998. That was his last year.
It was it. I mean, he couldn't take it anymore.
And Dave Clark,
why the hate for a pinch hitter?
John, he was 35 years old. He had 146 at-bats, was a pinch hitter, played in 93 games. He was often a pinch hitter. I don't know how many of these games were starts. Now, listen, he wasn't good. His OPS was 547. His batting average was 206. His slugging percentage, well, boy, this is really worse than I remembered. His slugging percentage was lower than his on-base percentage.
Oh, ow.
It's almost impossible to do that. It's rarely done, occasionally by light-hitting shortstops and catchers.
That's the Brad Ausmus.
It's an Ausmus effect. Yeah. His slugging was 260. His on-base was 288. Okay. Yeah, he was terrible. The year before with the Dodgers, he hit 301 with an 847 slugging percentage. Only 5 home runs. He was not a home run hitter. So, yeah, he was historically bad for the Astros. I granted, he was worse than I remember. But it's not like this 98 Astros team was really good. They added Randy Johnson at the trade deadline. They won 102 games. They were loaded. The team featured future Hall of Famers and still in their prime. Jeff Bagwell had 34 homers and 111 RBIs that year. You had Craig Biggio, who led the league in doubles with 51. He hit 325. I argued that I felt like he probably should have been the MVP. I thought this was Craig Biggio's best year ever, an OPS of 906. You had Moises Alou with 38 home runs that year. Derek Bell had 22 home runs. How about this, John? Derek Bell had 108 RBIs.
Wow.
Derek Bell, Moises Alou, and Jeff Bagwell all had over 100 RBIs on this team. Carl Everett, who didn't believe that dinosaurs ever existed, was on this team. He hit 296 with an OPS of 840. How about the OPSs, John? Moises Alou, 981. Derek Bell, 855. Carl Everett, 840. This seems so distant from what we see now. It's not even close. Stolen bases. Brad Ausmus had 10 stolen bases. Every single player in your lineup had double-digit stolen bases. Even Bill Spires had 11. And the great Bill Spires was on that team. You came off the bench. Sean Berry was a part-time starter on that team. Hit 314 with an 895. Richard Hidalgo, Doggy they used to call him. He was a young man. He was only 23. He hit 303 with an 829 OPS off the bench. The great Tony Eusebio was on that team. So there was a lot to love. The pitching.
And we hated Dave Clark.
We had Jose Lima, who had this incredible season. He had 20 wins and Lima time and Cy Lima, and he would come in studio with us every every show, and we just had this incredible time. Actually, that was the first year. That was the first year that Lima would come in studio and do 4 hours of radio with John and I. He had been up all night partying, and he'd just come into the studio unannounced, and we were like, I guess whatever we're going to do is out now because Lima's here for the next 4 hours. You had Mike Hampton, who had a really good season. You had Shane Reynolds. You added Randy Johnson. I mean, Billy Wagner was your closer, future Hall of Famer, Randy Johnson Hall of Famer, Jeff Bagwell Hall of Famer, Craig Biggio Hall of Famer. All that going on, but one pinch hitter and just occasional part-time player, Dave Clark. We would have John and I would have calls stacked up on the board, 5 calls deep. And it just said Dave Clark. Like, this son of a bitch, Dave Clark. Guys, we got 102 wins. Randy Johnson's here. But people wanted to hate Dave Clark so bad. They needed to have someone to hate because things were going too good. They were going too good.
Immediately when I think of fans hating a player,
I do too.
I think of Dave
I do
Clark.
too. It was a 102-win season with Randy Clark and Bagwell and Biggio and Alou, 3 hitters with 100 RBIs. Everyone hit 300 that year. Everybody I mentioned was hitting 300. Sean Barry's on the bench hitting 300.
That was
895 slugging percentage.
In the dome.
And in the dome. With Lima and Hampton and Johnson and Shane and a young Billy Wagner. It was magical, so much better than the 97 team that had no help. Now all of a sudden the offense was on fire, the pitching was better, and our boards are lit up because people wanted to get mad at Dave Clark. Now, he was bad. He was a 35-year-old who came here. Let me remind you, the starting lineup that year, you had Carl Everett in center field. In right field, you had in right field was Derek Bell, and in left field was Moises Alou.
Well, Richard Hidalgo.
Richard Hidalgo was a part-time center fielder, but Carl Everett had 519 plate appearances. John.
Holy crap!
Derek Bell had 695. Moises Alou had 679. These are almost unheard of numbers. They played every freaking game they were playing, but Dave Clark struggled as a. He's not even a 4th outfielder. He became a 5th outfielder. Boards were filled for days. Like, what do we do about Dave Clark? It's just, it's a classic sign. It's not new. Everyone needs someone to hate, and you don't want to be the guy that everyone hates. Kyle Tucker has his name. Who is it on the Rockets right now? Every team has it. Sean, who is it on the Rockets? Who's the guy that you hate? It's not everyone, but for some people, they have circled. They have circled Alpi.
Yeah,
some people have circled Alpi.
I think Shingun's catching it the most right now.
Yeah.
Yep.
Jabari will get it from time to time.
Yeah,
depending on the game.
KD's going to get it.
Yeah.
Some.
But I think as far as
KD was so good, it's hard to do that.
Who is it with the Astros right now?
I was trying to think of who the Dave Clark.
Nick Allen for me.
Yeah, Nick Allen. It's like if everyone
but
called
that's just
in
you.
pissed
But
off
Nick
at Nick
Allen, no one's that mad about Nick Allen.
Well,
they were for Abreu for a while.
Yeah, I mean,
McCullers isn't here anymore. You can't do McCullers.
Yeah, just like the outfield as a whole. Just if you stand in the outfield.
Actually, they're not as passionate. Like there's it's not even close to Dave Clark because 102 win season Astros, and there were no Texans back then, so there was no football.
Oh, yeah.
Everything was baseball, and the Rockets were you were still high off of championships. So you were 3 years removed, and Dream was getting older.
That was the Barkley years.
Yeah.
Actually, yeah, you did. No, you added Barkley. Yeah, that was the end of the Barkley era.
Barkley
also.
and Pippen and yeah.
Yeah, but in the Astros, everyone was engaged. So with everyone thinking about the Astros, you got to find, things are going good, but what are we mad about? Oh, we're mad about Dave Clark. With the Texans right now, it's definitely C.J. Stroud. But it used to be, who was it? Petey Fagans. There was like DB who everyone hated for the Texans back in 2010.
Matt Stevens caught it.
In 2010, who? Green Jackson really caught it his rookie year. Yeah, that was the first year, though. Did we really care that much? Kareem Jackson caught it his rookie year.
Yeah, he did.
Boy, he was bad his rookie year.
Yeah, he caught it. But then he got really good.
And Bobby Slogan, like, it'll be a coach. Sometime your Dave Clark is your coach.
Then it was Bill O'Brien.
Yeah, and that was an easy one. And Jack Easterby.
Yeah, oh my God,
Jack Easterby.
Easterby's
Jack
been
Easterby
the
was
most
the Dave
hated
Clark
individual in the.
Well, see, there's still people who love Alpy, who love C.J. Stroud. No one loved Dave Clark. Nobody loved Dave Clark. He was just here one year, and he
nobody
was terrible.
loved Jack Easterby.
No one loved Jack Easterby. There was no love for him at all. There wasn't one person. Jack Easterby is as close as I've seen someone come to Dave Clark, and actually, he was on par with it. I don't know that I've ever seen two guys more hated in this city. And one guy literally exploded an entire organization. The other guy was just like, I'm the fifth outfielder. I'm 35. This is my last year. We won 102 games.
Why?
Why are y'all doing this to me? They should have done him a favor and just designated him for assignment.
Mm-hmm. All right, let's break.
I'm talking about Easterby. They should have designated Easterby for assignments.
Let's talk a little Coors Light.
Ryan Anderson. KJ brings up Ryan Anderson had some Dave Clark for the Rockets.
Oh, my God. Remember the year he couldn't hit a three?
And then I asked Daryl Morey.
Yeah.
There seems to be an issue with, the numbers show that he just, for some reason, Daryl's just not shooting well at home. What are your thoughts on that? And, this has been going on for a couple of years where he doesn't shoot well at home. You're just data dredging. Why are you data dredging? I'm like, what does that mean, Daryl? It's where you take statistics and you bend them to your narrative. And I'm like, no, it's I thought you were a numbers guy, Daryl.
Yeah.
It's all right here. The metrics are all saying that. That's when I started thinking, maybe Daryl's not the real numbers guy that I am.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe this guy who started the Sloan Sports Conference is maybe not so much of a numbers guy.
All right, let's talk a little Coors Light. I'm going to play golf today. I have news for you guys tomorrow. I will have had a few Coors Lights today. I've got news for you tomorrow. I can see the future. I can see my future, and it's filled with Coors Lights. It's a great life. I mean, I'm not going to lie. I can't feel any better about my relationship to Coors Light. My relationship to Coors Light is it's as defining as I can possibly be. I put on my Twitter bio a husband, father, believes in God, loves God, Coors Light, golf, poker, but not sure in what order. Not sure my love for these things in what order. And here's the deal: is I just like to be refreshed. It's hot out there. You need to be refreshed. And the only beer that's going to make you refreshed, or it's going to make you, the beer that's going to be the most refreshing, I should say, is cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. You can see the mountains. They're blue. They tell you cold. The mountains tell you how cold your beer is. Cold, clean, crisp, refreshing. I'm going to have a few today. I hope you do too. Make sure you got a bunch in your fridge for when your boys come over. Coors Light. Let's climb on, brother.
It's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
You rock out more than Dell does. Did you guys see Liv? They have their team championship. They canceled it. Apparently, they're going to be playing in Indianapolis now. Indiana is underwater, apparently, so I'm not sure. But it's in a couple of weeks. I think it's at the end of the month, and Liv is going to just play an event there as opposed to their team championship, or they're going to call it their team championship. It's falling apart. Jon Rahm reportedly is headed back to the PGA Tour. He's going to have to pay $25 million. He has to go on an apology tour. And
what does that look like?
Well, he would have to complete an apology tour similar to Koepka's, including announcing his separation from Live Golf and a return to traditional golf, which is the PGA's way of saying you guys didn't play real golf. He also will not have sponsor exemptions for the signature events. He's got to play his way in like Koepka did. So Koepka did not make, because he wasn't in all the signature events, which are higher, bigger money, he did not make the FedEx Cup. He didn't play great. So he could have played his way in, but he didn't. He didn't make the FedEx Cup playoff. But and he was pissed off. I think he might have even been the last guy out, or he was one of the last guys out. But Jon Rahm looks like he's going to return. He signed for $350 million with Liv. So a $25 million fine that goes to charity and he's going to get a tax write-off on it. So I'm not worried about Jon Rahm's money. $25 million, oh my God, he's got to pay. Yeah, well, guess what? That'll just pay for his taxes. That'll help his tax situation. So there's that. Chris in the Woodlands is hanging out. He wants to get on the show. Hey, Chris.
Hey, what's up, guys? Love the show. You guys brought up a couple of Texans guys. My guy that I wouldn't like, when we compare to Dave, whatever his name is Dana Brown.
Yeah, Dana's got some of that. Yeah.
I know. Yeah, it's just only because I feel like every interview's, John, you bring up a lot the lame duck general manager, and you're 1,000% right. Every interview is like, I don't even want to watch it because I know what he's saying not true or misinformed or just him trying to fill airtime because he is a lame duck. And I don't know how you guys think about Dana Brown, but that's kind of my guy I think about. So I'm gonna listen.
Yeah, I don't dislike Dana. I don't dislike him. I mean, I don't know. I
don't feel like the fans are. See, it used to be if Dave Clark was just like, that's the only weakness. If we can just get rid of Dave Clark. Once again, it's just random fifth outfielder. Dana is part of there's a bigger problem at foot for the Astros. So sometimes you're most mad at players when your teams are the best. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like Dodgers fans have a wealth of they have greater roster wealth than maybe anything we've ever seen in terms of the talent on their roster. And so they got to circle this guy, Kyle Tucker. Now, he sucks. He's terrible. But Dana Brown is just emblematic of a larger picture for the problem with the Astros is they're not team building right now. And he hadn't done good, but I don't know. He didn't get the hate. I don't even think he gets the hate that Alfie gets.
No, I don't think
definitely
so.
Not the hate CJ gets.
No, but it's I'm hearing more. Yeah, there's more rumblings now. There's more rumblings than there have been about Dana, but I feel bad. Anytime you're lame duck, I mean, it doesn't happen too often. I mean, there aren't a lot of owners that are afraid to pay. Okay, we'll give you a 3-year deal. All right, we'll lop off the last 2 years. We'll pay you while you sit. Jim Crane ain't doing that. Jim Crane's like, I ain't paying you to sit around and not work. Well, here's what we're going to do. We're going to finish up this contract, and maybe you'll get another one, and maybe you won't. And that's it. So, Jim Crane ain't like Cal will pay you. It doesn't matter. What coach? He's paying 6 coaches. He don't care. Jim Crane? Nope. We ain't doing that. We ain't wasting money like that. If you ain't working here, we ain't paying you. So it kind of sucks for those two guys, Dana and Joe.
What sucks for them? That they got chances on the major league level?
No. I mean, no, that they don't have a contract, that they're lame ducks.
You say it sucks for them, but I mean, yeah, it's not gone great the last 3 years.
No.
It's not gone to the Astros standards. And so 3 years is a pretty good, 3 years is a decent runway in baseball. It hasn't been ideal for Joe. It hasn't been ideal for Dana. They've had a lot of injuries. They made a change to team trainer last year, I mean, it happens, though. That's just, you can make whatever excuses. Joe hasn't. It really was pinch running for Jordan. We probably should have made a little bigger deal about that on the show, because pinch running for Jordan when you have 2 outs in the 8th inning is kind of and a man on first, that was pretty bad for Joe.
No, he pinch ran from in the 9th. It was the 9th.
Was it the 9th?
Yeah, it was the 9th. And
okay.
It was, yeah. I didn't mind that nearly as much as some of the other stuff. That pinch hitting Jake Myers for Christian Vasquez.
You could have stopped at pinch hitting Jake Myers. You could have just stopped.
What you got to feel. How bad did Vasquez feel about himself when he takes him out for Jake Myers?
Yeah.
Holy crap. You know what that does to a person?
Yeah, I mean, think about how they were feeling at that time.
Oh my God. Christian Vasquez went home that night and went, I just got pinch hit for by Jake Myers.
Yeah, that's not a good. How do you come back from that?
It's definitely a long car ride home. I don't know how long his commute is, but it's yeah.
It's longer.
You don't even turn on the music at that point. You're just sitting in silence.
You just go, man, what the hell?
What happened? Where did it all go wrong?
What the hell happened to me?
You're not gonna believe this. I'm just looking. I put a post up of the '98 Astros versus this lineup. Brad Ausmus's OPS is only behind Christian Walker, Jeremy Pena, Paredes, and Alvarez in terms of more full-time players.
He'd be the 5th best.
He'd be the 5th best. He'd have the 5th best OPS. Wow. And I'm including Diaz and also Diaz and Christian Vasquez.
And the problem with this team is pitching. That's
well, I
starting
mean,
pitching, yes.
The hitting is not great. You want to think about the batting averages? Brad Ausmus's batting average, which in that time, remember how he was such a light hitter? Like Brad was the running joke. Brad Ausmus, this must have been his career year. He hit 269. The lightest hitter in the starting lineup was Ricky Gutierrez at 261. At 261, Ricky Gutierrez would be the 3rd best hitter in this lineup from an average standpoint. The only people better, Pena and Alvarez. Everyone else is under 261. As a matter of fact, everyone else is under 252.
Well, okay.
Nobody is hitting higher than 252 other than Pena and Alvarez.
And
of the starters.
Who's got the 2nd best OPS in the American League? The Astros. Who's hit the second most
that can't be true.
Who's
in
hit
the whole
second most
wait.
homers?
Are you talking about the last 20 games or the whole season?
The season.
The Astros are what, number 2 in the season in the American League for OPS?
OPS.
John, did you just hear what I told you? There's no way this is true. Their OPS, how many? They have 2 guys who are in the 800s.
It's Tampa 1, Astros 2.
For OPS in the league. It's that bad. The Astros have several players under 500. I mean, under 700. Well, I shouldn't say several. You have Vasquez, who's a part-time player. Yainer Diaz, who's a part-time player. So that's the catcher position. Cam Smith is under 700. For some reason, I have Jake Myers in here, but he didn't play enough. That seems impossible. Is Jordan doing that
really?
much?
Because they're 5th in the league in average. The Yankees are last, 229. The Yankees are hitting 229 this year.
That is as a lineup. The Yankees, a lineup.
That's baseball today.
Are getting hit less. They're hitting less than a 230 as a lineup.
The Astros have a 732 OPS, which is 2nd in the league. It's incredible how bad it is. They got 168 homers, just 3 behind the Yankees.
That's unbelievable how bad that is.
It's so different than it was then, though.
No, yeah, no one can hit.
That Astros lineup today, hitting the way that they hit, would be the Astros would be running away with everything.
You'd win 113 games.
Yeah.
If you had that whole team would kill this in Minute Maid Park in Daikin Park.
Holy crap!
Alou, Bagwell, Biggio. Well, of course, Bagwell, Biggio played in this park, but Alou and all those guys played here. I mean, Richard Hidalgo did as well. But yeah,
and the pitching was way better too.
And the pitching
now
Lima couldn't pitch here.
No, well,
Lima benefited from pitching in a cavernous stadium.
Shane
There's
Reynolds,
no way around it.
Randy Johnson, Mike Hampton. The way they were pitching that year, this team would be running away with the whole league.
Yeah.
The Dodgers beat
Well,
damn.
except for Dave
we
Clark.
can't hit
Dave
worth
Clark would have ruined it all.
Yeah, he would have
Dave
ruined
Clark
it all.
would have ruined everything.
We can't hit worth the crap. This is so.
Can't hit worth the crap. And
I wish I wouldn't have
in the
looked at the
league.
98. Now the 98 Astros team to me was right there with the 2019 Astros team in terms of upper level talent. Both of them ended their seasons in disappointing fashion. One losing in Game 7 of a World Series, and the other getting beat by Sterling Hitchcock with Randy Johnson on the mound. Somehow you lost that game in San Diego.
13 strikeouts to Sterling Hitchcock.
Weren't you on the road for that or no?
I was there. Dude, I found myself a spot. I was on the field.
But you were on the radio the next day. How were you on the radio the next day? Because we talked about it the next day, I thought.
I did the post-game show for that game, and then I was on the radio, yeah.
Well, where? You were doing it from San Diego?
It's from San Diego. I've never seen Jerry Hunsaker. I've never seen a general manager madder.
You haven't?
So mad. Oh, my God. He was so mad. He was like, there's changes coming around here. We can't. This is ridiculous.
And they were loaded. There's changes coming. Let's just run it back. Let's do nothing. Don't do anything rash. There's a bunch of guys who are getting RBI. Yeah, but yeah, this level of baseball, there's just a bunch of plumbers playing today in Major League Baseball. That's the thing. It's like the LeBron people say when Jordan played. Now baseball just has a bunch of plumbers just taking uppercut, launch angle swings, just plumber hitters.
No.
Any pitching stats? I don't want any great pitching stats. I'm not gonna. Mizrowski, big deal. He's pitching against a bunch of plumbers now.
And what was the team OPS for that team? I'll bet it was incredible.
Oh my
this
God.
team OPS is 7-something, and it's second in the league. It's ridiculous. It's 732.
You really? Are you sure you're getting the right?
I got the right.
You're sure?
I'm positive. No, I knew this. And the Astros, their power numbers are great. Yes, this Astros team. And it's 732. You know what the OPSs of those teams were? And this is supposed to be, we care more about doubles and home runs and power. Well, your OPSs suck. The OPS sucks. What are you talking about? Well, you got one guy that's in the league that's over 1,000 now. You used to have guys, a bunch of guys that would hit over 1,000 OPS.
Team OPS. The Astros in Major League Baseball that year were 2, 4, 6, 8, 9th with a 792.
792, and they were 9th.
They're 9th.
This is 732, and they're second in the
Yankees
AL.
were 825. There were actually 5 teams over 800.
Yeah.
Well, you weren't lying. 800 really was the standard back then.
It was a standard. It ain't no more. 750 now is like the standard.
The league average was 755. Was the league average for a team.
Average.
League average was 755 for a team. For a team.
Now, if you're a 755 OPS guy, you're making $20-25 million a year. It's incredible. It's stupid.
The Astros were below the league average in home run, but they also hit in the dome. It was huge.
We got a break. We're up against it.
Ooh, this is gross.
Yep. All right. Don't go anywhere.
You're listening to John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
So this is our penultimate segment, which means what did we miss? A couple of things. Apparently there's a newly found smoking gun document that could derail Brian Flores' case against the NFL and all the teams. They're not releasing what that document is, but Korn Ferry, which is a search firm, found a document that apparently will destroy his hopes and dreams of being a bajillionaire.
Well, they're the consultants that help with locating coaches for coaching jobs too.
Yeah, they're a search firm. They went through all of the documents. Another thing they searched for is they've searched through all emails and all that stuff, and they say they found something that will derail his case. So we'll see. Also, your commissioner says there will definitely be an NFL team outside of the United States of America.
I think that's the question is when. The logistics of travel you will have to do. I don't know. My guess is, John, you'll have to do 3. Like maybe you want to do 3. It's going to be London for sure. I would think for sure. Maybe Germany, but I would think you have to come into the States and play. Are we going to get to a spot where there's 2 bye weeks again? Because you almost would have to have that for an international team. Because what you want to do is have them come in town and then maybe play three straight weeks in the States, right? A London team.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Because if you're going to fly over to the States, maybe 3 straight games, and then the last game is a Thursday game, and then that way they can fly back and there's a little extra time, and then their next game would be a Sunday game. You can work around bye weeks, things like that. I could see it happening, but I do think you have to – you're going to have 8 to 9 teams traveling overseas to one location. That's a lot.
Yeah. London is probably it. Mexico City, maybe?
Well, yeah. Mexico City actually is much easier. Travel-wise, that's nothing.
Easier trip for everybody.
Yeah, that's nothing.
Yeah.
I mean, nothing's close to Seattle, depending on where they have to travel. But
New York or Boston, it's not going to be close.
Yeah, but it's not terrible.
But it's not
4 and a half hour
Boston
flight.
to L.A. is 5 hours.
Yeah, but New York to Mexico City, I bet you is 4.5 hours on a flight. I bet.
Yeah,
and you're right. Boston, like West Coast to East Coast, San Francisco to New York. That's going to be a longer flight than it is for a lot of teams going to Mexico City. Now you're right. International. If you said Mexico City, yes. That makes the most sense.
Right.
You could see that. And as somebody who went to Mexico City, I spent a little bit of time there. It's kind of like being but I spent more time in Japan, so I'm more Japanese than I am Mexican, I guess. But you do have areas, like Mexico City is great. Phenomenal food, some of the best. They have 2 of the best restaurants in the world. They have like 3 of the best bars in the world, best cocktail bars in the top 50 in the world. And there's a lot of really cool cultural stuff, but there are pockets where you go. Like, this area is great, this area is great, this area is great. And they'll tell you, especially if you have guides, we're not going here, in this area here, or over here in this area. We're not doing that either. So, but you could say that about every city. I can tell you in Houston, I'm not really a big fan of just hanging out under the underpass at, where 59 runs into 59, the 59 at the spur, the underpass underneath the spur in that area. Not really a big fan of the underpasses of 59 as we get past Shepherd. It gets a little bumpy. I'm not trying to have an NFL team go there either. No. Or downtown Houston at night. I don't want an NFL team trying to play games in downtown Houston at night.
Well, that's
just in the streets of downtown Houston.
No, we're not playing in the streets of downtown.
There's areas of Chicago that you circle, and we're not going here.
No.
There's areas of San Francisco. Of course, they don't play football in San Francisco anymore. It's Santa Clara. So I guess the same thing could be said. But this is where you're living, though. You'd be living in Mexico City. You'd be living in London. I guess you'd have to find a way to have another stadium in London.
If the Bears move to Indiana, is that considered a foreign country? No.
No, that's the heartland, baby. That's America.
Oh.
That's super America.
It is. It's not. It ain't gonna be America for a lot of Bears fans. That's for sure.
No.
Did you guys see the video of someone at the preseason game in Soldier Field? They're sitting, got to be top row, and they pan over.
Yeah.
You could see the refineries, and it just looks like the ugliest place on earth. And there's Hammond.
There's Hammond
across the
right.
river.
You could
wait.
Hammond
You could see Hammond.
It's all smokestacks.
Yeah.
And
It's that relatively close to where you can see it from Soldier Field.
Yeah.
Oh well, no wonder they're going there. I knew it was much closer than headed north.
Well, it's a ways off. It's
okay. You can just see it.
It's
from,
because you're looking across the water.
Oh no, it's not great.
Well,
Hammond is not great.
People on the far south side of Chicago are going to be closer to them now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Than they were.
Well, you have to go around.
And the best. I was talking to my son about this. All stadiums get built in low-income areas because that's where the land is cheapest. So all stadiums are purchased wherever the land is cheapest. That's typically where they build. Hammond was cheap. I told you Matt Smith's brother is like the mayor of Hammond, and they set up such a sweetheart deal for the Bears that he told Matt it's basically going to have to be impossible for them to. The only way they can not say no to us is to leave so much on the table. It would just be almost impossible for them to. And for Hammond, they're like, we'll do all this because it means so much is coming into their city. So much is going to come into their city. In London, having football in London, it is kind of wild to think my dad coached in the inaugural season of NFL Europe, what used to be known as World League of American Football, which is unfortunate because they called it We Laugh, and everyone kind of made fun of it. And then it was NFL Europe, and he was on New York, New Jersey. So there was he lived in New York and New Jersey, and their team was New York, New Jersey. But they would go play, and he was telling me the teams. I think they played the London Monarchs was the team. You had Barcelona Dragons was one of the original teams. You had the Rain, which is Germany. They had the Rain Fire, Scottish Claymores. They've done this before. Mm-hmm. They did this in the early 90s, and it lasted until late in the 90s, I think, where they had NFL Europe. It actually, and he said they were, they would have a pretty good amount of people were filling up the seats in 90 and 91. Now the games are completely packed everywhere the NFL goes. I think 100% the NFL an NFL team would thrive in England. An NFL team would thrive in England. The logistics would be a question, maybe, how you'd get it done. But there are so many English fans who are football. I deal with them just with the draft. They create their own. We're Bengals fans, right? We have the Texans. You have UK Texans fans, UK Bengals. It's the same way you have Chelsea fans here, and I'm an Everton fan, so we got our big watch party at Pitch 25, the national Everton watch parties here in Houston, the national watch party, and I'm going to be part of it with Glenn Davis. I talked to Everton yesterday, and we're going to have Yakubu, who is a striker that they had 2007 to 2011, is going to be in town, and it's a big deal, and they want to grow the amount of Everton supporters. Well, the NFL supporters abroad, man, it's really big. It's really big. So I think an NFL team would actually do pretty well there. I wonder if you'd like to live there if you're an NFL player. Would it be I would think for some free agents, they would say, I'm not even considering the Jacksonville Jaguars or the London Jaguars. I'm not even going to consider them because I don't want to live there.
Well, and to think about how expensive it is, too. It is.
Yeah.
London is expensive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because people who play for the Giants and Jets, you don't live in Manhattan. You live in New Jersey. Some would live in Long Island, but you live by the stadium where you practice.
Yeah.
You live by the practice facility.
Right. Sean, did we miss anything today?
I was going to bring up the Goodell thing. I thought that was something that broke during the during the show. We didn't talk about the Lakers.
What Goodell thing about
Succession?
international?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh no, Succession. Oh.
Yeah, Succession happening with the Lakers, where the Bus brothers want to sell the team's stake to the group that's buying the Mark Walter part of it. The Bus family had, I think, like 18%, and the brothers want to sell their percentage. And Jeannie Buss is saying, no, I'm the operating governor of this. You can't sell without my permission. So it's a really weird story. Just the fact that the owner of the Lakers basically flipped the team while he's being investigated for fraud.
Yeah.
And now you throw in the subplot of the Buss family strife on the way out.
Yes, there's something we didn't mention. Steve Ballmer and the Clippers got away with murder.
Wait. ESPN retracted and then said, we stand behind our story. It's not for sure that Steve Ballmer is going to get away with this.
Oh,
it's
really?
Not sure yet.
The NBA refuted it, and like John said, I think ESPN retracted the statement.
Well, what they found is that they were not funneling money to Kawhi Leonard, I guess, right?
Well,
are they staying with that?
I don't.
There's still no smoking gun.
Kawhi's getting traded. That trade's going to go down now.
Likely, yes. Very likely.
But not sure Ballmer's getting off. ESPN might have jumped the gun with that report.
Cool, because that would be. This is one of the biggest. This is one of the biggest escapes from justice I would have ever seen.
Yeah.
If Steve Ballmer, with two different sources funneling money to Kawhi Leonard, maybe you couldn't put the dots together to put Ballmer in there. Ballmer's got to get something.
If the glove
Clippers
doesn't
have to get
fit.
something. If the glove doesn't fit, you must have quit. You
Mm-hmm.
must have quit Steve Ballmer. We also didn't mention this, although this is not a big story. Sierra Wright. John, you wouldn't know him. He was
he's an actor.
Well, he was a Bengals cornerback, and he is leaving now to take a role in a movie. And it turns out he's been in 7 different movies, including LeBron James' son in Space Jam 2. So he has been around the acting. He's got the acting bug. He loved both of them. He loved football. He loved acting. And Zach Taylor said he just chose acting. He said he was an ascending player in camp. He was actually playing really well, but he's just like, you know what? I think it's the right call. I think it's the right call. You're an undrafted free agent for the Bengals, or you can go
and be the
try and be an
lead
actor.
Yeah.
Your career will last longer there. Yeah, that's the right call.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, it's probably the right call. Just go act. You can always go back to football. Let's break. News of the Weird coming your way next right here on ESPN 97.5. Don't go anywhere. After a night of heavy drinking with friends, Beyhan Mutlu wandered into a nearby forest in Turkey and never returned home, prompting his wife and friends to contact authorities. So they got a search party together. A 50-year-old intoxicated man joined the search party, and for hours he helped look for the man who was lost in the forest. But it turns out he was looking for himself. He joined the search party that was looking for him. And after someone finally said, "Hey, Beyhan Mutlu, where are you?" And he was like, "I'm right here. What you guys need?"
How does that happen?
He was ship-faced. I said ship-faced.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. He joined the search party looking for somebody. For hours, apparently, he was in the search party.
I was just laying down for a while. I was just resting.
I'm right here. Who are we looking for? 13 Penn State fraternity brothers are charged with running a major cocaine trafficking ring.
Saw this one. One of them appeared to be one of your people, John.
Some pledges allegedly forced to cut and package cocaine as part of their indoctrination into the frats.
Well, and now you're in, right? So now you can't tell. Is that what it is? It's like, well, you've cut up and packaged cocaine now, so you can't tell
You're
us.
in.
You're in.
Yeah, you're part of it now,
You're
bro.
stuck now.
They got a picture of two of them. Boy, are they frat boys.
Oh, I know.
Did you guys ever have to package cocaine as part of your indoctrination, your hazing?
I never was in a frat. I did tell you the frat stories. I told you a couple of them. One was pretty bad.
Yeah, that
but
was
it
bad.
had nothing to do with cocaine, though. So, no.
Yeah. Apparently, well, you can't tell that one.
No, I really.
Yeah,
can't.
the one from the break, you really cannot
Yeah,
tell.
I really can't.
Priscilla Presley's son, Navarone. His name is Navarone. He's 39 years old. He's launched a GoFundMe page to start a pizza business. Do you guys want to contribute to Navarone Presley's pizza business?
No, not really.
I mean, he's a Presley. Is Priscilla Presley, is she broke? Is she?
No, he's just doing a GoFundMe.
I don't feel like you should do if you got. If you're Elvis Presley's grandson, I don't know that you should be GoFundMe in, do you?
Yeah, no, not really.
You'd think the Graceland money goes a little bit longer.
Unless he didn't get a piece of it.
One generation.
You would think. Lance, a new study says drinking coffee is linked to less body fat and more muscle.
I knew it. Coffee's great for you.
Coffee's
not good for you. Coffee's great for you. Of course, just wait 2 weeks and there will be a new study that contradicts that.
Right.
Coffee causes heart attacks. Well, but I'm cut though.
Yeah. Coffee.
Right.
I get shredded drinking coffee. Do you also have to lift, or can you just drink coffee?
We didn't say it wouldn't cause a heart attack. We just said it contributes to more muscle.
But do you have to lift, or do you just drink coffee and get swole?
You probably have to work out. I'm not sure that just drinking the coffee is going to get you ripped.
We would definitely notice if you didn't have to lift weights to get ripped drinking coffee.
What are you
I think
doing?
we would notice.
Golly, man, you're getting jacked. What are you doing?
Drinking coffee.
Coffee all day long, bro.
Coffee.
2 pots.
Drinking that coffee.
I can't sleep at night.
Yeah.
And I'm about to have
you
a heart
look
attack.
super dehydrated and you're jacked. What is it?
Yeah.
Nonstop caffeine
and
consumption.
your eyes are twitching. Yeah.
Mapes, what's next?
It is the bullpen with Brian McDonald and Sean Mapes.
It's the bullpen next right here on ESPN 97. What are some of the things that you're going to discuss this morning?
There's a high school. Well, this is one I pulled a Dell. I saved a good story. When you asked what'd we miss, I didn't give you my A stuff. There is a high school coach that got in trouble in a very humorous way.
There you have it. That's next right here on ESPN 97.5. Hope you enjoyed the show. We'll talk to you again tomorrow. Everybody have a great day.
Welcome into the Dale Olalea Show, but as the bullpen edition of said show, Brian McDonald, Sean Mapes, AJ Russ behind the glass, filling in for Dale one more time. We'll be in, we just found out tomorrow as well, Sean, and then also on Friday. Rahil will pick up the slack on Thursday before Dale returns this week. How you gentlemen doing?
Doing good. That's right. We'll be here now 4 out of the 5 days this week. 4 out of the 5 days,
and we still have the bullpen on Saturday, so...
Yes. Are we still doing that?
Okay. I think so. Maybe we should talk to Joe.
and Thursday for preview of Texans Raiders, all 2 hours. We're gonna have Raheel breaking it all down.
Oh, really?
Preseason.
Yeah. No one dives into the film.
120 straight minutes of preseason
of keys to the game for preseason game 2.
Exactly.
No one does that better than Raheel. So yeah, you have that to look forward to. And of course, Sean and I will be back on Friday to break down every single angle
reacting
of Texans
our hot takes
on a reaction Friday, Monday, whatever. But yeah, we got a lot to get into today. No Astros, other than maybe later in the show we'll talk about the news that they're calling up their number 9 prospect, Ethan Pecco. Maybe we could tag team that with what's going on with Kyle Tucker right now. Little baseball segment later in the show because Kyle Tucker is in it right now with the Dodgers.
Yeah.
That's
not going great.
It's kind of fun to watch from afar, but man, not fun to be Kyle Tucker right now. But before we get into some Texans, I stopped in on the way in as I usually do. Chick-fil-A, got a drink, went into the bathroom, just real quick, and I ran across one more time. Not this is the first time this happened. One of the things that annoys me most in this world is I walk into the bathroom. There's it's just one stall, one urinal, whatever, and the dude's in the stall with his talking on the phone with it on like a speaker as loud as they could possibly go. I don't know why we as a society have decided that this phone conversation cannot wait, so much so that not only will I talk to them in the bathroom, but I'm going to put it on speaker so so other jabronis like me can walk in and hear that you're talking about hot tubs with somebody for some reason in a Chick-fil-A bathroom.
I am interested about the hot tub. Okay, it's the Chick-fil-A bathroom, not the one here.
No, not the one here. Not the one here. Yeah.
No, I don't think
Please tell me neither of you are speakerphone in the stall. Can't hang up the phone.
I'm not a speakerphone guy.
Yeah, right.
In public, period. Yes. Even in my apartment, I don't.
I'll see people do that. Yeah, exactly. Even if I'm at home, I don't put it on speaker. But I'll see people do that in the elevator too, which maybe is more annoying because the personal invasion
Proximity,
of privacy,
yeah.
right? But it's, I guess, less weirder because I just.
Yeah, I mean,
just put. I'm guilty of not being able to put down the phone too. I get it. Like I'm not one. I be throwing glasses or throwing rocks in a glass house here a little bit, but I can put down the phone or at least not talk to someone on speakerphone while I'm in the bathroom.
I don't think I've ever had a conversation where I think it would have been appropriate to be in a public restroom or any restroom, a private restroom at that point, and be on the phone because there is an element of. If this conversation can wait, it can wait if I'm if I'm using the restroom. But also, if it can't wait, I kind of need to give it the respect of not sitting on a toilet
if it's so important. If it's so important, like something's going wrong with grandma.
Yeah.
Like let's wait till I get off the toilet.
I don't want my pants at my ankles when I'm talking about it. That's just me. But
I also don't want whoever I'm talking to hear said sounds.
Oh yeah, the urinal. Yeah,
you don't want to hear that. She's telling your mom's telling you about grandma and her dementia, and so you hear a flush. No one wants that.
I've been on the other side of phone calls where I'll hear a flush in the bathroom. I just I stifle a laugh. Well, I kind of want to chuckle every time.
Yeah,
it is
I would
funny.
call them out.
But yeah, normally I just kind of don't ask, don't tell.
Yeah, I don't get it because to your point, I wasn't even coming at it from that angle initially. It's just like weird. Like I wouldn't want. Because if I'm on the phone with the person, I find out in their bathroom, like, dude, you're just letting anyone that walks into the bathroom hear this conversation
on speaker too.
On speaker.
Now that I'm thinking about it, the speaker in a public place. Period.
It's weird. People do that. People do that. See, I don't go into the grocery store much anymore because I just do the curbside. But
Ballin'.
I guess. But like when I did, like people would do that there as well. They're just walking down the aisle holding the phone like this. Like okay.
How's it easier? I have no idea.
I like you can't wait to like just stay in the car a couple extra minutes, or hey, I'll call you back.
Or just like put the phone to your ear.
Or just put the phone
instead
to
of
your damn ear, Sean.
Instead of at your
AirPods, something like that.
at your collarbone, you're holding it like this.
Yeah,
it's like 6 more inches to hold it like that.
Right,
like, I don't,
right.
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah, I don't know. Some people are just weird about how they just want to like I've heard. I don't think Branham is a speakerphone in the bathroom guy, but like he has some weird things where like he wants to stack things he's doing to like be hyper efficient.
Okay.
So I don't know if this is a hyper efficiency thing, but the dude that I heard today was literally talking about hot tubs. So I don't think this was we have to get into this conversation about hot tubs, and I got to make sure I stack this with going to bathroom at Chick-fil-A.
Maybe he's a technician of some sort.
Yeah, he could have been.
You don't know.
Well, does it make it weirder? So I'm washing my hands. He comes out of the stall.
That's good.
Okay, yeah. That's check in the box. Yeah, check in the box.
Imagine
right?
if you're just like, I wasn't washing my hands.
I wasn't washing my hands.
Well,
funny you should say that.
He didn't.
So he comes out of the stall. He sees me. There's 2 things I think he should do in this situation. He didn't either. He first started to leave, but I think he noticed that I noticed him, and so he stopped. He's like, okay, I guess I'll wait to wash my hands. Like I think he felt peer pressure.
Yeah.
So he wasn't going to wash his hands. That's X1.
Strike.
Yeah, strike 1. Strike 2. He just set the phone down on the sink counter and just let the conversation keep going while he was waiting for his turn at the sink.
Yeah, this is.
And then even while I'm leaving, he's still phone on the counter, full conversation about hot tubs at Chick-fil-A, and not hot tubs at Chick-fil-A, but
hot tubs
at Chick-fil-A
while
talking
he's at
about hot tubs.
Chick-fil-A, yeah.
Still full conversation about hot tubs while at Chick-fil-A, and then I leave, and I don't know where the story concludes, but for me, it ended there.
Yeah,
I think that's maybe even weirder than actually talking on the phone in the stall. Because at least, I mean, not that I'm condoning it, clearly, from the past 8 minutes.
But at least you're sitting doing nothing.
And you might think you're alone in that situation. Although you should assume that, but you might think you're alone.
Yeah, he probably did, but yeah.
But now when you know you're not alone, to set the phone down in a communal place that is the one sink, and then just continue the conversation while someone's washing their hands.
Yeah, I don't like it.
I don't like this guy. I don't like this guy.
I've heard nothing that I liked.
Yeah, I don't know
except
if
the hot tub. I am interested in what the
AJ. This is not a Gen Z thing, right? This is not.
Oh, was this person?
That I know of.
This he probably looked
profile
like he was
this man.
Maybe like right about your age, Sean.
Okay, so a young man. Got it.
Yeah.
The 90s thing. No,
yeah, someone that's an unk, washed. I would say
a young man, born in the 1900s.
Yeah, you were born in the 1900s. I think that automatically qualifies you for being an unk. All right, we'll carry the Texans conversation over. That got a little carried away, but I saw that today at Chick-fil-A, and it bothered me, so I had to bring that to show. Make sure that my fellow coworkers are not also speakerphone in the bathroom guys. That makes me feel a whole lot better. So when we get back on the other side of the break, Will Kunkel, who's not filling in tomorrow because we're here, but he had a chance to talk with Texans offensive line coach Cole Popovich. We're going to borrow some of that audio, steal it, borrow it, whatever, and have some reaction because Cole Popovich thinks there's still some things to work on with the Texans offensive line, and had me wondering, like, are we maybe assuming too much that because they made moves, the offensive line is therefore fixed? That when the bullpen, no, when the Dale Olea show returns, Sean and I will be back in just a couple minutes.
This is the Del Olalea Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Del Olalea.
All right, welcome back into the Del Olalea Show. It is a bullpen takeover of the show. Brian McDonald, Sean Mapes, and AJ Russ behind the glass filling in for Del today, tomorrow, and Friday. Rahil will be in on Thursday. And coming up next hour at 11:30, we're going to play Will AJ Know Again? We'll test AJ's knowledge, not from before he was born, but 3 years after he was born? 2 years after he was born?
22 years ago.
Yeah, I guess we gave AJ a little bit of a clue there. We clued him in on the time frame, so he might have an advantage.
Don't look anything up that happened in 2000.
Don't say the year.
Mid-2000s.
Yeah, mid-2000s. We already gave him a really big
My
clue.
wheelhouse.
But Will AJ Know? Will AJ Know will be happening at 11:30. We'll need 2 callers in on the HRP listen line 713-780-3776 at 11:30, not now.
At 11:30, we need a yes and we need a no on AJ getting it right.
Yeah,
I'll
trivia
say.
Question. Are you going to handicap it? Because yesterday you're 50-50.
Yeah.
AJ got it wrong.
I'll
not calling you out, just factual statement.
I will admit my confidence. Well, I think because it's more recent, the question might be a little bit easier,
Right.
but my confidence is a little shaken given his performance yesterday. So I'll go like 55 no.
55 no. Wow.
40.
Yesterday you made a big deal of saying you have confidence in AJ as a man, as a person.
Oh, well, I still, as a man, I still have that confidence.
Okay.
Just to get answered this question
trivia
right.
is gone down. But as a man, still full confidence.
10 out of 10.
All right. I'm glad we settled
9.5.
Something we don't have, I would say, 10 out of 10 confidence in, Sean. Look at that transition.
That was beautiful.
Work. Texans offensive line. And, we've obviously spent what feels like 10 years talking about it at this point. Certainly the entire D'Amico Ryans era, in part because Nick Caserio can't hit on an offensive lineman. I heard Lance mention, I didn't even think about this on the way in, that they've drafted now 5 years in a row on offensive linemen in either the first or second round.
Yeah.
Now, hopefully Keelan Rutledge hits. Hopefully Ariante Ursary. I think we're all kind of like,
wasn't a miss.
Wasn't a miss yet, but we're not sure like what quality he is. Hopefully those work out and be cornerstones. But a lot of misses on that resume for Caserio. Well, anyway, Will Kunkel, who you hear on this station at times, and does great work on his YouTube channel, Kicking It with Kunkel. He had a chance to talk with Texans offensive line coach Cole Popovich, and in this conversation about the offensive line and where they're at, there was something that was said by the Texans offensive line coach that stuck out. Let's go ahead and hear it.
As far as technique, like all these guys got a long way to go. Right? We were just talking about padded practices. This is what we need. Full padded practices where we can really work our technique against another live human, because all the other stuff, is it real? We really need these padded practices.
So shout out to Cole Popovich, Texans offensive line coach, for actually giving what I thought was a real answer.
Keeping it real.
Yeah, it was a real answer. Often you hear D'Amico talk and Caserio talk, and there's nothing given even remotely what I would consider a real answer. It's all just, they're great.
Is that accurate?
They're having the best offseason of their life.
And then challenging the premise of the question.
Challenging the premise of the question, not knowing what windows are, not knowing what drafting for need is, telling us Joe Mixon's fine. We still have no idea what happened, right? So that felt like a real answer from Cole Popovich. And again, shout out to Will Kunkel. Check out his YouTube page, Kicking It with Kunkel, for more content like that. But that answer, Sean, I think had definitely me, and it seems like it had you kind of like perking up as well with him talking about, like, as far as technique goes, they still have a long way to go. Now, he could have been selling it as, well, we haven't got to hit anyone yet, so this is they would naturally, in this part of the process, have a long way to go because they haven't got to get practice against another colored jersey yet. But it had me thinking of, like, we all just kind of, well, they needed offensive line help, and they acquired offensive linemen, so problem fixed, right? I think we have a tendency sometimes to do that as fans of, they have a need, they addressed it, so
boom.
problem solved.
Wyatt Teller, Braden Smith, there you go.
Right, we just assume best case scenario. They first round pick, they brought in Wyatt Teller, they brought in Braden Smith, and everything's solved. But his answer there kind of had me thinking, like, are we maybe assuming too much that just everything is fixed with the Texans offensive line?
Yeah, there is an element of, well, it can't get worse, and
it can always
get worse. I mean, even like last year, they weren't like actually the worst team in the NFL, because a lot of times that's what happens. Where if you're 32nd, you're like, well, it can't get worse. It's like, no, you can still be 32nd and actually get worse.
Further back from 31, yeah.
Like if you, me, AJ were 3/5 of an offensive line, like you would also be worse than the worst offensive line.
We would still be 32, but we would be worse than the other 32.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I do think there's some of that at play. I think part of it is like what we said earlier with D'Amico Ryans, Nick Caserio. They're very good at being on message and very good at like painting the specific picture they want you to have of this offensive line. And it's like, oh yeah, no, because they focused on getting, run block, power blocking, they want to be a power running team with Nick Caley also has talked about this in year 2 of Nick Caley. And it's like, yeah, okay, like, sure. Like, if you're going to be, like, a below-average offensive line, you want to have, like, a skill that these below-average offensive linemen are good at. But there is still, like, they have to prove it because in the NFL, like, unless you're Tyler Lindenbaum, Trent Williams, like, if you're a free agent as an offensive lineman, like, your team has decided that your incumbent team has decided they do not want you on your team anymore or on that team anymore. So I do think that this is a little bit more scrap pieces with Wyatt Teller and Braden Smith, although they do have NFL starting experience. They are more of like kind of not scrap heap players, but like they are, I guess value signings, budget signings that are, you shouldn't be penciling them in to be like, yep, boom, fixed, left guard, done, Wyatt Teller.
Yeah, because like, this is not quite an apples to apples comparison, but to your point of like if their previous teams are letting them go, there has to be a reason why they've made that decision. Because teams don't just like, yeah, we want to get rid of a player that's playing really well for us, and we still think has future value, which had me thinking of as a cross sport comparison, like the Pirates are not a team that can go out and outspend everyone in free agency, right? So if they're letting it go of a pitcher like Mike Burrows, who has 5 years left of team control, it's probably because they don't think he's very good. Like Dana Brown and people after seeing like one spring training outing were saying, oh, that guy's the second best starter on the team. He's the 2 behind Hunter Brown as your ace.
It was a good spring training game.
It was a good spring training game. It really was. It was, as far as spring training games go, it was like top notch. But like, there's a reason why the Pirates said, yeah, you know how us as a franchise never spend money on anybody, and this guy has 5 years left of team control. We're okay with getting rid of him.
Yeah, Brandon Lau
for non-top level prospects, right? So, like, I do think there's something there, like specifically with Wyatt Teller, because I think it's two different things between Wyatt Teller and Braden Smith. Is if we're painting the picture of why their teams let them go. With Wyatt Teller's obviously age, like he's a 3-time Pro Bowler. But he's now at an age where the Browns, they let Joe Thomas play out his entire career, so it's not like they're one of those teams like the Tampa Bay Rays that's constantly churning over as guys get older. Like I think they would have let him finish out his career if they thought he was helpful. And the other side of that, the Colts have a quarterback coming off an Achilles injury, and they're like, yeah, Braden Smith, he can go. So I do think we can't completely buy into the idea of, well, just because they added guys that were maybe better than what the Texans had last year, like these teams, the Colts and the Browns, let these guys go for a reason. Now, Keelan Rutledge may be the truth. He was a first-round pick. We'll see. But, like, I think there has to be a thought process and a conversation about why the Browns let Wyatt Teller go, why the Colts decided not to match on Braden Smith, because it wasn't a very big contract. It's like 2 years, a little over $20 million. It wasn't some contract where the Colts said, well, we can't possibly pay that. Hell, they went out and paid Alec Pierce well over $100 million. So they had the room. Like there has to be that part of the thought process of, yeah, we think they're better because they went out and spent on this, but there may be a reason lurking as to why these guys were not retained by their teams.
Yeah. And for every, Ed Ingram level of like
there's a Laken Tomlinson
reclamation, whatever you want to call
Laken Tomlinson.
Yeah, there's
same year.
There's 10 Laken Tomlinson. So there's just not that many good offensive linemen in the NFL where there's so many that a team like the Browns or the Colts can get rid of good ones, which is interesting considering the Browns went out and got Titus Howard. Like they went out sign Titus Howard for
Yeah.
$20 million.
Traded the fifth.
Yeah, and there's an element of like, well, would I rather have Titus Howard for 20 or Wyatt Teller for 8 or whatever he's signed for?
Yeah,
It's
it's like $10 million a year, or $11 million a year, something like that.
So there is an element of like, it is the Browns we're talking about. You know, they're not exactly, you know, the peak
lighting it up with the scouting department.
Peak of NFL talent evaluations.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think the sell would have to be just that, like, these guys will be good at something. You know, they will be good at
what a bar to
yeah, like they will have a identity that is consistent among all 5 guys, where it's like, you know, their Madden ratings aren't going to be any better than last year's Madden ratings, but they have like some chemistry together.
One trait in there, and it's run blocking, which is the other thing that, you know, because the offensive line conversation obviously always comes back to C.J. Stroud, and I think you're right in that Caserio identified the need for run blocking. We saw how badly they struggled in the red zone last year, converting from, you know, short yardage and goal line. Yeah. If they weren't the worst team in the league at goal line, they were the second worst, right? We know they were god awful.
Goal to go success rate.
Yeah, they were awful. So I mean, credit to Caserio for like, okay, we clearly need that, and he went out and got it. Wyatt Teller is a run first blocking guard. I mean, Braden Smith, same thing at tackle. Keelan Rutledge profiles that the guy they drafted, played guard at Georgia Tech. Looks like will now play center. So they went out and found that. You add that to David Montgomery. I think they've improved their ability to pick up short yardage. Do you have the stat?
Yes. Goal to go success rate. This from Warren Sharp.
Yeah.
In 2025, your Houston Texans coming in 28th.
28th, better than I thought.
Better than the Jets.
Still really bad.
They're behind the Browns and Raiders and ahead of the Jets, Chiefs, Saints, Giants.
So a lot of teams picking in the top 10 of the NFL draft.
Yeah, and the Houston Texans.
And the Houston Texans, right? So really, really bad. So they went out, like, I don't think it's wrong to assume that they fixed that, given the profiles of these 3 offensive linemen, plus, you know, getting a tough runner like David Montgomery into the system.
Well, I can see the vision. Yeah.
Right. I see the vision. I see the plan of attack, our identity. I mean, you have a defensive head coach. We want to be tough. We want to run the ball on 3rd and short. We want to run the ball on the goal line. They couldn't do that out last year. They went out and attacked the offseason. They got that. Fine. What that doesn't answer is, can they block for CJ?
Yeah.
Can they block for a quarterback who might be starting to see ghosts and see the pass rush like other quarterbacks who've got beaten up for a couple of years have? So that is the great unknown, and I think that's what people like, oh, they fixed the offensive line. I think they fixed it for the run game. I don't think we can assume anything as far as if they fixed it for pass protection.
Yeah. And if you want to just go with the blueprint of like, yep, we're going to, you know, Wisconsin football this. I normally say Iowa football, but people don't like getting compared to Iowa football. I don't know what the flirting harassment difference that's happening there, where it's like Wisconsin's okay.
One of those teams is a top 25 team.
And it's Iowa.
It's Iowa.
Yeah, Iowa's been better in the last 5 years.
I know. Luke Fickell's on the hot seat.
But yeah, it is we're gonna run for, you know, between Marks and Montgomery, like what, 1,800, 1,700 yards, like whatever the number you want to set it at.
I'm sure they'd love to have, like, not that anyone would be airy in this situation, but like Airy and Ben Tate, like, just let's hand the ball off every play.
They would win the Super Bowl.
They would win the Super Bowl.
35 points every game.
Yeah, if they had an Airy and Ben Tate situation.
But if they can build it like that, where yes, you're right, they aren't building like a great pass protecting unit for CJ Stroud, or pass protecting line for CJ Stroud. But at the very least, like, you are avoiding, hopefully, if the running game is what you are shooting for, you're not going to be in that many 3rd and longs where it is straight drop back, depending on, you can be in 3rd and shorts a little bit more,
which
short
was a
yardage.
Huge problem last year.
Get rid of the ball fast. So again, like, I can see the message that they're selling. I can see all of that. It is just, at the end of the day, like, you got to go out there and prove it. And so far with Nick Caserio, like, they haven't proven it ever. The offensive line, they have not, like, somehow the 2023 Houston Texans had the best offensive line of this entire era. And it was George Fant and like randoms.
George Fant. And that year started off, I think, with CJ getting sacked 7 times in their first 2 games.
Yes.
And then they basically just started max protecting. And to your point, like, the offensive line for the most part, that year was good enough. And then it
was Charlie
obviously
Heck on that team, or was he?
Oh God, I don't know.
Was he thrown overboard?
I don't know. I
in
mean,
2022.
who else would have been on that team? Like they've had such huge turnover at the offensive line position.
And like you said, like they've
who is left from that from the offensive line that started in that playoff game at Kansas City that gave up 8 sacks? Who's left?
Oh, nobody.
Nobody, right?
Heck started 4 games for the 2023 Houston Texans,
and that was better than what they've put out on the field the last 2 years. Yeah. An offensive line starting Charlie Heck and George Fant.
Only 4 games of
Still,
Heck, but
the fourth of the season. The fourth of the season, bro.
Yeah, it was not what you want to see. But yeah, like you said, Ursery, Blake Fisher was a second-round pick.
Yeah.
Drew Scruggs, second-round pick.
Yep. Miss.
Who's
Kenyon Green.
Kenyon Green, first-round pick. Yeah, it like you can. I remember this was something probably in 2024 where it's like they need to invest in the offensive line. At that point, they had Laramie Tunsil and Titus Howard. Like all they do is invest in the offensive line. They're just not good.
I had this a short Twitter
screaming match.
No, Twitter argument with
said things you can't take
with
back.
the host. Yeah, my wife wasn't having it that day. No, I had a short Twitter argument like a year, maybe. No, I think it's right after the Kansas City loss in the playoffs a couple years ago, where they gave up 8 sacks with another host at another station. And he made the exact same point. He's like, the Texans aren't serious if they don't invest in the offensive line. And like my point along the lines of what you just said is like literally no team has invested more in the offensive line than the Houston Texans. They just suck at it.
Yeah.
Like, because this is going back further than even what you mentioned with all the draft picks. That was paying Laramie Tunsil huge money multiple times.
They brought in Shaq Mason.
Extending Titus Howard for a big contract. Shaq Mason, like they traded for Shaq Mason and they extended him. Like, no team has put more into their offensive line than the Houston Texans. They just suck at evaluating talent on the offensive line.
Which is like somehow actually worse. It's like actually worse.
I'd rather you just like take it flippantly that like, we're good. Because at least you could then flip the switch and like address it than not have a clue as to how to evaluate it.
You cannot try harder than they're trying.
No.
If this line is a good line, it would be the first.
It would be. It would be the first. All right. We'll get out of there. If you want to weigh in on the Texans offensive line, you can hit us up on the HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. I'm on Twitter at SatBatBMax. Sean is at Sean and Mapes. And AJ behind the glass is at Swaggy Russ. That HRP listener number again, 713-780-3776 is the same number you'll need when we give away 2 or 1 pair of listener party tickets coming up at 11:30 with the game of Will AJ Know? On the other side of the break, when we get back, ESPN put out, Sean, like a next 3 years power rankings looking ahead to the NFL and season 2027 through 2029. And we'll take a look at where the Texans ranked on that list and if we think that's fair or not. That one, the bullpen takeover of the Dale Olea show continues, ESPN 97.5.
This is the Del Olaleya Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleya.
All right, welcome back into a bullpen takeover, the Dale Olaleya Show. Dale will be back on Monday. Sean Mapes, myself, Brian McDonald, AJ filling in today, tomorrow, and Friday. Raheel will be on Thursday to give a full 2-hour nonstop Texas Raiders preview. Right, Sean? You're booking that show. You'll be producing that day. It's 2 hours nonstop Texas Raiders preview, right?
Nonstop preview.
Position by position.
Mm-hmm.
Who has the most to earn, most to gain tonight? Texas Raiders.
If you're wearing a jersey number in the 40s, we will talk about you.
You're specifically going to clue in on roster spots 70, right, roster spots 70 through 90, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Good. I like that. I will tune in.
Over 35 to 58. We'll talk about you.
All right. So ESPN put out a next 3 years power ranking, looking ahead to the NFL in years 2027 through 2029, and just rank teams and how the roster looks and how the team is set up with their coaching staff. I guess guys on long-term contracts, because obviously a lot of guys will be off the books by that time, and just rank the teams for how they're set up for the next 3 years after this upcoming season. And your Houston Texans come in at 8, Sean, which kind of feels about where they are in the current day rankings a lot. Like
that is true.
Yeah, that's just kind of where they are. Like forever and a day until D'Amico took over, the Texans, even when they're good, just kind of lived that like, well, when a power ranking comes out, they're going to be 15,
fourth best team in the AFC.
Yeah, they're just going to be they're going to be 15, right? That's where they're going to be. Now they've kind of moved into a category where like they're always going to have the hot, sexy teams that get the bump up. You're going to get the teams with a great quarterback that get the bump up, and then the Texans are the next team after those teams run out.
Yeah.
So this is kind of where they've lived for the D'Amico Ryans era, like about around the 8th best team.
Because other than 2018 and 19, and maybe going into the 20 season, like they've never had a quarterback that's like the sexy quarterback.
No.
And even Deshaun Watson in those years.
There was a brief time where Deshaun was that guy, but
he wasn't. There was another tier above
for
him.
sure.
They haven't had that like number one quarterback. So yeah, I think 8 is, again, when the Texans are good, they're about 8. they're about 8.
Right? Because what do they always do? They get to the division round and they lose. How many teams make up the division round? 8. So
yeah.
I mean, it's like that's just where they are. So
and they're behind 2 AFC teams.
Yeah. So first blush when I saw that, like 8th overall, I was like, yeah, okay. So they break it down by overall roster excluding quarterback. Well, I'm glad they did that. They gave us one of those. I'm glad they gave us one of those. They also gave us a quarterback though, so we can't avoid it too long. And the other 2 categories were coaching and front office. So the Texans overall roster excluding quarterback, which arguably this might be, I guess the offensive line weighs in. I guess I can't hit them too hard here. But their rank was 4th. Now, I feel like if they gave us a defensive roster, we could make the argument that they're number 1. But yeah, their overall roster, excluding quarterback, was ranked 4th out of 32. Quarterback, this might be a little generous, but they ranked him 14th out of 32.
Mm-hmm.
Like Jeremy and Joe and I did our rankings. I don't think any of us had them that high. I think Jeremy was the highest, 16. Coaching is 12, which I think is too low. Now, if you want to argue Nick Caley, the offensive line coaches really have improved the offensive line as the part of the overall coaching, fair. But if it was just head coach, I think D'Amico's higher than 12. And then front office is at 10, which obviously huge ding for not being able to fix the offensive line, as we talked about in the last segment. But overall, I would probably put Nick Caserio's job at higher than 10. I'd probably put him like 7 or 8, kind of like wherever the Texans are. But what do you think of these overall rankings here, Sean?
I there's not like a huge, I don't really have a huge issue with any of these. The front office is one where it's, to me, that's like just hard to parse, especially like.
Wasn't it just you hit on your draft picks?
Yes, but the fact that Nick Caserio's hit on basically every defensive draft pick, like, do I give Nick Caserio that entire credit, or
is it go to
one of the best defensive coaches in the league?
It just goes to D'Amico. Because he makes it work.
And so that's the issue I'm having, because when you talk about Nick Caserio, like, it's always like, I mean, after Nico Collins, really, has there been like an awesome offensive draft?
I mean,
pick?
Tank Dell, but obviously injuries.
Yeah. Okay.
Tank Dell as a 3rd round pick was a really good pick. I mean, Woody Marks is a 4th round pick.
We'll see.
I think was better than the average 4th round pick.
At running back?
Dameon Pierce for a year was a good pick for a year.
Did he pick Dameon Pierce?
Yeah.
He was. I always forget he was
I would even say, so we're only talking offense here, right?
Yeah.
I would say Davis Mills is a 3rd-round quarterback. All right. That's a 3rd-rounder who could come in and win games.
Sure. But then when you're talking about, was C.J. Stroud a good pick?
Time will tell.
So you missed on the starting quarterback.
Time
will tell on the starting quarterback.
Time will tell on the starting quarterback. But damn it, that backup. Well done, Nick.
What? And when he was the starter, by the way, you picked in the top 5 every year.
Yeah, that's true. All right, that's fair. That's a fair rebuttal. All I'm saying is Davis Mills surpassed.
He won 3 games last year. That's what you're saying.
I'm saying he surpassed the expectations of the draft slot.
Yeah,
quarterbacks you draft. I know. Russell Wilson. But for the average quarterback taken in the 3rd round.
Prescott, 4th round.
Yeah, facts. Tom Brady. Let's just keep going. Tom Brady, 6th round pick.
Ever heard of him?
All right, shut up. All right, so so like looking at the overall rankings, AJ's not gonna like this, but we'll go through it here. Seattle Seahawks are number 1. I don't think there's much argument there. Their GM has put together 2 completely unique Super Bowl champions with completely unique rosters, completely unique coaching staff. Mike McDonald is one of the best coaches in the league.
Where they have him? 3?
They have coaching. They have 3 overall roster excluding quarterback 1, quarterback 16. So lower. Sam Darnold lower than CJ on this list, and then front office too because John Schneider's put like I said, he's put together 2 completely unique Super Bowl champions. So no problem with Seattle being 1. AJ, the Eagles are number 2. Any thoughts on the Eagles being number 2?
It's cute. They're going to be looking for a quarterback in a couple years.
The 14th best quarterback in the league.
I think that's actually fair. That sounds like they're more on your side there, AJ.
I mean, isn't that what they gave C.J. Stroud?
Yeah, I think it was. Like, are they tied for 14?
Yeah,
they must be tied for 14.
They're both 14.
They have their overall roster 2nd, which excluding quarterback that is, and front office 1. Which
AJ, would you rather have C.J. Stroud or Jalen Hurts?
Ooh, yeah, good question.
They're both 14 on according to this list.
Who would you rather have, AJ?
I gotta say Jalen Hurts though, because I mean he's performed in the Super Bowl.
Man, he hates Jalen Hurts.
I know.
I don't hate anyone.
That is
very
the
damning.
biggest indictment I think so far that I've heard of C.J. Stroud. That this man here would rather have.
Yeah, I mean the run game would
Hurts.
get better.
The running game would get better.
Yeah.
3 is the Lions. Then we have 4 Broncos. 5 Rams, which I think that's mostly a little bit lower because they're old.
Yeah. I'm if I were to guess,
Patriots 6 and Packers 7 make up the 7 teams above the Texans.
And that's what's hard with these like future rankings because like if I'm the Rams, it's like you're at worst number 2 in 2016 or 2026, and in 2027 like. Probably some drop off, but it's still mostly like
28. They could be one of the worst teams in the league.
Exactly. So it's like, how do you actually like
Myles Garrett's
they might win the
obviously
Super Bowl this year. They're if not the favorite, one of the favorites.
They're the Vegas favorite
to win the Super Bowl this year. But also in 2028, they might be bad.
They might be real bad. Like Sean McVay has talked about going and getting into the media.
Yeah. I mean, quarterback.
Stafford will be gone.
Quarterback. They
Myles
gave him
Garrett's probably gone.
Quarterback. They gave him a 24.
Well, yeah, I guess that's a non-belief in Ty Simpson is what that is.
Yes. If you're only giving Stafford maybe 2 years, maybe you.
I mean, hell, we can't.
He could retire after.
He had to get an epidural last year to play through that season and played really well, won the MVP. But how many times can he keep doing that as he gets older and older and closer to the age of 40? So of the teams that had the Texans, is there anyone that you give kind of a little bit of a side eye as to maybe moving the Texans above them?
The teams ahead of them?
Yeah. So again, those teams were the Packers at 7, the Patriots at 6, the Rams at 5, the Broncos at 4, Lions 3, Eagles 2, and Seahawks 1.
It's tough because they were literally the number 1 seed last year in the AFC, and if their quarterback doesn't break his ankle on the second to last play of the game,
the Super Bowl.
They probably make the Super Bowl at the very least. But the Broncos, mostly just because of the quarterback.
You don't believe in Bo Nix?
Yeah,
you're not a Bo Leafer.
Nix versus Stroud. It's like rather just
kind of the same guy.
I'd just rather have Stroud. Like I the Nix thing. I'm still waiting for the like.
Oh, did we miss that when we did the cross-racial quarterback comparison? So should we just go on Bo Nix, C.J. Stroud?
No, because they're not that similar.
Yeah, it's true. Bo Nix runs a little bit. CJ doesn't run.
Yeah. But check out the killer or the Jeremy and Joe's.
I think my comp for Stroud was Jared Goff.
Okay. Yeah. That is cross-racial.
Quarterback.
That is cross-racial.
Yeah, it's about as cross-racial. Goff is very white.
Yeah, blonde. Yeah, you don't get much more.
He's about as white as it gets.
But yeah, I think the Broncos. I mean, they have young talent on the team, but like this is where the D'Amico Ryans versus Sean Payton thing. It's like it's close and funny that they were both hired in 2023 or 2023 was the first
Texans
season.
talked to Sean Payton.
Yeah,
job.
And so it's like coaching. I'm kind of, like that's kind of a wash. If anything,
probably. Yeah,
I mean, I guess resume you have to give it to Payton, but like for 2028, who I think is the better coach, and then the rosters like the Texans, like you said, like they don't have everyone signed for the next 3 years. They have everyone signed for the next 2. You know, like
like the entire defense is locked up for this year and next.
Yes,
the entire defense.
And Collins just got a raise. Nico just got a raise. He didn't actually get more years. So maybe that's the whatever rub that there's no one on offense that you're like in 2028 will be a productive member of the Houston Texans.
That is maybe a reason to move the Texans like a spot down from where you like first blush would put them because of Nick Caserio's track record for the most part of he doesn't hand out long-term contracts. It's like 2-year deals, 3-year deals. So like without looking at the top of my head, I don't think there'd be many guys still signed up through through the end of 2029. Like I guess Will Anderson would be like he literally just re-upped, but outside of that, no. Well,
he signed a 3-year deal, but does it kick in this year?
No, because it's technically a 5-year deal because it paid off the last 2 years of his rookie deal, so he would still be under contract. But there would be a lot of guys under contract by the end of 2029 of the Houston Texans roster. So there is definitely, I mean, and that's probably true for most NFL teams, but that is a bit of an unknown when it comes to the Houston Texans.
Yeah, and I think in the write-up for this they mentioned Lassiter.
Which he's got 2 years left on his current rookie deal, so we'll see there.
Yeah. There's no one above. Like I said the Broncos just to have an answer because it's sports radio, and it would be very bad if I was just like, no, I think they got it right.
Nailed it.
Yeah, good. You know what?
Kind of think the Packers. That's only moving them up one spot. I'm just not a big Jordan Love guy.
Yeah,
and the wide receiver talent, like it's a lot of wide receiver 4s, in my opinion, a lot of wide receiver 3s, like it. Yeah, and I know there's a Longhorn / Coogan there with Matthew Golden, but who caught 0 touchdown passes in the regular season last year.
Some of that's on Love. Love missed them for at least 2 touchdowns.
Again, I'm not in on Love. Christian Watson's always hurt. Jonathan Jacobs.
I hate that they paid Christian Watson.
Yeah, and you know Josh Jacobs is a little bit older now. Plus he's got some legal issues that may pop up, and there's a lot there. There's ACL. A lot there with the Packers that I think I probably move the Texans. Now it's only one spot, so it's not a dramatic shift. But if I were to pick one team to move the Texans ahead of, I think it's the Packers.
Yeah, but I have LaFleur like ahead, like meaningfully, not meaningfully as in like way ahead, but just like I do think there's a tier difference between LaFleur and Ryans.
It's not unfair.
Yeah, just track record. I think LaFleur's made it.
Although I think the Packers have lost their last 3 playoff games.
That sounds right.
Cover years, AJ. After they beat the Cowboys a few years ago, I think they've lost 3 in a row.
That sounds right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not great. D'Amico always gets one.
He always gets one.
Gets one playoff win.
Always gets one.
Appreciate the work you guys putting in.
Thank you, D'Amico.
Yeah, but
we're adding more work, D'Amico. They added tomorrow to our schedule. Unbelievable.
Yeah. I'm looking at the Packers defense, and it's hard with the defense being like they
do have Micah Parsons.
Yeah, but I mean Texans have Will Anderson.
Yeah, it's kind of a wash.
Yeah.
I'll take Will.
You'll take. Oh,
no, I'm gonna ask.
I can't.
I know I'm gonna ask a Packers hater here, but it's like, is there anywhere? Let's go to the Packers hater here. AJ, is there anywhere on the Packers that you would say, yeah, I would definitely take what they have over the Texans?
Nope. In fact, I think they're gonna miss the playoffs this year. But anyway,
there you go. AJ's on my side.
Do you want to take Love?
I knew that answer.
You want to take Love over Stroud?
Maybe slightly, but I don't think there's that much of a difference.
I will say with the Love Stroud thing, whatever, a minute after I gave credit to Mike LaFleur or
Matt
LaFleur. Can't believe I screwed that up that way. No, I thought if I screwed up, I'll screw it up the other way. But LaFleur, like, if I'm giving him credit for being an offensive mind and their quarterback is only marginally better than a guy who has no help and has had Bobby Slowick and Nick Caley call plays for him, like,
who we don't want to give a contract to.
Yeah. So maybe Stroud, if they just swap starting spots, like Stroud would probably we'd all have Stroud above Love if he got to play with the Packers.
Like if you were to swap them, like Freaky Friday them, I think Stroud would have a better season with LaFleur than Love would have with Nick Caley / Bobby Slowick.
Yeah. Okay. Then you know what? You talked me into Stroud
all right,
over Love.
Texans moving up one spot to number 7. There we go.
Still losing in the hypothetical divisional round to either the Broncos or the Pats.
Of course. That's forever their lot in life. Which you reminded me of something of getting the LaFleurs mixed up there. Have you seen what hell beat writers are going to have to go through
with Love?
Because the headline that came out about Jeremiah Love's ankle injury was LaFleur says Love might miss the rest of the preseason. You could completely reverse that. You have Mike LaFleur with Jeremiah Love, and you have Matt LaFleur with Jordan Love, and you can't even go initials because it's Bo J. Love. And it's both M LaFleur. Like they're gonna have to go full names.
Yeah,
it's gonna be so confusing.
Throw a hashtag cards on the end of that.
Yeah.
Red Storm or whatever their hashtag. Whatever their hashtag.
Yeah. Go Pack Go, wherever the hell they talk about. So that'll be a lot of fun for the Schefters and Ian Rappaports of the world. All right, on the other side of the break, D'Amico Ryan said everyone's playing on Thursday. I'm curious what your thoughts on that. Like, cause I don't know. Like, I just. After seeing what happened with Jeremiah Love getting 14 carries, I'm like, did we really need to see Will Anderson and Nico Collins play? We'll talk about that and a few other Texans items that get into the NFL as well. That when the bullpen takeover of the Dale Olea Show returns, ESPN 97.5. Welcome back in, ESPN 97.5, hour number 2 of the bullpen takeover of the Dell Olalea Show. Dell will be back on Monday. Sean and I in today, tomorrow, Friday. Raheel will be on Thursday to break down all things Texans Raiders. A little preview radio. Probably not. Maybe a little bit with you. And
we'll talk
about it. I'm mostly kidding. But we'll get into some more Texans here. And remember, coming up at 11:30, you got your chance to win a pair of tickets to the ESPN 97.5 listener party with another edition of Will AJ Know? Some trivia from either before he was born or when he was a very young man. We'll see if AJ will know. We'll need 2 callers at that time at 11:30 to the HRMP listener line, 713-780-3776. But carrying the Texans conversation over, Sean, D'Amico Ryan said the other day that he expects everyone who's healthy to play against the Raiders. Teams don't do the dress rehearsal anymore like they did back in the day.
I miss
those days. The game 3, they played 3 quarters.
Yeah. Or at least 2 quarters and like the first drive or 2.
There was the Cowboys. It was Cowboys Texans. I think in 2010 or 2011. That was like it felt like a real game. For 3 quarters, it felt like a real game. Arian Foster's running wild. I was like, hell yeah.
Yeah.
And then they pull the stars. Like, oh yeah, preseason. It was so weird. The stark difference between like one quarter to the next.
Yeah.
Whenever they pull the guys in the
and now that's just like first quarter or maybe like the second drive of the game.
I would doubt Stroud plays any more than 1 quarter. That's probably like, I would guess actually like 2 series.
If I were to parse what D'Amico said, I think everyone who's healthy will play ... at least a little bit. You know, like I
kind of like what they did against
was it the Dolphins?
It wasn't last year.
Yeah,
I think it was 2 years ago. They had the final game against the Titans, and like Nico Collins just stayed in for a little bit so he could get over 1,000 yards. Like they just basically play like a couple series.
Regular season.
Yeah. I think they'll treat it like that, like a week 18 game or week 17 game. That doesn't mean anything, right? Or no, it is week 18. Yeah. That doesn't mean anything. They'll probably play, I would say, 2 series, especially if CJ goes down, like throws a touchdown pass first series, they might just pull everybody after 1 series. But like in general, and I think this is probably sparked in my head because of what just happened with Jeremiah Love getting 14 carries in the first preseason game and then having a high ankle sprain that might have him miss the first week. But like in general, how much do you want to see the Wills, the Stingleys, the Kamaris, the Nico Collins of the world play in this game?
I think 2 drives. You know, I don't. Once you get to like 3, it really does. But start to get a little into Jeremiah Love zone because there is a difference between like playing a preseason game and getting 13 carries.
Yeah.
You know, like that's
for a lot of running backs. That's a full game.
I was gonna say, like, how many games did Woody Marks have last year when he had more than 13 carries? So
couldn't have been many.
I think you do need, like, I actually do value, like, you have to play football to get ready to play football. You know, like you do need to get out there at least a little bit.
Full take. Play football to be ready for pro football. But like my pushback, like I don't disagree with what you said, like intellectually, but in my mind, like how much is 2 series going to make the difference for Will Anderson?
Oh no, I think
you know what I mean. It's just like I get what you mean. Like
I just mean more holistically, like for the entire team.
You gotta hit somebody else. You gotta work your pass.
Cole
moves.
Popovich talked about
working their technique and being able to hit people in different colored uniforms. But like I guess for that upper echelon, which is probably Will, Nico, and Will Anderson, Derek Stingley, Nico Collins,
and Will Anderson Sr. too.
And Will Anderson Sr. too. All of the Will Andersons. Like, what is 2 series going to do for them?
No,
maybe maybe they're a little rusty for 2 series in that first game against Josh Allen. Okay, oh well, I'll deal with it. Like, I don't really need, like, I know like the Bengals would never play anybody. Now they're playing people because they start off slow. But
I was going to bring them up.
I don't know. Like, I don't really see the need for it, though. Although, if recent history, the Texans did start 0-3 last year, so that would be a fair rebuttal. But I don't really see the needs for like Will Anderson, Nico Collins, and Derek Stingley specifically to play.
Yeah, those 3 guys, like, again,
the offensive line, sure, run them out there for a couple series. CJ, I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
Obviously, the rookies, Caden McDonald, like, he should be out there. Like, guys like that, I have no problem with. But, like, the elite of the elite, like, what's 2 series to them?
And I do view it a little bit differently for, like, not really standing in the league, but just like rookies, and as opposed to go to a different team like Matt Stafford or something. Like he doesn't need to play. There's an element of like these guys will like Matt Stafford, Devontae Adams. I'm good with them just spending a little extra time after practice.
Right.
But you do need to like kind of get to that level of trust. And for me, no one on the Texans offense has that level of trust. Like even like Nico Collins, like I would like to see one drive with Nico Collins.
Dalton Schultz, like what are we going to learn from Dalton Schultz in 2 drives?
Yeah, but also like
I guess if you're going to run CJ out there, he's got to have someone to throw to.
Yeah, you have to have
these guys don't
the full complement of because then that defeats the purpose. If it's CJ with backups,
right? You can't pull like I would play Higgins.
Yeah,
if
Noel if he can go,
and let's actually transition there because Jalen Noel, who started off missing time in training camp because he had I think it was a broken pinky. There were some varying reports with something to do with one of his fingers and it being broken. And now apparently added on to that is the hamstring injury that D'Amico Ryans talked about the other day. The quote that D'Amico Ryans had on, and it just disappeared. That is fun. Oh, now it's back. D'Amico Ryans, that was fun on Twitter. That was quite a journey there for 10 seconds. But D'Amico Ryans was doing an interview with SiriusXM NFL, and the quote he had on Jalen Noel, you're going to be surprised by this, but he starts off with, he's doing fine.
Oh, okay.
Which I think D'Amico Ryans says about every injured player. I think he said that about Joe Mixon, but we'll see. Quote, he's doing fine. He's battling a hamstring injury right now, so hopefully we'll get him back in a couple weeks, but he's had a really good offseason, just a little minor setback. He double-worded it there. He'll be fine, ready to go.
Okay.
The quote from D'Amico Ryans.
Little itty-bitty, teeny-weeny.
I think the more and more he describes as that, it's nothing, the bigger and more that I think it is.
Yeah, it's like when someone goes, yeah, I'm doing good, real good.
Yeah, real good. Fantastic, even.
Yeah.
I don't. Okay. Yeah, do a little. You kind of did it like a Sophie Cunningham point there. Like, I don't know about that, but like Jalen Noel last year. I mean, I was hyped when the Texans picked him because I thought he was going to be great for them as a returner and a slot guy, and still I think can be. But clearly, the Texans didn't trust him a lot last year, which is not surprising. A slot receiver in this type of offense has a lot of option routes. He has to read the defense just like the quarterback does and break the right way, do all the right things. So that's a lot for a young guy to take on. But it was to the point last year where Braxton Berrios was out snapping him, Justin Watson was out snapping him. Hell, a fullback in British Brooks was out snapping him in some games. So, like, clearly the Texans didn't really trust where he was at last year. And you compound that with basically missing all of training camp because of a broken finger and a hamstring. Like, I'm starting to get worried that Jalen Noel's not going to be much of a contributor, at least early in the season.
Yeah, that you're not getting. I mean, we talk about it with like a healthy offseason all the time, where it's like,
like the best offseason of someone's career, CJ Stroud. Or he had that this year.
Just the idea of like if a guy ends the season hurt, like the offseason, like, well, you're gonna have to spend time getting your body right, and then you can work on like your actual skills. And so I think there's an element of that with, especially like you said, a rookie wide receiver who showed some pop. Like he definitely looked like he belongs on an NFL field. I mean, week 2 is a special teams play, but the punt return he had against Tampa that was kind of like
he's got juice.
This is a guy.
He's got juice.
But yeah, then for the next 4 weeks, it gets out snapped by Braxton Berrios, a guy who I thought was going to be the returner, so I do think that it is fair that this maybe like rains a little bit on the parade of optimism that you have for Jalen Noel, especially with the fact that Tank Dell still hasn't like been like fully cleared to go.
No, he's really just practicing on the side. Because
if one of them could go, I wouldn't be worried. But the fact both of them are like, it's kind of, I would like one of them to be progressing well and out there every day.
Yeah, because not only because they just need the depth at wide receiver, they need another playmaker, but both guys kind of represent their options for the quick passing game, right? Like Nico Collins and Jaden Higgins, not that they can't catch a 5-yard slant or whatever, but they're more of a down the field threat, whereas you were hoping Jalen Noel and Tank Dell, where you're short and intermediate, give CJ like a quick read when he's facing pressure because the offensive line is put together by Nick Caserio. But unfortunately, like it looks like they could go into the season with not really having those options. So it'll kind of again be Dalton Schultz to His best case scenario is just catch the ball and fall down, and then throwing it to the running back, which for whatever reason CJ doesn't really do. And on top of that, David Montgomery's not really a pass catcher. So like that quick game, like Mina Kimes, I think last year coined it when talking about the Texans, like the easy options or the easy button. They don't really have a lot of easy buttons in this offense.
No, it really is Dalton Schultz uncovered in the flat. You know, it is like that is about as easy as it gets, and it's something that the defense historically has been pretty okay. Yeah, sure, whatever.
Yeah,
do it, and like you said, we'll just tackle him.
He'll fall down for 5 yards.
And Dell and Noel are not the only two guys, because Nico can also do this. Higgins really hasn't, but the yards after the catch kind of guys, and there really is no explosivity there other than
love that word.
Explosiveness, I guess.
Yeah, I don't know. I just like
explosivity.
Yeah. Explosivo. Shouts in Tenacious D.
There is none of that.
No, there's no explosivo.
No. Right now, this
offense does need more explosivo.
Yes. It is. It's hard for you to see the explosivo.
Thank you.
Explosivity.
We're starting to sound like Jim Harbaugh here. Like, is that a word?
Yeah,
word?
Right.
Yeah.
It's hard. It's hard to see the like upside scenario of like this will be any different than last year. Like this might just be
Yeah, we'll see.
A tribute.
Oh, perfect.
Another
perfect. But who is the wonder boy of this offense? 713-780-3776 as we go full 2008 or whenever that album came out. All right, we got to get out here on the other side of the break. Don't forget, coming up in just 14 minutes now at 11:30, your chance to win a pair of tickets to the ESPN 97.5 listener party. That'll be coming up on Friday, August 28th at St. Arnold's. There'll be food there by Nifa's, by Ducky McSweeney's, and now Tiff Treats is added to it as well. That'll be a fun time again. Friday, August 28th, out at St. Arnold's at 6:30, the ESPN 97.5 listener party. Your chance to win coming up at 11:30. We'll be playing Will AJ Know. We'll need 2 callers at 11:30, so make sure you call in at that time, 713-780-3776. And don't forget, Houston Restaurant Weeks is back, going on right now through September 7th. Think of it as a citywide all-star lineup, hundreds of restaurants, prefix menus, and every time you eat, you help the Houston Food Bank. Dine out, do good, and check out the full lineup at HoustonRestaurantWeeks.com. All right, when the bullpen takeover returns on the Dale Ololea Show, we'll talk about some news going around the NFL, including a Texans division mate, the Indianapolis Colts, make an addition to the wide receiver room. That when the bullpen takeover, the Dale Ololea Show returns, ESPN 97.5.
This is the Del Olaleya Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleya.
Welcome back into the Del Olaleya Show. Brian and Sean taking over for today, tomorrow, and Friday as well. Raheel in on Thursday. AJ behind the glass. Remember, coming up in about 9 minutes, your chance to win a pair of tickets to the ESPN 97.5 listener party. So, Sean, we have a text in from Eric the Buyer on the HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. Quote, "You have to play football to play football. Is football also football?" Sean Slowick from Eric the Buyer.
Yeah, football is football.
Football is football. Football is football.
I said
it was a little bit of a Bobby Slowick.
Yeah, I said you had to play football to be good at football, to be fair. But yeah,
it's not quite the Trent Dilfer.
Yeah.
Football is football.
Yeah, exactly. It was a little Bobby Slowick.
Yeah, no, it is. But
nothing is ever as bad as the Trent Dilfer quote.
Yeah.
You have to win games in the NFL, or no, you can't lose games and win in the NFL.
Yeah, no, but there is just like a general like, hey, these guys should never play except for week 1,
right?
And it's like, it also isn't clear if this actually avoids injury or gets you any like it just
every snap is a chance to hurt yourself.
Then you
so
should never play football.
Well,
you just shouldn't play football.
Yeah, I get
Matt
it.
Stafford should sit the first 4 games of the season.
Maybe he should. He had an epidural last year. Did you know that?
I did, and then won the MVP.
Won the MVP. Yeah,
He was the best quarterback in the league.
Yeah, I guess that is a point for. Maybe should CJ Stroud be getting an epidural before the season? 713-780-3776.
I've only ever heard of Matt Stafford and pregnant women getting epidurals. So I
is it a performance-enhancing drug? 713-780-3776.
Not 100% sure what it is.
Or I haven't seen pregnant women start lifting cars because they got to get epidural. So it's probably not a performance-enhancing drug. Anyway, NFL news. Keenan Allen. He is now a member of the Colts. Are you researching epidurals?
What is an epidural?
It's a shot that they put in your spine
Lower
to numb
back,
you right before giving birth. Yeah.
Okay. And he was doing that to play football.
He's doing that to play football. Shout out to the pregnant ladies.
Keenan Allen.
Yeah, he's now a member of the Indianapolis Colts. It's still wild to me that he caught 81 passes last year for the Chargers because it flew completely under the radar. But I think if there's news or if there's a takeaway, that is, with the Colts, it's that obviously they move on from Michael Pittman in the offseason, send him to the Steelers. They re-up with Alec Pierce, give him a $100+ million contract. Josh Downs is still there. Obviously, Tyler Warren at tight end in year 2. I think the takeaway is because Alec Pierce has been yet to play. They keep saying, well, he'll be ready when he's ready. A lot of D'Amico-style answers regarding his health. But I think this is a sign. Now, Josh Downs also just recently got hurt. I think the sign is that Alec Pierce probably not that close to being ready.
Yeah. And even I mean,
if I'm parsing, the news and trying to take the takeaway here, I think that's the case.
Even with Pierce, like if you go Pierce and Downs, like before signing Allen, like Aston Doolin and Westbrook Akine, and like it was not.
It was a light room.
I'm looking at Laquan Treadwell's name in 2026.
He's still in the league.
That's what I'm saying. So,
was it the Vikings that drafted him in the top 10?
Yes, 23rd.
Oh, 23rd. Okay,
but
still a bust, but yeah.
I think that was one of those where they drafted him ahead of like some guy who's awesome. But yeah, I think this was a room that needed it, and then you add on an injury to both guys really, Downs and Pierce. To me, like, yeah, sure. Like, and if you're Keenan Allen, this is kind of the exact. Maybe not the exact opportunity you wait for, and that's why you sign in August.
If I'm him, I'd rather play for the Chargers.
Or I was gonna say, like, if the Ravens or a team that can maybe win a Super Bowl.
Right.
No disrespect to Daniel Jones.
Chiefs.
Yeah. So
Chiefs don't have a stacked wide receiver room.
Yeah. I'm not entirely sure what. I mean, it might just be money. We'll see what the money situation
contract,
is.
I believe, is 1 year up to $8 million. So I'm guessing there's some incentives in there. Maybe that was the highest offer he received. No way for us to know that. But the Colts were, we can't forget, an 8-2 football team before Daniel Jones got hurt and missed the rest of the year, and then they finished the year 8-9. So this was a team with Jonathan Taylor, Tyler Warren, Michael Pittman, now Keenan Allen, and I fully healthy. There's still a team that could make the playoffs. I'm probably going to pick them not to, but I can see the appeal there for a Keenan Allen trying to find a team where he could both get decent playing time and have a chance to win.
Yeah, and their offense last year to start the season was
sick.
It was so good that I personally was like, all right, come on. Like, they're better than the 07 Patriots. Like, they're the best offense of all time.
They were for a while.
For 6 games.
Yeah, they had multiple 40-point games.
And then they started to tail off, and then Jones gets hurt. But so we'll see if the league kind of caught up to it, and then Jones gets hurt. So it looks a little bit better because you can say, well, Jones got hurt. That's why they ceased to win games.
Yeah, it definitely isn't. Well, I mean, they were starting Phillip Rivers last year. Hell, Phillip they were competitive at Seattle that first game.
His first game, yeah. That I think the Seahawks needed like a field goal to win that game. So I think Allen. I'm a little surprised, like you, that he had 81 catches last year. I'm also a little surprised that he had 81 catches last year and was available on August 18th to be signed. So, I think
should the Texans have given him a look because of the injuries to Knoll and Tank's unknown path to getting back to playing regular snaps?
It's tough just because you invested so much in Knoll and Higgins last season.
I mean, Keenan Allen be ready to go in the slot right now, though.
Yeah, that is true. But
I get why
maybe Knoll is fine.
I get why
maybe Knoll actually is fine. He's great.
I mean, that's what D'Amico said. Yeah, he's great. It's a little minor thing.
Teeny
weeny
hand
hamstring that we see people miss weeks and weeks. And speaking of hamstring missing weeks and weeks, Jordan Tyson, this news sucks.
Did we mention this on air or off air yesterday?
I think it was off air.
Okay.
I think it was off air. But Jordan Tyson, if you haven't heard, like he's had so many things going on with him, but he's re-aggravated a hamstring injury that was bothering him earlier in the offseason.
Mm-hmm.
And now the talk is that he can miss up to 2 months. So, I mean, hamstrings got to be one of the, like, outside of like an actual seasoning and ending injury, like hamstring injuries are the ones I most hate to see if it's a guy on my fantasy team, because this just feels like they linger and you come back, and if you're not playing it exactly right, you re-aggravate. I mean, Nico Collins 2 years ago was on pace to go over 2,000 receiving yards, and then he pulled his hammy against Buffalo, missed 5 weeks, barely sneaked over 1,000. If I'm in any sort of redraft league, like Jordan Tyson is just way down at the bottom. I'm probably not even considering him at this point. But
yeah, and you
still love him in Dynasty. I love the talent.
Yeah, and you need an IR spot if you're.
Yeah, definitely need an IR spot. This sucks. I thought the Saints' offense was gonna be a lot of fun this year, but it takes a big weapon out of their arsenal.
Yeah, it's a classic. Like you said, you see the hamstring injury. This is the worst case scenario of it is the worst case scenario because he's just out for 2 months. At least you're not getting strung along. I was gonna say at least it's not like the one where it's he's questionable every week for 8 weeks.
Yeah,
But yeah, this is tough, and it's something. I mean, back in Arizona State, he dealt with he's soft tissue.
That is something. If you do have him in Dynasty League, you're looking at this guy has him in a Dynasty League.
Who has 2 thumbs and has.
But you obviously can't trade him right now because his value would be at its absolute lowest. That's just not good roster management to trade low, buy high. But at the same time, if we get to I don't know, November, he breaks out. I mean, it kind of might be wanting to move on, just given, like you said, his injury track record going back to Arizona, and just kind of the recurrent hamstring injuries that he's had. That's kind of scary going forward if you're a Jordan Tyson manager in Dynasty. All right, we need 2 callers right now to the HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. We're going to play Will AJ Knows on the other side of the break. Again, 2 callers, 713-780-3776. We'll need a caller that thinks AJ will get the question right, Sean, and a caller that thinks AJ will get the question wrong. Whoever's on the correct side of that will win the pair of tickets to the ESPN 97.5 listener party, catered by NIFA's, by Ducky McSweeney's, and Tiff's Treats as well, coming up Friday, August 28th at St. Arnold's Brewery. So 2 callers, 713-780-3776. We'll play Will AJ Knows on the other side of the break. We might even get into a hype train. That when the bullpen takeover of the Dale Olay Show returns, ESPN 97.5.
This is the Del Olaleya Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleya.
Del Olaleya out for the week. Sean and I in today, tomorrow, and Friday. Real Hill will be in on Thursday. And right now, Sean and I have your chance to win tickets to the ESPN 97.5 listener party coming up Friday, August 28th at St. Arnold's Brewery. They'll be catered by NIFA's. It'll be catered by Tiff's Treats and Ducky McSweeney's as well. We have Kevin and is that Marco? Marco on the line as well. Wow, Sean, you're such an unk for that joke. We have Marco, we have Kevin on the line. Marco called in first and thinks AJ will get this trivia question right. I guess he didn't listen to yesterday's show. Kevin took the other side by default. Sorry, AJ, that was an unnecessary shot. That was an unnecessary shot. You know what? That's on me. I take that back. And I still have full confidence in you as a man. Probably about 60-40 that you get this wrong. But Sean, this was your question that you thought of yesterday after AJ left. We were trying to think of something for today. So we're going to play that game now. Will AJ know? We'll play it again probably tomorrow and Friday because why not? We still got other trivia questions.
I kind of think we should do a Does Brian know?
Okay, that's fine.
And just flip the generation. I don't know what the question would be. Probably outside the realm of sports. But I think that would be a fun one.
That'd be a fun one. What? Like something about current music?
Just like what musician was that rejoined?
I know AJ sometimes used the Slayer. Was it Slayer? No, damn it. Okay, I'm out. If we do that, I would bet on the Brian does not know. I would heavily bet on the Brian does not know. All right,
Slayer with 2 Y's, by the way.
What? No, it's not. Is it?
Just one.
Oh, yeah, really?
See, hey, you are the unk. It's SLAYR.
Right.
Oh, see, look at that. Look at that.
Spelled like an
Who
app.
knows ball?
It's spelled like lift. Okay, got it.
All right.
All right.
Will AJ know? Sean will ask AJ a question right now, a trivia question from either before he was born or right around the time he was born. We'll see if AJ knows it. If he does, Marco goes to the listener party with the guest. If he doesn't, Kevin will go. Sean, what is the question?
On June 29th, 2004, AJ.
In the year of our Lord.
In the year of our Lord.
In this day of our lives.
Tracy McGrady was traded from the Orlando Magic to the Houston Rockets. Name 2 of the 3 players the Houston Rockets gave up in that trade.
Ooh, in the trade. Dang, I thought he was going to ask who's on the roster.
No. Who were on the 2003-2004 Rockets that got traded? There's 3 guys. You just need to name 2 of them.
Steve Francis is one of them?
Steve Francis,
he is
correct.
one of them.
Correct. Should he move to the shooting guard?
That was a big conversation back in the early 2000s. Two players left. You got to get one of them. Hey, don't look it up on the computer.
No,
I don't like it when you look at the computer.
I don't like it when you look up at the computer. A little fishy here.
Yes. So
there's three players going to Orlando. Steve Francis is one of them.
Mm-hmm.
You need to name one of the other 2.
Who were on those Rockets post Yao, pre Tracy?
Yeah, it was. Yeah. Because Francis played with Yao just the one season. Well, then he came back later. But
yes, he was on the 08 Rockets.
Yeah.
I was like 1, about to be 2. Dang.
Yeah, no, it was. Hey, like we're sticking to the game.
Yeah.
Last time
I still want to do
last
this.
time was 1994. So
yeah, this is 2000.
You got moved up a decade here.
What was that, AJ?
So we need to keep doing these other 2 days too.
Okay.
All right.
Ryan will be all right.
Until you get one right.
I think Kevin might be going to the listener party. We'll see. All right, we got to take a shot here. AJ.
Yeah.
Shock. I mean, we gave you far more than 24 seconds here.
Yeah, no. I don't know. I'm saying I don't know.
You got a name? Just throw a name out there.
Name a Houston Rocket.
Yeah, name a Houston Rocket from that time period.
I mean, I know the people who were on the team, but not like everyone in the trade besides Steve Francis.
Well, just take a shot. Just take a shot. Somebody that you know from the team at that time period.
From 03, I don't.
Oh, okay. All right.
So
we're considering you taking a knee?
Yeah.
All right.
Congratulations,
so Kevin is going to the listener party.
And congratulations to Coutinho Mobley and Kelvin Cato for.
What the heck?
You don't know Coutinho Mobley was a great shooter.
He was a ball.
Bro, I was born in 2002, July 2002.
Oh, look at that! Look at that flex.
Get Kevin's information.
Then look up Coutinho Mobley's career. Pay the man some respect,
or at least highlights. Look at the highlights.
Maybe
not
look
the
at the highlights. Yeah, maybe don't look at basketball.
It was the early 2000s.
Yeah.
The numbers probably aren't as good.
Probably aren't as good as we remember. Yeah, probably
transitioning to 20 years later.
Yeah, maybe not. Yeah, just look at the highlights.
A lot of step back twos.
Yeah, a lot of ISO ball in those days. God, that ball. That might have been, and we'll transition back to the NFL. here in a second, but that might have been the most unwatchable period of Rockets basketball I can remember watching as from a team that had talent. Because obviously the Steven Silas era.
I was gonna say
that's like
I assumed.
Yeah, exactly. But of something that they were supposed to be competitive and they were trying, that was the most unwatchable brand of Rockets basketball.
I mean,
the ISO ball of Francis and Mobley.
Were they that bad? I don't.
They were. Well, they made the playoffs once. They lost to the Lakers in 4.
Yeah, they made the playoffs.
They made the playoffs once. Pre-Yao, like with Francis, pre-Yao, they made the playoffs once.
Lost to the Lakers in 5.
They lost in 5?
Yes.
What year was that?
2004.
Oh, see that's Ford. That's not the playoff appearance I'm thinking of.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was prior to that because Francis would have been. Wait, he would 2004? No, I guess he would have been still on the team.
Yeah.
All right, I'll have to go back and I'll study that later. Maybe I'm misremembering. I
remember
they
Compact Center.
Yeah. Yao's first year was at the Compact Center before they moved to Toyota Center. They housed that Francis built, according to him. All right, so more training camp and NFL
AJ,
news.
what is the Compact Center?
I hear they teach the Lord's word there now. So Breece Hall, getting back to the NFL, strained his groin. Aaron Glenn says he's not worried, but I think, Sean, you are worried.
Yes, I'm worried. This falls into a little bit what we talked about last segment with Jordan Tyson. Just once you get soft tissue injuries as you're ramping up in the season, in training camp, guess what? In week 1, you're going to be ramping up even more. Yep. So you're going to be, exerting more effort. Just everything is harder. This is again, playing football is hard. It is not an easy thing to do. And when you're straining your groin in practice, despite your head coach not being worried, it's just maybe not even like a missed time worry, but it is just like a little red. Shout out to the Yahoo Sports app back in the day. Little red flag.
Little red flag. No, I get that. How do you feel about the Jets offense overall? Because I think some people because we all know they have pieces like Garrett Wilson, when he has a quarterback, when he's healthy, which those two things converging at once feel like they've never come together.
Not since Ohio State.
Not since Ohio State, really. Breece Hall also is talented and had good fantasy seasons as well. Like those two are on their own are very
even Braylon Allen as a backup running back.
Yeah, they
obviously
drafted Kenyon Sadiq. There's some there's some excitement there. Although
Mitchell.
I've heard nothing about Omar Cooper.
Really?
Who they drafted in the first round. It feels like that guy is either not working out at all so far, or he's just completely flying under the radar because I haven't heard anything about them. But how do you feel about those Jets pieces in fantasy? Because they're hoping Geno Smith fixes what Zach Wilson and Justin Fields couldn't. But like it is Geno Smith who maybe had the worst year of his career last year.
Yes, much like CJ Stroud's playoffs, if I could Men in Black erase the 2025 in the entire 2025 season from my mind with Geno Smith, like I would be like, yeah, he's at least a guy who can, just. He's not awesome, but
he may suck, but
he can distribute the
ball.
ball.
Can get the ball. Yeah, like a Jameis.
Oh, I was gonna say like a Brissett this year in
Sure.
Carolina or in Arizona, where it's like the pieces can get fed and be fantasy viable, and even like maybe not their ceiling fantasy wise if they had Patrick Mahomes or something, but they're at least like the reasonable ceiling that you can expect from McBride and Wilson and Love pending injury. And Marvin Harrison Jr. Maybe not. But
out.
I would think Smith can do that, but I saw him last year. I kind of be able to do that with Brock Bowers only until Brock Bowers got hurt, and then by the time he came back,
which was really early,
the season was already over.
That was like week 1, right?
Yeah. He was
way early.
Bowers was awesome in week 1, and then got hurt.
He's been awesome anytime he's healthy.
Yeah. So I'm soft positive, but with this Hall injury, I'm like my confidence in him specifically is shaken.
So the guys that go around him right now, you're probably more likely to take those guys than
I like
him?
Garrett more.
Oh, you like Garrett more.
Yeah.
That's fair.
On the Jets.
Yeah. Other news in New York with guys that are hurt. Malik Neighbors apparently felt good in his in full speed live drills yesterday. Like the Malik Neighbors news, it feels like depending on even number days, like I check it and his recovery is slow and behind, and the next day they're saying he feels good. So I don't know what to make of this news, but I think there's always a few guys I think you just have to be willing to be wrong about when you're drafting your fantasy team. Like, you know that they could completely take off, but because of everything around them, whether it be his specific injuries with Malik Neighbors or the unknown of Jackson Dart and how often he's in the blue tent, which we talked about yesterday. Like, I think Malik Neighbors is one of those guys I'm just willing to be wrong about because the risk does not. I don't know if the risk outweighs the reward right now. How do you feel about him?
The risk does not. So you're.
I'm out.
You're out. Okay. So the risk does outweigh the reward. Is more risky than rewarding.
Yes, thank you for fixing that for me. Yes, thank you.
Maybe
I took some hits to the head like Jackson Dart. I don't know.
Take you to the blue tent.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, I'm with you. It's just the injury, like you said. It's just been there's been too much bad news, and sometimes there is sandwiched this one report with he feels good. Just he feels good after a day of practice.
That doesn't even mean like he's 100%. It's like, cool. I feel good.
I don't feel bad. So
I would like to see the video of him being asked a question so I can see how he said that, like the body language and the tone.
I'm good.
I'm
good.
All right.
If he went higher,
if he went higher register, then I'm out.
Yeah, I'm with you. Where I just can't. I can't see myself
to be wrong about him.
Pressing the button for him this season.
I can't get myself there. This one, I love this headline. So Mike McDaniel, the former Dolphins coach, now the OC with the Chargers, quote, Justin Herbert has been everything and more.
Okay.
Like we saw the video, I guess it was about a week and a half ago where Mike McDaniel watched Justin Herbert hit some like deep shot in practice. And you could tell it was the guy who had been watching Tua for the last 3 years. It's like, that's possible for a quarter. Oh my God. Yeah. A quarterback can hit that pass. He can get it to that part of the field. So I think there is a part of it just him being just gobsmacked by seeing a tall quarterback with arm strength after watching Tua play the position for the last couple of years. But I think I'm pretty in on Justin Herbert this year. Now, I don't think he's necessarily going to do anything in the playoffs. This is not a
still TBD.
This is not a real world gets it done in the playoffs confidence check that I'm in on. But as far as like he runs, I think that's sometimes underrated with Justin Herbert. He runs. I like the weapons overall. I like Mike McDaniel as a play caller. Like I think I'm in. Like if you're not going to draft the Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Drake May level quarterbacks that next tier down, I'm pretty good with having Justin Herbert.
Yeah, I think. I mean, if you look at his OCs throughout his career, like this is by far the best.
You say Mike McDaniel's better than Giro?
Yes, for a quarterback, yes. For a fullback,
I just wanted a chance to say Giro.
For
again.
a fullback, give me Giro.
Because I don't think Giro got another job, did he?
He
or is he like an assistant somewhere
on the Giants? He's
he's on the Giants.
He's not the OC. That's Nagy.
Of course he is.
Yeah,
of course he's on the Giants.
The Harbaugh brothers just swap.
It's the same guys.
Swap coaches.
They just wife swap their coordinators and
their coordinators.
Assists. Yeah.
They're coordinators.
They're coordinators.
That's what they swap. This is not legally actionable. And what he says does not reflect what I say. Yeah, I think Herbert's in for a big numbers year. Again, especially if you just consider like maybe he has both tackles for more than 4 games.
Right.
Well,
he didn't have Rashawn Slater at all.
Yes.
He got hurt preseason. And then
that's true.
And Joe Alt played maybe half the year at most?
Yeah. If he has either tackle, let's say by November, that is a huge step up.
All right, well, on the other side of the break, we'll talk about Kyle Tucker having a hell of a run right now with the Dodgers. Maybe Ethan Pecco making his debut for the Astros on Wednesday. And, Sean, you have a story about a high school coach that I can't wait to hear. That with the bullpen takeover for the Dale Olea Show returns for its final segment. That's up next, ESPN 97.5.
This is the Del Olalea Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Del Olalea.
All right, welcome back into the final segment today of the Del Olalea Show, the Bullpen Takeover. Brian McDonald, Sean Mapes, AJ Russ with you here today. We'll be back tomorrow on a Friday as well. Raheel will take over on the show on Thursday. We had to bring in Raheel to get the Texans-Raiders preview.
Exactly.
Like when Joe's booking out the show, I was like, who gives us the best chance to really fully dive into a Texans-Raiders preseason game preview? And it's clearly Raheel.
Anybody in the city. Give me Raheel.
Give me Raheel. He's going to do the best job of that. So that's what we'll do on Thursday, and then Sean and I will be back on Friday. But in the couple minutes we have left here, Sean, let's talk about Kyle Tucker. Not having a great time right now with LA. The Astros' track record of being right when the lit guys go. They haven't been doing a great job necessarily of who they bring back to replace the guys that left, because Dana Brown's track record there.
Still working on
that track record not so great. But as far as who they let leave, damn near 100%. I mean, Garrett Cole won a Cy Young, but then he had Tommy John. So you could take that one either way. Yeah. They were never going to pay him the $300+ million anyway. But add out Kyle Tucker to the list of guys they got right by not paying and keeping here in Houston, because he is struggling this year.
Yes, he is just a nice 0 for his last 23 at the plate.
Solid.
for the Dodgers. He is slashing, and I think they went on the road after this.
They're in Colorado right now.
He is slashing 189, 286, 276.
His batting average is under 200
at Dodger Stadium.
Oh, are these home stats?
At home.
Oh, these are home stats.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
At home, he is 189, 286, 272.
Good Lord. So I'm doing the math in my head. That's right around 500 for his OPS?
Yes.
Yikes.
Yeah. Not
great. Not only can he not hit, but now he can't even catch the ball.
No.
He's had drops in, 2 of the last 3 games in the outfield?
He had a tough one, I want to say Saturday or Saturday.
Sunday, yeah.
And then last night he had one where Joe Davis, Joe Davis could not hold his disdain in.
Yeah.
Where he goes like, that's Tucker's ball. And he drops it and goes, oh. It's very, we played it on the morning show. It was very good stuff from Joe Davis. Not great stuff from old Kyle Tucker.
So when you see these Kyle Tucker, I was about to say highlights, but that wouldn't be appropriate description. What is your reaction to it? Like I think some people will probably hate watch when guys from their team leave to go get bigger money. Mm-hmm. Are you joining in on the fun of laughing at Kyle Tucker? Or are you more just like oof? And you kind of feel bad for the guy.
Mostly amusement, and then the drop fly ball thing. We're almost in Yip zone here and 0 for 23 at home, because that was all at home. He went 0 for 23, I think, all at home. No, actually
0 for 19 at home, and he was 0 for 4 last night in Colorado.
So 0 for 19 for a 7-game homestand. That means he got pulled at some point or given a day off.
He would have had at least 21. Well, I guess he could have had some walks or something. But.
Yeah, but I think because Robert said he benched him one game, or not benched him, but gave him a day off because he's having a hard time hitting at home.
Yeah.
And so I think I'm kind of getting into like, does this guy like have the yips, or what's going on like psychologically with this?
Yeah. To like oversimplify it, it just doesn't seem to. And this kind of tracks with, honestly, just like a surface level, like looking at his facial expressions at times, going even back to when he was with the Astros, and like he was terrible.
His personality.
Like he was terrible in that last postseason here. Like he just doesn't seem to have the dog in him, the energy, any swagger. He just kind of there. So yeah, it would be interesting to see that sort of personality type have to handle a slump like this, because like you said, it is coming off like a Chuck Knobloch back in the day had the yips, couldn't throw from second to first. Rick Ankiel. Like he does seem to be having those sort of moments. But it's always kind of interesting to see which side of the reaction people are on with players who leave their team. Like Kyle Tucker was traded away, so I don't usually have the same vitriol I would for him that I would, a player that like chose to leave, like refused to sign, although we know Kyle Tucker wasn't going to sign. But I was curious where you were on that side of that. And one more story to get into before we get out. You have a coach. You have a story about a high school coach doing something.
Yes, Jerry Fulks from Guntersville High School in Guntersville, Alabama.
Sounds like a football town.
He is the new associate head coach, or he was the new associate head coach and defensive coordinator. Because he resigned following a public intoxication charge at, I think it's pronounced Arab High School or Arab High.
How's it spelled?
ARAB.
Yeah, how many other ways could you pronounce that?
Arab, I guess.
Well, it is Alabama. They would say Arab.
Yeah,
it is Alabama.
So he was at the Arab high football jamboree.
Oh, please tell me that you didn't just say that word.
Jamboree.
Well, like, did you make that up on your own, or
no?
They actually
I'm reading the copy from
the Arab High School Jamboree. Oh,
WAFF 48, Channel 48 in Guntersville. So he was.
Cannot be any more Alabama.
He was at Arab's high school. I think I can say it because it's a high school.
Yeah, as long as
Arab high school.
Yeah,
Arab high school.
I think you're in the right here. I think you're in the right here.
He was at their jamboree to scout Arab High. He is the Guntersville defensive coordinator.
He was trying to poach
at the jamboree to look at Guntersville's week 1 opponent. He was apparently overserved. And got a public intoxication charge.
Wow! While trying to was this like a Michigan thing? Was he trying to
I think so.
Get the signals, see if he could talk to some people, find out the play calls?
According to one of the local newspapers, folks flashed some sort of pass in attempt to get on the Arab sideline and told officials he was with the Birmingham News. He tried to impersonate a journalist.
This really is a Michigan thing. This pretty much it sounds a lot like the Michigan thing. Wow. All right. Hey, it just means more, Sean.
It just does mean more. Guntersville will take on Arab this Friday night. So
is there a line on that game? Should we? I think we should probably bet on Arab High now, right? I mean, Guntersville's missing their one of their guys. Like I think we should lay some money down on Arab High.
Yeah, I'll call a bookie in Alabama. I guess.
What do you think their mascot is?
I'm too scared to say.
That'll do it for the Dale Olaleya Show. Sean and I will be back tomorrow. Rich Eisen up next. Jeremy and Joe will take over at 3. ESPN 97.5. Have a great day, everyone.
Houston's independent voice for sports talk.
When your project impacts traffic, safety isn't optional. It has to be done right. That's why contractors and municipalities across Greater Houston trust Byers Barricades. From traffic control plans and custom signage to equipment rental, setup, maintenance, and final pickup, Byers Barricades manages every step of the job so your crew can stay focused on the work. They're service-driven, safety-inspired, and available 24/7. Byers Barricades, the Texas authority in barricade rental. Learn more at byersbarricades.com.
While some places serve fajitas, the original Ninfa's is the birthplace of the modern Tex-Mex dish. Come experience the legendary flavors that have made Ninfa's a Houston favorite since 1973. From world-famous fajitas to handmade tortillas, fresh guacamole, and refreshing ninfaritas, every meal is a celebration. Visit the original Ninfa's on Navigation or Ninfa's Uptown. Reserve your table today at ninfas.com. That's ninfas.com.
Blue Mountains cold beer. There, I said it. That's how you know your Coors Light is cold. Those beautiful Blue Mountains. If you like cold filtered, cold lagered, and cold packaged beer, then you need to be drinking Coors Light like me, John Granado, Coors Light enthusiast. So whether you're out with the crew or stocking up for the week, look for the Blue Mountains. Grab a cold Coors Light at your favorite local bar, restaurant, or on your next grocery run. Choose chill, Houston. Choose Coors Light. There, I said it again.
Hey guys, Lance Zerline here. I went into Dr. Kaplan's office and I had my deviated septum fixed and had balloon sinuplasty, clearing out those chronic sinus issues. I had it all done in one visit. A month later, I'm breathing perfectly. The deviated septum is fixed. Nothing could be better. It's amazing. It's a great change in my quality of life. You can do the same thing. Medicare and insurance plans cover this. Call 713-903-8049, 713-903-8049, or visit kaplansinusrelief.com. Breathe well, live well.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season. I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
I was feeling the same way. After 40, the body has less testosterone, and men lose their edge. That's why I take Nugenix Total T2.
That's the testosterone booster, right?
Yes, but Total T2 is their brand new formula that skyrockets nitric oxide levels in as little as 3 hours. Since I started taking it, I've been lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. My energy is way up, and it even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they they still giving out complimentary bottles?
Yep, just send a text.
Text SPARK to 215-215 for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T2, the next generation testosterone booster. Text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text SPARK to 215-215. That's SPARK to 215-215.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
The best in Houston sports talk is ESPN 97.5. ESPN 97.5, presented by Zadok Jewelers.
KFNC, Mont Bellevue, Houston, a Gal Media station.
This is The Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of The Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show.
Hot garbage. Tua Tagovailoa, hot garbage.
This is The Rich Eisen Show.
Is the only two words to describe the way the Falcons looked in those two drives.
Fumble on the snap. Tagovailoa jumps on it.
Today's guests, Pro Football Hall of Famer Drew Brees, ESPN NBA insider Ramona Shelburne, plus your phone calls, latest news, and more. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
Well, hey, everybody. Welcome to this edition of The Rich Eisen Show. We're back here in our usual spot in Los Angeles, California, and also on your radio dial or potentially your streaming world here on Disney Plus, the ESPN app, ESPN Radio, Sirius XM Channel 80. We say hello to everybody out there. 844-204-RICH, number to dial. Drew Brees on the program. Ramona Shelburne is going to join us to see what's going on down the street at the Lakers headquarters, just to see if somehow, some way, Logan Roy stopped by. We're gonna check in on what's going on with the sale of the Los Angeles Lakers.
You are not serious people.
Correct. I mean, it seems like an episode of Succession is happening down the street. We're going to check in on all of that. And then there's for you to check in with us. 844-204-RICH, number to dial. Tons of injuries already happening in the National Football League. No doubt affecting your fantasy league if you went ahead and started drafting already. So we're going to keep an eye on that. Chris Brockman's got a news update later. We've got an Overreaction Monday on a Tuesday segment, the Overreaction Monday pod out there for everybody to take in. Chris and I recorded it before yesterday's program, sitting there on our YouTube channel, youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show, or however you get your podcasts. All 3 hours of this show can be is made available that way to richeisenshop.com for things like this mug and T-shirts and hats and all that other good stuff. How are you, Chris? Good
Rich,
to see you,
great.
Brockman.
What's up, man? How's it going?
Mike Del Tufo, good to see you, man.
Good morning.
You're wearing your Dodger hat today.
Yeah.
Did you get that from Kyle Tucker?
No.
He has no idea what to refer to. Such a diehard Dodger fan.
I saw what happened.
Okay.
He wasn't good last.
Okay. Hey,
he
wasn't
good.
Speed.
Wasn't good.
Yeah, well, I mean, unfortunately for Kyle and Dodger fans, that's an evergreen comment.
Yes.
These days.
I've been
good to see you over there, TJ Jefferson. What's going on, brother?
You know, I don't watch Succession, as I told you guys, but the amount of Succession clips that have just been in my social media feed yesterday, I feel like I've got the first 2.5 seasons
brother
covered.
I'm jealous that you have yet to start.
Yeah, but I haven't.
I remember watching Succession for the first time with Susie, and the two of us, as soon as it was over, that we watched it from jump, first episode, first season, and we're like, why should we continue watching this? These people are all horrible people.
That was my thought. That's why.
Why in the world? Why should I be interested? No, you know what? We'll give it one more time, and then next episode they were equally as horrible. We're like, I don't get this. We don't understand it. Well, just one last chance. And then episode 3 launched like a rocket ship, and then just kept going until it left the atmosphere and the entire solar system. It's that good.
It's good.
At any rate, good to see everybody out there today.
What up?
You know what? We're there's a bunch of signings that have happened as well. We're going to hit on all that throughout the program. But every single year, as you know, teams that made the playoffs the year before for whatever reason, regress, get the injury bug that hits them, and on average, 4 to 6 new playoff teams a year. Sometimes the entire playoff field from the year before that comes back in the National Football League the following year, half of it switches, half of it changes. So we decided, you know what, to heck with it. And maybe it should light a phone line up or not. 844-204-RICH, number to dial. Chris, TJ, and I have each taken our best stab, thrown a dart at a board like Ted Lasso. But we might hit a bullseye. Spoiler alert. Or we might miss. Don't know. Best guess, one team in each conference who's going to make it after having missed it the year before, and which team it will replace. Because you can't just say, oh, I think this team's going to make the playoffs, when they would supplant somebody that made it from the year before.
Right.
Okay. Christopher Brockman, what do you have over there? All right, and I'll just say this. Okay. I decided, since you know how I feel about the Chiefs.
Sure.
Everybody also knows how I feel about the Cowboys. I'm just going to say right off the bat, I didn't choose either one of them.
Okay.
Because I decided.
Shocker.
I know that because I didn't want to be accused of the usual.
Okay.
And of course, everybody who's now listening to Overreaction Monday, let's talk about Aaron Donald every single week. I'm assuming these are the Niner fans that are in our comment section. They are. The word glaze has been used a lot. I don't think they mean Jay Glazer's nickname either. Trust me, for all of you fans who think that I am a passionate Rams fan now, trust me, I'd put them back in 3 times over if I could, because that's just the way I feel about them.
They're the 1 and 2 and 3 seeds.
But you know the drill.
Okay,
I'm assuming. Plus, I assumed if I chose the Cowboys, then TJ would have. I've been told by Mike Hoskins, who received all of our who received all of our information, our guesses.
Yep.
Says there's a lot of variety.
Oh, variety.
So that means it is like that. So, Mike, can you provide us with whatever theme music you so choose? Chris, you're going to go first with somebody in the American Football Conference that's in and then out.
You want me to go in first or out first?
I think you need to, whatever you want to do.
I'm going to go
first.
I'm going to go out first. And I'm going the Houston Texans.
Wow.
Oh. I am out on C.J. Stroud.
Yeah.
I think that he is playing for his contract future, and I don't see it. Yeah, the defense is awesome, but I'm not sure the offense is going to be able to keep up. And I like one team to come out of that division to make the playoffs, and that's Jacksonville, but they made it last year. Okay. And the team that's in, I'm going to say the Cincinnati Bengals are in this year. I like the offense to stay healthy and put up all the points that we've expected. And I like the defense to be slightly above terrible.
Okay.
And that's going to be good enough to get to 10 wins and make the playoffs.
So the Texans were a wild card team last year.
Yeah.
They're out, replaced in the wild card by the Bengals. Or you think they win their division?
I think the Bengals are a wild card.
Got it. Very good. Thank you so much. TJ, I highly disagree with your Houston Texans take. Just a little pushback. That's your opinion, and I appreciate it.
Sure.
Their defense is so damn good.
It is.
And
not saying it's not.
I like the Montgomery signing. I think the running game's going to be better than it was last year. And then I'm assuming Tank Dell comes back. The rookies that they drafted last year are going to be better at the receiver position. Nico Collins is one of the best when healthy, and I think Stroud plays well enough for them to make the playoffs.
This is a don't pass bet on Stroud.
Understood. T.J. Jefferson.
Yes, sir.
Team out in the American Football Conference that was in the playoffs last year.
Team out. You know, it's funny you were saying about worrying about people getting on you. You got to understand, no matter what we say, someone's going to get mad at us.
Thank you for that.
That's
so,
true.
And that's fine.
That's true.
The team I'm picking to be out, I'm not picking them to be out, Chris, based upon anything that they've done bad. It's just that someone else got better. So the team that I'm saying is out are our neighbors, the Los Angeles Chargers.
Oh.
Look, I understand what they've done. We got the offensive line is fortified. I know Mike is in there. Mike McDaniel's in there.
Yeah.
And I love Amari and Hampton. He won me my fantasy league last year. And Herbert, you know, he is Justin Herbert, right? But I just don't think they have it this year because of the team I'm putting in.
Chiefs?
Number 15 is that man, right?
Yeah, I know that.
Number 15 is that man. And until someone else Ric Flair famously says, to be the man, you got to beat the man. Woo! Until somebody takes that title of best quarterback in the world away from 15, that means they're always viable. That means they're always in the game, and they always got a chance. And as long as he stays healthy, the Chiefs are going to chief, man. So
I'm with you on that, obviously. Do the Chiefs win the division or supplant the Chargers as a wild card team behind the Broncos?
Ooh, now that brings me to the Broncos, right? Because I think they're really good. I don't know that they overtake the Broncos.
Okay, thank you.
They do make the play.
Good to know. All right, here's my AFC team. And this is under the category of I need to see it.
Well,
I need to see it first. And I think they've got good enough players to make me eat crow. How does that sound?
Ooh.
But if I had to choose, I think the Steelers miss it.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's a lot of changes. Even though McCarthy and Rodgers are on the same page. And they did add some explosiveness. They could be better. They could actually be better and make a run. But I just think there's a difficulty here and a bar that's raised. And they damn near almost missed it last year, as we all know.
Yeah.
And the team that did just miss it last year, I think, gets back in. I'm very excited about what Jesse Minter is bringing to the Ravens.
Okay.
And I'm very excited about the new offensive coordinator that comes from the Ben Johnson system and what he can do for Lamar. I'm also thinking that the Ravens defense with Minter there is going to get plussed up. And the run game, you know how I feel about Ioane, your Penn Stater that got drafted. I think the run game's going to be better. I think the offense is going to be more dynamic. I think Lamar is going to have a great year. And I think the Ravens are back in it. So that's where I'm going in the AFC. But you know I'm a big Steeler honk. I just think we talk about them all the time on this show. I just need to kind of see it first before I believe it.
Yeah, I'm going to take the Ravens to win the North. I'm with you there.
All right, now it's time for the NFC. By the way, 844-204-RICH, number to dial. Have any opinion on what we're saying, and you call in with somebody in and somebody out too, and we'll give our opinion on top of it. Chris, the National Football Conference team that is out.
Let's go.
And replaced by. Go for it.
I actually think this is a pretty easy one.
Oh.
I'm going Panthers out. I think they got kind of lucky last year to sneak into the playoffs. I know they gave the Rams a good game, but
okay.
I'm out on Carolina this year, and I'm buying the Saints. I'm buying the Saints to win the South.
Wow.
I'm in on Shuck. I know bad news on Jordan Tyson here, but he's only going to miss the first few games. And I like the backfield.
You don't like the Bucks? You're not choosing out of all the teams. Bucks, Falcons. I know that they looked terrible on Friday night.
The Falcons need to bottom out and get an actual franchise quarterback. And then the Bucks is just I don't know. The way the Bucks finished last year, that left a bad taste in my mouth. I'm kind of in on the Saints sleeper train this year, and I think maybe they go 9-8, but I think that's going to be good enough to win the South and get in.
All right, TJ, who's out so the Cowboys can get in?
All right, for as different as we were for the AFC, NFC, Chris, I'm right with you, the Panthers, because I picked when you were gone, Seth Rollins was hosting. I picked the Saints as my sleeper team, so therefore, I think the Panthers are going to drop out. They've definitely improved, but I just don't have that feeling.
All right, so who's in? Well, you put the Cowboys in with the Panthers out. That's kind of. Well, the Cowboys aren't going to win the NFC South.
They won't, but I believe that the Saints are winning the South.
Okay.
And I think the Bucks are right there with them.
I understand that, but what I'm saying is you're putting the Cowboys in and you're taking a team out. But the team that's out. Okay, so I guess you're saying that the Panthers get supplanted in the South.
Yes.
Okay, I don't two teams didn't make it from the South last year. You see what I'm saying? It's like you're kind of avoiding the issue of who the Cowboys are forcing out. But that's fine. That's where you want to go.
Well, the Panthers did make the playoffs.
They did, but the team that would cause them to not make it would be the one that supplants them atop their division.
Okay.
You understand what I'm saying?
Gotcha.
So if you're putting the Panthers out, somebody's going to have to be knocked out in addition.
Let's take the Eagles out. Come on.
By the Cowboys.
I guess we didn't think this through.
Okay, good enough.
Much.
Tell me why the Cowboys are making it, other than the fact that you like waving their flag on television.
Well, what's there not to like? An offense that's returning all 11 starters and a new, fresh approach to defense.
Okay.
Some new players. Caleb Downs. Now we got Von Miller to add intelligence and leadership and a Super Bowl winning pedigree to this team. We don't have to be the best defense in the world. We all know this. We just got to be a little bit better than we were before.
Okay. And I am going to piss some people off right now.
Uh-oh.
Because they're good every year. I mean, every year. And I love their coach, too. But they finished really poorly last year. And I'm wondering what's going on with Josh Jacobs. And I'm wondering...
Back in practice today.
I got it. But, I mean... It's not health that I'm concerned about.
Sure.
And then I'm wondering about who's catching it. And I know that's a question every damn year. Every damn year for the Packers. And I do love Jordan Love. But I'm just wondering if the Packers fell and could not get up last year. So I'm concerned that they don't make it this year. And if they don't, I'm putting the Detroit Lions in.
Ooh.
Drew Petzing's offense is going to be right there in the hot seat and on the spot, and I think it's going to work. I don't know why. I just do. Jahmyr Gibbs with a bell cow around him, and Dan Campbell right there on the sideline. Everybody thinks their window is closed. Nobody's talking about them about that. Everybody thinks their time has passed by, which would be a problem for them because they have gone all in on a ton of long-term contracts for a ton of talented people otherwise.
We're
so,
a great day today.
Packers out, Lions in the NFC.
Packers out.
No, I know. It's been a long time since they've been out. So maybe I'm wrong. 844-204-RICH, number to dial. Phone lines are all lit. Let's take a break. Drew Brees is going to join us next. I don't know if you're aware. He just got into the Hall of Fame. Hey, oh, yeah, there's a photograph of that as proof. Drew Brees next. This is the Rich Eisen Show.
That's the ease at which you get information. You want it, you get it. Like that. Ask your phone. Group chat. Smartphone. You're always connected and informed in real time. No waiting. So if you're diabetic and still using finger sticks to read your blood sugar, what are you waiting for? Knowing your blood sugar levels instantly is important for managing diabetes. Call US Med at 888-665-0696. To learn more about continuous glucose monitors, a real-time instant method to track your blood glucose, US Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 1,000 private insurers. And the best part? Call 888-665-0696 and we'll give you a free insurance benefits check today. So call 888-665-0696 today. That's 888-665-0696 and manage your diabetes as easy as...
While some places serve fajitas, the original Ninfa's is the birthplace of the modern Tex-Mex dish. Come experience the legendary flavors that have made Ninfa's a Houston favorite since 1973. From world-famous fajitas to handmade tortillas, fresh guacamole, and refreshing ninfaritas, every meal is a celebration. Visit the original Ninfa's on Navigation or Ninfa's Uptown. Reserve your table today at ninfas.com. That's ninfas.com.
Ready for a real career? IBEW Local 66 offers paid apprenticeships in electrical construction and line work. In just a few years, you can build a career with strong wages and benefits. Visit IBEW66.com. IBEW Local 66, powering careers, powering the future.
On September 2nd, DraftKings Game Day arrives with massive deals, exclusive deals, and an all-day celebration built for sports fans. The countdown has begun. All roads lead to Game Day. The DraftKings Sports app is now live in all 50 states. Yep, that means you, Texas. Texas, every fan is in on the excitement. One app, every sport, all 50 states. Remember the date, September 2nd. DraftKings Game Day is the kickoff of a new season, a new era, and the biggest day in sports history. Get ready to celebrate. New DraftKings customers, sign up with code Houston975. Spend $5 to get $150 in rewards within 14 days. That's code Houston975. In partnership with DraftKings, the crown is yours. Event trading offered by DraftKings Predictions, a CFTC registered introducing broker. Trading involves risk of loss. Market availability varies. Eligibility restrictions apply. $50 every 7 days via click-to-claim issued in non-withdrawable predictions dollars that expire in 1 year. Ends August 23rd. Terms at dkng.co/predictions promo. Nationwide based on sportsbook predictions and free-to-play sports contest availability. Varies by state.
Small business owners, does your bank get your life? Does it let you switch from your personal to your business account with a tap? Or let you give your CPA direct access? We do. Let's give more from money. Switch to Huntington Bank. Welcome. Eligibility requirements apply. Some features may require enrollment.
Mike Holly, class of 1990, has been protecting the interest of Cougars for over 30 years. First as a Cougar offensive lineman and now as president of HR&P. HR&P provides comprehensive human capital management services, including HR compliance, benefits administration, and payroll. Don't struggle with the demands of human resources. Let HR&P eliminate these burdens and customize a plan that fits your business needs so you can get back to growing your business. Learn more by visiting hrp.net/U of H. That's hrp.net/U of H.
Hey guys, Joe George here. The biggest trap in today's car market, 84-month financing just to afford the payment. At D&M Leasing, there's a smarter solution. With their best-in-class Easy Lease, you drive a newer vehicle with the latest technology for a much lower monthly payment. No long financing, just a smarter choice. Call D&M Leasing at 713-290-1000 or visit dmautoleasing.com and tell them that Joe George sent you by.
We make leasing easy at D&M.
When your project impacts traffic, safety isn't optional. It has to be done right. That's why contractors and municipalities across Greater Houston trust Buyers Barricades. From traffic control plans and custom signage to equipment rental, setup, maintenance, and final pickup, Buyers Barricades manages every step of the job so your crew can stay focused on the work. They're service-driven, safety-inspired, and available 24/7. Buyers Barricades, the Texas authority in barricade rental. Learn more at buyersbarricades.com.
Hey, this is Chance from Heritage Films. I think commercials suck for the most part, so I want to make sure that this commercial is awesome. We make documentary films like you see on Netflix, but for sort of regular folks like your dad or maybe you for your kids. Now, I know that bats and ancient Rome and like penguins are all cool documentary subjects, but one on your mom would be way better. YourHeritageFilm.com.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu. My Computer Career, an elite CompTIA certification partner.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
And Drew Pearson 100% believes it. Like, that's it. Like,
let's go with it. We're going with it.
It's a fact to him. And by the way, Cliff Harris was sitting in front of him. And as we're about to take off, Cliff Harris turns around to him and goes, "This is one of the only times you've ever gotten past me." You know, and I just love moments like that. What about from you being amongst all of these guys who are now peers? You're now a peer of theirs, an immortal peer. Yeah. Do you have one of those moments where you just saw Hall of Famers interacting with each other and are like, that's pretty cool? Anything like that?
Yeah, it's I feel like, man, there's a lot of there's a ton of camaraderie, And I still feel like there's some rivalry, I mean, as far as just the legendary matchups that we saw between a lot of these guys, growing up. And then even like my class of guys, I mean, I could not ask for a more unbelievable class of guys. Like Roger has been so awesome. I think just collectively as a group, like we have developed such a love and appreciation for Roger, his entire family, like his journey, seeing how happy, like genuinely happy all of his teammates were to see him going in. And I think we would all say, man, it's been a long time coming, right? For a guy who had such immense contributions to the game of football and to his team in that era with the Niners. But, Larry Fitzgerald's always been one of my favorite guys, throughout the league. And Adam Vinatieri, of course, like 2 Hall of Fame careers basically on 2 different teams. But Luke Kuechly, you talk about like kind of rivalries. Yeah. I mean, he was the guy who legitimately every year was like, how do we get past Luke Kuechly if we want to win this division? And now all of a sudden we're going in the same Hall of Fame class. So the relationship that we've been able to develop, I mean, truly this brotherhood that'll last, for the rest of our lives.
And Drew Brees here on the Rich Eisen Show, courtesy of DirecTV for Business. My favorite part of your speech, Drew, was you telling the story when you were with the Chargers and you're in a film room and your coaches basically say to you, how come, you didn't connect with your receiver? And you said, because I couldn't see him. And, obviously you're not 6'5", but you're first ballot Hall of Famer, and how that moment caused you to replay the moment in your head. You weren't going to use it as an excuse anymore. And the thing that really hit me is one of the guys in the room is the current coach of the Dallas Cowboys, and Brian Schottenheimer. And I'm like, man, I did not know that story. And I really appreciate you sharing that, because it was that really a moment, like an epiphany, a turning point, hinge moment for you in your career, Drew?
1,000%. That 2003 year was a really tough year. I was benched 3 times, and was really trying to find myself as a player and figure out, what it was going to take, and I never had to go through something like that as an athlete. I'd always been the starter, always been the guy, always been, the one with the ball in his hands, that everybody relied on in crunch time. And now all of a sudden I'm being told, hey, you're not good enough right now. You got to go sit on the bench, And so, man, huge shot to the ego. But again, you go one of 2 ways. You either go in the tank and you let it affect what's going to happen next, or you say, no, you know what? Darn right. Like, I need to get better. I need to improve. And so I'm going to take a look at every aspect of my game, my preparation, my training habits, my sleep habits, my diet, my recovery, everything. I need mentors. I realized that I didn't have exactly, all the people that I needed to help guide me or advise me. And so I developed a lot of mentors, Tom House, Todd Durkin, during that offseason, in order to get to a point where, man, I just not only, physically, mentally, emotionally, but man, my leadership, my assertiveness, just the way that I thought about myself, the way that I was going to conduct every aspect of, myself as a quarterback of that team. And, I think truly getting to a point where, hey, I'm just not going to make any excuses, right? Like I'm going to find a way. And even if it's a way that, other people don't have to deal with that because they've got different, physical abilities or traits. Like I have to find a way to play this game, to play it well, to play it effectively with, the gifts that God's given me. And so being a shorter quarterback, what do? You throw through lanes, you anticipate. I got to know coverage stone cold. I got to know where people are, even if I can't see them. I got to create my own timing and rhythm. Right. And, that's the job of the defense, is to throw me off a timing rhythm. It's my job to keep myself on rhythm. I tried to address a lot of these things in the speech because I felt like it was probably things that people had never heard or never heard in that way. And I feel like it would be really enlightening for people to know and understand what it's like playing the quarterback position, but certainly, from my perspective.
Well, I mean, I made a note of it mentally, knowing that I would at some point talk to you, whether it was on camera or off, and I'd wanted to hit you on that, as well as the fact that Brian Schottenheimer has got a heck of a team in front of him here. And a lot of people thought when the Cowboys hired him, it's like, okay, we're going to get somebody who Jerry Jones can sort of have his way with, in all honesty, and he's really grown into a role. Like, and when you told that story, I'm like, man, he's son of Marty, who's been kind of marinating for this moment for like a quarter century. And I think like this could be his moment, Drew, and I'd love to get your 2 cents on that.
Yeah. So first off, I've got such a great relationship with Brian Schottenheimer. He was my quarterback coach for 4 years with the San Diego Chargers from 02 to 05. We're close in age. He's about 4 years older than me, but he was a great mentor for me. And look, I feel like we grew up in a lot of ways in this league together. I was a young starter in this league trying to establish myself. He was a young coach trying to establish himself. And then he went on to become a play caller in a lot of places, with the New York Jets, with the St. Louis Rams, and a few other places, had opportunities to become a head coach at times, turned it down because it wasn't quite the right opportunity. Maybe he felt like that opportunity had passed him by. And all of a sudden he is the next head coach of the Dallas Cowboys. And I think in so many cases, that decision was made because of his relationship with Dak Prescott and because of his ability to lead that team. Look, let's be honest. I think Dallas, the Cowboys, has had this reputation as being a little bit dysfunctional, and having a lot of talent and yet just distractions. And man, how do we get past all this stuff and, keep the main thing. And I think what Brian has been able to do is come in and first off, I think there's a great connection he has with Dak. I think, I think the players, really a lot of his messaging and a lot of his experience, they resonate with him. Like they appeal to those players. And he has created an incredible atmosphere. I visited them this offseason. I'm going to go to the Saints Cowboys practice here in a couple hours to watch them. So I get the sense that, man, there's an energy and there's an excitement there, but there's a focus. There's a focus around what needs to be done in order to be successful and to go win and to kind of take this thing to the next level, to get over the hump. And I think he's the perfect guy to do it.
I got one more football question for you, and then I'd love to know what you're doing with DirecTV for Business before I send you on your day. You're the perfect guy to ask. Sean Payton surprised a lot of people by saying he's given up play calling and he's handed it off. How do you think he's going to handle that during the season, Drew? How do you think that's going to go?
I think it's going to be tough, man. He's wired to call plays. At the same time, I think it's a pivotal time in his career because I think what he realizes is, man, look, a huge part of being a head coach is developing your other coaches. And it seems like, I don't know Davis Webb that well, but everything I've heard about Davis Webb is that he's like the next generation. And he's an incredible coach, somebody that Bo Nix gets along with really, really well. And this is Sean Payton's opportunity to now develop Davis Webb as the next play caller, a great offensive coordinator, maybe potentially a head coach in this league elsewhere. I mean, I think that's what the realization you have as a coach is that, man, I want to develop this tree of guys. Like if I'm doing a great job, that other teams are going to come and start to pluck my guys. Well, I don't want to lose Davis Webb, man. I'm going to now empower him to become a great play caller. In a lot of ways, though, I think it does free Sean Payton up. And I think that's the way he should look at it and will look at it is, look, Sean is a bit of a micromanager, right? Like he wants to have his hands and attention on everything, like every aspect of the building. And so I think that will allow him to maybe just be a little bit more relaxed on game day and be able to truly manage and like CEO. He's got incredible assistant coaches around him that he's assembled to coach that team. But man, I think it's a good thing.
Yeah, he's still the same guy. I don't know if you saw, he laid the Broncos laid it on the Falcons in a preseason game, and he's talking about fans showing up dressed as empty seats, like he's still got the Fleur de Lis on his shirt, man. Like, he just only knows one speed.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't think that's ever going to leave him.
That's certainly not. What are you doing with DirecTV for Business before I let you go? Drew.
Yeah, so I'm an owner and partner in Walk On Sports Bistro, which is one of the fastest growing franchise sports bar concepts in the country. I've been a partner for 10 years. We're growing throughout the country, and everybody comes to Walk-Ons for our Louisiana-inspired cuisine, very family-friendly, bring the Little League teams after the game, date night, family. But it's because also, man, the sports that we have on TV, the energy, the environment, the excitement, and we have a huge partnership with DirecTV for Business where we can play every game that's happening around the country, as well as, not just for football season, but basketball season, hockey, baseball, huge events like the Masters, Kentucky Derby, you name it. So they've been an unbelievable partner, and they help us create that atmosphere and excitement that we wanted Walk-Ons.
DirecTV.com/for-business for anybody who's curious for more. Hey, man, part of my gig that is that I cherish. You mentioned that story in 2003 for you. NFL Network started that year. So I've known you for a long, long time. And the fact that I get to be there and announce your name while you get a jacket and be there front row seat and see your wife, who I met at your charity tournament 2 decades ago, and then your kids, that little boy with those big headsets on his head is now a grown man watching you go in with the rest of your kids. Congrats, brother. Really.
It's awesome. Thank you.
You bet, man. I hope to see you again soon, real soon.
Yes, definitely.
There goes Drew Brees, everybody. Pro Football Hall of Famer, first ballot guy, right here on the Rich Eisen Show. All right, we have that soundbite because I made sure we cut it for our show after he went in case you missed it. This is the story that he told, and I love the speeches in the Hall of Fame about journeys. Right? Irv always talks about distance traveled. And here's a guy out of Purdue, second-round choice, with all of those records at Purdue, you know, and he's having some success, but also struggling. And this is the year before the Chargers said, you know what, we're going to take Eli anyway. We're going to piss him off, and then we'll flip him to the Giants for Phillip Rivers. And this is what was building into that. And Brees had this moment from which he clearly never looked back.
Thank you to Coach Cam Cameron and Brian Schottenheimer, offensive coordinator and quarterback coach for the Chargers. I'll never forget a film session in 2003. I was coming off a tough game, and as we watched the tape together, they asked me the question, hey, why didn't you throw to this receiver? He was wide open. To which my response was, I couldn't see him. The tape paused. There was a moment of silence. They glared at me and said, it's your job to see. You reach a point in your career when you stop making excuses. It's usually a moment or an event where you flip a switch or make a very conscious decision, and it becomes part of your being. They were right, and never again would those words or thoughts come out of my mouth. I would need to find a way to play the game a little bit different, even if it was in a way that had not been done before. It would shape me for what came next. New Orleans.
Yeah, and obviously he didn't look back from there, and yada, yada, yada. He's now joining Bob Greasy, Len Dawson as fellow quarterbacks from Purdue in the Hall of Fame. Rod Woodson.
That's right.
Right. So, and I just love that story. And Cam Cameron coached at Indiana as a head coach. Dolphins fans know him for an unfortunate couple of years at the helm there. He's a Bo Schembechler acolyte, so he coached at Michigan. He's an excellent coach. He just didn't have success in the league as a head coach. Your guy, man. Your guy.
There's a video that was going around social media. I think it's actually on Facebook. It was an old game where Drew threw a touchdown pass. Saints were playing the Cowboys, and the camera just stops on Schottenheimer, and everyone in the comments was like, "Wait a second, is that Schotty?" And just looking young, and so he's definitely come a long way.
And again, I just loved seeing him at the Combine. You know, 1 year into being a head coach of the Cowboys, he's got an infectiousness of his, excitement.
Yeah.
And if he tells Dak the same truths, I mean,
he's got to be.
You have to assume.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You have to assume.
And it's also about how you receive it.
Like ready. And the fact
you can
that
receive that information the way Drew Brees did.
No question.
Right.
No question. Where he's just basically like, okay, I've got some work cut out for me here. And he went about it, and he did it to ultimate success.
Man.
And I just heard that story, and I thought to myself, when I speak to him again, I got to ask him about Brian Schottenheimer, because he's your guy right now, and they are sitting on a terrific roster. And you could see already, if George Pickens is walking around saying, let's run sprints, everybody, without being asked, and then tell the Rams, go, laugh all you want. Nothing to see here. Don't look at us.
Mind your business.
I mean, if Pickens is turning around like that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Again,
I mean,
it's hard
I don't want to hype you up anymore.
I'm trying to keep my.
It's exciting. You should be excited.
My expectations.
You should be really excited. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial. Let's take a break. We'll come back, and phone lines are lit. And you made him cry too, TJ. I mean, you made him cry.
That is true.
It's Rich Eisen for Pella Windows and Doors. Sometimes teams take a timeout to regroup and call the right play. When it comes to your home, Pella Windows and Doors always has the winning game plan. They do it every day, and that's why your neighbors trust them. Visit Pella.com/Eisen today. Right now, Pella Windows and Doors of Houston is offering 50% off installation and no interest, no payments for 12 months. Some restrictions may apply. See local showroom for details. Offer ends August 31st, 2026. Rich Eisen here with some advice. If high-interest credit card debt is grinding you down, it might be time to call an audible with a SoFi personal loan. It consolidates your debt into one low monthly payment with no fees required. And with as soon as the same-day funding, you can make the right play fast. Call an audible on your debt today at SoFi.com/debtplay. Loans originated by SoFi Bank N.A., member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891. Fast funds terms apply at SoFi.com/debtplay.
Hi, I'm Jesse Coker, and if you work with electrical parts and equipment, you probably know my dad, Jeremy Coker, owner of M&J Electrical Supply. 30 years in the business, he knows his stuff. But I'm here to put a daughter's touch on his radio commercial. M&J Electrical Supply buys, sells, and removes electrical parts and equipment. Big jobs, small jobs, they've got you. I'm biased, but they're the best. Learn more at mnjelectrical.com. M&J Electrical Supply. Dad's business, daughter approved.
Blue Mountains cold beer. There, I said it. That's how you know your Coors Light is cold. Those beautiful Blue Mountains. If you like cold filtered, cold lagered, and cold packaged beer, then you need to be drinking Coors Light like me, John Granado, Coors Light enthusiast. So whether you're out with the crew or stocking up for the week, look for the Blue Mountains. Grab a cold Coors Light at your favorite local bar, restaurant, or on your next grocery run. Choose chill, Houston. Choose Coors Light. There, I said it again. Brinkman Quality Roofing, a local family-owned business, has 50 years' experience in roof repairs, roof maintenance, and roof replacements on both homes and businesses. Brinkman's workmanship is backed by the largest roofing manufacturers against leaks for up to 30 years. Brinkman has 100% financing available and free, no-obligation estimates. Brinkman Quality Roofing is the one to call at 281-480-ROOF. That's 281-480-ROOF, or go to brinkmanquality.com.
Tune in to Inside the Icebox Fridays at 6 p.m. right here on ESPN 97.5, and check the video out on the ESPN Houston YouTube channel. Myself, Joe George, and Sean Mapes talking all things Houston Astros. Inside the Icebox brought to you by D&M Leasing, home of the Easy Lease.
School's back, but where are your kids after school? Branham here. Get them a Pro Dunk basketball goal, and they'll be in your driveway shooting hoops. Pro Dunk makes pro-quality basketball goals built to last. And with their patent-pending Lightning Adjust system, you can raise or lower the hoop from 5 to 10 feet in under 10 seconds. Perfect for the whole family, and right now, get Lightning Adjust free at $249 value. Just mention ESPN when you call them at 281-351-9822 or visit ProDunk.com. Cast your line and relax at TwoCreeksCrossingResort.com. Your fishing getaway awaits.
The best thing about memories is they never fade and never go away. Stories from your past sit up in your head perfectly, and you can just draw from them for the rest of your life. The details don't get fuzzy, and you can share them with the people you love easily. Oh wait, that's bull. That's a heritage film. The thing that we create for families and founders to share their stories with a personal documentary film that does last forever. YourHeritageFilm.com.
John Granado here. Walking into Republic Boot Company at 11th and Studewood in the Heights is like walking into a time machine to the Republic of Texas. Seriously, go check it out. Whether it's their exclusive 1836 collection of all leather boots or a customized pair with whatever material and design you want, these are going to be the most comfortable boots you've ever worn. Hats, suits, and all kinds of handmade leather products in a Texas-inspired haven. Book their space for your next event. Republic Boot Company, where tradition meets style. RepublicBootCompany.com.
If you missed the Del Olalea show, you missed this.
Is this the beginning of the turnaround for Javier? And then you realize, no, why would it be? No. He's just like everybody else.
Weekday mornings from 10 to noon.
Hey guys, this is Lisa Zadok from Zadok Jewelers with a hot tip on how to keep your lady happy. Visit the Zadok Bridal Shop, a modern bride's dream. We work with our global network to source GIA certified ethical diamonds for you at a fair price. Not only do we carry a selection of the finest diamond settings, we also have a full custom design team ready to turn any ring dream into a ring reality. Zadok Jewelers, where Houston gets engaged.
The first time with LinkedIn Hiring Pro. Get started by posting a free job at linkedin.com/Eisen. Everybody. All right, phone lines are lit. We started the show with teams that are going to be out of the playoffs after being in last year, and then we chose a replacement for them. Let's go to Mr. Jones in Atlanta. Is this the Counting Crows, Mr. Jones, or is that a different one?
Well, no, this is the Black Jerry Jones. In a way. Yeah.
All right.
I'm like the Black Jerry Jones.
All right, Mr. Jones in Atlanta, you've got one in and then one out.
They call me Mr. Jones.
So, speaking of Jerry Jones, I definitely got the Cowboys in. This is their best window to get in if they're going to ever get in since 1996.
Okay.
This is their best window they were ever going to have again to get in.
So who's out?
Now, unfortunately, I don't even want to say. I'm not even going. I want to say the Eagles, but I'm such a Jalen Hurts fan, and he's always been there.
Mm-hmm.
But I am going to say who's out this year will be the Detroit. I mean, not the Detroit Lions, the Chicago Bears.
The Bears are.
Oh. I think Caleb's going to regress 1 year. They got the book on him. Last year he had, he had an exceptional season.
Mm-hmm.
Right, but people seem to discredit how powerful DJ Moore was on that team. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So I really think the loss of DJ Moore is going to be big over there.
Okay.
You know what I mean? I really believe that. And I'm going to lie, I'm with the Who Dat Boys on the low because I don't know how Baker's going to play this season. Is Baker's going to be like, man, y'all don't want to pay me? The hell with you? Or, you know what I'm saying? And he's going to be vindictive and pull a Baker and be like, you know what? I'm going to throw for 40 touchdowns and 10 interceptions, take this team back to the playoffs, and now I want $60 million. So y'all better pay me now, or you're going to really have to pay me later.
Look at that. Thank you, sir. There you go. There goes Mr. Jones in Atlanta. Here's one thing for the Bears that they need to replicate. Well, two things. Not to give away my 4 downs coming up on them, which I believe is tomorrow. They pulled a lot out of the hat in the fourth quarter last year.
Yep.
Right? But part of the reason why they could pull a lot out of the hat in the fourth quarter is they led the league in plus-minus 22. They were plus 22. Can they come close to that?
Right.
Can they replicate that? They might not have to if they are now ahead in the second quarter. If they have blowouts.
Blowouts and shutouts, baby.
Lots of shutouts. But, I mean, that's one thing about the Bears. But I'd be surprised if they're not making it again. That would definitely be a shocker. Willingham in Virginia. Let's line 6, Mikey. What's up, Willingham?
Hi, thanks for taking my call. I think the Chargers are going to be out and Kansas City going to be in because Kansas City don't no longer have the target on their back. They got a chip on their shoulder. I said the Dallas Cowboys, they going to be in. Philadelphia going to be out. See, this is the year for the Cowboys. Cowboys are surging the wagon. Jerry Jones leaving everybody alone, and they headed to California. If y'all see the defense that the Cowboys going to produce this year, the defense going to be better than the offense, and they're going to run the table.
Oh.
I am guaranteed the Cowboys will win 17 straight games.
Whoa.
Remember my name and TG and keep your receipt.
Willingham, yes. Let's go.
I was going to say, do you want to play the win-loss game?
He hung up. That's even better.
That's a phone
mic drop. That's a phone drop.
That's not my fault.
No,
that's a phone drop.
That's old school.
Drop.
That's taking the phone and going.
That's like, yep.
Click.
We hear dial tone.
Yes.
It's old school.
Willingham.
Willingham sounded like he was on a landline, too. That was like an old school phone call right
Said it with
there.
his chest.
He was like, see ya.
Damn.
Come on.
Hey.
Hello. Like it.
Good one.
Willingham said run the table.
Run at 17-0, man.
17-0, man.
I mean, they should. That team.
Well, I mean, they just added Von Miller, you know what I'm saying? And Jerry, after, like taking a little quick victory lap on that, and Von Miller says they might not be done. What is this?
I said that yesterday.
The ducks are quacking. They need to be fed.
Shucky ducky. Quack, quack.
Hit it.
Well, I think it's fair to say that if we could improve it, which is almost a cliche, we would, because, again, I'm even more excited today than I was when we started camp that our team is going to be one that if we can have some things go right for us, avoid some injury, we could really be something that we all want to be, and that's a team that's competing for the big game. So bottom line is the answer is yes. If we saw something that would help us any place, we'd do it.
I got to be honest with you, okay?
Please do.
Normally, when Jerry's talking this time of year, I'm thinking two words. I'm thinking flim and flam. You know what I mean? There's a little flim flam.
I got to admit, sometimes my eyes roll so far in the back of my head I can see.
Yes, and you're like, really? How do you believe that? Or
All In. Remember All In? Remember that?
All In.
That whole summer?
All In.
You
and
drove
all
me,
in. And
you
all
drove
in.
me crazy with that.
His definition of all in, people in Texas would be like, hold, sir. That ain't all in my estimation.
You tortured me.
Or, hey, a handshake between player and owner, I mean, that's like, you might as well just call that a blood oath.
Right.
And I'm going to hold it against a kid in his mid-20s. No matter how talented he is, I'm going to send him out. And you're just sitting here like, really?
What do we do?
Because, I mean, you're telling me it's raining, but it's a blue sky out there in Ojai and Oxford, That's the way you sit here this time of year and listen to Jerry Jones talk about his team and his roster.
Normally, yes.
This year, I don't want to even go high register. This year, he's kind of right. He's kind of right.
We're hoping.
Hey, two of the best receivers in the business together right there.
Pew, pew.
One of the best in the business at playing quarterback when he keeps the interceptions down and he's healthy. All right? The tight end. I did my research yesterday for other reasons.
You really did. You really did.
In our best ball league, some guy who I've never heard of is starting to talk about how I draft. Gave me a grade of a failing grade.
It was a C+.
What? That's failing to me.
I got through college with that.
I chose Jake Ferguson in the 9th round. And
good blocker.
That's what good blocker. The guy had the third most catches in the league at the position and the second most touchdowns. So he's back there again. You got the two running backs, Javonte Williams, and let's hope Jaden Blue's actually a little bit better.
I don't care which one it is.
Okay.
The best one. We got a few.
Defensively, they are light years
better than last year, yeah.
And they got a guy who could split the uprights in AT&T Stadium from Oxnard.
Yeah. Do not discount.
You can get 3 points on the defense. Let's say the defense plays well. Mm-hmm. They get good field position. The Cowboys start on their own 35. They get 1 first down and a couple more yards. You can get 3 points out of that.
They're in field goal range.
Seriously.
Just by crossing.
You can get 3 points out of that.
Yeah.
Normally, I'm sitting here thinking.
Normally,
that's
you're
Barnum
fun.
right there. That's Barnum talking. That's the greatest showman.
Well,
from now on.
You know, I love calling him Geppetto Jones because of the way he, manipulates.
But this is different. Now, 17-0 Willingham.
Yeah, I mean,
in Virginia.
That's a bold statement.
I don't have the patience to jack with you today.
I don't think that guy's going to be on the radio this year.
Nope.
That guy who's like, I don't have the patience.
I've eaten a lot of raccoon.
I don't have the patience to jack with you today, is what he says to his to the radio hosts who have him on once a week.
He knows baby needs a new pair of shoes, and you don't play with that shoe money.
He wants another Super Bowl so bad.
I gotta be honest with you. The reason why he's adding two is, I don't know. He could be looking down at his driver's license and seeing seeing a born on date.
Yeah.
And like, now is the time. Like, this is it. I've got the roster. I've got.
Yeah.
How about this? I think he's got the coach.
I'm hoping the coach is.
I know that because you're talking about the new defensive coordinator. You got to spin that thing up, man.
I hear nothing but good things about this.
I hate to say it, but Dallas is. I'm scared.
I mean, it's out there. I don't.
DJ,
I don't want to.
he's looking good.
I don't want to overreact.
He's looking good.
They could also go 8-9.
No, by the way, but that's the NFL. You could say that pretty much about most teams.
But their schedule is.
We got a tough.
I know what their schedule is.
Difficult.
Their schedule's difficult. So is the schedule's difficult for a lot of teams.
But if they,
but what you need is to score points, and make sure that that's enough.
Yeah.
And it looks like they've got that this year.
That's where they lack.
If they're healthy,
comes down to that.
Yeah.
But how about it, man? I'm listening to Jerry Jones, and I'm like nodding my head as opposed to shaking it.
Right?
Which is a new sensation
in the summertime,
to say the least.
Good in excess
on that front.
Excess, right, Mike?
Yeah.
Progressive presents ways to save money that aren't bundling your home and auto insurance with Progressive.
Thanks again for taking me to the game, man. I can't wait to get in there. By the way, what's in the bag?
Oh, I bring my own hot dog and peanuts. Saves a ton.
Savvy. And what about the beach chairs?
Why buy seats when you can save big and bring your own?
We can't get in without tickets.
Tickets? What do you think the portable TV is for?
Don't save money pretending to go to the game. You could save hundreds by switching to Progressive. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Rich Eisen here. Running a small business means every hire matters. A bad hire costs time and money, but the right one helps your business grow. The challenge? Finding that person without sorting through resumes. That's where LinkedIn Hiring Pro comes in. It screens candidates so you can focus on conversations with qualified talent. With Hiring Pro, you can hire with confidence and build the team you need. Join the 2.7 million small businesses using LinkedIn to hire. Get started by posting your job for free at linkedin.com/Eisen. Terms and conditions apply.
DraftKings Sportsbook at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles is your best bet this football season. Catch all the action and immerse yourself in over 3,200 square feet of LED screens. Wager, watch, and win in the sleekest setting with the best odds. Order your favorite game day bites and sip on an award-winning cocktail at your game day headquarters. Only at the DraftKings Sportsbook, Louisiana's largest sportsbook at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. A 2-hour drive from Houston. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Please call 1-877-770-STOP.
Chances are, if you've been to a few weddings, corporate events, rodeo committee gatherings, or charity dinners over the years, you've enjoyed Damaris Catering.
Yanni Damaris here. Most people know Damaris Barbecue. Our family's been at it since 1964. Well, Damaris Catering has been around since the early 70s. We do events from 20 people to 5,000, serving a variety of cuisines to cater at any event.
From no tie to bow tie, it's taken care of. Damaris Catering. Find them at damaris.com.
Clara, I had something really interesting happen.
Tell me about it.
I was being interviewed, and the guy asked me, of all the collections that you have purchased, which one are you the proudest of?
What did you tell him?
I told him about that woman who inherited half a dozen guns from her grandfather.
Remind me.
She sent me an email that I couldn't hardly believe, so I drove a few hours to go see the guns.
Are you talking about the lady who was offered $12,000 for the whole collection, but then she wrote to you because she really needed $19,000 to buy a car?
That's the one.
How much did we pay her?
$220,000.
Because it was the right thing to do?
Because it was the right thing to do.
The best gun shops in America are in Texas, of course. Collector's Firearms. Right on the corner at Whiff Timer in Voss and Houston on Alpha Road in Dallas. One block east of the tollway. Collector's Firearms.
When your project impacts traffic, safety isn't optional. It has to be done right. That's why contractors and municipalities across Greater Houston trust Buyers Barricades. From traffic control plans and custom signage to equipment rental, setup, maintenance, and final pickup, Buyers Barricades manages every step of the job so your crew can stay focused on the work. They're service-driven, safety-inspired, and available 24/7. Buyers Barricades, the Texas authority in barricade rental. Learn more at buyersbarricades.com.
Hey guys, Lance Zerline here. I went into Dr. Kaplan's office and I had my deviated septum fixed and had balloon sinuplasty, clearing out those chronic sinus issues. I had it all done in one visit. A month later, I'm breathing perfectly. The deviated septum is fixed. Nothing could be better. It's amazing. It's a great change in my quality of life. You can do the same thing. Medicare and insurance plans cover this. Call 713-903-8049, 713-903-8049, or visit kaplansinusrelief.com. Breathe well, live well.
How long is this list?
Don't let that honey-do list overwhelm you. Stokes Hardware to the rescue. This is Kirsten Stokes with Stokes Hardware, where old school service isn't gone. It's our specialty. The kids are out of school, which means it's a great time to do your DIY projects, like your patio, painting, or garden project you've been putting off. Skip the big box runaround. Shop local, shop smart, shop Stokes Hardware. Find us on Instagram, Facebook, and online at stokeshardware.com. Stokes Hardware, real help, real expertise.
Looking for a reason to get out and enjoy a great meal? Look no further, because Houston Restaurant Weeks is back, happening August 1st through September 7th. Dine at participating restaurants across Houston, and a portion of your meal benefits the Houston Food Bank. So whether it's date night, dinner with friends, or your favorite neighborhood spot, every reservation helps make a difference. Check out the full list of participating restaurants and their menus now at HoustonRestaurantWeeks.com. Houston Restaurant Weeks. Dine out and do good.
This is ESPN 97.5, brought to you by Zadok Jewelers.
It's pretty dope.
The absolute best choice. KFNC, Mont Belvieu, Houston.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of the Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show.
Hot garbage. Tua Tagovailoa, hot garbage.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Is the only two words to describe the way the Falcons looked in those two drives.
Fumble on the snap. Tagovailoa jumps on it.
Earlier on the show, Pro Football Hall of Famer Drew Brees. Coming up, ESPN NBA insider Ramona Shelburne. Plus, your phone calls, latest news, and more. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
Hour number 2 of the Rich Eisen Show is on the air. We've been taking phone calls throughout the day on people's opinions as to who's missing the playoffs and who's going to supplant them. We each gave our food for thought to kick this show off. A lot of fun. We might do it for the whole rest of the week because, you know what? It's football season, baby.
Yeah, buddy. Yeah.
We're back. And speaking of football season, this post popped into my algorithm. Aaron Wilson, who's been covering the Texans for a long time, Raiders and Texans having a joint practice. Quay Walker intercepts C.J. Stroud, spikes football near Woody Marks, draws taunting flag, and then booed by Texans fans. He responded by flipping them off.
We're so
Wild
back.
play.
We are so
You know
back.
what I mean? Are we back or what?
So back.
Joint practices.
Love it.
Robert Saleh said he loved it because of the competition and you're leaning on different bodies.
I like those.
Who knew that the Raiders were just letting the Texans fans who's number one?
Hey.
Here, coach.
And plus, C.J. Stroud throwing an interception in practice. That means the Texans season is over. It's finished. And that you saying that the Texans are missing the playoffs, that's your team to be out. You're right, clearly, because C.J. Stroud threw an interception in practice.
Let him walk.
By the way, you know many interceptions in practices occur because quarterbacks are trying something.
Hey, taking
Let's see
chances.
what's up.
Yeah, let's see if I can get
It's
that.
practice. I'm just going to see if I can thread it.
Yeah.
Not because he's terrible at his job. Chris in Texas, you're here on the Rich Eisen Show. What's up, Chris?
Oh, I wonder, as far as the teams in and out.
Yes, sir.
Well, being from Texas and a long, die-hard Cowboys fan, I'm going to say the Cowboys are in.
Uh-huh.
And I want to say the Eagles, but I'm going to go with another team I despise just as much. San Francisco.
Oh.
Chris is a true fan.
Niners out. Why do you say Niners out other than your dislike
We hate them.
of them? That doesn't matter. I need
Yeah, it matters, but
No, it does. I need a real football
well, the way
reason.
they've been injury prone,
Okay.
I think it'll strike again.
Okay.
And AFC, Bengals in,
Yep.
and Brockman's Patriots out.
Oh.
Whoa.
Chris,
And
why do you think the
them or
Patriots
Steelers,
are
and I
out?
don't like either team.
Chris leading with his heart, just like the other Chris who's here on the program. Thank you, Chris in Texas.
Chris gets it.
I don't see the Patriots missing the playoffs.
No way.
I don't either.
No way.
Anything can happen.
Anything can happen.
I know that, but
That's
Drake May is.
Sorry, Mike.
I think Drake May has established himself as the real deal, man. Like the real deal.
They got the coach and the quarterback.
And they did the right thing, which is they stepped it up with A.J. Brown's acquisition to say, okay, kid, you proved it. You proved that it's time to step it up. You damn near won the whole thing. By the way, I did watch because the NFL Network had a replay of the Super Bowl before either Thursdays or Fridays games. So I went over there conducting my preparation because I'm a lead pipe wielding professional. And I watched some of the game. Drake May, I hope he was hurt because he looked terrible.
I think they maybe was hurt, right?
There was one part in that game. It's a 9-point game, fourth quarter. They have the ball back, although Michael Dixon, with the punt of the night, man, put it inside the 5. And May had a wide open, I think it was Hunter Henry, and he airmailed it. Terrible. But then he started matriculating and then threw one over the middle, and that was an interception. That was the end of the game. He just didn't play very well at all, man. And I think he was hurt. But the bottom line is you got there.
Got there.
Yeah, you got there. Travion Henderson's going to have a monster year, I believe.
It sounds like a 50-50 split with him and Ramondre, right?
I have a feeling that might just be Vrabel saying that right now. And at the end of the day, there's going to be a hotter hand. There's going to be a hotter hand.
We'll see.
But missing the playoffs, that's a tall order.
I would be shocked.
Overreaction Monday. Chris Brockman and I conducted it on Monday. And we're back. We're back. We appreciate everybody taking that in on our YouTube channel. Over 100,000 views already. And whether you watch it, if you want. By the way, we're popping on our Facebook page now, too.
Hey.
For those who are on that platform as well. Just see how we'll run that up the Facebook flagpole and see how it flies. And there's obviously the audio version of it. You can catch it wherever you get your podcasts, including perhaps all 3 hours of this show. But it's now time for Overreaction Monday on a Tuesday, presented by Gusto.
That was terrible. That was crap. That was garbage. This place sucks.
Overreaction
Mondays.
Monday. On a Tuesday.
Remember I used to step on that all the time? I used to forget. Not anymore.
Now you pat yourself on
I've
the
evolved.
back.
Yeah, I'm patting myself on the back for my evolution as a broadcaster. You can always get better.
Don't hurt yourself.
Oh, my.
You can always get better.
Oh, my.
Every day.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hi.
Hey,
Good?
what's up?
I'm
Good?
fine.
We're great in this room as opposed to the Atlanta Falcons quarterback room, which is not great. The Falcons 2027 starting quarterback is not currently on the roster.
Oh.
I think that's an overreaction. I think Penix is, what do you think? They're going to just draft him where they drafted him and then bounce him to the curb?
He could be the backup.
No, I don't think so. I think
201
he's
and
got
done.
some ability.
An ex-back.
I think he's going to, start on the old PUP. He's going to be, the young pup's going to start on pup. And then at some point he's going to take the reins because they're going to want to see what they have. And I think he might prove to be a better quarterback at this stage of the career than Tua. Tua's got a month. I think Tua's going to wind up having a month to prove it. And it's at Pittsburgh, home for Carolina, at Green Bay on a Thursday night, and then at New Orleans on a Monday night. How about that one? How about the Saints hosting a Monday night game in
that's fun.
Week 4 on ESPN? Then you're home for Baltimore, home for Chicago, home for San Francisco, and that game against Baltimore is a Sunday nighter. So Atlanta's going to have 3 straight nationally televised games, 3 through 5. So whatever Tua does is going to have a big white hot spotlight on it. And I think Penix could still be technically the 2027 starting quarterback there. Isn't it amazing what 2 preseason series will do? Because right now it's Kyler's gig, and he could be he's the, like, if you say he's the 2027 starter on the Vikings roster right now, like, of course he is.
Yeah.
You ask this one right now, but I still think for sure Penix has that shot.
And the best part of the game was the Penix meme of this guy.
I know, and he could have been pointing at the Gatorade jug. Oh, you mean over there? Yeah, the Gatorade's right there. And everyone's like, oh, it's him pointing it to it going, this guy? I'm supposed to lose my job to this guy? What else you got
What
over
is
there?
more likely, though, of what the actual intention? The Penix, like this guy, or the I work here hat?
Oh, the I work here hat.
Yeah.
Messages get sent, man.
That's what I'm saying. Rich, you mentioned Kyler Murray.
I work here. Or I work here. Okay.
I mean, I work here.
What else?
I work here.
You mentioned Kyler Murray. I think I'm buying in a little bit. Kyler Murray's going to be a top 5 fantasy quarterback.
Higher register, overreaction. What else?
Oh, you just didn't even
entertaining.
Entertain that thought.
Really? Who are your top 5 quarterbacks for fantasy?
Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson.
Given. Drake.
Yeah, I guess you could go Drake May there. Is Jaden Daniels healthy?
With the rushing.
Is Jaden Daniels healthy?
Who's he throwing to?
2 years. Same guy as a couple of years ago. McLaurin. Now he's got Diggs.
Yeah.
But, I mean, 2 years ago, he was spectacular. He was like one of the best fantasy quarterbacks you've had in a long time.
That's good.
Joe Burrow is up there. Joe Burrow can throw for a gajillion yards. Herbert's another one. So Kyler Murray, all of a sudden, he's going to go there and he's going to be top 5 fantasy quarterback.
Justin Jefferson, still good, right?
Got it. Who was a better fantasy quarterback last year, him or Jake Brisket, when healthy?
Yeah.
Not even his own team last year. So let's see how it goes.
Okay.
Pump the brakes.
I don't think you're that
Overreaction.
far off, Chris, because he has a high completion percentage. He's got some dope wide receivers.
And he runs.
And he scrambles.
Let me ask you this question. Who's going to have a better fantasy year, Dak or him?
You're putting me in these positions where,
That's what these shows are for, to be put in positions. I'm put in positions all the time.
If you throw in the rushing, Kyler will be ahead of Dak.
Kyler will have better rushing yardage than Dak.
Yeah, Dak's not running anymore.
No, so it could be Kyler.
Okay. Noted.
Big signing yesterday. One of the free agent wide receivers off the board. Keenan Allen to Indianapolis. That wide receiver room is interesting, TJ.
Yeah.
I think Keenan Allen, old head, he's going to lead the Colts in receptions this season.
No, sir.
Who is? Who's catching the ball there?
The guy I drafted in our
Alec
fantasy.
Pierce.
You better.
Josh Downs.
Not playing football at the moment.
Well, he's resting.
So he's just going to come on team and lead them in receptions.
Have you seen Keenan Allen?
I have.
That's all he does.
I am aware of
Shows
that.
up and catches touchdowns.
I'm aware of that.
Catches.
I thought it was a
route runner.
Nice signing by the Colts. Nice signing.
Not for nothing. That is a dope uniform, those Chargers.
I know that. Overreaction. What else you got, Chris? I'm calling my shots right now.
Man, you are not playing it.
I'm being decisive.
You are.
You know what it is? It's hitting your back foot and letting it fly.
Like Kyler Murray.
Or Jordan Love.
Or Jake Brisket.
Watching the Giants play, I had some thoughts on Jackson Dart.
What are your thoughts?
What are you thinking, man?
They're not great.
They're not great. You can go back and on our YouTube channel and hear my thoughts on Jackson Dart.
Yeah.
However,
yes,
is Dart Tango or Cash? Dart is Tango, right?
Yeah.
Well, Tango was
Stallone.
Whoever was
right?
Kurt Russell. He's
right.
the Kurt
That's
Russell.
Tango, right?
Is that? I don't
remember either.
Keep going out.
But the Cash
Turner or Hooch?
The Cash and the Cash. Well,
Stallone is Tango.
Okay.
Russell is Cash.
All right. So then Dart is Cash.
Dart is Cash.
Stallone is. I mean, Skatidibo is definitely.
Yeah, but Dart's the quarterback, so that makes him by default the Stallone.
I don't know.
Yeah, Stallone is kind of the quarterback of that movie. Well, anyway, Skatidibo, I like what I saw over the weekend. Okay, if this beautiful person,
he's a football
can
player.
just stay healthy and play football.
Scatterbo?
He's going to be a top 10 running back this season,
dude. If he stays healthy,
yeah.
Giants just signed Najee Harris as you drop this, by the way.
Great. Zero impact on Skatidibo.
I don't know about that.
Well, I think they're going to try and work him in. Like
that is a can you block?
Hey, he was before he got hurt a top 10 running back. Wouldn't you say?
Yeah,
wasn't he there?
He's
on the periphery of it.
He was putting up numbers.
You listen. You know how I feel about this guy. When he was doing it for Arizona State, I'm like, I want to talk to him out of anybody in the college football playoffs. Anybody.
Loves Debo.
Yeah, I love him. And I just need him to stay healthy because he's going to make Jeremy Shockey look like, a shut-in in the New York media. You know what I mean?
So he finished 400 yards
He is
rushing.
built to dominate that city. So
he was like RB7 or something in the games that he played.
Dude,
Six games that he
his
played?
leg got shattered.
Yeah.
And let's just see it.
Looked good, though.
But Najee Harris that's a New York Giant running back, man.
I think he's a non-factor.
Well, the question is, there's Tyrone Tracy, there's Devin Singletary, there's 4 of them now. What else you got over there?
I know Chris, top 10 is a reach.
Not worried.
I think a little.
I don't think it's out of the realm if he's healthy.
He didn't have a 100-yard rushing game last year.
Receiver. Good pass.
He does them both. What else,
He does
Chris?
both. Here we go. A couple random ones to finish up here. This Lakers sale, as a Celtics fan, as TJ, as a Clipper Sixer guy, it's hilarious. I love seeing them in shambles. And with this
shambles.
with this
Where's shambles?
with this sale, a complete mess. Luka should ask for a trade. Like, just get out,
dude.
You don't want
and go where?
You don't want any part of this.
Go to Boston.
Come to Philly.
No, we don't need him.
Philly.
Just out. Just somewhere else. Just get out of this mess.
Dallas. Should
You don't
go
want
back
any
to
part
Dallas?
of this.
Go back to Dallas. Why would he ask for a trade?
Or he should come closer to the beach and sign with the Clippers. That's what you're saying.
The ownership.
Ownership. Oh, yeah, that Bob Iger doesn't know how to run a damn thing.
Does he know to run a basketball
Get out of
team,
here,
though?
man.
There's a lot of weird stuff going on. I just think you want out. You want to separate yourself. The Laker
The majority
brand
owner is set.
whatever.
What do you care that there's
Get out.
some sort of Game of Thrones succession thing
Just
going
get out.
on?
You know what, Luka?
with,
Get out. I
with
care about
lawyers. What does he care?
I care about you, Luka. Get out.
Does he like his coach? Does he like the rest of the roster?
We don't know.
I think he get out of here.
Get out.
That's
Go back to Texas.
That's so silly.
Go back to
Who cares? Oh wait, it's a mess. 17% of the ownership, 17% of the team, the ownership of that is a little bit of messy. It's like a family. It's a family.
That's the face. That's the front forward face of the franchise. That's 17% for some reason.
Okay. Well, for some reason, because it's Jeannie Buss, who's been in this city for 4 decades, is part of the family.
Shouldn't have sold.
That.
So that's why, of course, she's front and center like
Messy.
that.
Get out,
She's the
Luka.
governor of the team. Who cares?
Get out, Luka. It's a mess.
It's a bad look for Luka in his portfolio league.
Is that right? Where should he go?
Yeah.
Either the Clippers or the Sixers. What are we talking about?
Clippers.
Yeah, come to Boston.
That'd be great.
Have all the chowder you want.
What else, Chris?
Last one. Not sure if you saw what was going on in Wrigley Field last night, guys.
Oh, baby.
But Pete Crow Armstrong
PCA,
locked
baby.
up NL MVP with the walk-off win.
It's tough to argue
painful,
that right
man.
now.
This is painful.
I mean, it's still a month to go. This point last year, I'm like, Cal Raleigh's definitely the MVP over Aaron
Well,
Judge.
he should have been MVP.
Should he?
Yeah.
Okay.
The only reason
By the
the
way,
Mariners were good last year was because of
He
Cal
might turn
Raleigh.
out to be.
That's
Is
what most
he going to
valuable.
turn out to be the first player with fewer hits than home runs than from the year before?
It's looking like that.
But PCA, Harvard Westlake's finest here in Los Angeles, California. With a walk-off home run, joined the 30-30 club.
And a leadoff home run.
Right. And by the way, Ohtani also homered.
2 home runs. But against the worst team.
By the way, Ohtani
Doesn't count.
Just to bring this, because Ohtani is competition for this award.
Oh, yeah, 2-man race.
Right. That didn't Ohtani hit 3 home runs to join 50-50?
Oh, yes.
In a game.
Yeah.
He stole a base, and then he
hit 3 home runs in the game.
Let's not forget how stupid that is. But PCA, I wouldn't argue with this. I don't think that's an overreaction.
PCA has been really fun.
I don't think it's an overreaction.
This
at
one
all.
hurts my feelings a lot, too.
Why?
PCA, who we gave away for Javi Baez.
Who's we?
The Mets.
Oh, that team. I forgot.
Yeah.
Do they still play baseball?
I don't know, to be honest with you.
Hey, you got a right fielder with an arm.
Yo, let me tell you, that gave me a little bit of excitement yesterday.
Why does anybody run on that guy anymore?
Well, I don't think they will anymore.
I don't know.
You know?
Bang.
Red Sox had no strikeouts, and each starter had an RBI. First time a team's done that since the 40s.
How about that? Go figure that. I got a good did you know, by the way, on this coming up at the end of the hour. At the end of the hour, Overreaction Monday on a Tuesday, presented by Gusto, is in the books. Gusto is your small business partner for payroll, benefits, and so much more. Get started for free at gusto.com. Phone lines are lit. We'll take more of your phone calls. Baker Mayfield has spoken. We've got that for you. I've got a 4 downs in the Jacksonville Jaguars, baby.
Hey.
Yeah. Get into the Hyundai Getaway sales event and get away with a deal so right it almost feels wrong. Right now, you can get great deals on our most popular models, including our adventure-ready SUVs like the Hyundai Santa Fe or Santa Fe Hybrid and the Tucson or Tucson Hybrid. Plus, there's our bold and stylish Elantra. Loaded with the latest tech, you can go all electric if you so desire with the Ioniq 5 or Ioniq 9. So get down to your local Hyundai dealer and get away with a deal you'll love during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Visit HyundaiUSA.com for details. 844-204-RICH is the phone number to dial to have a chat with us.
Hey, it's Wendy here. Are you looking to rebound from your high-interest credit card debt? A SoFi personal loan could help. Consolidate your debt with a SoFi personal loan into one low monthly payment, and you could save money on interest over time. And with as soon as the same day funding, you could hit the ground running ASAP. Apply today with no fees required at SoFi.com/debt rebound. Loans originated by SoFi Bank. NA member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891. Fast funds terms apply at SoFi.com/debt rebound.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
When your project impacts traffic, safety isn't optional. It has to be done right. That's why contractors and municipalities across Greater Houston trust Buyers Barricades. From traffic control plans and custom signage to equipment rental, setup, maintenance, and final pickup, Buyers Barricades manages every step of the job so your crew can stay focused on the work. They're service-driven, safety-inspired, and available 24/7. Buyers Barricades, the Texas authority in barricade rental. Learn more at buyersbarricades.com.
Blue Mountains cold beer. There, I said it. That's how you know your Coors Light is cold. Those beautiful Blue Mountains. If you like cold filtered, cold lagered, and cold packaged beer, then you need to be drinking Coors Light like me, John Granado, Coors Light enthusiast. So whether you're out with the crew or stocking up for the week, look for the Blue Mountains. Grab a cold Coors Light at your favorite local bar, restaurant, or on your next grocery run. Choose chill, Houston. Choose Coors Light. There, I said it again. If you or someone you care about are searching for a stable, meaningful career, the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers Local 66 in Houston wants to talk to you. For more than 125 years, IBEW 66 has supported men and women who build, maintain, and operate our electrical grid. Their paid apprenticeship programs in electrical construction and line work offer classroom learning and a recognized career in as little as 3 to 5 years. Visit IBEW66.com. Powering careers, powering the future, IBEW66.com. John Granado here, walking into Republic Boot Company at 11th and Studewood in the Heights is like walking into a time machine to the Republic of Texas. Seriously, go check it out. Whether it's their exclusive 1836 collection of all leather boots or a customized pair with whatever material and design you want, these are going to be the most comfortable boots you've ever worn. Hats, suits, and all kinds of handmade leather products in a Texas-inspired haven. Book their space for your next event. Republic Boot Company, where tradition meets style. RepublicBootCompany.com.
This is your deep inner voice. Exit 18th. Take the 18th Street exit. Exit 18th.
Yanni Damaris here. If you're sitting anywhere on the 610 loop, stuck in traffic, exit 18th Street and grab a cold drink at Damaris Barbecue. We'd love to have you, and you'd love being here. We've got a full bar, beer, wine, liquor, and frozen drinks. And you can even be a family hero by taking home some delicious dinner.
You heard me. 18th Street. Exit 18th.
And get to Damaris Barbecue.
Hey guys, it's Joe George. What if I could tell you one expert could do all the work and help you find a lower monthly payment? 50 years ago, my friends at D&M Leasing came up with a simpler process designed around you. At D&M Leasing, you work with one person from start to finish. They learn exactly what you want, shop hundreds of vehicles, and find you the lowest monthly payment with their best-in-class easy lease. They'll handle all the details, coordinate the paperwork, and deliver your vehicle straight to your home or office. It's a smart, convenient way to get the vehicle you want for less. One expert, hundreds of choices delivered to your door. That's D&M Leasing. Call D&M Leasing today at 713-290-1000 or visit dmautoleasing.com. That's 713-290-1000 or visit them at dmautoleasing.com and tell them Joe George from ESPN 97.5 sent you by.
We make leasing easy at D&M.
Magranado here. Brinkman Quality Roofing is a local family-owned and operated business and has been the most trusted name in Houston for 50 years for roof repairs, roof maintenance, and roof replacements on both homes and businesses. They're experts in shingle roofs, tile roofs, solar shingle roofs, metal roofing, and commercial roofing products. Brinkman Quality Roofing is the one to call at 281-480-ROOF. That's 281-480-ROOF, or go to brinkmanquality.com.
T-Mobile is launching something no other wireless network offers. Introducing Nothing. Pay nothing today and walk out of the store with a new phone.
What did he say?
Nothing.
You definitely said something about nothing.
Exactly. Go to T-Mobile, pay nothing up front, and leave with a new phone.
Wait, nothing rules.
She gets it.
Hey, thanks for nothing.
For the first time ever, switch to T-Mobile, pay nothing. No taxes, no fees, no money down. And walk out with a new phone. There are 250 reasons to choose T-Mobile, and now nothing is holding you back.
On eligible devices with qualifying credit plan and 36-month finance agreement.
Progressive presents The Museum of You.
We begin our tour with a unique piece, a relic from the early big screen television era. Remarkable. Next, we find a juicer, which historians believe has only ever been used once. And finally, compact discs from the emo era. A rare find indeed.
Some things should be history, but until then, you could protect what's important to you and save by bundling your auto insurance with a renter's policy from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
For Rich, number to dial back here on the Rich Eisen Show on ESPN Radio and Disney Plus. The reports coming in fast and furious from the Raiders-Texans joint practice. I'm getting this from the feed of Sam Warren, who covers the Raiders for The Athletic.
Oh, I had an item for this for the news.
Well, I mean, I'm just going to throw it out here anyway.
Do it.
Fernando Mendoza got extensive reps with the ones.
Yep.
Kirk Cousins would go first, but a few team periods the Raiders kept the ones out when Mendoza subbed in. First time we've seen that.
Well, he needs more work. Then.
No, I know that.
Well,
and that's the way to evaluate him. And that's and that's not a saying like, oh, he's going to start week one. Kirk Cousins threw an interception, a pick six to Kwame Lassiter. Mendoza was nearly picked by Kamari Lassiter in the red zone period, and then threw a pick six to Jalen Petrie 2 plays later. So both guys got. Brock Bowers had a big day. Oh my God, he's
do what you can to get him in fantasy.
To get him in fantasy, right?
Do whatever it takes.
Well, we saw that when he was in Georgia. It's just like, okay, this guy's just not human. And then he had one of the greatest rookie seasons in the history of rookies and seasons. But Mendoza out there with the ones in a manner that they had not. Anybody who's been covering the Raiders have not yet seen. Oh, we hear this is what he's got to say afterwards. Hit it.
Be able to get some reps with the ones against the superstars on their defense, and then obviously their twos are fantastic as well. We got so much work, whether it was move the ball, first down, third down, red zone, 2 minute. There's so many situations, and I believe overall it was a positive day. There were plays that I loved and plays that I wish I had back, but in reality, that's a lie. I wish I didn't have them back because it's a growing experience, and it's practice. It's practice, and this is what I love, and it's a beautiful day to play football here, and I'm so happy I have so many things to learn from today.
All right. So good. All right.
This is the greatest.
Come on.
So good.
This is the greatest. I mean, that's our reaction.
I know.
It's as if he is the quarterback of Sesame Street. Like today's practice is brought to you by the number one. I played with the ones today. Or today's practice could be sponsored by the number two because the Texans twos are really, really good as well. And I absolutely loved the experience, including my failures. Yes, children, you can learn from your mistakes. It's the only one who doesn't is this grouch in the trash can. You know what I mean? Like it's so fresh and so awesome, and I just want to hug him and root for him.
I'm
Brought to
worried
you by the letter A for
I'm worried
awesome.
He's too nice.
Come on, man. NFL will. You know what? Too nice. He took one in the chin from the Ohio State Buckeyes to start the Big Ten championship. And listen,
I'm not saying he's not tough.
I love.
Too nice.
Listen, hold on a minute. I say things about the Buckeyes just to troll on them. Okay,
Sure.
They are an outstanding football program. That is essentially, I know Lombardi called North Carolina a 33rd team. All right. Ohio State had on defense against this kid the 5th, if I'm not mistaken, the 6th and the 10th overall picks in the draft, or the 11th overall pick. That's it. And they were absolutely trying to send him a message. And I know you're saying you're not tough, but too nice. You have to be a red ass to get up off the turf and do what he did against Miami, leaping for the end zone. You think he was too nice there? I mean,
again, nice and tough are different.
It doesn't matter.
I don't know.
He's living life. He's present.
Not saying I don't like
He's
it.
present.
It's just different. That's all.
What's wrong with being nice?
No, but he's saying it's too. No, because too nice. You're not.
Just said
that's why I'm pointing out.
You said you don't think he's not tough. That's not what you're saying.
Too nice means when push comes to shove, it's just like you want to hug that defender who's trying to knock your block off, and that you can't really go for the jugular because you're too nice. Nah.
Remember
not this kid.
Andrew Luck was helping defenders up who would hit him.
Good job,
great
good
hit, great hit. No.
Who cares?
No.
I don't know. I kind of feel like there's nothing worse than getting beat by somebody who's like, good job, buddy, and patting you on the head. That's going to make you even more mad.
It's just this world is just filled with just so much dismay and much
I'm smiling
anger
watching it,
and so much that we can't agree on. You know what I mean? And not to go too, but it's dark times in many ways here, And here comes the Raiders.
A shining light.
The
in dark
Raiders
times.
are supposed to pillage just for fun.
Right.
And this guy's playing football just for fun. You know what I mean? This is a new autumn win, baby. Hit it.
Be able to get some reps with the ones against the superstars on their defense. And then obviously their twos are fantastic as well. We got so much work, whether it was move the ball, first down, third down, red zone, 2 minute. There's so many situations, and I believe overall it was a positive day. There were plays that I loved and plays that I wish I had back, but in reality, that's a lie. I wish I didn't have them back because it's a growing experience, and it's practice.
That's a lie.
It's practice, and this is what I love, and it's just a beautiful day to play football here, and I'm so happy of so many things to learn from today.
He loves life.
It's so great.
He loves it.
I love it.
Somebody needs to AI like Ken Stabler saying that, and it's not going to look right. That's all I'm saying.
Meanwhile, Quay Walker, his teammate, flipped the bird at
that's the edge that I want.
But they have the edge. He flipped the bird. Texans fans were booing him after spiking a football. It's right near Woody Marks after he picked off C.J. Stroud. What a practice. What a joint practice between the Raiders and the Texans.
Yeah,
Talk about
Mendoza by end of October, eh?
I know you put that out there for Overreaction Monday, the pod version. Just pop up the Raiders schedule since you brought it up here. I just want to pay it off, as they say in the TV and the radio business. I just think, unless, again, in all seriousness, he's out there with the ones you have to evaluate him. Is he ready? Is he ready for weeks 3 through 7? Because if you're assuming your Saints are a sleeper team, you even think you put them in the playoffs as an NFC South champion in the first segment of today's program. So going to New Orleans, which when it is a well-oiled crowd, which is all the time, and it is as loud as it gets, as just name whatever place he's been in indoors in college football and just ratchet it up. This will be a new experience for him. Home for Kansas City, at New England, home for Buffalo, home for the Rams. Is he ready for that?
I mean, that might be the hardest October schedule in the history of the league.
That's why I'm saying now you go to the Jets, you go to San Francisco, you have Seattle, Denver, and Cleveland. There's really never any soft spot to put somebody in. But if you want him to just sit there and let Kirk Cousins operate and think what's up about what Kirk is doing, but the guy too nice to play football, not him. I saw too much stuff. That final drive against your Nittany Lions, man. Oregon, the big games against Ohio State, Miami, calling the number, Fernando Mendoza, when you need to score that touchdown on 4th down in the national championship game. That guy. Same guy is the one who's like, you know what? I wish I could have them back, but that's a lie.
That's a lie,
I can't tell a lie. The George Washington of football. Fernando Mendoza on a $1 bill. I got a 4 downs in the Jacksonville Jaguars. Who says nobody talks about them? We talk about them. Hit it, please.
4 downs with Rich.
Here we go. All right, here's my 4 downs on the defending AFC South champion breakout last season with Liam Cohen, Jacksonville Jaguars. Here we go. Here comes a first down that my kids would roll their eyes at. Travis Etienne. That's what somebody was threading at me, like the New Orleans. If you're from the Bayou, it's Etienne, not ETN. Etienne.
Yeah, that's what he changed it.
All right.
Yeah.
With him gone, and he was a terrific engine for that offense at running back. He was their lead back last year. So first down, new lead back. You're darn tootin'.
Hey.
Yeah, oh, okay.
You're darn tootin'.
All right. I see. You know what, Rich?
That joke.
I'll go ahead and give you an applause.
Because his last name is Tootin', and it's Bashal.
You're darn tootin'.
Tootin', yeah.
Who am I?
Rootin' tootin'.
What am I doing here? Oh, my God.
What is Eisen?
What's Eisen?
All right, stop it. I'm sorry. You know what I'm saying? It's a new running back room.
Rootin' tootin'.
I mean, it is definitely.
Yeah, Chris Rodriguez there as well.
Yes, that's the split.
Yeah.
So, and then the rest of it, the depth chart, you've got yourself some, hello, my name is for anybody looking for a fantasy pick.
Slim Shady.
So, let's see what happens with the running back position. Second down. Is Travis Hunter now just a one-way player?
Ooh.
I would be heartbroken if this is the case. But all you're hearing is he's playing corner. That's what he's playing. And I don't know. You look, you read your reports, you watch their practices. He's out there. Interestingly enough, on this day that we're recording this, Travis Hunter got out for the Jaguars in practice. Brian Thomas Jr. comes off when he comes on. I don't know.
Interesting.
At least that happened on this day. And that's the other thing is, I almost put down as a down, will the real Brian Thomas Jr. please stand up?
Right?
The guy had a house of fire in his rookie season where it's just like, oh, here's another LSU Tiger dominating at this position in the National Football League. And then, like Kaiser Soze, poof. And so if they do need depth at the wide receiver position, Parker Washington has been a revelation and a fantasy player that everybody's jumping on. Jacoby Myers, as we all know, was acquired from the Raiders last year. So Travis Hunter is second on the depth chart behind Brian Thomas Jr. Man, I want to see him as a two-way player. I mean, that's why you draft him second overall. But he's a superb defender, and that's where potentially they need him more than anywhere else. So let's see. He's coming off a knee injury. They just might be working him back in anyway. Third down. Will the Jaguars' defense remain a takeaway machine? They were plus 13 last year in the plus minus. That was third in the league. They're 31 takeaways, second in the league, led the AFC. The Texans had a higher plus minus because I guess they turned it over fewer times themselves. But Devin Lloyd had 6 of the 31 takeaways, 5 interceptions, which was some of the best in the National Football League, and 1 fumble recovery, including one in the postseason in the loss to the Bills, too. So he had 7 of them, if you want to include the playoffs. He's now in Carolina. And so that's just one guy I'm mentioning. Because you got to figure when you got that plus minus like that and the takeaways coming in bunches, only the Bears had more last year. That'll put you in the playoffs. That'll put you in the division win, just like the Bears, too. Can they replicate it? Coach Campanile, their defensive coordinator, I voted for him for Assistant Coach of the Year last year. Oh, okay. A lot of good my vote did. He didn't win it. I guess it wasn't as decisive as the MVP vote that you lay at my feet.
You keep bringing this up, not me.
Fourth down.
Just for the comments.
Fourth down. Can Liam Cohen tick Trevor Lawrence up another notch? He finished 5th in the MVP voting last year. And I can confirm when I saw him at the American Century Championship that, business they pulled for their schedule release where he had cut his hair is fake. That hair is still flowing, and it is glorious. Saw it in person. I don't know him well enough yet to ask him if he does the shampoo and conditioning in one.
Interesting.
Or he separates both.
Okay.
Separates better.
But, man, was he a much better quarterback. And I'm looking to see that first overall chosen quarterback kick it up another notch and throw his hat in the top of the MVP voting ring. Like, supplant Drake May in the conversation. Get there. Can he do it? Liam Cohen can coach his tail off. That is for sure. And I just love his attitude. I love everything. I love how he's got like that edge that he clearly has he's that whatever edge he's selling, he has instilled in his team. Mm-hmm. And they bought it last year. And those are my 4 downs for the Jacksonville Jaguars. Am I missing anything on this front?
I don't think so.
I mean,
I think those are the
Josh Hines Allen, Travon Walker,
big headlines.
Armstead, Mr. Walter Payton Man of the Year. They've got a really good defensive line there. Ventrell Miller is going to be the one who takes the place of Devin Lloyd. That's a big one right there.
Yeah, I think it's running back questions. It's who do they have a true wide receiver number one? Can Brian Thomas get back to that end of rookie year stretch that he had with Mac Jones, which should be pointed out? And can Trevor Lawrence take it up another notch? I like all those.
He's the key.
Aloha can tackle his head off too, man.
I still think they win the division again.
I mean, they've got the makings of it. The running back position is really fascinating to me.
Yep.
And their backup quarterback is Big Nick Mullins.
Oh.
So let's keep Trevor Lawrence upright. We could say that about any team, obviously, but that's my Jackson. Look at us talking Jacksonville Jaguars football. So to be fair and balanced, we got to talk about the Bears.
The Bears.
And show pictures of Caleb Williams, right, Coach? Oh, interestingly enough, who is tomorrow's 4 downs?
Hey.
Is it the Bears? I think it is. It's the Bears. That's completely 100% random.
Well, we're going by draft order.
We are going by draft order. So it's not random,
yeah.
but it is random in terms of that's the team right after them.
Right.
And Liam Cohen's like, I'm looking on NFL.com. I see 50 pictures of Caleb Williams.
Caleb Williams, like,
oh, there he is, right up there. Okay. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial right here on the program. Ramona Shelburne's coming up in hour number 3 to talk about the Lakers' legal drama. And more coming up. Get into the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event and get away with a deal so right it almost feels wrong. Right now, you can get great deals on our most popular models, including our adventure-ready SUVs like the Hyundai Santa Fe or Santa Fe Hybrid and the Tucson or Tucson Hybrid. Plus, there's our bold and stylish Elantra loaded with the latest tech, or go all-electric with the Ioniq 5 or Ioniq 9. So get down to your local Hyundai dealer and get away with a deal you'll love during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Visit HyundaiUSA.com for details.
Shohei Ohtani's interpreter was fired today. Ippei Mitsuhara ran up gambling debts to a Southern California bookmaking operation.
The inside story of the biggest scandal in modern baseball.
He was absolutely bananas, the amount of bets he was making. I've never seen anything like it.
From 30 for 30 podcasts, this is The Betrayal of Shohei Ohtani.
Presented by Gusto. Episodes 1 and 2 available now. Listen wherever you get podcasts.
On September 2nd, DraftKings Game Day arrives with massive deals, exclusive deals, and an all-day celebration built for sports fans. The countdown has begun. All roads lead to Game Day. The DraftKings Sports app is now live in all 50 states. Yep, that means you, Texas. Every fan is in on the excitement. One app, every sport, all 50 states. Remember the date, September 2nd. DraftKings Game Day is the kickoff of a new season, a new era, and the biggest day in sports history. Get ready to celebrate. New DraftKings customers, sign up with code Houston975. Spend $5 to get $150 in rewards within 14 days. That's code Houston975. In partnership with DraftKings, the crown is yours. Event trading offered by DraftKings Predictions, a CFTC registered introducing broker. Trading involves risk of loss. Market availability varies. Eligibility restrictions apply. $50 every 7 days via click-to-claim issued in non-withdrawable predictions dollars that expire in 1 year. Ends August 23rd. Terms at dkng.co/predictions promo. Nationwide based on sportsbook predictions and free-to-play sports contest availability. Varies by state.
Blue Mountains cold beer. There, I said it. That's how you know your Coors Light is cold. Those beautiful Blue Mountains. If you like cold filtered, cold lagered, and cold packaged beer, then you need to be drinking Coors Light like me, John Granado, Coors Light enthusiast. So whether you're out with the crew or stocking up for the week, look for the Blue Mountains. Grab a cold Coors Light at your favorite local bar, restaurant, or on your next grocery run. Choose chill, Houston. Choose Coors Light. There, I said it again.
Hey guys, it's Joe George. 50 years ago, D&M Leasing created a simpler way, one expert handling everything to find you the lowest monthly payment. At D&M Leasing, you work with one person from start to finish. They shop hundreds of vehicles and deliver to your home or office. Their best-in-class Easy Lease makes it easy. Call 713-290-1000 or visit dmautoleasing.com and tell them that Joe George sent you by.
We make leasing easy at D&M.
While some places serve fajitas, the original Ninfa's is the birthplace of the modern Tex-Mex dish. Come experience the legendary flavors that have made Ninfa's a Houston favorite since 1973. From world-famous fajitas to handmade tortillas, fresh guacamole, and refreshing ninfaritas, every meal is a celebration. Visit the original Ninfa's on Navigation or Ninfa's Uptown. Reserve your table today at ninfas.com. That's ninfas.com.
Pros, find the right flooring for the job in Lowe's newly redesigned flooring showroom. Shop our expanded assortment of trusted brands and get up to 35% off style selections, Stainmaster, and Stainmaster Pet Protect Special Order Carpet. And while you're here, save $100 on a DeWalt 20-volt max 6-amp-hour 2-pack of batteries. Now just $179. Get more of what you need faster and save more where it counts from the ground up. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 8/26 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Today, we tip our wrench to Rock Auto customer Noah.
My first car was a 2001 Dodge Neon with a blue wing, and it happened to match my high school sweetheart, who's now my wife, her black 2005. So my uncle has been in the industry for well over 25 years. He recommended Rock Auto immediately to buy my first set of brakes. I would recommend Rock Auto just because it's simple, it's easy to find the parts you're looking for, it's all at a good price.
All the parts your car will ever need, Rock Auto.
When your project impacts traffic, safety isn't optional. It has to be done right. That's why contractors and municipalities across Greater Houston trust Buyers Barricades. From traffic control plans and custom signage to equipment rental, setup, maintenance, and final pickup, Buyers Barricades manages every step of the job so your crew can stay focused on the work. They're service-driven, safety-inspired, and available 24/7. Buyers Barricades, the Texas authority in barricade rental. Learn more at buyersbarricades.com.
Small business means every hire matters. A bad hire costs time and money, but the right one, well, that helps your business grow. The challenge is finding that person without sorting through resumes. That's where LinkedIn Hiring Pro comes in. It screens candidates so you can focus on conversations with qualified talent. With Hiring Pro, you can hire with confidence and build the team you need. Join the 2.7 million small businesses using LinkedIn to hire. Get started by posting your job for free at linkedin.com/Eisen. Terms and conditions apply. Robert in Mission, Texas. You're here on the Rich Eisen Show. What's up, Robert?
Yes. Hey, Rich, guys.
What's up, man?
Well, I'm just calling in because I want to get on TJ a little bit as a Cowboys fan.
Uh-huh.
I don't understand why he throws so much love at Jalen Hurts when he knows how Eagles fans are with Dak Prescott. So I just want to get on TJ a little bit as a Cowboys fan and remind him, we don't like them, TJ. We hate them. We don't think Jalen Hurts is good.
Well,
may
I help you for a second?
Please.
Thank you.
Yes.
I'm here for you.
Please.
Robert,
Yes, sir.
one of the things TJ really dislikes, I think out of many things, and you dislike few things, because you're a happy-go-lucky sort.
I try to.
You're a happy
go
fella.
through life that way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you don't like being accused of something that you're clearly not.
Oh, I hate that.
Which is 1,000% an Eagles hater.
I mean,
so for you to say that to tell this man who has been the butt, the donkey end,
truly
of Carl Anthony Towns' enjoyment of the Eagles beating the Cowboys. This, you're definitely in the correct church, but the very wrong pew.
Yeah.
Did I handle that appropriately?
You did, and also, Robert, we have kind of a job here to do, so I can't let my biasness just carry over and everything else. So
yeah, you do.
You can.
Yeah, I can, but the fact
you do. But you like Hurts, by the way. There are some athletes who are above the uniform dislike.
There are a few, and you wanted me to keep it real with you?
Oh, always.
Okay, me growing up, didn't see guys that looked like me playing quarterback very often. That's carried over into today's world. So am I a little bit lenient? Do I show a little bit more love to the brothers out there playing quarterback? I am not apologetic about that whatsoever. Yeah, I do root for them a little bit more because, like I said, didn't see that growing up. And we know the issues that they have at the quarterback position. So, yeah, there won't be a lot of times where I will just completely crap on a black QB, even if he's playing for the team that I hate the most. So
there you go, Robert.
When you put it like that, TJ, I can't really say anything.
Yeah, Robert in Mission, Texas is a convert.
Just keeping it real.
He's a convert.
Keep it real.
Well done.
But do I dislike that team?
Of course you do.
Through and
through. But Jalen Hurts is kind of above it.
Well, I
was that way.
I feel he gets unfairly judged sometimes. So
I was that way with Mookie Betts. Was there a Yankee you couldn't hate?
Oh, man.
Jeter?
No, I think Jeter's such a phony. I hate all of them.
Oh, my God. Bernie? Even Bernie?
Bernie was fine.
Okay.
You love Johnny Damon, though, bro. Come on.
Well, I mean.
Not after he went to that team.
Boggs? Do you see what he looks like now?
Shredded.
What the hell happened to him?
No, I don't know.
What's in his chicken?
Oh, yeah. Those are not a nervous bird he's eating.
Protein beer that he's
drinking? That's a lot of, chicken is protein.
Gotta take care of your chicken.
I saw that.
I saw that.
I don't know.
Eat your chicken. Don't just take care of it.
But I hear what you had to say about Jalen Hurts. I dig him. And by the way, I root for Jock Peterson, too.
Young Jock.
Okay. That makes sense? You picking up what I'm putting down? Dennis in Charleston, South Carolina. What's up, Dennis? What?
Hey, Rich, thanks for taking my call, man.
Yes. Right back at you. Sorry. I don't know why I just said that, but what's up, Dennis?
Yeah, let's go ahead and stir things up a little bit. I got my first team out. I got New England Patriots out.
Oh, that's two now.
That is Charleston, South Carolina.
And the reason being is I don't like Super Bowl losers the following year who even make the playoffs.
Yeah, Super Bowl losers.
Is that the last
losers?
Lose a Super Bowl and then win it?
Yeah.
Patriots.
Wait a minute. If he follows through with, hold on a second, Dennis. If you follow through with who you're going to take, or you're going to put in, if you follow through with what you told our call screener, I need a shot of Chris Brockman as you deliver that line. So the Patriots out, and who you putting in, Dennis?
I'm putting in the Miami Dolphins.
You have got to be smoking something over there this morning.
let me tell. Don't laugh. Let me tell you why.
Yeah, don't laugh at Dennis.
Sorry, Dennis. Sorry, Dennis.
You're talking about, they lost all these wideouts from last year.
Yeah.
Tyreek was a non-issue last year.
That's right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Waddle, you know how many 100-yard games he had last year?
How many,
number
Dennis?
one wideout?
How many?
One. One.
They won't miss him. Who's he?
And he had 666 yards last year.
Oh.
I'm sure, I bet you at least two of these receivers that Miami has this year both of them will go over 666 yards.
Dennis in Charleston, South Carolina, bringing the noise and the funk, respectively. Let me ask you this question, Chris. Thanks for the call, Dennis. What would the odds of that be? Can you calculate that? I know you're the king of odds calculations. Patriots out, Dolphins in.
Stand by.
Somebody puts one hard-earned American dollar down on something like that. Can win what?
Just give me a minute.
A boat? Can you win a boat?
Tap dance for a second.
I'm tap dancing.
All right, Dolphins to make the playoffs.
Yes.
They have the highest odds in the AFC. That's 50-1.
Okay. And then you parlay that with the Patriots to miss.
Yeah, parlay that with Patriots to miss. The third lowest in the AFC.
Put it all together.
You get about 22-1.
So I put $1 down, I win 22?
Yeah.
That's nothing.
0.0.
Practically.
Yeah, you got to put thousands down.
844-204-RICH, number to dial. We're putting teams in the playoffs. We're taking them out because you can't just do one. It's hand in hand.
Right now, the Pats are out.
Twice.
2 times.
Damn. Dolphins are in.
If that happens, I'll buy you a steak, Dennis.
Uh-oh. You once upon a time ate a hat around here.
Yeah, you know.
Well, I'm still owed a steak.
You are owed
from some guy in Portland.
Okay.
That's true.
About
Like 3 years.
All right, you keep calling them out.
That thing is aging nicely.
Keep calling them out. Ramona Shelburne and the latest at the Lakers coming up next.
Your ambition just met its match with Robinhood. You push yourself in everything you do, scanning headlines for insights, keeping an eye on the market. Robinhood puts you in control of your money, all on one platform. You expect more from yourself. Expect more from your money. Get started today at Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Again, that's Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Your money, your move.
I'm David Ortiz. When I lost my mom, she was only 46. And I lost my dad to cancer. It was the worst pain I ever felt. It made me think, what will happen with the people I love when my time is up? That's why I have life insurance. Ethos makes it easy. It's all online, take about 10 minutes, and you can get up to $3 million in coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid testimonial. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
John Granado here with Robin Orlando from Houston Powder Coaters. You guys have been so busy. You guys are just swamped, huh?
Houston came through. They listened to get everything done prior to the soccer parties, but now we're still doing stuff for the pool season.
Let's talk about pool season. What do we need to get done?
We still have 4th of July coming up. We have Labor Day and all those 100-degree days. We need to get your patio furniture in, get those slings, get those straps, make it look new again.
What about those grills and smokers?
Before you know it, it's going to be football season. Let's go ahead and get ahead of the game. Let's get those barbecue smokers. Let's go ahead and get those trailers in. Be ready for all those big football games in the fall.
And how cool is it when you got your tailgate chairs looking like your football team?
You're going to be the envy of everyone's hearts.
And it doesn't matter what it is. Whatever you have that's metal, powder coated first.
Antiques, patio furniture, trailers. We got you.
ESPN listeners are saying it all the time. They're calling. They're loving Houston Powder Coaters. HoustonPowderCoaters.com. HoustonPowderCoaters.com. Ask for Robin, even though she might be busy.
I got you.
Do you have roaches in your house? How about mouse droppings in your cabinets? Imagine what you don't see. You could have a nest of spiders in your bedroom crawling all over you at night. Eliminate your bug and pest problems by calling the Pest Protection Hotline now.
We're your full-service pest control helpline for all types of insects and rodents, including bed bugs, fleas, ants, roaches, spiders, yellow jackets, wasps, mosquitoes, and flies. If it's bugging you, we can help. The pros at the Pest Hotline are standing by right now to take your call. Your home is no place for pests. They're nasty. They spread disease. Get rid of them today. Call the Pest Hotline right now. 800-208-2172. 800-208-2172. 800-208-2172. That's 800-208-2172.
Looking for electrical parts and you need them now? Well, for over 30 years, M&J has sold, delivered new and reconditioned electrical equipment in Houston and nationwide. Circuit breakers, transformers, disconnects, fuses, panels, switchgear, and more. If it's hard to find, well, M&J has it. They have all brands, and they can cut down on your lead time. Contractors, M&J Electrical Supply buys, sells, and removes electrical equipment. Call 713-699-5055 or email sales@mnjelectrical.com.
This is Chance McClain reminding you that you can always put off getting a Heritage film.
Your dad, you know, the guy you love more than anything, the guy that taught you right from wrong and had it hard as a kid so you wouldn't have to, he's going to live forever. So there's absolutely no rush. You know what they say, there's always tomorrow. No need to go to yourheritagefilm.com and contact us about making a feature-length documentary film of this extraordinary man. Yourheritagefilm.com, no rush, people are immortal.
This is ESPN 97.5, brought to you by Zada Jewelers. There are jewelry stores, then there's Zada's. KFNC, Mont Bellevue, Houston.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of the Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show.
Hot garbage. Tua Tagovailoa, hot garbage.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Is the only two words to describe the way the Falcons looked in those two drives.
Fumble on the snap. Tagovailoa jumps on it.
Earlier on the show, Pro Football Hall of Famer Drew Brees. Coming up, ESPN NBA insider Ramona Shelburne. Plus, your phone calls, latest news, and more. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
Hour number 3 of the Rich Eisen Show is on the air. What is going on with the sale of the Los Angeles Lakers, and why should you care about it? Ramona Shelburne of ESPN will join us in about 18 minutes' time with that information. What is going on with the Clippers, and why should you care about it? That's coming up in 18 minutes' time. There's a lot going on in that neighborhood, in those two neighborhoods here in Los Angeles, California. And we had Drew Brees on in hour number 1. That was a fun conversation. The latest from Fernando Mendoza that makes us want to hug him out. That just went down in last hour with Overreaction Monday on a Tuesday. All of that is available once we're done. If you missed any of it, on our Disney Plus page, all 3 hours of this show can be seen there. Also, once this show is over, you can listen to this show in a podcast form all 3 hours. In that regard, same thing with Overreaction Monday, same thing with No Contest Wrestling. Also, RichEisenShow.com is a way you can follow the show if you wish. You know, we usually give out that web address. RichEisenShop.com as well. And we're very proud of our new lineup of hats and mugs and gears and special T-shirts and so much more. Rep the show however you wish with any of the gear that's available there. RichEisenShop.com. Please, why don't you? 844-204-RICH is the number to dial. We've been taking phone calls with people taking teams out of the playoffs from last year and putting a new team in. My favorite one of them all was last hour, just moments ago. Someone said Patriots out, Dolphins in, and Chris Brockman almost lost his mind.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
I'd be stunned.
Let's go to Jerry in Columbus, Ohio,
Jerry.
before we get a news update from Chris on everything going on in the National Football League and training camp, and also, I guess, joint practice and preseason season. Good to see you, Jerry, or speak with you. What's going on, sir?
Hey, haven't had a chance to talk to you guys in a long time.
Hey, Jerry.
Two quick things, then the Giants.
Okay.
First, congratulations on your T88.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. Yes, or as we call DFL adjacent. Thank you. I appreciate it. That's what yes, thank you.
Our Knicks did it. I can't believe it. I almost said the nasty.
You know what, though? It's an orange and blue sky every single day out here in Southern California. Hopefully it is that way in Columbus, Ohio. It's all good. What do you got about the Giants, Jerry? What's on your mind about them?
Oh, my God. Everyone is all up on their teams. Hope springs eternal.
Yes,
the new year is coming. Not for us.
Why, Jerry? Why?
Harbaugh, who I was excited about,
yes,
comes on and he brings the Geriatric Society along with him from the Ravens. I mean, they weren't that good last year for a reason. and we're about to find out.
Well, what do you mean? What's your concern? I mean, you got Jackson Dart. Hopefully Malik Neighbors comes back healthy.
No, I'm talking about the guys he brought from the Ravens, 9 guys.
Yeah.
Isaiah Lively's a stud. He's going to be fine.
Right.
Packard's good. What are these other guys? What do they bring to the table? Well, talk about the table. Ain't going to be no table.
Jerry,
why is Matt Nagy the offensive coordinator?
Listen, Matt's been around, man. He's been right next to Andy Reid for all those years, and
what has he done since Andy Reid stopped suckling him?
Jerry in Columbus, Ohio. Call back, Jerry, when the season starts. Okay, let's put a pin in the suckling. Okay, thank you very much. There goes Jerry in Columbus, Ohio. We'll put a pin in the suckling.
Jerry reminded me of this social media video that goes around. There's an older gentleman at his car, and a guy comes up to him with a knife, and he kind of goes, "Somebody call an ambulance," and he pulls a pew-pew out from his coat. He says, "But not for me."
Oh, that's right. That's what you sounded like for you? That was that moment right there?
But not for me.
By the way, I'd say Andy Reid Suckling would be a great fantasy team name, but I don't want to see the avatar. You can't unsee it.
Oh, you don't want that.
All right, so much going down right now in the world of joint practices and getting ready for preseason week number 2. That we had to all fire it up in a Chris Brockman news update. We haven't had this in a while, and once again, we turn to NBC News Emeritus for the voice. Tom Brokaw, hit it.
And now, with a report of the day's news from the world of sports and entertainment, someone who is not a journalist or newsman by any definition of the word whatsoever, it's Chris Brockman.
It's amazing how you got Brokaw to do the...
Where'd that budget come from?
The open for you. It also sounds like Dr. Spaceman.
Weirdly similar. Yeah. If you're watching and you saw that opening, everything that Mr. Brokaw said is what I typed on the typewriter.
Nicely done. What else you got? What do you got?
Let's take a trip around the NFL. So much happening, news and injury updates. A lot of injuries. Feels like more than normal. One person not injured, though, Baker Mayfield. He is going to play this week in the Bucs' second preseason game.
All right.
Against the Kansas City Chiefs. Talking about that and the season opener today. Roll it.
Just the Bucs against everybody else in that city you're going to. And so I think it's a good opportunity for us against the Bengals. And, I think we're going to shock a lot of people this year. And so I'm excited to just get on the road and do that.
You're going to surprise people when you say you're going to shock people?
Yeah, I mean, listen, embellish it. There's no embellishing. I think you can't avoid it. There's the TVs everywhere. I think everybody's... Yeah. Hell yeah, I am. Everybody's picking us probably to have a losing record, so we'll see.
He walks off.
Listen, Baker Mayfield is coming into this season pissed.
Yeah.
With a laundry list.
Feeling dangerous.
Right?
Like Arya Stark.
It's Arya Stark. I literally was about to say he's the Arya Stark of the National Football League. He didn't get the contract, so mark that one down. Not getting the respect of the national media about what the Bucs can do, mark that one down. And he already circled the Cleveland Browns in week 2, right? Because they're taking on the Browns in their home opener. First things first is he goes to Ohio, where he planted a flag, taking on the Bengals.
That's a fun opener, man.
It sure is.
Sneaky fun.
And then they got 3 home games in a row. Cleveland, which he's been circling, and then 2 against the North before he visits Dallas. And then Aaron Rodgers in Pittsburgh pays a visit. That's when the division schedule begins at Carolina, the team that they had a chance to beat a couple times to try and win that division. Didn't. Atlanta. There's Stefanski sitting there. He circled that one because it's Atlanta and it's Stefanski. You got the Bears. I mean, look at that. That's Bears, Carolina, Minnesota, and Cincinnati. In the first 9 weeks, he goes against another first overall drafted quarterback. Right?
Losing record. I mean, I got them 5-4, 6-3 going into the bye.
Okay. Then he visits Detroit, who he almost knocked out of the Super Bowl run the year that they damn near Lions made the Super Bowl. Another first overall quarterback there. So. Oh, and then the Rams, the final first overall drafted quarterback. He's taken on a bunch of them. Planting a flag against a whole bunch of people who thought he should never been first overall to begin with. I love it. You know what I love about him?
It's fun. Love Baker.
He's sick and tired of hearing about, the Bucs. Everyone's forgetting about him. They finished poorly. They did have a losing record last year, and they lost Mike Evans, and they lost Levante David, and Vita Vea says he wants out, and he's pissed about not getting a new contract. And everybody talks about how this coach is on the hot seat every single year, which is why people are saying that about the Bucs. But you discount him at your peril. Anything else from him?
No, not from him. No, okay. Let's keep it moving. This stuff just happened. So Chargers and 49ers joint practicing right now. According to Chris Rim, who covers the team for ESPN, a medical cart came out for Chargers center Tyler Biadasz. Yeah. Went down after Sebastian Valdez fell on his left knee during 11-on-11s.
Come on, man.
I just got done saying that they got the line back, and
they had just signed him in free agency. Remember, big 3-year, $30 million deal.
I know, and didn't I say in the 4 downs, one of my downs was, will the football gods stop kicking the offensive line in the nards, man?
Not today, apparently.
Well, let's hope.
Let's hope for the best. The cart did come out. He was taken off.
The center gets carted off.
Awaiting to hear an update there. Also, Quentin Johnson came up limping after an attempt to make a leaping catch on the sideline. Trainers working on him. Lower body injury.
And the Chargers also announced that Justin Herbert is starting their preseason Week 2 game.
Yeah, you might want to rethink that.
Dude, you got to, I don't know.
Does he need
Matthew Stafford never plays in the preseason.
Rodgers won't
Rodgers never does either.
Especially with this type of stuff.
What else?
All right, write it down. Jordan Tyson, the thing we all feared happened. Hamstring injury. He's going to miss about 2 months.
Months.
Such a bummer for him and the rookie Saints wide out there. Christian McCaffrey, according to Ian Rappaport, is dealing with actual tightness, not related to any contract issues. Rich Eisen.
Wallet tightness?
Quote, doesn't seem like anything to worry about. He did not practice today against the Chargers. That is his 8th straight missed day of practice.
Okay.
Scoring at home. Officially time to be worried. Keenan Allen, we mentioned, 1-year deal up to $8 million with the Colts.
Is it?
You're not. So you're up. You're on the clock in fantasy. McCaffrey and Saquon. Who are you taking?
I'll take McCaffrey.
Okay.
You were saying about Keenan Allen?
Okay. Keenan Allen, 1-year deal, could make up to $8 million with the Colts.
If he catches 50 footballs for the Colts, you know where he will wind up on the all-time receptions list.
Oh.
Are you aware of that?
Top 20?
No. Top 20. How about top 3? He would leapfrog the entirety in front of him. With the exception of Rice and Fitzgerald.
No way.
Wow.
Yes, sir.
Wow, what a career for Keenan Allen.
I mean, he's got Hall of Fame numbers. Yep. Right now he has 1,055 catches, 7 shy of Andre Johnson, 15 shy of Reggie Wayne, who's, this is getting ridiculous. He doesn't get in. 21 shy of, listen, Anquan Bolden should be in the friggin' Pro Football Hall of Fame. He's 21 shy of him.
There's a lot of receivers.
23 shy of T.O., who's in. He is 39 shy of Tim Brown. He is 46 shy of Chris Carter and 47 shy of Marvin Harrison. So he's 48 away from leapfrogging all of them, and then he'd have to play quite some time more to get Fitz's 1432. And Jerry Rice caught 1,549 footballs.
That's insane.
A lot.
That'll never get topped, right?
Well, they say Jerry's stats after 40 are better than some people's full career.
Same thing with Brady.
Yeah. So Zadarius Smith, we know the Falcons out some edge rushers. Zadarius Smith is going to sign with the Falcons after thinking that he was going to the Browns. The Browns, he was in their building, thought they had him, changes his mind, going to Atlanta.
Yeah, man, the Falcons desperately need him.
Keon Coleman had a touchdown over the weekend, but didn't come out unscathed. Seen wearing a walking boot, diagnosed with a sprained foot toe. So he's going to miss some time. Breece Hall, groin injuries are going around in camp this year.
Untouched.
Breece Hall.
You see that?
Is out 2 to 3 weeks.
The MetLife Turf Monster got him.
2 to 3 weeks. Aaron Glenn on Breece Hall. Roll.
Breece and Mike Hill, both of those guys will be out. With Breece with the groin, Mike Hill with the calf. Both those guys will be out 2 to 3 weeks. So those guys will be ready for the regular season. So looking forward to getting those guys back.
How much of a relief was that to get that news on Breece?
Not just Breece, but any of our guys that has injuries that we know it's not going to be a long-term injury. So, but obviously for that player, knowing how important he is for what we're doing, it was really exciting to hear it.
Yeah, man, I hear you.
Josh Jacobs is doing.
No.
Sorry.
Can
rip through some more.
Can the football gods just let Breece Hall be?
Right.
Can we just not touch him? Come on, now. Him and Braylon Allen, who came back from a blown-out knee of his own, he just
is a monster.
Did you see that run against the Bucs? He just popped through and see you later.
He's a beast.
Okay, so Breece Hall's healthy. Braylon Allen's healthy. Let's keep Garrett Wilson upright. Cade Klubnik threw one across the middle that my heart was in my throat when I saw him go up. He grabbed it, though, with both hands because he's a beast. Yep. Kenyon Sadiq is hurt. Hopefully he's going to come back.
Yeah.
Omar Cooper, by the way, the Hoosiers had a great preseason week 1. Nowakowski scored one for the Steelers. You know, Mendoza's looking like the way he is. But the Jets have a higher register offense. Mason Taylor, year 2. I've got some good young skill position players.
Yeah, who's playing quarterback?
That's somebody who got written off.
Josh Jacobs coming back from his groin.
Return to sender.
Return to practice today for Green Bay. Mike LaFleur, Cardinals head coach, confirmed that Jeremiah Love won't need surgery.
For his high ankle sprain?
Wasn't even like, okay, geez, what?
Wait a minute, what? I didn't even know it was in the equation.
Yeah, so someone asked him about
it. What, that tightrope surgery or something like that? Okay.
So we know he's out until at least week 1. We mentioned Najee Harris is going to the Giants on a 1-year deal. Tyquan Thornton got carted off the field at Chiefs practice with a hamstring injury. And we mentioned Fernando Mendoza got extensive reps with the ones today.
That kid who's the receiver, you like
Cyrus Allen.
You like him?
In Kansas City. Yeah, could be a real nice sleeper there.
So you mean the Chiefs might have a weapon that nobody's talking about?
Everyone's talking about this.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah. He's kind of along with Jacoby Lane in Baltimore, they're kind of the hot camp rookie.
Make notes. Yeah. Make notes.
And Jaden Higgins got injured today, lower body at Texans practice.
Okay. Let's get everyone back. Let's get everyone back and healthy. You know what I mean?
A lot going on.
Let's all have as sunny a disposition as Fernando Mendoza does after throwing a pick.
I don't know if that's possible, Rich.
I don't think it's possible.
I don't know if we could get that sunny.
I've
been beat down by life.
He's so positive.
I just love him. Can't get enough. A SoFi personal loan is here to help you achieve something once thought impossible, people. Overcoming high-interest credit card debt. Walk the tightrope of your finances with one low fixed-rate monthly payment, no fees required, and as soon as the same-day funding. That's right. Pull off your own debt-defying stunt with a SoFi personal loan. Visit SoFi.com/trick to learn more. Loans originated by SoFi Bank N.A. member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891. Very rare that an NBA team is up for grabs in terms of a portion of the ownership, as depending who survives Bore on the floor. Keep making those Succession references.
Deep
I can't stop.
Cut, TJ.
Like I said,
Ramona Shelburne is next right here on The Rich Eisen Show.
This is a special notice to U.S. taxpayers owing $10,000 or more to the IRS. Tax Relief Advocates is urgently notifying taxpayers that tax relief initiatives are now available that may significantly reduce or eliminate what you owe. If you're afraid of an IRS lien, levy, or wage garnishment, don't lose hope. You can now take advantage of these current relief programs to end all collections, reduce the amount you owe, and resolve your tax problem. Even if you have years of unfiled tax returns or are already in a payment plan, you may still qualify for significant relief. Struggling taxpayers can now get relief they need during these hard economic times. A hotline has been established by tax relief advocates for you to call and see what you qualify for. They are A+ rated with the BBB and have over 1,000 5-star reviews. Don't wait. Call 800-575-9087. 800-575-9087. That's 800-575-9087 or simply visit TRA.com.
Blue Mountains cold beer. There, I said it. That's how you know your Coors Light is cold. Those beautiful Blue Mountains. If you like cold filtered, cold lagered, and cold packaged beer, then you need to be drinking Coors Light like me, John Granato, Coors Light enthusiast. So whether you're out with the crew or stocking up for the week, look for the Blue Mountains. Grab a cold Coors Light at your favorite local bar, restaurant, or on your next grocery run. Choose chill, Houston. Choose Coors Light. There, I said it again. Do you want to pay a plumbing company just to come out and see what the problem is? Heck no! Billy Brown and Aqueduct Plumbing Company has been serving 97.5 listeners for years now. They don't charge exorbitant prices, even for routine leaks and stoppages. Not Aqueduct Plumbing Company. They give free estimates for a repipe and water heaters and are the ones to call if you have a propane gas grill. Aqueduct can run a gas line so you'll never run out. That's aqueductplumbingcompany.com, aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Chances are, if you've been to a few weddings, corporate events, rodeo committee gatherings, or charity dinners over the years, you've enjoyed Damaris Catering.
Yanni Damaris here. Most people know Damaris Barbecue. Our family's been at it since 1964. Well, Damaris Catering has been around since the early 70s. We do events from 20 people to 5,000, serving a variety of cuisines to cater at any event.
From no tie to bow tie, it's taken care of. Damaris Catering. Find them at damaris.com.
Spring is calling at Two Creeks Crossing Resort, just 90 minutes north of Houston. Spend the day relaxing by the water, then stick around for live music, great food, and can't-miss events happening all season long. From cook-offs and holiday celebrations to outdoor adventures and family-friendly fun. Whether you're rolling in with the RV, booking a waterfront cabin, or planning a glamping getaway, there's a perfect spot waiting for you. See everything coming up and reserve your stay now at twocreekscrossingresort.com.
This is Lisa Zadok from Zadok Jewelers. Have a watch that needs a battery change or just plain doesn't work anymore? Maintaining a luxury timepiece requires exacting attention, and we service over 30 of the world's favorite brands, in addition to being the largest authorized dealer in the region. If something's just not right, allow our 7 on-site watchmakers to handle your watch with the care and attention it deserves. Bring your watch in for an estimate today. Zadok Jewelers. Make the moment.
Guys, looking for a true MVP haircut? This is Casey with Team Hopper of Sport Clips Houston, providing MVP service in a sports-themed environment. Visit one of our 13 Houston locations and mention ESPN for a free haircut for new clients and $5 off the MVP treatment for returning clients. And because of our growth, we turn to HRMP for all things HR and payroll. HRMP's truly the Sport Clips MVP.
Learn more today at hrp.net.
In a city as big and diverse as Houston, it's nice to know your bank still knows you. At Home Bank, their bankers aren't just here to help. They'll recognize you, know you, and earn your trust. They live here, work here, and care about community like you do. And because everyone's financial journey is different, the bankers take the time to understand what matters most to you. Right now, they're offering several banking specials designed with Houston in mind. Whether you're saving for tomorrow, growing your business, or planning your next big step, The best part? You don't have to figure it out alone. Stop by any of Home Bank's locations across Greater Houston, River Oaks, Pasadena, Sugar Land, Baybrook, Friendswood, and the newly opened banking center in Tomball to speak with a banker who's ready to listen, answer questions, and help you find options that fit your goals. Home Bank, just real conversations with real solutions and opportunities. Go to home24bank.com to get started today. Good for business, good for life. Home Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Show ESPN radio audience along with our Disney Plus audience. Joining us here is the authoritative voice on what's going on with the Lakers and all their legal battles. Ramona Shelburne here on the Rich Eisen Show. How are you, Ramona?
I'm good. Yeah, it's been kind of a whirlwind the last week with the sale from Mark Walter to Josh Kushner and Bob Iger, and now this family infighting, which is funny because doesn't it feel like we've done this before?
Yeah, it kind of feels like it. If I'm not mistaken, because we've had Jeannie on the show multiple times, Jeannie Buss, that back when she was dueling it out with her siblings years ago over ownership and those moments are actually coming into play right now, if I'm not mistaken, about what's in a court document, what's in the contracts and things of that nature, which we'll get to in a second. She said Kobe told her to become Khaleesi, like the mother of dragons, and just breathe fire and just take it over. And it looks like Khaleesi's still the governor there, Ramona.
For now. Yeah, for now. I think she and her lawyers believe that this court order from 2017 is going to stand up. The thing is, she sold the team to Mark Walter initially. And she had her deal with Mark Walter. And yes, it's in writing. And yes, it's for 4 more years. But she doesn't have the majority of the shares. And then Mark's not going to be that guy anymore. And there's 2 new guys who just are going to pay a valuation of $12.5 billion. And so there was always a question of how long would that arrangement hold? And so I was already wondering that before the 5 other siblings decided to sell. And I don't know. Look, when it's 5 against 0, she just didn't vote. She didn't respond to the vote because she's like, you don't have the authority to do this. I'm not even going to respond to say there is a vote here. I have the ultimate authority. And I think she's right as the trust stands, because there's the shares of the Buss family are in that trust. It's not like she has 3% and Jim has 3%, and it's owned collectively by the family trust, and she is the controlling owner of those shares. So people who deal in businesses understand what that means. Can't just, you can say we want to sell, but she doesn't have to, because she's the chairman of that board. She's the chairman of the board of directors of that trust. So, but the pressure on her to step aside is now exponential, especially after that 5-0 vote and the sale last week. She's kind of on an island now, and I think she may have the legal grounds, but that's hard to stay on that island with all the outside pressure that's on her.
Okay, so at the risk of turning this into, to go old school, court TV, can you explain in best layman's terms, layperson's terms here, what the legal battle is? Because there's the trust document that involves, obviously, Jeannie Buss, the current governor of the Lakers, and her siblings, and the way that she can potentially control that block of voting. But there's also the recent sale that could potentially alter that arrangement. I'll give you the floor here, Ramona.
Okay. So the siblings believe that they can sell because of what's called a tag-along provision, okay? And I'll define that in layman's terms, which is it's in writing, and in the sale to Mark Walter that was completed 10 months ago, that the family can tag along to any sale that he does at the valuation he gets, which is what we now know is 12.5, they have the option to tag along. And they believe that tag along option only takes 4 of the 6 votes to do so, and that they are invoking that, and they don't need her approval here. They don't need her to come along here. She's saying, nope, nothing can happen, and none of the shares can change hands because I control the shares of the family trust. And the 3 co-trustees, that's Janie, Joey, and Jeannie, have a responsibility to vote in such a way to ensure that she remains the controlling owner. I think a court order is going to hold. It's a court order. Okay. But the tag along provision, and I think this is with lawyers I've talked to and other people outside of this whole thing, that's really going to be which one supersedes, which one wins out. Is it the court order or is it going to be the tag along provision? And then we get into a discussion about, and this is a big old word here. Okay. When you have a trust, you have fiduciary responsibilities, which is essentially you have an obligation to do what's best for the trust. So when we get to this fundamental question of what is best for the trust, is it best for the trust to sell at $12.5 billion, or is it best for the trust to maintain its shares at their current valuation with Jeannie as a controlling owner? And in which point they also had something at the end of the 5 years where she was controlling owner. They had a sort of guarantee that they could still get the same $10 billion valuation Mark Walter paid for their shares if they wanted to sell, or they could sell their shares for whatever it's worth in 5 years. So that whole big question of fiduciary responsibility, all of that, I think what happens next is her lawyer sent a nasty letter to their lawyers. Those lawyers are going to respond either to each other or by filing things in the court. And if she wants to, she can tie this up, or this side of it, for 4 years where she has controlling ownership. But if you're Bob Iger and Josh Kushner, you just sit back and let the family fight it out, because it doesn't really affect your sale to Mark Walter.
Right, and you still are the majority owners of the Los Angeles Lakers in that respect, but she's still the governor? Like, how would that work?
Right,
Ramona?
So that's back to the original question when Mark sold the team. Bob said in an interview with the California Post, Bob Iger said, we intend to honor that agreement between Jeannie and Mark, which was in writing, but if something changes, then it changes. So we're back to this original question, which we all were wondering, which is if somebody pays $12 billion, are they really going to let someone else run the team? Right? Mark made that deal because he had to make the deal in order to get Jeannie to sell. But now Mark's selling. So will that hold up in court? And Bob Iger was my boss for a lot of years. I think he's a really good executive, Hall of Fame, legendary executive, okay?
Indeed.
I feel like there was probably a graceful way to resolve this, and I assume he was already thinking through all of that to resolve it, whether in the short term, the long term, medium term, whatever it is. I think that was probably the desired outcome. Nobody likes these headlines. These are ugly headlines for the Lakers, for the NBA, for everyone. And the sooner the family resolves its drama, the sooner Bob and Josh can go start running the Lakers themselves, and how they sort their own business out with Jeannie was going to be kind of a behind the scenes thing. And I don't think it was going to be messy like this is. Well, I mean,
Where's the? We just saw a photograph of the commissioner with Josh Kushner and Bob Iger, who were, if I'm not mistaken, that might be from the playoffs, the NBA Finals. So this obviously has been something that's been in the chute, if you will, for a while. What do you think the NBA wants, Ramona?
They don't want these headlines.
Right.
Yucky. I think they want everybody loves every ownership sourcing that I talk to. They all love the valuation. When your neighbor's house sells for 12.5, it makes your property value go up. So they love that. They love that these were the reason why they were probably sitting together at the finals. I mean, they were very well known as a bid group in Las Vegas. I think that is going to go for somewhere between $8 and $9 billion when all is said and done. I think Seattle will go 4.5 to 5, maybe 6 when all is said and done. That's really good for the owners. They all get a cut. Everybody gets 1/30 of that. And then, of course, they have to pay taxes or however they do that. But it's still a nice windfall for them. It's revenue only owners get. It's not shared in BRI. So I think they lost a big bidder in Las Vegas that was driving the price up. I keep hearing Bill Lowry's name. In Las Vegas, Samantha Holloway in Seattle seem to be names that I keep hearing as names to watch on those. Of course, there are other bidders, but those numbers are astronomical, Rich. Like, that's a lot of money. And these owners, are getting that for an expansion franchise where you're still going to have to build an arena. Well, not in Seattle, but in Vegas you do. And then build a whole franchise out of it. And so I think it's just another stratosphere for the NBA in terms of valuations, but really all of professional sports. I think the values you're going to start seeing, and other owners that I've talked to, we've all been talking about it, which is the Lakers are worth 12.5. What are these other franchises worth? Right. How many other owners are going to look around and say, whoever doesn't get the expansion franchises, maybe I'll sell.
Nice. So Ramona Shelburne here on the Rich Eisen Show. One more of the Palace intrigue, and then we'll just talk about everything writ large.
Sure.
Did the Buss siblings just say, an evaluation of $12.5 billion is pretty sweet, and we're going to go ahead and vote this way, knowing our sister is going to be very unhappy with this and do everything she can with her legal side of things to prevent it, but we're going to force the issue anyway? Or did the Kushner-Iger group invite them to sell, knowing that might bring about 100% of the sale of their team and let the chips fall with that?
I think the first option you laid out. I think, okay, so here's what I've heard and what we can report, what we reported, et cetera. There was a vote on whether to sell 3 or 4 months ago between the siblings, and they had 3 votes at that time. I believe that was the older siblings, the 2 older brothers, and Janie Buss were on board at that point. Remember, all of them have been fired. Okay. Jim Buss got fired 2017, I think. Johnny hasn't worked for the Lakers for years. Janie got fired recently in that bloodletting they had around Thanksgiving. The 2 younger brothers got fired this past year once Mark took over. People are mad, and they got fired, and they still had the power to hurt her. And the only way I think you could have taken them really off the board is to buy them out at that point. But I don't know if it was a money thing or a will thing or whatever, but certainly Jeannie has been aware that her siblings have wanted to sell for a long time. There have been the older brothers, I think, have wanted to sell for much longer. And they didn't have the final 2 votes for the younger brothers until after Mark Walter sold his shares because of the valuation, but also in the statement that Shams got from the family, which is they just thought it was time to move on now that Mark, the guy you sold to and all that, is no longer running it. I think that's kind of the choreography of how it all went. And there was a family meeting. I think or Dave McMenamin, my colleague, reported that Joe McCormick had called this sort of family discussion on late Monday night, to revise the trust for the next 4 years. It seemingly, if we look at it in retrospect, it seems like there was a sort of Jeannie Buss maybe revising the trust to solidify her agreement with Mark. One of the other siblings that I've sort of been in touch with said there was these huge tax liabilities. That part spooked them, said, why is she doing that? Why don't we just sell? It called into question what was going on. They had an open vote and called to sell Tuesday. Remember, Wednesday is when I had the story on Wednesday morning about Mark Walter sharing his shares, selling his shares. And so the timing suggests this sale has been knocking at the door for a long time. The families wanted to sell ever since they all weren't involved anymore. And Jeannie's been on this island for quite a long time, trying to keep everyone happy. And this was always a very difficult situation to manage. And it was set up that way by her father, and she'd managed it as long as she could. But now this feels like the end, one way or another.
So last one for you here is how this affects the Lakers. Because right now, this whole conversation here is fascinating for, lawyers who are into this sort of thing, or
everyone who watched Succession,
estate planning, watch Succession, right? Like it's the Roy family. If the Roy family own the Lakers,
is
right?
she Shiv Roy? Who's Kendall?
I've been making these references for the last 2 hours and 38 minutes.
It's all there.
I know, but and it's got the feel of like rubbernecking to see what's going on the side of the NBA freeway here, to use an LA phrase. But for all those who are driving around here listening to us on ESPN Radio, diehard Laker fans, how does this affect the team? Like, would Iger and Kushner come in and blow out the front office and change the way that they make up the roster, and this prevents them from doing this, or what? How does this affect the Los Angeles Laker fan and the team, Ramona?
I think that's the actual most important question, right? The rest of it is a family dispute, and there is some tie-in to who controls the team and who has the controlling ownership. But Jeannie Buss and Mark Walter had a very good working relationship. I remember he told me once, like, what happens if we disagree? Like, who's going to win out? And he goes, well, we're probably not going to disagree much because we're already going to have talked it through. She knows Bob Iger. I know she's already met with Bob Iger. I think they have a pretty good working relationship, or at least a background from just being important people in LA and going to games and knowing each other in the business world. She tends to know most of the people in LA because she's been the sort of the owner of the Lakers, or the mater. I don't know what you want to call her. Like she sits in the second row. Everybody walks by her seats at every game, for
decades, for sure.
Yeah, for decades. Everybody knows Jeannie in town. And so I think that was I wasn't that worried about it because of the two people involved, because of Bob Iger and Jeannie Buss. I think they would have worked it out somehow. But now it's just more complicated. And how does it affect the team? Well, the team is flying. Luka Doncic has chartered a private jet, and he's flying 14 of his teammates to his hometown in Slovenia this week. They'll be there. I think they're probably flying. It's Tuesday. Maybe they're flying tomorrow. They're starting Thursday. They're all getting gift bags, and he's hosting this big team retreat. And they're going to go fishing on Lake Bled. The details of this are going to be fun. I'll probably be all on everybody's Instagram stories. So watch for that over the next few days. The team's kind of locked in, too. A lot of them signed long-term contracts, 4-year deals. So there's not much flexibility. They traded away their 2 first-round draft picks to get Walker Kessler. There's not much that can be done with the roster. I think J.J. Redick is well-regarded as a head coach. I don't see him going anywhere. Obviously, Rob Pelinka is the general manager. He's responsible for constructing this team. That was one I had a question on what Bob Iger and Josh Kushner would do. I think my sense would be they would leave everything intact in the short term, and then we'll see what happens after this year, maybe. So the controlling ownership matters, because the decisions on JJ, on Rob Pelinka, on the roster will need to be made by whoever controls the team. And right now it's Jeannie. And I think she would have figured something out with Bob Iger and Josh, but it's gotten a whole lot more complicated because of what's going on with the family. And I don't know where it ends up, and I don't know how fast it resolves. Somebody asked me this morning, you think it'll resolve it? There'll be clarity by the season starts? And I was like, nope. Nope, not by the season starts. But then again, Rich, the Padres just sold, and it took a long time for the sale to close, and there's new owners. And when do they come in? This happens all the time in professional sports. And the people doing the job keep doing the job, and then the new people come in and they do the job. So it's a big deal, and yet Luka's hosting a retreat, and they're all going to bond, and that's actually what matters on the court.
So last one for you. Here's the chaser. That was the shot. Here's the chaser. You know this guy is as locked in as anybody else and is as business savvy as anybody else. Mm-hmm. And you said that this deal has been knocking on the door. Is there any connection between LeBron leaving and wanting no piece of this and him no longer being on the Lakers?
I don't think so. Okay. No, I don't. I don't think there's any tie-in. Right. I really think LeBron, in reporting on his departure after the fact, okay, like we all reported on it during the time period, and then now we're doing it after the fact. I really think he was done with the Lakers after that last game. I don't think there was anything they could have done differently, except for maybe give him an extension last year or give him a third year on the first extension he signed. He did a 1-and-1. I think he wanted 3 years. They weren't willing to do that because they wanted it to line up with Luka, or they wanted the salary cap flexibility that summer. I don't know if they had Luka yet. But I think that fate was sealed last August. I think that I really do. Now looking back on it, I think that was all done. He wasn't going to play for less with the Lakers because that's such an insult to play for so much less with this team. It's like when your boss asks you to take a pay cut, especially after the year he had, and he was so good. It's different. There's a sort of curse of the incumbency. I don't think he wanted to be the third banana. He just accepted that role. He wanted to be wanted. He wants to have a key role. This is Luka's team. They turned the page. It was done last year. And everybody made the best of it, and he was professional about it. He had a great year. Now he's in Philly. Everyone recruited him. Miami recruited him. Cleveland recruited him. The Warriors obviously have tried to trade for him 4 times. He keeps saying no. It felt good to be wanted compared to a place where they already traded for your replacement. I get it. No harm, no foul. It's an amicable divorce. Nobody's paying alimony. He's in Philly. He's happy.
I appreciate you, at least let's ending on something that's amicable, because the conversation about everything else beforehand was certainly not that. Ramona, let's keep an eye on all that, and always a pleasure having you on the program. Thank you.
Thanks, Rich.
Ramona Shelburne, everybody. All right, we got to take a break because we're up against it on the radio side of things. We're back to rap in a sec. Rich Eisen here. Running a small business means every hire matters. A bad hire costs time and money, but the right one helps your business grow. The challenge? Finding that person without sorting through resumes. That's where LinkedIn Hiring Pro comes in. It screens candidates so you can focus on conversations with qualified talent. With Hiring Pro, you can hire with confidence and build the team you need. Join the 2.7 million small businesses using LinkedIn to hire. Get started by posting your job for free at linkedin.com/Eisen. Terms and conditions apply.
Did you know Skechers makes high-performance footwear for almost every sport you play? Here's what our athletes are saying.
Hi, I'm pro basketball player OG Anunoby. I dominate in Skechers basketball. Skechers delivers championship-level performance.
I'm WNBA star Jackie Young. Skechers keeps me quick, comfortable, and ready for anything.
And you can get high-performance Skechers and hands-free slip-ins technology. Just step in and perform.
I'm pro golfer Matt Fitzpatrick. I play in hands-free Skechers golf slip-ins.
Find yours at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or whatever high-performance sports shoes are sold.
Football fans, it's almost time to draft your team and kick off another season. This year, take your fantasy football draft party to Twin Peaks, where cold drinks, made from scratch food, and wall-to-wall TVs make your local lodge the ultimate draft day headquarters. Round up your league, grab a table, and get ready for the picks, the rivalries, and a full season of bragging rights. Whether you're defending your title or drafting for the first time, start your fantasy season at Twin Peaks. Book your fantasy football draft party at your local lodge today. Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views.
On September 2nd, DraftKings Game Day arrives with massive deals, exclusive deals, and an all-day celebration built for sports fans. The countdown has begun. All roads lead to Game Day. The DraftKings Sports app is now live in all 50 states. Yep, that means you, Texas. Every fan is in on the excitement. One app, every sport, all 50 states. Remember the date, September 2nd. DraftKings Game Day is the kickoff of a new season, a new era, and the biggest day in sports history. Get ready to celebrate. New DraftKings customers, sign up with code Houston975. Spend $5 to get $150 in rewards within 14 days. That's code Houston975. In partnership with DraftKings, the crown is yours. Event trading offered by DraftKings Predictions, a CFTC registered introducing broker. Trading involves risk of loss. Market availability varies. Eligibility restrictions apply. $50 every 7 days via click-to-claim issued in non-withdrawable predictions dollars that expire in 1 year. Ends August 23rd. Terms at dkng.co/predictions promo. Nationwide based on sportsbook predictions and free-to-play sports contest availability. Varies by state.
This is Danny Braden with Fleet Feet Houston. For all of you runners out there, Fleet Feet is the best place for all of your running needs. Whether you're a marathoner or just starting out, the experts at Fleet Feet can help. Stop by one of our 7 Houston area locations. We've been running Houston since 1987. Because of our growth, we turned to HR&P to manage our human resource and payroll needs. Fleet Feet wins every race with HR&P.
Let HR&P customize a plan for your business. Get started at hrp.net.
Hey guys, it's Joe George. Here's what most car buyers never hear. Long car loans mean you'll likely owe more than the vehicle is worth. That's negative equity. For 50 years, D&M Leasing has helped Texans avoid that trap. Lease instead of finance. Drive a newer vehicle with a lower payment and no depreciation risk. It's the smarter way to drive. Call 713-290-1000 or visit them at dmautoleasing.com and tell them that Joe George sent you by.
We make leasing easy at D&M.
Since 1954, Stokes Hardware has been helping Houston and the surrounding areas get the job done. We're your hometown source for quality supplies, expert advice, and outstanding customer service. Need pipe cut and threaded, keys made, glass or plexiglass cut to size? We've got you covered. Whatever your next project is, our knowledgeable team is here to help in every step of the way. Stokes Hardware, where experience, service, and hometown values have made the difference since 1954. Se habla Espn.
Spring is calling at Two Creeks Crossing Resort, just 90 minutes north of Houston. Spend the day relaxing by the water, then stick around for live music, great food, and can't-miss events happening all season long. From cook-offs and holiday celebrations to outdoor adventures and family-friendly fun. Whether you're rolling in with the RV, booking a waterfront cabin, or planning a glamping getaway, there's a perfect spot waiting for you. See everything coming up and reserve your stay now at twocreekscrossingresort.com.
John Renato here. Walking into Republic Boot Company at 11th and Studewood in the Heights is like walking into a time machine to the Republic of Texas. Seriously, go check it out. Whether it's their exclusive 1836 collection of all leather boots or a customized pair with whatever material and design you want, these are going to be the most comfortable boots you've ever worn. Hats, suits, and all kinds of handmade leather products in a Texas-inspired haven. Book their space for your next event. Republic Boot Company, where tradition meets style. RepublicBootCompany.com.
Small business, you don't just do the job. You're also the hiring manager, the payroll department, the benefits team, usually all before lunch. Gusto knows this. So Gusto has come up with a way to take a few of those off your plate quickly and seamlessly because Gusto's online payroll and benefits software built for small businesses. It's all-in-one, remote-friendly, and incredibly easy to use. So you can pay, hire, onboard, and support your team from anywhere. Unlimited payroll runs for one monthly price. No hidden fees, no surprises. Save time with built-in automated tools, offer letters, onboarding docs, direct deposit, and more. It's quick and simple to switch to Gusto. Just transfer your existing data to get up and running fast. Plus, don't pay a cent until you run your first payroll. Try Gusto today at gusto.com/rich and get 3 months free when you run your first payroll. That's 3 months of free payroll at gusto.com/rich. One more time, it's gusto.com/rich. I made a flippant comment to start the show, and I kind of regret it. So I just want to hit it here because I saw Del Tufo's hat, and I asked him if Kyle Tucker gave it to him. Listen, Dave Roberts is an outstanding manager, and there's a reason why skippers of baseball teams are called managers rather than coaches, right? Sure, they coach. They coach up. But managers manage. They manage the game. They manage a clubhouse, and they manage your different personalities, and they also manage the feelings of their players. And I think Dave Roberts has maybe the biggest challenge of his entire tenure with the Dodgers on his biggest challenge on his hands right now with Kyle Tucker. Listen, I know he's obscenely rich and he hit a huge contract and those things can weigh on you, but he's lost right now. Eric Karras, who calls games locally here in Los Angeles, on last night's broadcast suggested maybe even sending him down.
Ooh, whoa.
Because it's not just his difficulty hitting right now. He's lost the ability to catch a baseball. It's just amazing.
Such a
like having the yips.
What it will do to you. The it is adversity. The it is the pressure. And there was a shot of Tucker in the club in the dugout, wiping away tears. Just got to wonder what has gotten into him. His loss of confidence.
He hasn't had a hit in over a week.
But he's taking it out into the field right now.
Yeah.
And again, Roberts has got an uncanny ability to push a button and know what it takes. I'm just trying to figure out another time of his tenure here, another player that he may have had that, he's also type of guy that can throw an arm around somebody. The clubhouse is filled with high character guys as well.
Didn't Max Muncy kind of lose it there for a little bit a couple years ago?
I don't recall anybody like this. So I kind of regret making that flippant comment right off the bat. I should know better, so I apologize on that front. Because this ain't easy, man.
Yeah.
Baseball's a tough game, and right? I mean, that's that line from few, A League of Their Own.
Hard.
It's there's no crying in baseball, but yeah, there is. And baseball is hard because if it was easy, everyone would do it. And so no one likes to see anyone struggling. And I know, again, Dave Roberts, I'm assuming, will know what to do here. But sending him down would be quite a development.
Yeah,
I don't know if they're going to do that either. But at least the Dodgers have the ability to, absorb somebody's difficulties and continue to move on. That wraps up this edition of the Rich Eisen Show. We're back on Wednesday to be back.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Shohei Ohtani's interpreter was fired today. Ippei Mitsuhara ran up gambling debts to a Southern California bookmaking operation.
The inside story of the biggest scandal in modern baseball.
He was absolutely bananas, the amount of bets he was making. I've never seen anything like it.
From 30 for 30 podcasts, this is The Betrayal of Shohei Ohtani.
Presented by Gusto. Episodes 1 and 2 available now. Listen wherever you get podcasts.
Looking for a career that offers real opportunity? IBEW Local 66 is opening the door. With more than 4,800 members, their apprenticeship programs combine classroom instruction with paid, hands-on training so you can earn while you learn and build a nationally recognized career in electrical, construction, or line work. Whether you're just starting out or ready for a new direction, they're ready to help. Visit IBEW66.com. Powering careers, powering
Hello, Houston. He's Joe. I'm Jeremy. We're Jeremy and Joe. AJ's in for Brian today. Tuesday program. Taco Tuesday edition. Wrong answers only. Where is Brian today? And you can't say that he's watching a Jason Statham premiere because that would be the right answer. And we asked for wrong answers only.
Yeah, he doesn't want to hang out with us. He wants to go to a movie premiere instead.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. I saw Michael still here.
I know, and they're going together. So I don't really know why Brian's not here.
I don't either.
He's just not here.
I don't get it. But it's good to have AJ. We're on a couple of sweats. There's plenty to talk about today. Astros resume baseball. It feels like they haven't played in a week. Christian Javier on the mound. Everybody has a huge amount of confidence, right, with Christian Javier on the mound. We'll talk some baseball a little bit later. NFL stuff going around. It is a Cash 'em or Trash 'em Tuesday, so we'll do that as well. Some college football stuff because we talk college football on this show. We are in a couple of sweats, though. A couple of sweats. Both in the WTA.
What's that?
Tennis. Women's tennis. I don't know that's what the WTA stands for, but women's tennis.
Because there's also something called an ATP up there.
That's the men's tour.
Okay.
The WTA is the women's tour, which I knew that was the case, but I didn't know which one was which. But now we're watching some tennis right now. We're on Coco Gauff to beat Ann Lee by 5.5 games.
Okay.
So we're in a half unit there at -118. We're also rooting for the other American, Sloane Stephens. And Sloane lost the first set 7-5. They're just getting started on the second set. But we don't need her to win. We just need her to cover the 5.5 games.
All right.
We're on Sloane plus 5.5 at +103. We're on Coco at -5.5 at -118.
Betting tennis.
Half a unit on each. There was no soccer today. There's no day baseball.
Nope.
So let's go America in tennis.
Yes.
They were in Cincinnati, too, so I feel like home soil.
Yeah, that's a good advantage.
I feel like that helps us.
It's pretty American there.
Very American in Cincinnati.
Yeah, it's a pretty American city.
What's your favorite thing about Cincinnati?
The ballpark.
The ballpark is nice.
I've heard that.
I've been
I
there.
actually haven't been there, but it looks nice.
Yeah, it's pretty nice. Right on the river. The other side of the river is Kentucky, actually. Just on the other side of the river is northern Kentucky. In fact, the airport of Cincinnati is in Kentucky.
Wow.
Cincinnati Airport in Kentucky.
The more you know.
The more you know with Jeremy and Joe. Grater's ice cream's pretty good.
Okay.
Skyline is not.
I haven't tried it yet.
Actually,
Don't want to.
Yeah, don't try it. But lots to get to today. We begin with Texans training camp. They had joint practices today,
Yes.
Joe, with the Las Vegas Raiders. Tons of takeaways, tons of reports from what happened over there on the grounds. First one, Tom Brady dresses like a woman. You see what he was wearing?
I did, yeah.
What is wrong with this guy?
He's just, man.
He's wearing parachute pants that are black in Houston humidity.
When you're Tom Brady.
And like a skin tight white top.
Yeah, it's Tom.
I could see why Giselle,
Left.
I can understand it now.
It's mostly weird because the shirt's tucked in.
It's so weird.
Like why is it tucked in, man?
Why is he wearing pants at a football practice in Houston heat?
Yeah. Wear shorts.
And I get it. Like, he has a stylist. We all know he has a stylist, right? And
Yes.
his stylist is keeping him hip. He's keeping him current. He's keeping him young.
It's hot out there.
It's not what you wear at training camp.
No, you don't
It's
wear
not what you
black
wear at training camp,
pants
Tommy.
To training camp.
Brutal.
And then tuck in your white T-shirt.
It was so weird.
It's Tom.
He's a pretty boy.
Yeah, he's
a pretty boy.
He's an odd character.
Yeah, he's the greatest of all time, but he is a pretty boy.
He's talking to C.J. Stroud.
Yeah, they were whispering sweet nothings into each other's ear.
C.J. Stroud for Fernando Mendoza.
But Stroud kind of dresses like Brady a little bit, too. Like, they both have that thing going for them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think Tom would have wore like a Yankees hat to a game, but he's more
Well, he did say that he did have a rooting interest when the Patriots were in the Super Bowl last year.
That's because he's an owner of the Raiders now. He's got to,
And he's a neutral party on the broadcast.
Yeah, he's got to call it like it is.
Yeah. Anyways, they said the offense looked good for the Texans.
I saw a lot of very positive things.
Stroud good. Running game good.
Mm-hmm.
D'Amico was happy with both running backs. He said they were the highlight of the day. I do want, and look, we're all craving football, right? We all love football. I've been drafting fantasy football teams around the clock. Like we're jonesing for football. We're so happy it's here.
We're all sudden we're in 3 best ball leagues.
Great, yeah, we are. We were making some draft picks today. We'll tell you when we're on the clock, which we're not currently. Lost my train of thought.
Sorry.
Oh, we're all very excited and we're all rooting for good things, right? We like Texans, yay! Offense, yay! And I'm right there with you. I'm right. Like the Texans released protect the team. By the way, Stresson wasn't protecting the team today. Stressens, for as much as a Texans fan he is, he was posting a lot of videos illegally today, not really protecting the team.
No,
which I don't love that he wasn't protecting the team because we want our Texans to be protected. We don't want videos of 11 on 11 and joint practices being on the internet.
No, we don't.
Protect the team, guys.
Take care of your guys.
Protect the Stressens illegally posting videos. Protect the team. But there was one Texans posted this one where there was like a bobbled snap in the gun. C.J. Stroud. I don't know if it was hard to tell if he dropped it or if it was a low snap. But let's just call it a bad snap exchange in the shotgun. Picks it off the ground, throws it to Woody Marks. Woody Marks scampers in for a touchdown. Yes! Yeah! Texans are back! Yeah!
It's a very optimistic way to look at that.
I will say this. The Oakland Raiders were bad defense last year.
Yes.
I don't want to poo-poo on your parade. Or rain on your parade either. Let's just remember the Oakland Raiders, Las Vegas Raiders, were a very bad defense last year.
Yes, but.
Okay. All right, hit me with the but.
If it was bad, we'd be freaking out. Like, this is one of those check the box.
Yeah.
They're not good. Beat them. Like Jake Andrews. Apparently, Landry said, very bad day. 3 bad snaps today with C.J. Stroud.
I don't know if he's going to make
with
the team.
all 3 quarterbacks, he said, actually.
This might have been the last chance for him to make the team.
Yeah, if you're having bad snaps with Ripien.
He's feeling the pressure. I think it's pronounced Rippin, but it doesn't matter.
Rippin, Mills, and Stroud. You ain't making this team, buddy. You got to snap the ball. That's your only job.
Well, it's not his only job.
It's his main job.
It's just the first job.
It's the most important job.
I don't know.
Get the ball to the quarterback.
A pretty important job. But he's also got to protect the quarterback.
Yeah, now maybe he's also trying to throw a trick play at us. You never know. Like last year.
Fumble-rooski?
Fumble-rooski. It worked last season. He's just trying to get that practice in for his moment this season.
Yeah, I was looking. Stressens also listed the starting offensive line. Again, not protecting the team. You know what? Early nomination junkie of the day, Stressens, for not protecting the team. I'm a little disgusted for a huge Texans fan that he is, not protecting the team, going against the wishes of the local 11 like this makes me sick. But he did tweet out the starting offensive line. He said Ursery was at left tackle.
Okay.
He said Keelan Rutledge was at right guard. He said Evan Brown was at center. Ed Ingram was at right guard. And he had Blake Fisher at right tackle.
So Rutledge
Branham, you said right guard twice. No, Stressens tweeted that.
Okay.
But he also listed them in order, so it was very clearly Rutledge at left guard.
I mean, look, we don't know what's going on with the offensive line. Yesterday, the Texans sent out a depth chart, didn't have a right tackle on it.
A depth chart?
Depth chart, sorry. A depth chart with no right tackle. Stressing says they have 2 right guards. They're trying new things this season. They're trying to be innovative this year.
I'm still disgusted he wasn't protecting the team by listing the entire starting offensive line. But it was interesting that they actually had Rutledge playing guard because I thought they had given up on that.
I thought they had too. I thought he was the center.
Yeah. So, they do different things when we get that. But it was just kind of interesting. Texans Jacob said that Trent Brown was getting some work in at left tackle, which he was like, well, Trent Brown's future is swing tackle for this team. Are we sure he's not the starting left tackle?
I think it's going to be
100% sure.
I think it'll be Ursery.
I do too. But I think that's one of those things where I don't think the runway's that long for Ursery. If he gets beat 3 straight weeks, I think they're quickly making that change.
I think it's like that with everywhere on the offensive line at this point, outside of probably Ed Ingram. You play poorly, you're out. You're trying to win a Super Bowl. There's no time for feelings with this roster. If someone's playing bad, you take them out.
No.
I got no problem with that.
No problem with that. There was also the fight.
Which the betting odds on this would have been minus 10,000. There was a fight between Max Crosby and Keelan Rutledge, and there was.
Yeah. There weren't fist throws,
but
they said like a little tiff.
Yeah, but it was so obvious it was going to be those two.
I feel like Max Crosby and Keelan Rutledge are such men. You can't call anything they do a tiff.
No.
It's kind of putting down what they're doing.
Yeah.
There was a scrum. It was a shoving match. It wasn't a tiff. You can't call it a tiff whenever it's Max Crosby and Keelan Rutledge.
Squabble?
A squabble. Does squabble imply that there were punches thrown or no?
Great question.
Like brouhaha, I think punches.
So do I.
Donnybrook, I think punches.
Definitely punches there.
A tiff, I kind of think pillow fight between a couple of girls.
Yes.
A scuffle, I think, is fine. Is that what you said?
I said squabble.
Oh, okay. Scuffle for sure. Squabble maybe. I don't know if squabble implies punches or not.
It's less intense than a full-blown fight. More of a noisy argument.
Okay. There we go. Okay. Scuffle, squabble.
Yeah.
Pick your fighter.
It just can't be Tiff.
It can't be Tiff.
No.
If it was, who could it have been? If it was Fernando Mendoza and C.J. Stroud, okay, now we got a Tiff.
That's a Tiff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which I forgot how cheesy Fernando Mendoza was. I was listening to some of his press conference.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, my goodness.
This
guy is Captain Cheese.
Yeah, he is. That's why I was not sure I was in on him.
I think he's going to be good.
But it's so cheesy. You hear him talk, and you're like, that doesn't sound like an NFL quarterback.
I forgot how cheesy he was.
But that's why this pairing is so perfect.
What do you mean?
In Las Vegas. Because you've got a cheese ball in Fernando Mendoza. And then you've got you like that. You like that. Like, he's also very cheesy.
Also very cheesy.
Yes. Like, it's a cheese heaven over there.
They brought in, I wonder if that's why they looked at Cousins to groom.
They're like, hey, we got to get the cheese level at the same.
Yeah, I think he's going to kind of be good. I think Mike Washington might be kind of good too.
Really?
Yeah.
That's the backup running back?
Yeah.
You
From
were
Arkansas.
big on him last
Well, Lance put me on him.
Yeah.
Lance put me on him. They said he was really good today.
Fade Genty?
No, I think draft both. You know what's also interesting too? Like, Clint Kubiak's going to have an elite running game. We know that, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just saying. Genty misses 2 to 3 weeks. Mike Washington's a top 10 running back that week.
And Genty has so many carries in his career that feels very plausible.
Mm-hmm.
That just happened. And they might just protect Mendoza or Cousins. Also, like, who are they really throwing the ball to besides Brock Bowers?
You don't like Jalen Naylor?
Not really.
You don't like Trey Tucker?
Meh.
Mike Mayer might be their second best receiver.
Yeah, and he's a stud.
Yeah. I mean, they're going to play a lot of heavy packages and 12 personnel.
Yeah, I if you go 12 personnel with that grouping, that can work pretty well for
They'll
you.
do that. They're going to sit there and run play action and hand the ball off a lot and throw it to Bowers on crossers.
And Bowers might be in the slot some as well. Like, you can be creative with him.
Yeah, I think their offense is going to be fine. Their defense, I think, has a chance to be really bad.
Yes, because I'm still not convinced Max Crosby is going to be on that roster by week 1.
Maybe not.
It's like, I can't believe he didn't get traded again.
It's crazy. I was thinking about that today.
Like maybe it's just other NFL teams are going to want to see him play for a week or two in the regular season, and then they trade him. Or it's like last year where Micah got traded between the last preseason game and the first regular season game.
So my theory on this is that the Raiders want something similar to what the Ravens gave them. And I don't think any team in the NFL is coming close to that.
Not now.
So I think it's just like this huge impasse. We're like the gap between the Raiders' ask and what teams are offering them is wide.
So it was 2 first-round picks, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's under contract through, it looks like 29.
I just don't think teams are offering that. I don't think teams are offering 2 firsts for Max Crosby after a team pulled out of trading for Max Crosby.
No.
And the Raiders would look foolish trading Max Crosby for just a first, right? Like you had an offer done for 2, and now, okay, we're just going to take 1. Like, I don't think that's something that will happen, before the start of the year.
Probably,
I think if you were to get traded, it'd be more of a deadline thing.
Probably their best case scenario at this point would be 1 first, and then a, what do they call it?
Conditional second?
Conditional. Where it's like, if this team goes to the Super Bowl and he plays in 15 games, it turns into a first.
Yeah.
Kind of a thing. Which, like,
now it's a late first.
Yeah, but at least it's still a first.
Yeah, I would take something like that, I think.
Yeah.
That would be like the compromise.
Yeah.
To what is it, wedge the gap?
Yeah, it protects the Raider. It
Bridge
protects
the
the
gap.
team getting Crosby, but then also gives Raiders the upside on the other end of it.
Mm-hmm.
But I think by deadline he's gone.
I do too. All right, 713-780-ESPN. I have 2 big questions from training camp. Raiders, Texans today. You want to do the receiver one or you want to do the coach one?
Coach.
Okay, the coach one. Clint Kubiak was the offensive coordinator of which NFL team last year?
Seahawks.
What did that team do last year?
Won the Super Bowl.
Where was Clint Kubiak the offensive coordinator 2 years ago?
The Saints.
The Saints.
Was Clint Kubiak available to hire when the Houston Texans hired Nick Caley?
Yes.
What would the Texans have done in a hypothetical alternate reality if Clint Kubiak was their OC last year? 713-780-ESPN. We'll get to the receiver stuff. We'll get to your thoughts. Apollo, hang right there. 713-780-ESPN. We'll get to that. Astros, Cash or Trash. Busy show. 713-780-ESPN, the HRP listener line, text or call. You can watch along on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN 97.5, ESPN Houston. You can watch us there as well. We're streaming on TikTok. We're streaming on Twitter, ESPN 975. Joe's at Joe George Radio. I'm at Jeremy Branham. It is Jeremy and Joe, ESPN ESPN 97.5. Human resources and payroll, baby. HR&P, it is the best. Cougar owned by my colleague. Go Cougs. I cannot wait for college football season. I am excited. Everybody's excited. They're all excited. But Mike Hawley, he used to protect the Heisman Trophy winner. Now he's protecting your business. He's been in the protection business his whole life. Business owners, let HR&P help you. They can help you with HR compliance, benefits administration, payroll. You don't want to deal with numbers? Don't have to. Onboarding, you don't want to deal with new employees? You don't have to. HR&P's gotcha. They can help in one of those areas, all of those areas, and anywhere in between. No boxes with HR&P. You're not reading off a menu. HR&P is going to completely customize a plan for what you and your business need. You have a little problem, little issue, you want to take a little bit off your plate, a lot off your plate, HR&P is going to find a way to help you out by tailoring a plan for what works best for you. Plus, HR&P is a great teammate to have on your sideline. They're always going to stay up to date, what's going on in the business world, what you need to know in Q3, what you need to know in Q1. HR&P's got you. Their technology, phenomenal. You have to have great technology in 2026. Let's face it. HR&P has that, but it's their service where really it sets apart from everybody else. Guaranteed fulfillment. You'll never talk to a stranger. You always talk to someone who knows you. They know your business needs. You're going to love them in your life. Give them a call at 281-880-6525. Let HR&P customize a plan for you. 281-880-6525 or check them out online at hrp.net. That's hrp.net.
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
He's Joe. I'm Jeremy. He's the last real good guy on the Huntington Bank bad boy. 713-780 ESPN. Texans joint practice. Raiders today. They were doing things. Football players on a football field doing football things. Apollo's got a thought or two. Apollo, you're in with Jeremy and Joe. What's up?
Sports, fellas. Double rod. I have a cross sports player comp for you. C.J. Stroud and Kyle Tucker. I'll shut up and listen.
Stroud and Tucker. Okay. I would have liked more of a context there, actually. Stroud doesn't have the huge contract yet.
It's the look.
Is it the mopey?
It's
Mopiness?
it's the mopiness, right? It's doesn't ever look like he cares in a good situation or a bad situation. A little mopey, no smile.
Okay, I can see it.
One guy's choking in the playoffs.
One
guy's choking in L.A.
When CJ, I mean, Tucker's not had a great reputation for playoff success.
No, it's just right now. He can't catch a fly ball 2 days in a row.
No, that was weird. Fortunately, they were winning the game big, but that was very odd.
He's broken. Kyle Tucker is broken.
He's a broken man.
Because of the mopiness, I get where Double Rods is going with that of why it looks similar, and definitely feels like Tucker is unable to live up to the pressure of a Chicago and an LA and the contract that he has signed and the pressure that came along with not being in Houston, where he didn't have to be the best player on most nights. He could be bad in the playoffs and the Astros could still win the World Series. He could make a mistake and Jordan Alvarez could still pick him up, or Alex Bregman or one of those guys. CJ Stroud's kind of in the same situation right now. He wasn't particularly good last year, but the defense was the second best defense in the NFL, so it didn't really matter until the playoffs when he was an utter disaster. So I see it. I see where we're going here.
Yeah. The some players aren't cut out for the big city. Some players are not cut out for the big city, and it feels like Kyle Tucker's one of those guys that's not cut out for the big city. So Clint Kubiak could have been hired by the Houston. A lot of people were clamoring for Clint Kubiak.
I was one of them.
Fired by. Don't hurt yourself reaching to pat your back there, Joe.
You, Joe.
So where would and look, he won the Super Bowl Seattle, fired from New Orleans. A lot of people made the connection, baby Kubiak, because Gary Kubiak, head coach for D'Amico, a lot of ties in Houston, blah, 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 blah. You know the story. Where would the Texans have been if Clint Kubiak was the offensive coordinator last year? Better, worse, the same, further, not as far?
They would have been better.
Okay.
I think you got to go back to his time in New Orleans before that job opened. They scored, was it like 150 points or something like that in the first 4 weeks? Or like some crazy number where they just were putting up 40, it felt like every single week. And then they were terrible most of the year after that. That's what, the last year of, who was the quarterback that year? Was it?
What year are you talking about?
Derek Carr?
Was it Derek Carr?
Yeah.
With the Saints?
Yeah, with the Saints, yeah. And it fell apart after the first 4 weeks of the season. But it was very clear. It's like, oh, there's something here. Goes into free agency as a coach. Thought he should have been the Texans coach. I think it would go better. I think it would have gone better. I think it's a better fit for Stroud starting there.
I do too.
The offense is a better fit for Stroud. Is it a better fit for D'Amico? No. It would have been kind of strange to go from the same offense to the same offense in a way, wouldn't? That's what Bobby was running?
I think they're a little different. I think they're a little different what Kubiak does and what what a Slowick and Shanahan do. It's very similar.
Yeah,
it's way closer than what Kaylee's trying to do.
They're definitely they're neighbors.
They're both West Coasty.
Yeah.
I think that Kubiak's a little bit more play action.
Yeah.
Whereas you don't see that as much with San Francisco.
No,
but
that's
both heavy emphasis on the running game, short, crossers, a shot every now and then.
And that's where, would it have been better all the time? I don't know. Because in New Orleans, where he had success, he had Alvin Kamara. And then last year, he had Kenneth Walker and Zach Charbonnet in Seattle. So it opens up the play action. Would he have had that same success with Nick Chubb and Woody Marks?
That was a struggle.
Probably not. That play action of the offense would not have been as good as it was in Seattle or New Orleans. But I think it would still be better. And honestly, he might still be your OC.
Because they don't win the Super Bowl?
Yeah.
Maybe.
Like they might.
That was part of the allure, I'm sure, of bringing him to Vegas.
Yeah,
Super Bowl winning OC.
Like development. Look what he did with Sam Darnold in that year as well.
Yeah.
And pair him with a young quarterback.
I think Kubiak's a better play caller than Caley. I agree with you
sure.
that it suits Stroud's fit way better as well. Like, do I think that they get to the conference championship game, though? I don't know if I can quite go that far. I think they're better. I think they'd be better positioned to win that game. Does C.J. Stroud still, like, choke all over himself? I don't know. Maybe he's more comfortable in the offense. Maybe he doesn't because he doesn't have that discomfort in running this offense. But, you know, like you said, the running game still probably wouldn't have been good, even though Kubiak's known to be a run game master because they didn't have weapons. And, look, there was no Nico in that New England game, too. So you're playing, you know, the deck is stacked against you. Whenever you're going up against the Patriots defense with no running game and then bad weather, all that. That's the silver lining if you're, like, pro Stroud going into this year. It's like, okay, the Patriots, and I know he didn't play well against Pittsburgh, but the Patriots game, okay, you can't run against them because their interior defensive line's so good and your running game sucks. Your offensive line's meh at best and probably bad. You have no Nico Collins, and Stroud's like sitting there going up against a really good defense with no weapons. Okay, of course he's not going to play well. So, like, that would be the argument defending C.J. Stroud going forward, which I think is a fair argument. But, you know, my counterpoint would be like, well, when it's decision time, is he making good decisions? My answer would be no. Your pushback would be, well, he was, you know, panicky and rattled against a really good defense with no weapons. Okay, we've met our impasse. I just argued with myself.
No, I agree with you. Like I wouldn't say it's like a dumb take if someone presented that. I just would say I disagree with it strongly. I think they probably get to the same point they were last year.
I do too. I don't think they win that game. I think they're positioned better, but don't win it.
And then if Kubiak doesn't leave, I think we're feeling maybe more excitement and more optimism for this season than we do right now. Because for me, a lot of the lack of optimism around Stroud, it does go back to Nick Caley. I'm not really a believer. You know, he had never called plays before. He's just it feels like, sorry, this is harsh, but like another coffee getter for Sean McVay.
Yeah. I mean, here's the thing, though, is he had a lot of, I meant to do this. In fact, I'm going to do this tomorrow. The other thing, though, is that he did spend a lot of time in New England. Like, he's a guy who was pretty...
Yeah, he's there with...
I don't know if decorated is the right word, but coming out of both places, he was kind of sought after.
No, he was. It's like... the quality of the hire is not necessarily in doubt. It's just I would have preferred someone that had called plays before. And maybe now in year two, like we see that jump to where he hadn't done it before.
Yeah, year two's critical.
I mean, he's there, he's there with Gronk and Aaron Hernandez, I think, in New
Probably.
England.
He was there for a while.
I think he's the tight ends coach when those guys were there. So, you know, it fits into what...
Are you saying that he needs to develop a killer mentality?
No. We don't want that.
Just checking.
Keep that out of Houston. We don't need that. We don't need a bad TV show, which all of a sudden is like invaded my TikTok feed.
What show?
That Aaron Hernandez show.
Really?
I don't know.
There's a show?
Yeah, it was on like FX.
My buddy.
I'm scared of where this is going.
So Aaron Hernandez's brother married a girl from Humble High School.
Okay.
I have friends who were friends with her.
Okay.
I have a friend who was at their wedding.
Okay.
I have a friend who was at their wedding that was also attended by
Aaron
Hernandez.
Okay.
My friend and Aaron Hernandez and others had a good time.
Oh, okay. Sounds fun.
That's it. There's nothing more than that.
Yeah.
They had a good time.
Yeah.
I'm glad my friend didn't offend him.
Yes, me too.
Could have ended bad.
Yeah, that could have been a tough day.
Yeah. So like 2 degrees of separation.
Yeah.
You know, between me and a murderer.
Yeah, you're right there.
Right there.
You could have had a conversation with
His brother, they're divorced now. His brother kind of got crazy too after his brother, his brother stuff. Oof. Yeah, I think he did he get arrested for like throwing a brick through like the Patriots facility or something like that? Or maybe somebody's like he got familiar. I think he lost his mind legitimately. And look, I kind of understand, like his brother went through all of that. Like that's going to have an effect on you. Mm-hmm. Yeah, but he kind of went mental as well, which stinks. But
yes,
such is life. What was the story?
Planning to carry out a mass shooting at UConn.
Okay, not quite a break through the Patriots facility, but very bad.
Yeah, very bad.
Yeah, like he lost his mind. Yeah, he lost his mind, which is very sad. 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. Junkie says, I'm Stroud and proud, but I think this year is make or break. For sure. Here's the other thing, the point I was going to make. Like, there's a scenario where Nick Caley is a really good offensive coordinator running his scheme.
Mm-hmm.
There's a scenario that scheme is a misfit with Stroud and it won't work between Caley and Stroud. In the same scenario, there's a scenario where Stroud's a really good quarterback for somebody else. Like, that's the whole thing with scheme fit and guys who are not scheme fits. And hopefully, like, Stroud puts that all to rest and Caley puts that all to rest, and they're able to, bridge the gap of whatever. And I don't think they have personal differences. I don't think Stroud, dislikes Caley or vice versa. I think they get along. I just think that Caley's football mind isn't the best fit for Stroud's football mind. And simply put, I don't think Stroud is a great quarterback in Caley's fit. I've been on record saying I think C.J. Stroud is at best in a spread offense. I think he's fine in a West Coast offense. He had a great rookie season. It's just that Slowick had trouble making adjustments after a first series or whenever the defense had a counterpunch. So, there is a scenario where Caley's a good OC, but it's not with Stroud, and Stroud's a good quarterback, but it's not with Caley.
100%.
Hopefully, the scenario that plays out this year is they find this perfect unison and they're in groove and in sync all year long. That's what everybody's rooting for. And now it's just let it play out, right? We can do the whole prediction game. What do you think's going to happen? I don't think it's going to be in sync all year. I don't think that they have a great
rapport.
I wouldn't say rapport. It's not rapport.
They just don't mesh.
It's more of a mesh. Maybe it's chemistry. Maybe,
Yeah.
but it's not chemistry personality-wise. It's chemistry between playing style of Stroud and football mind of Caley.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think the chemistry of Caley as a play caller is great with Stroud the player. So I think it's actually better with Slowick.
Is it fair to say you could go beyond that and say that maybe the most optimal way of C.J. Stroud to have success also doesn't work with the way that D'Amico wants to run an offense? To be that run first,
yeah, you can
rely on your defense kind of team.
You can for sure. Now there's a way of having Stroud's perfect fit and just slowing it down.
Yeah.
Now, part of, I think, Stroud's strength are explosive plays, which they tapped into Stroud's rookie year, right? And they kind of want to get away from because they want this methodical time control offense. So, yeah, I think that plays in too. I don't think it's as great as offensive coordinator play caller rather than head coach overall team philosophy, but absolutely comes into play because you could do spread and just slow it down, right? Okay, you're not going to go as quick. You're going to take snaps later in the play.
You're not going to take
clock.
as many deep shots.
Yeah.
And things like that.
Yeah. So it matters. I don't want it to sound like I'm saying it doesn't matter. I just don't think it's as important as play call or quarterback. Sure. Anyways, 713-780-ESPN. If Rippin doesn't work out, the Texans should reach out to David Klingler. David Klingler would be great in that video room, I tell you that. I'm dead serious.
That?
You don't know who David Klingler is?
AJ?
We better go to break. 713-780-ESPN. AJ, you have to know. I mean, this is way before AJ's time, but AJ has to know.
I haven't heard of him. Say his name again one more time.
David Klingler?
No, why is he walking off?
All right, we're going to break here on Jeremy and Joe on ESPN 97.5.
It's Jeremy and Joe,
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
Oh, my goodness. Don't know who David Klingler is.
Welcome back.
David Klingler, record-setting quarterback. 713-780-ESPN. Let these guys know how disappointed you are in them. Junkie, Klingler was one of the most successful college quarterbacks in NCAA history.
Yeah, but he doesn't hold any records now.
Oh, my goodness. Everybody knows about the Klingler, or at least I thought.
We have a well-established rule on this show.
The run-and-shoot quarterback. I don't know who to be more disappointed in. Joe's older.
Yeah, but
AJ went to school at U of H.
He played at U of H
for 2 years.
Before I was
That's enough to know about
born.
Klingler. Didn't you also covered U of H sports, didn't you?
I know, yeah.
You should know the history, the program that you're covering. What did you say?
He played at the school before I was born.
Yeah, it is a like I am an old moment.
He was drafted the year I was born in '92. Sorry. I'm sorry.
Record-setting quarterback. University of Houston, run and shoot, baby.
But again, he doesn't hold those records now, I'd imagine.
But he set some big-time records.
Case doesn't have them all.
He threw 5,100 yards in a year with 54 touchdowns.
Damn.
Yeah. I mean, he was slinging it around the yard. He averaged 467 yards per game in 1990.
Wow. That's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, he was awesome. Not a great pro. He didn't have a great pro. 6 overall draft pick by the Bengals. Didn't really make it in the NFL. I think he had injuries.
Yeah, it's the Bengals.
I've worked a game with David Klingler. Several games with David Klingler. David Klingler will fill in for Ted Pardee every now and then. So I know David personally. So I'm even more offended. Great guy. Unbelievable guy. Probably a better guy than he is a quarterback.
Don't tell
And
him
he was a
about
great
this.
quarterback.
Yeah.
He's going to be like, Joe George, who's that? Actually, he wouldn't do that. He's
Great
too nice.
question.
He's too nice to do that, actually.
Oh, I have a question.
Does Joe know who Andre Ware is?
Yes.
Andre Ware sat behind David Klingler.
Okay. So we got our T-shirts for the listener party today. Okay.
Yeah.
We were carrying the boxes up. Someone walks off the elevator as we're there. A little awkward confrontation of like, am I supposed to go? Are you supposed to go?
Oh, yeah.
And I go, sorry, man. No response. Is that the same as the...
No, it's not a greeting.
Okay. I was just curious.
No, it's not a greeting
All right.
at all.
Okay.
It's not even close to a greeting.
I apologize.
I just don't know why you're even bringing that up. That's not even a greeting.
There was a acknowledgement. We were face to face.
I witnessed it too.
Really? It was awkward?
Yeah.
that guy was awkward.
Yeah, he was.
He was really awkward. I was just curious.
Junkie says wait until they find out about Earl Campbell.
I know that one.
713-783. Do Joe and AJ know who Babe Ruth or Hank Aaron were?
Yep.
They're being extreme now.
Yeah, Babe Ruth had a fake photo.
Okay, PCA. It's the worst take ever. All right, so here's the other thing with Texas. We're going to move on from Texas training camp here in a second. But Jalen Noel is back on the football field.
Okay.
I don't think he was doing 11-on-11 stuff, but he was running around on a football field, which is good news because he had the whole hamstring. We want him on the football field. Now, Tank Dell did not. Tank Dell was not. Here's my thought on this. And look, I don't know how far Tank is. Obviously, he's doing all right. And he's on the 90, and everybody's got their own plan. Tank's probably going to want to be there for opening day. If they decide that, whatever. Cool, that's great. All systems go. Let's have everybody all hands on deck, ready to go week 1 of the season. But if they were to place Tank Dell in IR, I would not be heartbroken. I don't think it's the worst case scenario in the world either. Why does it matter if he's ready to go week 1?
It doesn't.
Like, why not stagger these guys? Like, and I think Tank would be ready to go week 1, but maybe they're like, hey, let's put him on the IR, call him up in week 5, or let's wait until Jalen Noel gets hurt. Let's wait until Xavier Hutchinson gets hurt. Like, it's not a big deal if you have to stagger your receivers. It's not a big deal if Tank Dell misses the first 4 weeks of the year, in my opinion. And I don't know where they're at, and obviously I'm rooting for Tank to be ready to go in week 1, but I don't think it's this, like, the sky is falling scenario if Tank is on the IR to start the season. Okay, cool, you're back in week 5. Okay, cool, you're back in week 6 when Jalen Noel breaks the other pinky. Okay, you're back in week 6 when Xavier Hutchinson sprains an ankle.
Yeah.
Who knows about Jaden Higgins? Jaden Higgins got hurt today. So hopefully he's okay. CJ Stroud seemed to think he was going to be okay. D'Amico Ryan said he didn't have an update. It's more of a do not lose your mind if Tank Dell is placed on the IR to start the season. In fact, I think it's a good thing. You buy him an extra month to get ready to go for the year. You buy him, 5 weeks into the season whenever receivers are not at 100%. I don't think it's worst case scenario if Tank Dell starts the season on IR.
People are going to freak out. They're
For
going
sure.
to.
And that's
because
kind of what I'm trying to be proactive about.
But that's because like they're seeing workout videos. Him and Matthew Golden when they worked out earlier this year at UH, or just seeing him on the field at all. It's like, oh, well, we thought he was progressing. Well, today's a good indicator that he's probably not as progressing as much as we thought he was.
I don't know if that's it.
Well, he's not ready for contact, clearly.
But it just might be one of those things where why rush it whenever we have other receivers that we think equally of? Like if you're going into the season with Nico, Higgins, and then you think the same of Tank as you do Noel and Hutchinson, why not buy another month for Tank Dell?
I think it's totally fine.
Whenever these other players might be less than 100% after a month.
Yeah, and I think it's very realistic, too. Like, he just doesn't have contact before he plays in a game this regular season. Like, I didn't expect him to play in the preseason at all, regardless of where he was at this point or at any point. So, like for me, it's just there is no reason to panic. He's coming off a major
catastrophic.
Injury. If he has to sit the first 4 weeks and potentially more, that's okay. This does not look like anywhere near like a Joe Mixon situation. We're going to be wondering.
I think he's looked pretty good in the videos I've seen.
They're giving real updates. We've seen him. He's at practice. He's at the facility. He's going to play this season. It's just a question of when.
And I'm looking at it as a sense of like, what is the best way to structure your team over the course of 17 games? Like everybody wants everybody back for week 1. I understand. Like that's totally acceptable to think that way. My point is don't lose your mind because he's on the IR after week 1. I think it's a good way to kind of stagger everybody.
Yeah.
Like, the season's not won in the first month of the year, right? Like, no one's winning the Super Bowl after the first 4 weeks. Like, certainly you don't want to start 0-3 like you did last year, but nobody's winning the Super Bowl in the first 4 weeks. Like, you want to be at your best, in the postseason, stay as healthy as possible, but also to maximize your chances of winning the 17 games that you're playing, not the first game that you're playing.
Yeah.
So having a big picture approach with Tank, whenever your other receivers hopefully are healthy, I think it's totally acceptable.
Yeah, I mean, it's the first couple weeks, like, they could matter long-term for positioning within the AFC because you play the Bills and the Bengals, and you have one divisional game versus the Colts. But if he came back for week 5, that means you'd get him back for the Titans and the Jags. Like, that's a good stretch for him to start coming back and being ready to go. It might be weird for his second game in 2 years to be in London. Of the timing of it all, so maybe it could be a return post-London even or something like that. It's fine. Frankly, you haven't needed him to beat Buffalo before. Do you really need him now?
I just think it makes sense for the structuring of your, like,
what if they're
17 if we're looking at these as 17 entities, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you're trying to position yourself in the best way to win the most entities you can over the course of a year, does rushing, and I don't want to say rush, does having Tank Dell in week 1 give you the best chance of increasing your odds of these entities, or to staggering when his available is correlated with when the other guys might be dinged up?
Probably staggering.
I think, that's why, like, and again, do I want him back for week 1 versus IR week 1? I'd rather have him back for week 1. But if he was on the IR, I'm not losing my mind. It makes total sense to me. It was like the whole Noah Brown thing a couple of years ago. Like, hey, we could rush him back. Well, why not just place him on the PUP? That way, when inevitably an injury happens, or the IR, inevitably when an injury happens, okay, boom, you got somebody ready to go right away. I think it's a good way to kind of structure things.
No, it does feel like the math changes if Higgins' injury is significant at all. I know, again, you said Stroud doesn't feel that way.
Stroud says he's going to be fine, but
he ain't a doctor.
He's not.
And then Noel, we'll see how long it takes him to ramp up with 2 injuries he's dealing with right now. Because it feels like there's a world where you could be down at least 2 of these guys the first couple weeks of the season. And that's okay too. Like they should have enough depth where they should be okay to survive. Having no Noel for 2 weeks, and I mean, how many snaps is he even going to get when he's healthy out there? That to me for Noel, like Tank, I've got this weird feeling that when he's healthy, he's going to be an integral part of this roster.
I hope so. That'd be great.
I don't feel that way about Noel. Like, I think he has to earn his playing time still this season after what we saw last year. If he's not out there, then I don't know how he does that.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to think of Noel. I would like to see him play some football. That'd be great. Junkie, I wonder how much of the caution for Tanks is his mental state regarding taking hits on the knee again. I don't think that Tank would be that kind of thought process. Tank's a dog. Apollo, did C.J. Stroud cry today when Higgins got hurt at practice? I don't think so.
I don't think so.
It's a fair question, sadly. Turns out Bryce Young ended up being the better quarterback of that draft after all. Shrug emoji. I don't think so. I don't think he's the best quarterback in that draft.
Well, when we did our rankings, you had Bryce behind Stroud, right?
Yeah.
So did I. It was one spot. I think I had him at 18 and 19 or 19 and 20 when we did. So it was close, but.
No, I don't think I think Stroud's still better. I'd rather have Stroud quarterbacking my football team over the next 3 to 5 years than Bryce Young. I don't think it's a major gap. Certainly not a major gap as it was after their first year. Bryce has closed the gap, but he's not better than Stroud. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Joe, Astros play baseball today. Christian Javier's on the mound. I have an Astros starting pitchers I trust the most ranking. The whole AI-generated graphic and all that. I didn't use pictures this time. I learned my lesson. But where are you with these Astros starting pitchers? Where is this trust ranking you have for these guys as well? 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5.
It's Jeremy and Joe,
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
Your boys know tennis. We won. Our mistake here was we didn't do a full unit on this whole thing. We're like, oh, tennis. We don't know the green fuzzy ball.
We know soccer, football.
Mm-hmm. And now we know the green fuzzy ball.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah, we won both of our bets today. We did do half a unit on each of these bets, though, so we could have been up 2 units, but that's my bad. We were on Coco Golf at -5.5 games. Coco Golf won 6-1 and 7-6 in tiebreaker. Do the math. That's a 6-game advantage for Coco.
Good.
So we won that. Check. Up half a unit there. And then we were on Sloane Stephens because American soil. We're on the Americans today. We were on Sloane Stephens plus 5.5 games.
Mm-hmm.
She lost in straight sets, but she kept it competitive. She lost to Marta Kotsiuk, 7-5, 7-5, plus 5.5. Check.
Okay.
Plus 103 on that. So our weekly profit here is 3.52 units.
All right.
3.52 units on the week, and it's only Tuesday, boys. On the year, we're up 4.07 units.
Okay. Depending on start time of the match tomorrow, we could go back on a Coco tomorrow.
It would depend on. I don't know if they play tomorrow. I think they go every other day.
This is Wednesday.
There you go. They play tomorrow.
Yep. So we know tennis.
We sort of. Yeah. I didn't know they played every single day. I thought they had a day off.
It does feel like a lot.
Yeah.
There's a lot of day baseball tomorrow, too. But
I read Andre Agassi's biography. Unbelievable.
Really?
Great book.
Why?
Why did I read it? Or why is it great?
Why was it so great?
Because Andre Agassi is one of the most polarizing figures in all of sport. Image is everything. He it was a wig he was wearing, by the way. And then the mental game of tennis is fascinating. And you don't really think about it until you get into the shoes of one tennis player, you know?
I'll put it on my list.
It's really good. It's really good.
I got books on my list right now.
Might be the best book I've ever read.
Really?
I started a new habit yesterday.
What's that?
I'm going to read 10 minutes a day.
I think you said that before.
Have I?
I feel like you have.
Well, here's me with habits. Is I have things that I want to do,
Yeah.
and I kind of never do them.
Now, if it's a betting habit, locked in.
Yeah. So I'm going to try. Hey, I'm one day in.
Okay, so what'd you read?
It's private.
Okay. All right.
It's private. It's not one that I want to tell you.
Won't tell us what shows you're watching. Won't tell us what books you're reading.
I don't like spoilers.
I know.
I don't like spoilers, Joe. 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. The Astros play baseball tonight. Christian Javier is on the mound.
Awesome.
Which, by the way, the lineup for the Astros tonight, Jordan is batting second. I don't know why I started there. Pena is the leadoff man. Pena, Jordan, Isak. Altuve is back in the cleanup spot. Known cleanup man. He's back at second, thank goodness. Varsho, Walker, Taylor Trammell, Cam Smith, Yiner Diaz. What is wrong with the Spottas lineup? 713-780-376.
See, Varsho's too high.
They face
Altuve's
Klassen.
too high.
So who would you if you could order these 9, what would be your order?
Okay, Walker
Leadoff?
instead of Altuve.
So you'd have Walker in the 4-hole?
Yeah, I put him back there.
He can't hit fastballs.
Altuve can't either.
That's valid.
I mean, maybe you're right. Maybe Altuve should be at the top.
I'm not saying that that wasn't a take that I had. It was an idea.
Okay.
I don't know that I would do that. It was just a consideration.
Because you could go Altuve, Pena, Jordan, 1, 2, 3.
Good.
Or you could go
And then Isak in the cleanup spot.
Altuve, Jordan, Pena, Isak.
They need Correa. Correa would be the perfect cleanup hitter.
He's running cones today.
Cool.
McTaggart tweeted a video. He's running cones.
He was running Alpi Shinguns?
That's mean. Fair, but mean. Honestly, yeah, I think I'd flip Walker.
So you just go Walker in the 4-hole, huh?
Just to try it.
Might as well just put Cam Smith there. Just stick him there.
Yeah.
Sink or swim, young fella.
They said that's where he's gonna be.
That's right.
Dana Brown like, I told you.
Well, you know what really got in the way of that was because they acquired the slugging center fielder at the trade deadline.
Yeah, so they can't put Cam Smith there.
They can't put Cam Smith there because they got the elite bat known as Dalton Varsho. You know?
What if they put Cam Smith in between Pena and Jordan?
Back Cam second?
Yeah. Give Cam some protection with Jordan Alvarez.
Yeah, the danger there is you have Jordan batting third.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people don't want to move him from the 2 spot because, bats more often.
Yeah, I think it's pretty marginal though, isn't it?
I think so.
So for me, I don't personally care that much. I think it's how do you best serve the entire team. So I'd be fine with even that, like putting Cam up higher in the lineup and seeing, okay, if we put him in front of Jordan Alvarez, behind Jeremy Pena, sandwich him in there, Isak bats fourth, what does that configuration look like? Then maybe a Trammell
Okay.
after Isak?
None of these answers are good.
No, they're not. That's why we're throwing out a million options. You know what they could do?
I don't know who they should bat fourth.
They could have traded for other players.
Yeah.
Starling Marte?
I don't like Marte anymore.
No,
I know you're in on Marte.
I rather know he's available.
I'd rather have Nelly Velasquez than Marte. I think Velasquez is going to help this team. I really do. I think he's going to hit a critical home run or come through with a big double, something like that. Mostly because he's got those big trunks.
I mean, when he hits it,
goes a
long way.
He does. I mean, he does have some thump. I've noticed that. 713-780 ESPN. Junkie, what's wrong with the lineup was the fact that he has BP Christian Javier throwing. It's just a matter of time before somebody smokes a home run. And then tomorrow you bring up another guy, Petco. He's going to get the same treatment. Man, hopefully not. You might be right. You probably will be right, but hopefully not. Junkie just started listening. We calling for a spot at his job yet? Are you calling for a spot at his job?
I don't think he has a job after this season, so I don't need to think I need to call for it.
I think it's still in the. I think there's still a chance.
Really?
Yeah, I do. I think if they make a run, I think he'll be with a job.
What do you think that looks like? What's a run for this?
Oh, maybe ALCS.
Okay.
Maybe win a round or two.
Yeah, because he's never done it.
I think he's got to win at least a round.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I don't think it's just make it. I think he's got to win at least a round.
Yeah, because if he doesn't win a round, then I mean he's 0-2 in the playoffs, right?
Yeah, because he got 2 and Q to the Tigers.
Yeah.
This is his third year. 2 and Q in year one. Didn't make it last year.
Yeah, so if he's like 0-4 in the playoffs and then missed a year, it's not good enough.
Yeah, or even winning the wild card and then getting swept out of the division round. I think that would be I think he would be out of a job. Junkie, he would definitely bat more at third with Cam Smash in the 2-hole. No, he'd bat more in the 2-hole than the 3-hole. Joe's mic is way too low. Joe, speak up.
Sorry.
Another Junkie, betting tennis, smaller tournaments are every day. Majors are every other day. Oh, okay, there we go. There we go.
The more you know.
Okay, that's why I thought, because I never pay attention to non-major tennis. Well, Grand Slam tennis. Let's get it right, Junkie. It's Grand Slam, not majors. I didn't know that. I didn't know that it was different. But that's why I thought there was a rest day, because I only follow Grand Slams.
I didn't know that either, so.
But he says also, every other day, Iga Swiatek on under total games, lock Francis Tiafoe, and Daniil Medvedev on over for total games lock. Are those tomorrow?
Have those games started?
Matches.
Don't
insult tennis by calling them games. They do have games.
Oh, that guy's on right now.
But they have a bunch of games during the set. Okay, well, we can't bet that now, Junkie.
Live bet.
Come on, man. Ask Joe to recall every Notre Dame quarterback going back to Brady Quinn. Bet he can't.
No.
You can't do it? I played poker once with Brady Quinn.
This is
at the Harrah's in New Orleans. It was after they played in the Sugar Bowl.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
The CJ Carr is the only quarterback to start in back-to-back years since Ian Book has done it. So let's see. CJ Carr, Riley Leonard, Sam, long hair, good-looking man. Hartman. That's what I'm looking for.
Wake transfer, I want to say.
Yes. Then I think it was Book. Kaiser? I think I'm out of order already. That's all I got. That's all I got.
All right, 713-780 ESPN. HRP listener line. I got my Astros power rank starting pitchers I trust.
I can't wait.
Where does Christian Javier fall on this list? 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5. Christian Javier's on the mound tonight for the Astros. Ethan Petco makes his debut tomorrow, big league debut. So this little uncertainty with the Astros starting rotation and how bad they are and blah, 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 blah. You don't trust anybody. Even Hunter Brown's walking multiple people. Oh, I should have done that on my graphic. Anyways, I did a graphic today, Joe, on Twitter at Jeremy Branham, on TikTok at Jeremy J. Branham. And look, this is my ranking. Top 15 starting pitchers in the Astro organization I trust most to start a game right now.
Okay.
Do you want to guess where I have Christian Javier, who starts tonight?
I don't remember the list.
Okay.
I did look at it.
Okay.
Because there's guys I didn't recognize.
Okay. Same.
And
Also
I know
me.
there was minor leaguers in front of him. So I'm going to go 8.
There are minor leaguers in front of him. Yeah, Christian Javier had 8. I had 8. He is behind, I guess, technically 3 minor leaguers as of right now.
Okay.
So number 1, I still have Hunter Brown. The people in my comments saying it shouldn't be Hunter Brown, it should be Peter Lambert. It's just I trust Hunter Brown's stuff more, you know?
There's still a peak guy who finished top 3 in Cy Young last year who's going to get a massive contract at some point. It's going to click one of these starts and then just be good the rest
And it
of the
has. Like, he's had some clicking starts where he's really – I mean, his roof is his ceiling, you know? Lambert's roof ceiling is not as high as Hunter Brown's roof ceiling.
And even when Hunter Brown's not been at his best, like in his last start, his just flat-out box score is still better than Lambert.
He's still – Lambert can still grind you 2 runs over 5 innings too.
Yeah.
But I just – give me Hunter Brown. Like, if it was Game 7 of the World Series, who do you want on the mound tomorrow? I would pick Hunter Brown over Peter Lambert because of the upside. Because of the upside that he has, where he can go out and dominate and win you a game. Peter Lambert's going to get you to the 7th with a chance. That's the difference in my opinion. But I did have Lambert too. I think the conversation starts at number 3. I still have Hayden Wesneski. Now, this isn't like a huge compliment. This is more the sad state of affairs that is the Houston Astros starting rotation and the pipeline of the system. So I would still have Hayden Wesneski at 3.
Okay.
Although I don't feel great about it.
I don't either.
Any objection to Wesneski being 3?
Part of me.
Gun to your head, your life is on the line. Hunter Brown's not available. Peter Lambert isn't available.
Wesneski.
Everybody else is available. Who would you pick?
Wesneski.
I think that's where I landed.
If my life's not on the line?
It is, though.
Because Imai's like playing Russian roulette, but half the chambers are full. Because you never know with Imai.
I don't think anybody's ever called Imai Russian.
Because like part of me wants to say Imai.
His
because
ceiling
the
is
ceiling's so high.
He can go out and win you a game.
The floor is so low.
But he goes out and wins you a game once every 10 starts.
I know.
So like the other 9 starts, it's like boom, you're dead. And not only you boom or you're dead, but it's like a quick boom, you're dead. It's boom, you're dead after the first inning.
This is a quick death.
It is quick.
Yeah.
Which is good. I had Bryce Mayer 4th.
Why?
Because have we watched everybody else?
Yeah, but why is he in front of Petco?
He's got better stuff.
Okay.
He's got better stuff.
So why is he not coming up?
Well, he's a little bit younger. He hasn't been as seasoned. We might see him later, but he hasn't been as seasoned. Also, I don't think he was available. I do think they would have called Petco up before Mayer. I think Mayer's only had 1 or 2 AAA starts.
Okay.
Whereas Petco's been there the whole. Like Petco's a year ahead of Mayer, but I think Mayer's stuff is better than Petco's. Like Mayer might end up catching up to Petco this year, right? Like Petco's getting his first start tonight. We might see Mayer in September.
Yeah.
So, like, he was a year separated from him, and he's quickly closed the gap. I think his stuff is better.
Okay, that makes sense.
I've heard better things.
Sure.
So, again, life on the line, you know?
Take the guy with the better stuff.
I'm going Mayer 4.
Okay.
Again, not a compliment.
This is brutal.
Sad state of affairs.
Yeah.
I have Petco 5.
Okay.
Who make the
Yikes.
start tomorrow. He's on the taxi squad. He's running around the dike right now. I have Tatsuya Imai at 6. Tatsuya Imai 6. I have Mike Burrows at 7. How could you have Burrows at 7? Haven't you watched him pitch all year? Yeah, I have, but I've also watched everybody else pitch all year. And apparently Burrows was being bothered by that nerve. He had nerve stuff going on.
Yeah, I think.
Hopefully he was just a victim of the nerve and he got the nerve fixed. Maybe he could jump up to 3.
Yeah, I'm good with Burrows behind Imai right now because he gives you guaranteed more length in a start. But frankly, the results aren't that different. Like, they're really not. So that's the only thing is, like, Burrows can grind through 6 versus Imai might get you 2 outs in a game. So it's not, neither is a great option.
There is no, I mean, after 2, there's not a great option. And even 2 are kind of shaky. So Javier 8. I have Ronel Blanco at 9. I have Jason Alexander at 10, who has not been good this year. I have Jackson Naza
No idea who this
He's
guy
one of
is.
the Astros' like top starting pitching prospects.
Okay.
Had a decent year. I think they just called him up at AAA a couple weeks ago, maybe. I have Josh Hendrickson at 12. Also have no idea who he is.
Okay.
I have Shane Gillis's brother, Brett Gillis, at 13.
Okay.
I have Trey Dombrowski at 14.
All right.
And the only reason the next guy made the list is because I wanted to have him DFL. I wanted to put him dead last. He's not in the top 15, but I wanted him to make the graphic because I just wanted a graphic with him at the very bottom.
Yeah, you want to show how bad
Ryan
Dana Brown
Weiss.
is at his job.
Ryan Weiss, number 15. So where did I go wrong? This is sad. I didn't realize it was this depressing until I put this together.
Oh, this list is atrocious. I have one name on here that's not on this list.
You have a name? Oh, I know you're going to say. You're going to say AJ Blueball.
I am.
I went with only pitchers who I deemed qualifiers.
Okay, I was just curious if you thought.
I did deliberate that idea. If you forced me to put him on the list, I'd put him third.
Yeah.
Which begs the question, why not give it a shot?
I don't know. They must not like his stuff really as a starter. That's the only explanation at this point in the season when you've had Ryan Weiss and where's Dung on this list? Is he hurt?
I would consider him a starter.
Okay. He has started games though.
He has, but he's not starting in the minors, and he hasn't been great in AAA.
Like I'd rather see Blue Ball just get a shot at it.
I mean, the upside's there at least. I
Yeah.
think.
And so like even at the start of it, it's like, okay, he can only give you 3 innings.
Right.
But you can stretch him out at this point in the season. And if you were in an emergency break glass situation, you could also still use him on short rest out of the bullpen if you absolutely needed him to. But yeah,
I don't get why they haven't extended him.
They just don't. I think that they don't like him that much as a starter, or they value him that much as a reliever. I guess.
But he's just a long guy.
I know. Like
he's a guy who comes in when they need someone to fill 3 innings. I mean, I understand what you're saying.
Frankly,
that maybe
to me,
they
like,
don't love him as a starter, but they love Imai. They love Burrows. They love Javier. They love Blanco.
That's what I find so interesting about Blue Ball is that we had those reports from Chandler that teams were calling about him.
And then you don't trade him.
And they don't trade him. So it's like, okay, you kept a long relief guy. They must have some long-term plan for him still.
Maybe it's this year you're a bullpen guy, and then we'll stretch you out in the off-season, spring.
I mean, it could be game 3 of a wild card. He's your starter. And it's a bullpen game.
I hear you. I don't disagree with you. I don't want that to be the first time he's doing it.
No, they needed to do it before.
Yeah.
Which we can't be that far away from doing.
Like if you're
no one wants to see Javier tonight on the mound.
No one. Which hopefully he shoves and sticks it up everybody's tail.
Here's the thing.
Where would Arrighetti be on this list?
On Javier, I won't care.
You won't care if Javier pitches poorly?
No, if he shoves tonight, I won't believe it.
Well, I want him to pitch well because I like wins.
No, I do too, but like I'm not going to like skyrocket Javier to third on this list if he's good tonight.
Oh, I hear you.
He would need like 3 starts in a row for me to believe in him.
It's fool's gold.
Where would I put Arrighetti on
Where
this
would you
list?
have Arrighetti on this list?
I would have him between Imai and Burrows.
So, where do you stand on the trade on August 18th?
It's fine.
Wow.
Like I don't think Arrighetti's that special. He's just a dude. He had the best month of his entire career. Probably this year. I know there's this weird foot thing where his skin's like building up and it sounds super gross and it feels like he has a rocking issue.
Yeah.
He walks too many guys. Like it was going to blow up eventually. So I'm fine with it. Varsho has been good enough defensively. We've seen some.
Yeah, but Myers can give you defense.
Yeah, the bat's better with Varsho.
Is it? Because Dalton Varsho, as a Houston Astro,
this is
small sample.
This is an eye test thing.
50 plate appearances,
I know.
Joe,
It's bad.
Is slashing 136, 240, 205.
I know.
That is good for a 445 OPS, a 28 OPS plus. You want to give me Jake? You want me to tell you Jake Myers OPS plus on the year? 67. Jake Myers OPS as an Astro is way better than Dalton Varsho's, and the defense there's similar.
It's an eye test.
Okay.
It feels like the ball leaves the bat faster when Varsho hits it than when Jake Myers hits it.
I trust Varsho more than I would Myers as well.
Yeah.
But the production
the production is comically
not
bad.
there. And hopefully, I mean, it comes around. Even if you just went the season, like Dalton Varsho the entire year. Let's not just do the last 50 plate appearances with the Houston Astros. Dalton Varsho's OPS plus the entire season is 80, which is better than Jake Myers at 67.
Mm-hmm.
But is that a big enough delta to lose 3.5 years of Spencer Arrighetti?
No, probably not. But
I'm with you. I
like,
think
I don't. It's probably not. But like I still like it. It's fine.
I think Arrighetti's just a guy too.
Yeah.
But is Dalton Varsho in this half a year going to out-war
Mhm.
Spencer Arrighetti over 3.5?
Can I throw another name at you?
To be on my list?
Yeah.
Sure.
You could get him right now.
Lance McCullers?
Yeah.
No. No.
Stop visiting Chicago. I saw that on his Instagram.
Well, he was DFA'd, 3 weeks ago?
Yeah. Just come on back, Lance.
I think it's over.
No.
What do
Bring
you
it
mean-
back.
What do you mean no?
Bring it back. Run it back one more time.
I think it would have been done.
Bring the boys. Correa's back. McCullers is back.
I would put McCullers.
Run it back one more time.
Best case scenario, 10.
No, I would put him in front of Javier and Blanco. He's best. Is at
So
least
you
eight.
rather him be getting starts right now than Christian Javier?
Absolutely, man.
Why?
Because there was like 2 or 3 good McCullers starts this year.
I can't believe you're clamoring for Lance McCullers and his 6.55 ERA.
Look, man, that's how bad it is.
It is bad. It is very bad. And when you put it to paper,
It looks
is
even worse.
Even worse.
It looks even worse.
Junkie just spit out my coffee. Emai being Russian. You're not. You didn't spit out your coffee. Don't believe it. Is Javier starting because there's no one else, or does Joe and Dana think he's going to magically find it? There's no one else.
Mm-hmm.
It's attrition at this point. I don't think there's a major divide between Christian Javier starting baseball games for the Astros and being DFA'd. I think the line is razor thin. Junkie, no blue ball. I don't consider him a starter because they don't consider him a starter. Where would McCullers be on the list? If Jackson is a good pitcher, can we call him my nope. Who's back in the baseball card wins, Varsho or Myers? Varsho's back in the baseball card wins. Pete, I'd rather have Spaghetti's arm in the rotation or pin than the Shockmaster in center field. That's good recall, Pete. Tip your cap on that one. All right, 713-780-3776. Where would you what do you think about that power rank? How many Astros starters do you trust? Also, what's your Astros playoff bet right now? Make it, miss it, win the West, or 2 seed. You have to make a call. 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN at 97.5.
Used vehicle leasing. Most people don't realize you can lease used vehicles. At D&M Leasing, they offer the ultimate used car leasing program, the Easy Lease. You can drive a high-quality, pre-owned vehicle with a much lower monthly payment than traditional financing with a used car Easy Lease at D&M. Everyone knows new vehicles take a huge depreciation hit right as they leave the lot. So let someone else take that initial hit for you, and you get to save big. Enjoy flexibility, lower cost, and upgrade into something newer every few years. Your dedicated D&M agent handles all the details, paperwork, and even that home delivery or to your office as well. They'll take your trade-in. Discover a better way to drive. Used car leasing at D&M Leasing. Call D&M today at 713-290-1000 or visit them online at dmautoleasing.com. That's 713-290-1000 or online at dmautoleasing.com, and tell them Joe George from ESPN 97.5 sent you by.
It's Jeremy and Joe,
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
713-780-ESPN, Jeremy and Joe on this Tuesday afternoon. So what's your best bet here? The Astros make the playoffs, miss the playoffs, win the American League West, or actually make it to the 2 seed in the American League. You have the odds on these. Huh?
Before I tell you the odds,
Okay.
what would you bet if they were all equal?
If they were all equal?
Yeah.
I mean, make it and win the West feel the same.
I guess the make the playoffs one kind of goes away in this one. So it'd be miss, win the West, or get that first.
I would say win the West.
Okay. I think that's where I would be at too. I'm still tempted at this point because you've got a 4-game series with the White Sox starting on the 31st.
Uh-huh.
So you can really flip the narrative there in that series. And
Turn the game upside down.
Series is here. So you win that series 3-1, you're the 2 seed.
Let me guess the odds here.
Okay.
So make it. So that's the Astros to make the playoffs. I'll put the Astros to make the playoffs at minus 180.
Higher.
The odds are higher?
Yeah.
Which way?
They're
minus
bigger.
210?
More.
Minus 250?
240.
Wow.
Well, because right now
I would not bet that.
So yeah, I know. Because right now the last wild card team is there's a 3-way tie.
Yeah.
Between the Orioles, the Rangers, and the Tigers. They're all at 61 and 64.
Okay.
So in theory, the Astros have a 2-game lead there on those teams.
Oh yeah.
At this point, so there's that third wild card. Like they're kind of protected in that way. That's why it's minus 240.
Win the West, I'll put it minus 150.
Minus 165.
Okay. So you said they were minus 240 to make it?
Yes.
So to miss it, they're probably plus 250?
It's actually lower than that.
Plus 220? What is it?
Plus 188.
See, I don't like the value there.
I don't like the value there either.
It feels like the VIG there's.
Yeah, I agree.
So to miss the playoffs is plus 188?
Yes.
And to make it is minus 240, you said?
Yes.
That's too big a gap.
So I think that's why it's the miss versus the West. It's interesting. Like that's more similar, even though like I guess it's because in theory you're probably thinking, okay, if you're these books the Rangers are probably the team that's most likely to catch them in the West right now, right? That would mean the Astros would also probably fall below 500, and then you have the Tigers and the Orioles. But I thought it was gonna be bigger too to miss the playoffs. I thought it was gonna be like 250. I thought it was gonna be the same going in both directions. First round bye.
And then first round by
2.5 games back right now, I believe.
I'll just put that at plus 200.
Plus 240.
That might be the best value on the board.
It is. They're 2.5 games back of the White Sox.
I don't like the value on any of the other ones.
No. I was surprised when I looked at it. I thought they were going to be much closer to, honestly, even money, most of it. Like, I did not think to make the playoffs, the Astros would be minus 240 on this book.
I don't like that number.
They're a game above 500.
If you force me into one of those bets, I would bet Astros to be the 2 seed.
Yes.
I think it's the only bet to make. You said to miss the playoffs was what?
Plus 188.
I mean, that's not great value considering the other odds, unless you just want to place an emotional hedge.
Yeah, which I'm not a huge fan of.
I like doing the emotional hedges.
I just can't do it.
It's good for my mental health.
I just don't bet on them.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Junkie says, did Jason Alexander die? No, he's alive. He's alive and kicking. Is there any chance he gets called up? I think there's a better chance he's off the 40-man tomorrow than get called up. He had a great Foyet for 6 weeks last year. He has not been good this year, though. Like Alexander, the few times he's been as a Houston Astro got shelled. And his minor league numbers are not good.
But it wasn't the summer.
That's true.
So it was not the summer of George.
Well, his minor league numbers have been the
I
summer.
know. Well, maybe the summer of George only happens in the majors.
9.33 ERA in 4 games as an Astro this year.
That's very bad.
In the minors, it's 450.
That's also very bad.
I mean, it's better than his major league numbers, but
it's triple A.
It's triple A.
Yeah.
It should be a level that he's actually dominating. Now, it has gotten better, it looks like. His last start, 1 run, 6 innings, 2 starts prior, 3 runs, 4 innings, 1 run, 4 innings, 4 shutout innings. I mean, Looks like he missed a lot of games between June 9th and July 23rd. Yeah, he must have been hurt. So June 9th, he gave up 5 runs in 4 innings and then did not pitch again until July 23rd for their, looks like for their Florida Gulf Coast team. So he went down to the minor league complex, the spring training complex, and pitched a rehab there on the 23rd. He's actually been way better since the recovery. Who cares what he did in the F League, right?
Yeah.
But since then, 3 starts since his return from injury, 1 run, 4 innings, 3 run, 4 innings. Not great. That was in Albuquerque, though. Ball travels there. And then 1 run, 6 innings.
So Jason Alexander, higher on the list?
Maybe.
Just bump him up a little bit?
So now that I've seen his game log since injury, I don't think that you would because the Astros have to make a move for Petco tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
They have to put him on the 40-man. So, like, who is getting the cut? I think there's 3 options. You could do Mike Burrow's 60-day IL, which that would make him eligible to return early September. So that's an option, right? Like, okay, well, we don't think we'll – but I also think there's a chance they bring him up prior to early September.
I would agree to that.
So that makes me think they won't 60-day him. I think it's on the table. I think it's something they would consider. I ultimately think they won't do that. Could, don't think they will. So now you'd either have to DFA, you have to DFA somebody to clear space on the 40. I think there are 3 options to DFA. 2 of them are pitchers, 1 of them is a catcher. Colin Price, which I don't think they would want to do because usually you want to keep 3 catchers on your 40-man roster. But whatever, you have Salazar down there. Like
he came back?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, like, whatever. Like, I don't think Colin Price is like, oh, you're – plus, I don't think anybody would claim Colin Price.
No, he'd just be back in your organization.
I don't think there's any danger in DFAing Colin Price. The other 2 options would be Jason Alexander, who maybe they found something with this injury here and they think he's better, so maybe that's not an option. And then the other one would be Logan Van Wy.
Okay.
So I think one of those 4 things will have to happen tomorrow in order for Petco to be placed in the 40. A Burrow 60-day, and then if you don't do that, DFA one of the 3 guys I mentioned. Colin Price.
Is Weiss already off the 40 man?
Yeah.
Okay. I couldn't remember.
He long gone. Nobody claimed him either.
Javier?
I don't think they would do that. I don't think they would do that. I don't think they would do that. He would have to get absolutely shelled.
That's in play.
It is.
Unfortunately.
But even then, I don't think they would do it. $18 million on the hook next year?
No, because they'll probably just I kind of envision Javier being told of, hey, we don't know when baseball's coming back, but when it does, be ready to pitch an inning a day and be a bullpen guy. Like, I don't envision Christian Javier being stretched out next season and getting another shot to be a starter.
I think he's going to be DFA'd before his contract's up. I just don't think it's going to be this soon.
Maybe we'll get an amnesty clause.
That'd be funny.
Like we did in the NBA a couple years ago. The Dodgers will be amnestying Kyle Tucker, and the Astros will be amnestying Christian Javier.
Bring Tucker back.
No.
You trade a bad contract for – you wouldn't bring Tucker back?
Depends on what he want.
Yeah, I'm in on a sweetheart deal. Maybe not even sweetheart. Maybe a fair market value. Like just not long term.
Like 1 year, 25.
I would kill 30? For Kyle Tucker back. You kidding me?
I think he's cooked, man.
No.
I think he's broken.
His road numbers are just fine.
I think he's broken.
No, his road numbers are just fine. Come back to a place you're familiar at with no pressure. He'd be just fine.
Yeah, there would be no pressure.
He'd be just fine.
Was he playing in left? Cam Smith in right?
Yeah, why not?
Or Cam Smith in center?
Move Cam to center.
Yeah, Tucker in right?
Why not?
All right. World Series 2028.
Or even if you have to play Tucker in left, that's fine. You don't have a left fielder.
Yeah, that's fine.
Tucker can play left.
Yeah.
Cam in right, and you find a center fielder. Although I wouldn't hate if it was Cam. We're comparing poop to poop with your starting pitcher trust list. I know. My best case scenario for the Astros is to win the bum booty AL West, then get the Yankees in the first round and sweep them one more time for old time's sake.
Well, they will not get the Yankees in the
Then I don't care what happens. It's football time, Gents Apollo. Someone let us know that it was 420. Heather, win the West. I want this added to the CBA. 3 seed gets to choose their wild card opponent in 2023. I think we advance versus Kansas City. They'll never do that because they're soft.
They're also just going to, this year it's going to work out in their favor.
Will your sweat of the day include Little League World Series bets? Saw a tweet about their odds, but I think if you try to bet the Little League World Series, your phone should transfer you to a gambling addiction hotline.
We will not.
Why? You're anti-betting on Little League sports?
Yes.
Why?
It's Little League sports.
It's on TV.
Don't care. Shouldn't be.
Agree with that, but if it's on TV, why can't we bet it?
Pass.
I have no issue with the betting of Little League World Series. I don't watch it. I think it's weird to watch it.
You're going to give us some scouting reports?
Oh, that's ChatGPT.
Because typically, like when you send like today, well, today I was actually
You were on it
because I knew who Coco Golf was. You actually sent a name. I was like, I know that one. Normally, you send like a golf bet. I'm like, I don't know any of these people or tennis bets or soccer teams. So, Little League World Series, I don't know.
We might have no choice. Team Taipei versus Team Canada might have to happen.
Take Taipei. Taipei minus 1.5.
They are really good this year.
Good to know.
I don't know that. I hate Little League World Series. I think it's so dumb. They don't even play real baseball. They can't even lead off.
It's not sports. It's not real baseball.
When are you going to put together the fantasy football league? Haven't seen anything yet. Hopefully, I'm in. We're working on it.
I'll send out an email tonight.
Jason Alexander's best performance was on Seinfeld. I preferred him on Curb. Maybe it's time for a new pitching coach. What do you mean it's time for a new pitching coach? Did you not see the names on this list? How could you say it's on the pitching coach when your third best starter is Hayden Wesneski? When your fifth best starter, your fourth and fifth best starters are guys who haven't even made their debut. When 6 through 10 is Imai Burrows, Javier Blanco, and Jason Alexander, how do you blame that on the pitching coach?
It's not. You can't.
It's like trying to win in poker with 7 deuce offsuit.
Yeah, you can't blame the hitting coach.
What do you mean the
can't blame
hitting
the
coach?
pitching coach. You probably shouldn't even really blame Espada, honestly. I just think it's going to be back.
To me, it's the principle of Espada's
No,
decisions.
agreed.
But
Plus,
I don't see him as like this wonderful leader.
Like the hitting coach and the pitching coach, they're not at fault for why the Astros are a game above 500. This lineup is atrocious for half of it.
It's kind of a bad roster.
Yes. Yes, that's just being honest. The pitching staff, like...
It's a bad roster. You get carried by a few really good players.
Like, don't you have to give the pitching coach credit, honestly?
I think so.
Because
The
of Peter
bullpen?
Lambert, because, I mean, look at how broken Brian Abreu was, and they've gotten him turned around.
Hader's been dominant.
Been dominant.
The bullpen went from one of the worst bullpens in baseball, one of the best bullpens in baseball.
Yeah, you got guys you can trust. You're getting probably the best version of De Los Santos. Blue Ball's been good in the bullpen. Like... I would love to say it's a coaching problem. That's why the Astros are in the position they are today. It's not. It's a roster problem.
It's because half of your pitchers are big piling
turds.
And it's like steam out of it.
It's like the turd from the Jurassic Park.
It's like taking a turd in the middle of the Houston afternoon this summer.
It's hot.
Yeah, that's how bad half of this pitching staff is. And you fire the pitching coach?
Yeah,
how is he going to get that
The
turd
show
to
is
get
so
out?
much better when you're not being
That's a cheap
turd.
shot. That's a stray, AJ. All right, 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. Let's cash them or trash them. What are you cashing? What are you trashing? It's Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5. I'm cashing that you should get out to Two Creeks Crossing Resort the next time you want to take a few days off of work. Or maybe you're like our Twitch chat. You don't work. You have plenty of time to go out to Two Creeks Crossing Resort. Two Creeks Crossing Resort is awesome. It is awesome, and it's only 90 minutes from Houston. You can get there without having to drive too far. The Twitchers, they don't have vehicles. They can walk there. It's that close. It's only an hour and a half from Houston. You can escape the city without going too far at Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. You're going to be hiking their 92 acres of green spaces in no time. It is great out there. Explore, take a look at some of the the wildlife you don't get to see in the city. Huge, majestic trees that you don't really get to see around town because it's a concrete jungle here. Not at Two Creeks Crossing Resort. And they also have some of the best fishing in Texas. They have the two creeks alongside their property. It's great. Good fishing, catch some really big old fish. And they also have a catch and release pond in the middle of the property, which is a great way to teach the kiddos how to fish. The new water park, kids are going to love the water park. It's awesome. Blue Bayou Bend's been open for a few months. Great reviews. They have the lazy river around it as well. In fact, they're having a neon night float at the end of the month. That's how cool it is. Glamping, waterfront cabins. They have a tree house. You have an RV, we'll pull up the RV. They have RV hookup spots just for you. Food trucks, live music, Southern hospitality there at Two Creeks Crossing Resort. You're going to love it. So why are you waiting? Do not wait anymore. Book your stay at twocreekscrossingresort.com and get a little getaway in your life at twocreekscrossingresort.com. Cash 'em or trash 'em with Jeremy and Joe. What are you cashing? What are you trashing? 713-780-ESPN. Joe, what do you got?
The Tampa Bay Buccaneers will finish below 500 this year. Saw Baker talking about this today.
Baker, I heard him talking up Kenny Gainwell.
Oh, that's interesting.
Which I like him on. I like him on DraftKings, not as much on Underdog, because DraftKings does full point PPR and Underdog does half point PPR. I'm buying time to pull up my grid. So you said the Tampa Bay Buccaneers will be under 500.
Yep.
I'm going to. They play 17 games now.
Yeah. So 8-9.
My grid has them at 8.5 wins.
Well,
I'll cash it. Let's just cash it. I could see them going 8-9. Like Baker's like the final year. What if he gets hurt? Who's their backup? It just feel.
I feel like we're headed for a reboot.
It feels like they're going to have a huge reboot. I think Bowles is going to be gone. I think Baker's going to be gone.
Yes.
Evans is gone now.
Vita Vea.
Vita Vea. Forgot about him. Great point. Like
he wants out.
I feel like Tampa Bay is about to go into I would even go as far to say a rebuild
I think
instead
so
of a
too.
reboot.
Yeah.
And they were under 500 last year.
Yeah.
Now Baker was hurt, all that. Weak division I get, but they were under 500 in a weak division last year. Is the division worse this year or last year?
Yeah, I think it's time for.
I'm with you. I'm actually going to cash it
because like you have like long term, you still have some good pieces, right? You have Bucky, you have Emeka Big Boo, or whatever Gronk said.
Ruben Bain.
You have
Jalen McMillan's okay.
Yeah, you got a couple pieces on defense that are younger still. So go get a quarterback and go get a new coach.
I think they're going to fall. I think they should do it even if they go 9-8. But I'm with you. I think it feels like they're going to be. I feel like they're stuck in NFL purgatory.
Yes,
entire division feels like they're stuck in NFL purgatory, though.
They do. Doesn't feel like anyone's ready to take the leap in that division. Like I know people like the Saints this year. They've been kind of like the sexy pick to win that division. They're all the same. Like it feels like they all need to reboot. I actually think the team in the best position, honestly, long term, it probably is. I think it's Atlanta. They've got a coach who's won Coach of the Year twice. They've got a top 2 running back in the NFL. They've got a legit wide receiver, one in Drake London. They've got a legit guy in Kyle Pitts. Just draft a quarterback this year.
They have some dudes.
Yeah, like I kind of like where Atlanta's
They
at.
have some, and they have a coach who's a 2-time NFL Coach of the Year.
What's wrong with that? You scoffed at me. You Nick Casaro'd me.
With what?
You scoffed.
When did I scoff?
You laughed when I said 2-time Coach of the Year.
I was laughing at this text.
Oh, okay.
They were talking about our Little League Baseball. It says Type A. I prefer Type B. That's why I scoffed. It had nothing to do with you. It had to do with that terrible joke. You know what comes before Part B, Joe?
Part A.
Part A. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Cam Smith will hit 25 homers if there's a full baseball season next year.
Cash.
All right, thanks. He's got 16 now. He might stumble into 20 this year.
Yeah, I think 25's.
I think he's going to hit 25 next year.
Swing adjustments and everything.
I kind of like his development. I just wish this was his rookie year.
Yeah.
It's kind of my only beef.
Yeah, it'd be a lot better if this was his rookie year, but year 3 next year.
Yeah.
And hopefully that's where the jump comes.
AJ, do you have a cash him or trash him? Putting you on the spot. That's what I like to do to people.
Okay. Baker Mayfield will be the starting quarterback for the Texans in 2027.
I trash it.
Cash it.
I think it's gonna be CJ.
Cash that.
I think it's pretty heavy. If you had a Vegas handicap on this, CJ Stroud would probably be minus 500.
Probably, but
Baker would be like plus 450.
I'm gonna take the long odds. I'm gonna take Baker.
All right.
No, I don't want to bet on it.
I wouldn't give you the odds.
I'm not doing it.
Any other ones that you have?
No.
Logan Hughes, Astros first-round draft pick this year out of the great Texas Tech. He will be Christian Walker's replacement.
Immediate replacement, or is he going to be the guy that replaces the guy?
The next time there's a full-time first baseman that's not named Christian Walker, it's going to be Logan Hughes.
I'm going to trash it.
Trash.
Okay.
Only because I don't think he starts game 1 of the 2027 season on the roster.
I believe he will.
Really?
I do.
Think Dana Brown's the GM then?
I don't think he has to be.
Okay.
They don't have another first baseman in the system, really. Christian Walker is signed through next year.
Mm-hmm.
Logan Hughes is like a high-level college bat, right?
Mm-hmm.
So those guys don't take a whole lot of time. In fact, Cam Smith was a half season. If Logan Hughes was Cam Smith, he'd start next year on the opening day roster.
Let's bring him up now.
So he's going to go a full year after Cam Smith.
Yeah.
And he's already like crushing single-A pitching.
Okay.
I think he'll start next year in Double-A. I think he'll get promoted to Sugarland before the end of the season.
Okay.
And then I think he is your opening day first baseman in 2028.
Wow. So I'm thinking 27. That's why.
Christian Walker's under contract next year.
I think they find a way out of it.
I think they missed their opportunity.
Even if they have to pay for it. A majority of it.
I think they would just keep him at that point.
But he stinks.
He's good with the glove. His numbers are going to look fine.
They can, yeah, I mean, there's so many spots in the roster they can improve that maybe.
And then you have to go find another first baseman. I think they're just going to keep Walker next year. Not that I love it. They should have gotten out of it at the deadline. Plus, you have to go find somebody.
Let's just bring this kid up in September.
Let's not Cam Smith him, Joe.
Why not?
Because look what it did to Cam Smith. It stunted his growth.
It's 1 month.
It might have ruined him still.
Send him. He can play in the minors next year. Just make him your 27th.
No. You start the clock?
Why
No.
not?
What do you want to do that for?
I don't know.
You're talking nonsense.
Guys come up fast now.
Not that fast.
We've seen it before.
Not often.
No, it's mostly pitchers.
Yeah, I think the Angels do it with some of their guys, like Shawnuel.
Yeah, they brought him up really
short.
fast.
Neto, they brought up real
I think
quick.
Shawnuel they brought up that first year.
Yeah, I think so.
Which was crazy. I think he was drafted was in the big leagues 2 months later.
Yeah,
which is insane.
Yeah, you don't see. They are up faster than they used to be. Although way back in the day, they wouldn't even go to the farm. Like Dave Winfield never played a minor league game. Went straight up. Rangers ruined old David Clyde that way.
Do you think let's say Major League Baseball gets their way?
Yeah.
5-round draft.
What? That's not what they want.
Isn't it?
No.
I thought there was they only wanted to cut it down to 5 rounds.
I think it's like 15.
Was it 15?
It's not 5.
I thought I saw 5.
No way.
Okay, if they cut it down to 15. Do you think we could see if they change the minor league system a lot?
12.
12, okay. If they change the rules with college where guys have to stay longer, right, is also what they proposed?
What do you mean?
Isn't it just guys have to play college baseball first? One of the things they proposed? That they can't, they're not taking high school players anymore?
Oh, yeah, that's right. No, there's no more high school.
So if they get rid of the high school thing, do you think we see collectively guys come up faster?
Yeah.
Because it kind of limit your farm system a little bit. You probably lose a level eventually. Maybe not right away.
I still think the college guys will come up at the same pace as normal college guys, like now.
Yeah.
I don't think you're going to see the Cam Smiths
become
I
more
think
common.
Yeah, I think you're still going to have a year and a half in the system.
Okay.
Now, but the high schoolers are going to lessen the average, because you're not drafting a high school kid and then calling them up in a year. Like those guys get seasoned for a while. Mm-hmm. Now, if you don't have any high school kids, like the average draft prospect or draft guy is getting called up bigger. It's because there's no more high school guys. It's not because they're getting called up faster. It's because you're skewing the average.
Yeah.
Seth Walder. Cornerback Kamari Lassiter will earn more first-team All-Pro honors than cornerback Derek Stingley Jr. between 2027 and 2029. Both corners are amazing, but Lassiter's more underrated, which I don't understand that last sentence. What does that have anything to do with more first-team All-Pro? Actually a contradiction.
Yes.
But let's just pay attention to that first sentence. Lassiter will earn more first-team All-Pro honors than Stingley between 2027 and 2029, so beginning next year.
I am going to trash that.
I'm going to cash it, but I think it's like 1-0.
Yeah, it's very, very tight. I think Stingley just edges him out still, but I'll go Stingley.
Okay. All right. Here's a prediction on David Montgomery from Fantasy Life. Matthew Berry. You're going to look up, and David Montgomery is going to have 250 to 300 touches this year.
Wow. That's a lot. I'm going to trash it. I think Woody Marks is more involved than that. I don't think he hits that number.
Yeah, I think Woody's going to be kind of involved.
What was the number, 250 to 300?
250 to 300. Has he ever done it in his career? Most touches he's ever 247 his second year. That's only in carries. He had 54 catches. I actually touched it 300 times in 2020.
Yeah. And then
he had over 250 his rookie year. Let's look. Last year was nowhere close.
he had his first 3 years in the NFL.
And then he went to Detroit.
His last year in Chicago, he was at 235.
So does he get back there? 250?
I'm going to say no.
250 touches?
No. I think it's similar. I think that first year in Detroit where he had 185 rushing attempts and 36 receptions, that's probably similar to what it looks like now when Gibbs wasn't the focal point. Now, he only played in 14 games that season, so I guess maybe if he stays healthy, it gets there by that math. But he hasn't done that as a starter since 2022. Played in 16 or 17 games.
I don't think the Texans want him to do that.
No, I think they want to have a good balance.
I don't know if that's what you should be doing to your 29-year-old running back. You know?
Yeah, probably not.
Like, I want him to be ready to go in the playoffs. I don't want him to be, like, limping and beaten down going into the postseason.
Yeah,
I think it'd be bad for the Texans.
I struggle to see him getting that many touches.
He did say today how they're trying to tap into his dual threatness, be a better back
Wildcat?
out of the no, better back catching the football. He says he knows he can do it. Which I mean, he did have 54 catches his second year in the league. That was just a long time ago.
It was a very long. It was what 2019,
20.
Ben
Johnson says the Chicago Bears head coaching job will be his last job.
Cash.
I'm gonna trash it.
I'm gonna cash it.
Head coaches don't stay there forever.
Why would you leave when you win 5 Super Bowls?
Okay. Chicago's going to fire him eventually, and I think he's going to coach after they fire him.
You're probably right.
Now, he is a weird cat. He stayed at Detroit forever.
I'm just going to fantasy land this thing and say cash.
Okay. I'm going to trash that one. The Athletic Kenny Gainwell will outpoint Bucky Irving in 2026.
I like Kenny Gainwell, but I'm going to trash it because I do still like Bucky a lot.
It might depend on the league settings.
If it's half point or full point?
Or standard.
Yeah.
Like, Kenny Gainwell's not beating Bucky in a standard, in my opinion. Half point, still not beating him, in my opinion. Full point PPR, maybe. Maybe. Baker Mayfield was raving about Kenny Gainwell today.
But you know what? When they took Bucky Irving, it felt like that was Rachaad White's job very easily.
I mean, Rachaad White does catch a lot of passes.
So I'll still go Bucky as the top fantasy guy there.
Devon Witherspoon says that cornerback is the hardest job on the field outside of quarterback.
Trash.
What position is?
Now I know based on the skill at the wide receiver is probably what he's saying of why it's so hard. I'll go safety.
Ooh, really?
Captain of the defense.
Not always.
A lot of times.
Sometimes it's the linebacker.
Yeah, I'm still going to go safety.
Sometimes the safety just goes back into deep high safety and just plays center field.
I'm going to go safety.
I wouldn't pick safety over corner.
But the safety play slot too, though.
I just don't think that's the same position anymore.
No.
Like, I think we've graduated from, like, the safety also playing the nickel. Like, so many teams play nickel, it's just a nickel back, you know? Like, there are some teams like, okay, whenever we're in a 4-3, this guy's our safety. Whenever we go to nickel, he's going to bump to the nickel. We're going to bring on somebody else onto the field. Like, Jalen Petrie did that a bit last year when they had safety injuries. When they had safety injuries and they're in nickel 90% of the snaps, 95% of the snaps.
Like most of the NFL is in nickel most of the time now.
Right. Like, you get a nickel who's pretty good with the run. But some teams do that. That would be more challenging for sure. But then you're also giving them like preference and priority because they're now moving to corner, while at the same time saying safety's more sophisticated than corner. I don't know if I would say that. I would put center on the board.
I was thinking defense when he said it.
I would put center on the board. Center, you got to walk up there. You got to identify the mic. You got to be right on the mic.
Yes.
You got to be, good with your coverage calls.
Yeah, I was thinking defense only, but
I would put corner up there. I think or center. I'm sorry.
I mean, corner is probably the hardest from like just a pure talent standpoint because this is the best probably collection of wide receivers we've ever seen, and it only seems to get better every single year.
But whenever I see hardest job, I think like a level of sophistication.
Yeah, that's why I hear it as just it's hard because guys are so good.
That's fine. Yeah, I'd be a little bit more open to that than like
If you're focusing on just like the one-on-one matchup, no X's and O's,
Yeah.
stopping your guy in man coverage, corner probably is the toughest.
like if you were a Deion Sanders coming out of college, but you had absolutely no IQ, could you go out there and play corner today? Yeah, you could. You could
follow this guy.
If you were Tyler Linderbaum, but you were as dumb as a rock, could you go out and play center today? I don't think you could. So I guess it is how you interpret this.
Yeah.
Definitely how you interpret. But it is hard to cover all the wide receivers nowadays in the NFL. 713-780-ESPN. Junkie says the Viper is the best roller coaster at Astroworld. No, trash. You know my answer to that. You're
Trash.
trolling. You're trolling. What? Oh, cash or trash. Brandon looks like a sweet cherub on the YouTube commercial feed. Is that the one where it looks like I'm wearing lipstick? People think I'm wearing lipstick on that. It's not lipstick. It's chapstick. Get it right.
Oh, it does pop a little bit. I see it.
That chapstick.
Yeah.
Does anyone at the station have a fishing license? Depending on the year. You go to Academy, you get a fishing license. I do a little fishing from time to time.
I think you'd probably be the only one.
I would register. I used to register for the Star thing. The Star, where you catch a tagged redfish, you can win like a truck. My dad would take me down to Galveston a lot. We'd fish for a lot of like reds and stuff.
Think Lance is a fisher?
I caught the Texas triple one time. I'm dead serious. Can you name the fish in the Texas triple?
No, I can't.
You want to give it a shot?
No, I don't.
These are all fish from the bay.
I don't want to try.
You don't want to try it all?
No, I don't.
What if I give you hints?
Okay.
One starts with an R. I literally just said it.
Redfish.
Okay. We won't use the word in front of it. We'll just say that it starts with a T.
No, I don't. Tilapia.
There's a tilapia? There's a Major League Baseball player.
Trout.
It's a speckled trout, but yeah, we'll give you trout. And then the other one's a flatfish that starts with an F. They look goofy. These are always funny to catch because they look really
Flounder.
weird. Yeah.
We got there.
There you go. Texas triple right there. Look at you outdoorsman.
I don't know how you find these things that just like Joe's weak spot. Found it.
What do you mean?
You just seem to find them.
You nailed it.
I know. It just took a while.
YouTube, Keith, the AFC South will have 2 playoff teams.
Trash.
I'm going to cash it. I'm in on Jacksonville.
I'm a fade Jacksonville this year.
Okay.
Duval.
Do that at your own wish. Brett Ripon will be quarterback 3 the entire season.
I'll trash that.
Sure. Cash trash. We didn't get any Cal McNair stuff today, did we?
I didn't see any of it.
Did they get canceled? What happened? Cal McNair just texted into the show. Sometimes I wear nothing but an apron and have Hannah call me Burgermeister.
Cash.
That's a great
Did he not
point.
have Cal's cookout today? What happened? Kyle Tucker's career will end like Rendon. Get the bag and dip. Interesting.
I'm going to trash it. I think there's a bounce back. I just don't think it's going to be with LA.
I'm going to trash it too.
Like I think you know what's funny? They're probably having the same conversations about Kyle Tucker that we are having about Imai. About let's make him hate it here so much that after next season he opts out.
Probably.
Because it's 2 years under contract and then his opt-out kicks in.
Yeah.
But he ain't getting $60 million on the other side of that thing.
Junkie, I got the Texas triple. Also, it came with fries and a shake. Sounds pretty good right now. Cowboys win the division, cash or trash?
I'm going to trash. Sorry,
I'm going to
AJ.
trash it too. You have the Cowboys winning the division, AJ?
Yes. Y'all have the Eagles winning?
Yeah.
Okay.
Gerard Johnson's there. He's going to get the most out of Jalen Hurts. We're on the clock.
Okay.
We're on the clock. This is the one we've been drafting the most. Quarterbacks are Allen and Dak. Our running backs are Derrick Henry, Jadarian Price, Chuba Hubbard, Marshawn Lloyd, Dylan Sampson. 6 receivers, we have CeeDee Lamb, Garrett Wilson, Wendell Robinson, Jaden Higgins, he got hurt today, Dejon Stribling, and Cyrus Allen. And then our tight ends are Tyler Warren and Jake Ferguson.
Okay.
So in my mind, we need to draft a running back or a receiver here. The highest rated running back on the board is Mike Washington. You got Brian Robinson and Ray Davis. The receivers, this is what we were talking about earlier. Malik Washington, Isaac Tesla, Caleb Douglas, and then you have like Zachariah Branch, Calvin Ridley, Malachi Fields. I think that we should decide between Caleb Douglas and Mike Washington. I prefer Mike Washington here.
B-Mac, you're watching a movie. You don't get a vote. Mike Washington.
Upside running back in the 16th, and then we can go receiver, and
Yep.
probably get Keon Coleman to pair with Josh Allen.
Yep.
All right, cool. Mike Washington is the pick. Oh, so close to clicking Malik Washington. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Trey Mancini. He announced his retirement. Who are your favorite random Houston athletes? You can't pick your stars here. You just pick random dudes. Might have been here for a short period of time, but you love them for no reason. 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5.
St. Arnold, the beer for everyone. Their beer garden is a place for everyone. And for private events, they've got a space for everyone. I was over at the beer hall today checking it out for our listener appreciation party. We'll have tickets given away those later in the show. You have up to 300 people there in the beer hall. And the investors pub that they've got there as well, 20 to 100 people. So they've got events for any size party you want to have. It could be a holiday party, wedding, whatever you want to do. Corporate events you can have there at St. Arnold. They've got that space for you. Full in-house catering menu prepared by the St. Arnold chef, from appetizer table to a full-on feast. Of course, the beer for every one of your events as well. It's the freshest St. Arnold beer in the world, straight from the source. They also have wine, cider, and root beer. Book your event now, especially those holiday parties, to get prime dates, whether it's a daytime rental or evening event, weekday or weekend. And since you're a listener of this fine station, mention ESPN or my name, Joe George, and receive a free full-hour bar package for your event. That's a free full-hour bar package for your event when you just say ESPN or Joe George. Get started at starnold.com right now. Click on private events. That's starnold.com. Click on private events.
Houston Restaurant Week's going on now. It's a great time of the year. Going on now through September 7th. Think of it like a citywide all-star lineup. Hundreds of restaurants, prefix menus, and every time you eat, you're helping out the Houston Food Bank. Dine out, do good. Check out the full lineup at HoustonRestaurantWeeks.com. Great food, good cost. You're helping out hungry people, hungry kids. 713-780-3776. Trey Mancini, retired today. Trey Mancini. What are some other random players that you love in Houston?
He's at the I don't know what it was. I think it's just a story.
I wanted Trey Mancini so bad, and whenever they traded for him, I was so happy. And they didn't really do much with the bat.
No, but like he's out there in the final game when they win the World Series. He's just got a great story.
What's your favorite Trey Mancini play?
What was it, a dive?
No, it was more of a smother.
Yeah, I don't know what to call it.
He landed on the ground, but I wouldn't call it a dive.
Like that play, that's a great play.
Yuli got hurt.
Yeah,
I can't remember. He didn't have a broken leg, did he? I can't remember if Yuli broke his leg or just an injured leg. But yeah, Trey Mancini was forced into action.
Yeah, smother's a good way to put it.
Smothered him.
Yeah,
that was an awesome play. That ball was hammered. I think it was Ryan Presley.
Like he's one of them for me. Like I love Trey Mancini, the baseball player, so I loved when he was here. Jake Marisnick, does he fall into this category?
Sure.
I love Jake Marisnick.
Is it because of how handsome he is?
Yeah, it is.
He is very handsome.
Yeah, it's just
he and Brad Ausmus probably the two most handsome Astros ever.
Poll question.
I mean, the women would say it. Women, 713-780, or men, who are the most handsome Astros? 713-780-3776. Ausmus and Marisnick will be leading the way.
Who's your favorite?
So baseball is Bill Spires.
Okay.
Without a shadow of a doubt. Love Bill Spires. Dude could just hit. He was just could hit. Play every infield position. Loved him. Batted two-hole a lot of times in between Bagwell and Biggio. Loved me some Billy Spires. Was awesome.
I love Boban.
I think he's the punting coach now at Clemson.
Oh, is he really?
Special teams coach. Yeah, I think so. He punted there. Bill Spires punted at Clemson.
I didn't know that.
Basketball, we're just talking role player. Like just random player. Battier's probably too big a name, huh? Battier's probably too big a name. I'm having trouble thinking of a.
I was like,
I'll go Armani Brooks.
Okay.
Armani Brooks and Nate Hitton. My favorite Rocket, like just random dudes. And then
it's just I love the Boban chant. Everyone getting up for Boban at the end of the game.
That doesn't do anything for me.
I loved it.
And then baseball, or football rather, give me John Weeks. Maybe too big a name. Or Case Keenum for sure.
Is that too big of a name?
Maybe.
He had 2 stints here, right?
Clayton Tune.
Gross. I know you love your Cougs, but
there you go. I'm done.
Texans was hard for me. I was like trying to find like a favorite.
Uh-huh.
Can I put Clowney version 2, even though he hasn't played yet?
Sure.
All right. I already like the new.
Why
Clowney.
not? What do you like about the new Clowney?
He's just there. Derek, I like Derek Barnett.
He's just there.
Yeah.
That's all Caserio cares about.
Yeah,
he was here. He showed up.
I like Derek Barnett a lot.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know why.
He never did anything for me.
I was like, I like this guy. He's got some good motor.
I did like Tommy Townsend. I was kind of fun. He was kind of fun as a punter. Yeah. He would talk trash and stuff.
He would.
He had the long hair. He had personality.
Yeah. You don't normally get that.
No, you don't normally get that.
I was trying to think of other quarterbacks.
For the Texans?
Yeah.
They haven't had a lot of lovable quarterbacks.
I know. There really wasn't.
Yeah, they haven't had a lot of Orlovsky, Sage.
Sage probably gets a lot of votes.
Brock.
Sage was the one who's playing video games, right? Or walked in on the video games?
I thought that was Orlovsky.
I can't remember which one of those guys it was.
I thought it was Orlovsky. Pretty sure it was Orlovsky because he had the platform that made it go big.
I think you're right.
Yeah, I think it was him. I think it was Orlovsky.
Just whichever one was playing video games with Cal.
Pretty sure. I don't think he was playing with him. I think he walked in while he was playing video games. I think you're remembering the story a little bit. You're misremembering like Roger Clemens.
I think you're just, I think he's saving face a little bit. He's probably like you. Like, I don't play video games. He's probably in there with Cal playing Rock Band.
Junkie says Charlie F. and Morton. That's a good call. Maybe too big of a name.
I wouldn't put him in the random category, but good name.
Yeah, random players here. 713-780-3776. Junkie says John Singleton, son's friend, still wears 28 for him. I'd love me a. He wasn't a good baseball player, but I love
tanks.
He would hit the bat flip.
Pause. Might be the best bat flip in recent Houston memory.
I would still put Luis Valbuena, God rest his soul, ahead of John Singleton. Valbuena's bat flip, and then he would say bat flip. Remember, he would talk about the bat flip, but he would say bat flip instead of bat flip. He'd say bat flip. I love Valbuena's backflip. He's no longer with us, unfortunately. God rest his soul. John Singleton's wife, Lindsay Singleton, has me blocked on Twitter.
Yeah, she tweets a lot about the Astros still.
Don't know what I did.
Yeah.
She has me blocked on Twitter.
You probably said something mean about John.
Probably accurate, though.
Yeah. Probably fair.
Probably incredibly fair.
I thought of a new Astro.
Okay.
I loved Ben Gamble.
Really?
I don't know what it was. That was my kind of guy. I like Ben Gamble. I like Ben Gamble.
You just like 4A mediocrity?
Yeah. Dana Brown's good at finding those guys. He gives me a lot of options.
Gamble was a fine bat against right-handed pitching. I wouldn't say I was a huge Ben Gamble guy. 713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Adrian, you have a random sports figure that is your favorite?
Yes, sir. How's it going, fellas? Yeah. Definitely not one of the most handsome Astros, but Colby Rasmus, a.k.a. the greatest playoff hitter of all time. Go check out that Baseball Reference page.
Yeah, back a baseball card. I remember Colby, the playoff of 2015. Astros should have beaten Kansas City, who went on to win the World Series that year. That's a good call on that one. You're right, not handsome, very ugly man. Ezekiel Estachio, though, for my money, the ugliest Houston Astro of all time. Easily the ugliest Houston Astro of all time.
I've looked at the photo. We've talked about this before.
Full circle. Colby Rasmus has like a niece named Lindsay Rasmus.
Okay.
Who's like tearing up the Little League World Series.
Oh.
I read it in the Houston Chronicle. I don't know if they're still around, but I'm pretty sure it was a niece, not a nephew, that was playing in the Little League World Series that was like tearing it up.
That's who we're betting on then. If they're still alive.
There you go. I don't know if they're still alive. But yeah, Colby Rasmus had a great playoff. He was fun to watch. Junkie B-Mac took off to watch a movie. Yes, he did.
Yep.
He absolutely did. Nori Aoki.
Oh.
I did like me some Nori Aoki.
It's a good pull.
Nori Aoki was awesome. Junkie, just because of the nickname I gave him with the Texans, I'll say no gain Ron Dane. It's a great nickname.
It is a good
Don't
nickname.
love Ron Dane as a Houston Texan.
It's a good nickname, though.
Was a great nickname.
It does help a lot to have like that good of a nickname to fall into that category.
Who was the running back the Texans had last year who we adopted because his cousin listened to us? He's a little guy.
I don't remember.
Hollings? There was a little itty-bitty running back on the Texans last year whose cousin would listen to us.
And he called in.
He called in one show, and he's like, "This guy's gonna make the 53. This guy's awesome." I was like, "You related to this guy?" He's like, "Yeah, he's my cousin."
I don't remember.
I'll look up who it was. That guy was my favorite. We adopted him. He was our running back on this show. 713-780-ESPN. Trey Mancini announced his retirement. Who are your favorite random Houston athletes ever? 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5.
It's Jeremy and Joe,
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
Who are your favorite random Houston athletes ever? Trey Mancini, all 2.5 months of them. What a ride it was with Trey Mancini. So who are your favorite Houston athletes ever? 713-780. We have so many people texting in right now. Kevin Bass. I feel like he was too popular. I think he was too popular. He had a great mustache. I played a round of golf with Kevin Bass once.
How'd it go?
He would hit it so far. He hit the golf ball so far. Way further than Booker T. Booker T's the biggest dude I've ever golfed with that hit it so little. His bigness to drive distance ratio is the worst I've ever seen.
Not good.
But he would shoot like a 78 because he never left the middle of the fairway. Booker T played golf like an 80-year-old man who had a 3 handicap.
Okay.
He hits at 225 right down the middle, 225 to the green, and 2 putts for par every single time. Great short game. He has like a short game area in his backyard.
Oh, I mean,
so he practiced.
That must be nice.
Yeah.
So what happens when you're a 2-time Hall of Famer?
But you walk up to the tee box with Booker T. It's like, okay, here we go. Playing around of golf with Booker T. You expect him to hit the ball 350 yards like Kevin Bass. Kevin Bass hits 350 yards. You expect that from Booker T. Booker T's got this half backswing, doesn't move his lower body at all, half of a follow through, right down the middle, right down the middle, right down the middle. 78 never impresses you.
Did you beat him?
We were playing a scramble.
Oh, okay.
He was on my team.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
How many shots of yours did you use? Do you
Probably
remember?
quite a bit. I'm a great scramble player.
Oh, good.
Well, I say great. I'm a good scramble player because I'm very volatile.
Oh, okay.
So I'll hit 10 really good shots. We're like,
The rest
"Phew,
are just-
glad we're taking that.
But the rest are.
But you give me playing my own ball, I'll be lucky to break 90.
Okay.
Yeah.
Not right now, though.
But I have won a long drive championship.
Long time ago.
That wasn't that long ago. It was like 2 years ago.
Oh, okay.
2.5 years ago.
Oh.
It was on
Can't do it
Wildcat.
now, though.
It's feeling better.
Oh, really?
Feeling better.
Get you back out there.
You know what I think has fixed it? I've been working out.
Interesting.
So I think that the inflammation in my body is going to other areas and is reducing my inflammation in my hand. Is that scientific? Is that medical? Or am I just making this up? Because I promise you, when it started to go away is whenever I started to lift.
Okay.
So like I've been telling my wife that I'm getting inflammation into other areas of my body because I've been
taking
lifting.
the inflammation out of
and
your
it's
mommy's
reducing the inflammation out of my wrist and taking like I can move this thing better than I've moved it in 2 years. Well, I heard it a year ago. So a year. Look at this.
Looks good.
It feels great.
And before I would have heard it.
This is the best it's felt in a year. And the only I had a cortisone shot 3 months ago. It didn't feel good. Like it felt a little bit better, but it came back real bad.
Yeah.
So the only thing that I've done different since it peaked with inflammation again is I've been working out. So I don't know if it's scientific or not, or medical or not. Maybe you can call me Dr. Branham. Maybe I'm an innovator here. I got more innovation than Edison. Like I feel like the inflammation is going to other parts of my body.
I mean, this would
and
explain
it's
why
sucking it out of my mommy's wrist.
This would explain why real athletes don't deal with mommy's wrist because they're working out all the time.
Look at this movement, this range of movement. I haven't had this in a year.
Get you back on the golf course next year for the Internet Invitational.
I know. The Internet Invitational?
That's the wrong one.
Occasional
Invitational.
What's the Internet Invitational?
The Barstool one.
Oh, okay, yeah. Billy Spires and Tony Eusebio are my favorites. I love them too. They were awesome. Hank Conger with the dance move. What do they call it? Robo Conger? Was it Robo Conger? I think it was Robo Conger.
Sounds right.
Key from LA. Will there be an open bar at the party? Key from LA. You just show up and have a smile on your face. All right. You get what you get. And you don't throw a fit. These Hollywood people. They come in thinking they get free drinks. I'm Hollywood. I get free drink. You show up with a smile on your face and you're happy about it. Key from LA. Hollywood. He's trying to Hollywood Henderson our party. Can we de-invite somebody?
I don't think you got an invite yet.
Oh, Key from L.A.
I could be wrong.
Hollywood Henderson over here. John Singleton says Sully. This guy sent out a whole lineup. Roy Oswald, Adam Everett, Tony Eusebio, Richard Hidalgo, Otis Thorpe. Otis Thorpe was awesome. I shook his hand once. He tickled my elbow. Stromiles Swift, Rafer Austin, Pete Chilcutt. We'll skip to my Lou. I love Zach Greinke. Greinke was the man. I don't know if he was random.
He's not random.
But he was awesome. Brad Miller.
He was like a short time.
Yeah.
Favorite athlete that was only here for a little bit.
I did like him. Tony Eusebio, Omar Ashik, bless you. Remember the old poison pill? They poison pilled Omar Ashik and Jeremy Lin.
They did.
I like Ashik. Of the two, Ashik was the better rocket.
He's a good player.
I liked Ashik.
He's a good rebounder, man. Just went up there and got it.
I liked Omer.
Couldn't really do a lot else.
No.
But he could rebound.
Yeah, I liked Omer. Bob Sura, Tony Eusebio, Ray for Austin, Chuck Hayes, Sleepy Floyd, Matt Maloney. How could you like Matt Maloney? Who liked Matt Maloney?
Maybe it's Matt.
Pudge was my favorite Astro rental. It was cool to see one of the best catchers of all time as an Astro. Yeah, those teams just sucked. It was like Carlos Lee, Miguel Tejada, Pudge Rodriguez.
It's good names.
Yeah, but they're all 38.
I know. It's a good like video game lineup.
They were like 81 and 81. Like I hated that era of the Astros, but it was cool to see him as an Astro. Maybe Colin McHugh, Michael Bourne, too big a name, I think. Go Cougs, by the way. Tony Kemp count? Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, he counts. Fan favorite.
Hugs
Lots
for
of hugs.
Homers.
Yep.
Gerald Green, energy and devotion to
crushing
Houston.
the Astros.
Yeah, he kind of beat up on the Astros.
Unreal.
He wouldn't hit anybody else but the Astros. Somebody says Dickie Thon, Evan Gaddis, best looking. Tony Eusebio, most handsome. LJ Hose. Remember LJ Hose?
I don't.
Yeah, LJ Hose was center fielder. I think he wore 0. I think they got him in a trade with Baltimore. Rockets, Corey Brewer, Fat Randy. I didn't like Fat Randy.
Yeah, I feel like that one surprised me when I saw that.
He missed too many kicks.
Brewer's a good answer. I like Corey Brewer.
He was fine. I miss Wandy Rodriguez. Too big a name. John David Booty. Always like Michael Bourne. Go Cougs. Nimitz High School. Hunter Pence. Too big a name.
Ryan Anderson.
Somebody said Sage told that video game story. Okay. I thought it was Orlowski. My bad. Who'd you say?
Ryan Anderson.
Didn't love Ryan Anderson. Ryan Anderson, he felt so puny. You know?
Is it too big of a name, too?
Ryan Anderson? No.
I mean, he was a pretty established player on that roster, wasn't he?
I wouldn't call him a big name. No, I wouldn't call Ryan Anderson a big name.
I feel like he's maybe in the middle then.
He felt puny to me. You ever watch that sitcom Yes, Dear?
Nope.
Very obscure name. Very obscure.
Okay.
Very obscure. I'm a little embarrassed to say that I watched it.
I was like, I've never even heard of this.
Pretty embarrassed to say but the dad was like this super wimpy, like meek, feeble dad. And for some reason, Ryan Anderson always gave me the vibes of that character. And it just bothered me. It's such a weird comparison. Mike says Willie Tavares. I think he's trying to troll me because I hated Willie Tavares. Could not stand Willie Tavares. Daniel Manning. Remember Daniel Manning? You do. He's a Bear.
Yeah, he's a great player.
He was cool. I like Daniel Manning.
Good kick returner. Good safety. He hit hard.
I don't remember him returning kicks here. I know he did in Chicago.
Yeah, I don't know if he did here or not.
Yeah, I don't remember that.
He used to have a show on this station, I think.
I think he did. I think he replaced or was before DJ Swearinger.
I don't remember the order.
I think Manning was before Swearinger because I think Swearinger replaced Manning.
Yes, that sounds
because
right.
Daniel Manning came in with like Jonathan Joseph.
Mm-hmm.
Those were the two big secondary moves for the Texans. They were both very good. Jonathan Joseph was a great Houston Texan. Rode a plane with Jonathan Joseph once.
I mean, I think people have said it's the best free agency signing they've ever made.
Joseph?
Yeah.
Probably. I mean, he was corner number 1 for a long time.
I don't know if there's anything now that... Did they trade for Daniil?
Daniil Hunter?
Yeah.
No, that was free agent acquisition.
Was free agent?
Yeah.
But no, it's JJ. He's best free agency signing they've ever made.
Darryl Ward. Darryl Ward was awesome. I remember when he hit one in the Bay. He used to hit tanks. I love Gerald Young. Casey Candell. I hear Casey Candell's a character. Huge character. Don't forget Biggio's the most handsome. Oh, that's from Heather. Also in the mix, Correa. Cam Smith?
He's not a random.
No. Heather's saying the most handsome.
Oh.
Don't forget Biggio for most handsome. I also endorse Jake and Osmus to be in the mix with Correa and Cam Smith. How about that?
Huh.
I didn't know Cam Smith was
I didn't think Cam Smith was going to be in that category.
I didn't know Cam Smith was looked at with those eyes. I still have my Morgan Insberg jersey. I did like Morgan Insberg for 1 year. Rasmus had the fattest dips of all time. The Chuck Wagon. Ben Jones, awesome interviews. Oh, Ben Jones was the center. He was pretty cool. I love me some Kikuchi. That's not a bad call.
Yeah, he fought. Just as a deadline acquisition, so I feel like it.
Well, so was Mancini.
Yeah, but Mancini wasn't good.
Mancini, when they acquired him, was good.
That's true. He just
I was,
good
and Yuli was struggling.
Yeah.
I was clamoring for Mancini big time.
Yeah, and Kikuchi, I guess Kikuchi really wasn't good when they got him.
He wasn't.
And then he became very good here.
He just was good here. Brendan Scarlett, you hardly remember the name. Earl Campbell, come on now. Pudge Rodriguez, Von Wafer. Oh, that's what B. Hannon said. B. Hannon said Von Wafer. Which, remember Craig Ackerman's call for Von Wafer when he did something good? He's like, he's not a cookie, he's not a cracker, he's a Von Wafer.
That's a great. Greg has some of the best one-liners.
Chase Budinger. He's a volleyball player now. He was in the Olympics.
He was.
Bud Norris. I didn't like Bud Norris. He had a good year. Then they traded him to St. Louis. Julio Lugo. He was cool. Oh, Junior Broncos. Junior Broncos said Roberto Osuna and Julio Lugo. Look what he's. Why didn't you just include Joe Mixon?
Probably forgot.
The Astros cut Julio Lugo the next day. Whenever he did that. Hank Conger. My favorite random was Jose Lima. He wasn't random. Lima wasn't. TJ Yates. Vinny Castillo. Vinny Castillo was awesome. He had that Lego hair. Jose Lima time.
I can't believe people are saying that's a random.
Carmelo Anthony. With Lima?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's not random. Moochie Norris is a good call.
Carmelo's a good pull of just like, I can't believe this guy was a Houston Rocket. Did he play? He played in like 15 games?
He was on a podcast recently talking about how they mistreated him.
Yeah, he said that they basically just like told him to go home, and then they didn't cut him right away, I think, right?
Yeah, they were like, you can come to the game, but you have to sit like behind the bench.
Yeah.
Yep. 713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Derek, you're in with Jeremy and Joe. What's up, Derek?
Hey, since we're going through this list, guys, thanks for taking my call. Hey, let's hear the all-time greatest Astros team lineup.
Ever?
Ever.
All right, fine. Let's do it on the other side. 713-780-3776. The greatest Astro team of lore.
Like just the best team,
I guess,
or like
I guess he's just talking position by position.
Okay.
If we were talking like building a super team.
Okay. All right. We'll do it when we come back. 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5.
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
He's Joe, I'm Jeremy. So Derek put us up to the task of the greatest Houston Astro team of all time. Just, all right, whatever. We do what the junkies tell us to do, the dozens and dozens of junkies, 713, which the text line, more than a dozen, several dozen, maybe dozens of dozens. Catcher, I'm going to put Craig Biggio there. Like, if I have to field the greatest Astro team of all time, Biggio's going to have to be my catcher.
Yep, because Altuve's at second base.
The Astros might have had the best collection of second basemen in the history of the game. They have 4 guys in the Hall of Fame that have played second base as an Astro, or will have 4. Biggio, Kent, Morgan, and Altuve.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to put Biggio at catcher. First baseman's Bagwell.
Yep.
Second base.
Altuve. What?
I mean, it's going to be Altuve, but Joe Morgan's pretty stinking good. Jeff Kent's pretty stinking good.
Yeah, but he's got 2 rings, MVP.
I guess it depends on how you're building your team. I mean, Altuve, fine. Shortstop, you'd have to go Correa.
What are your other options?
Probably like Craig Reynolds.
Correa, then.
Yeah. Third baseman, I'd put Bregman.
Yep.
Some people might put Caminetti there, but Caminetti wasn't to Bregman's caliber as an Astro. Caminetti's best years were not in Houston. Bregman had better numbers in Houston than Caminetti had in Houston, so I'd go Bregman there. Left field, give me Lance Berkman.
Okay.
Center field, I'm probably going to go Cesar Cedeno. If you wanted to go with a peak, though, you wouldn't break my heart if you wanted to go first-time Carlos Beltran. First-time Carlos Beltran was really good. Really good.
Who are you putting right?
Maybe Cruz.
Do you have to follow the position rules? Because I feel like sometimes that goes out the window.
I mean, I'm kind of pushing it a little bit with Berkman.
Yeah. So Cruz and right.
And then Jordan's my DH.
Yes, not even a question.
Like, I have dudes on the bench, though, that are Hall of Famers.
Yeah, you do.
Jeff Kent is on the bench. Joe Morgan's on the bench.
Mm-hmm.
It's a shame that all the Hall of Famers play one position.
And then your rotation?
Rotation, see, this is where you, like, is it their body of work as an Astro or is it their peak as an Astro? Because if you're going their peak as an Astro, give me Randy Johnson. Give me Roger Clemens. Give me Garrett Cole. Give me Justin Verlander. I mean,
yes,
Nolan Ryan, J.R. Richard, Dallas Keuchel won a Cy Young.
The rotation's crazy.
I mean, your bullpen's not bad either. I mean, Hall of Famer Billy Wagner.
Mm-hmm.
Lidge had some years. Dotel had some. Hader's having a year right now.
I mean, Presley has to be in the conversation.
Presley's had some years.
You're in bullpen.
Your pitching staff's pretty nasty.
Yeah, it's one of the best you could assemble if you just take the peak.
Didn't even mention Roy Oswalt.
Yeah. If you take just the peak version of these guys and not for longevity, the fact that you can put Randy Johnson on this list.
I mean, you could go. I mean, you have multiple guys who are capable of winning a Cy Young. Randy Johnson, if he put together a full body of work in that half a season that he did with Houston, he would have won a Cy Young.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a Cy Young guy. Justin Verlander won 2 Cy Youngs as an Astro. Garrett Cole should have been the Cy Young the second time Verlander won the Cy Young. Roger Clemens has a Cy Young.
Mm-hmm.
Nolan Ryan's the greatest pitcher ever that has never won a Cy Young. He had some. J.R. Richard was as dominant as all. Mike Scott in '86. Didn't even mention Mike Scott in '86.
Yeah, it's crazy what you can do with the best version of this rotation.
No, the Astros. What they came around in '62. The Astros don't have the longest history of major league teams. They have a pitching staff that I think can go toe to toe with anybody. Like if you took their peak of when they were an Astro, you can give me the Red Sox of like they've been around since the 1900s, Yankees since the 1900s, probably even the late 1800s. I think the Astros go toe to toe with those teams.
I mean, like some of those guys are some of the best guys to ever do it. Randy,
Hall of Famer.
Verlander
will be a Hall of Famer.
Cole,
maybe will be a Hall of Famer.
Probably close.
But at his peak, he was dominant.
Yeah, I mean, he was so nasty.
His 18 and 19 with the Astros was ridiculous.
Because if we were going team, I thought we were going to do best just team of all time.
Oh, that's not what he meant, though, right?
No, I know it's not. But that's what I thought he meant at first. My answer is going to be 19.
18 had a better pitching staff than 19. But 19 had Jordan.
Yes.
Like, if you go compare pitching stats between 18 and look, 19 because Verlander and Garrett Cole were 1-2 in the Cy Young.
Mm-hmm.
But 18, you had Verlander, Cole, You still had Keuchel, I believe. You had a healthy Lance McCullers. Maybe Brad Peacock.
I feel like he was still there. In 19, when did you get Greinke?
I don't remember. I think that was in the 20s. Wasn't it?
You're right.
No, because he was around in the COVID year. So maybe that was 19. Maybe they got Greinke in 19.
Yeah, I think that's when they traded for him. Was 19.
Yeah, because he was already around in the COVID year.
Because that's when he became famous.
See, in 18, your top winners were Verlander, Garrett Cole, Charlie Morton, Dallas Keuchel, Lance McCullers. You still had Colin McHugh in the bullpen, too. Fromber actually came up and started 5 games that year.
I don't remember that.
Yeah, it was probably like in the middle of the summer when everybody kind of forgot. But the Astros had some pitching problems in 19 because I think they had a bunch of injuries. I think that was the year that Lance McCullers got hurt. Dallas Keuchel was no longer on the team. They had Verlander, Garrett Cole. They brought in Wade Miley. They let Charlie Morton go. Morton's final year was 18. So you didn't have Morton. You didn't have Keuchel. You didn't have McCullers. So you had Verlander, Cole. Then you signed Miley, who actually did have a good year. And then Peacock was in the rotation that year. So your top of the rotation was loaded, but the bottom of the rotation wasn't great.
No.
It was way better in 18 than 19. But the biggest difference between 18 and 19 was that you had Rookie of the Year Yordan Alvarez.
Yeah, I mean, that lineup, like they throw that lineup card out there because there's a couple games when Tucker's in it too, right?
Yeah.
And it's just like he was batting like 9th.
Yeah, and he wouldn't play.
It wasn't great, obviously, as a rookie, but that lineup was just so damn good.
Yeah, I mean, you had Yuli, Altuve, Correa, Bregman, Brantley,
Springer.
So, yes, he was hurt a little bit. Reddick and Tucker. Marisnik played a lot, and then Yordan. Yordan played the second half of the year and won the Rookie of the Year in a half a year.
Who was the catcher that year? Maldi?
Robinson Chironis was the mainstay, but Maldi was also on that team.
Okay. Does Maldi fit into the random category?
Could.
I feel like he's so beloved, he almost falls out of it, but he fits into it.
You know who hates Martin Maldonado? That agent on TikTok that turned to comedian.
Oh,
he hates
you showed me
Maldonado.
That guy. Yeah.
He hates him.
You tried to get him. Did you try to get him on?
Yeah, we efforted. Didn't go very far.
Was that the guy who? No.
We tried to get Shohei Ohtani's agent on.
Yeah, we did.
Not the agent. We
bookie.
The Shohei Ohtani's bookie we reached out to. And
he asked for money.
Yeah,
he asked for money.
He gave me a long thing though.
It was a lengthy list.
A few quick questions. Is this a paid appearance? Would this be via Zoom or remote? Where is your studio located? How long is the interview? What topics would you like to focus on? Shohei, what social media platforms? Do you have collaborative promotion? And then I ghosted him because this is way too much, bro. TLDR. That's what I should hit him with. Should you want me to type? Nah, I'm not gonna. No reason. I just ignore him.
Because next time there's a betting scandal, he might be involved, and maybe we could circle back.
He has a book. I think I'm gonna read his book though. Junkie says Castro. Where are you putting Castro? You're not going to put Castro at catcher. Now Biggio's your catcher. Or maybe they're still talking about random.
It could be random.
It could be random.
All-star.
Derek also wants to do batting lineup now. My goodness, Derek. You're very demanding.
Derek, no.
Got to lead off Biggio. You probably could lead off Altuve.
I'll say, wouldn't it be Altuve, like peak Altuve?
It doesn't really matter. Altuve, Biggio, 1-2, doesn't matter. I'd probably go Yordan 3.
So you don't want Yordan batting second to get the most at-bats?
Well, those guys get on base enough.
That's true.
Those guys get on base enough. Biggio and Altuve at their prime. I mean, my goodness.
So Yordan
Altuve
3.
won an MVP at his prime. Biggio was probably top 3 one year. 98, I think, was his best year. So I go Biggio, Altuve, 1-2, doesn't matter. Give me Yordan 3-hole or 4-hole. Bagwell MVP year 3 year 4-hole, doesn't matter. Who else we got here? We got to put in there. Oh, Lance Berkman 5th. Lance Berkman was a stick. He was so good. But you could also do the lefty-righty thing because Yordan's a lefty, Bagwell's a righty, Lance Berkman's a switch hitter. So I'd probably go Yordan, Bagwell, Lance. Some Bregman, Correa after that. Probably Bregman, then Correa. 6-7. Who am I missing? I'm missing Cedeno. I'm going to bet Cedeno 9th because he can be my second leadoff man. He's so fast.
Yeah.
He's so good.
And then who are we forgetting?
Am I missing my...
Cruz?
Oh, yeah. Jose Cruz. Yeah, we stick him 8. It doesn't matter. We'll bet Cedeno 8, Cruz at 9. Because they kind of do the same purpose.
All right.
There you go. There you go, Derek.
There's your lineup order.
Sheesh. So demanding. Starting rotation, 1 through 5.
Okay. I'm giving to Randy first.
Really?
Yeah. Peak Randy. Verlander.
Okay. You can't go wrong with any of these.
Clemens.
Okay.
Who else did we say? Cole, and who was the other one?
Cole, J.R. Richard, Roger Clemens, Roy Oswald.
I'll go Nolan fourth.
You can have an 8-man rotation.
I'll go Nolan fourth.
You can turn some of these guys into relievers, too.
Ooh. Cole's going to the bullpen.
Ooh.
Think about how nasty you would be if you said to get 3 guys out.
Ooh, this is a good one. Who's the manager? I'm going to go with the only manager that's going to make the Hall of Fame.
Dusty.
Give me Dusty. Dusty's going to manage all the personalities in that room.
Because, like, you can go AJ.
Ken Caminiti's not better than Bregman as an Astro. Sorry about it.
But if Dusty would have taken the TVs off the wall and smashed them, I think they would have stayed down. So I'll take Dusty.
Yeah, I'll take Dusty, too. Key from L.A., love you guys. Love you too, Key. All-time worst with over 100 games started in lineup. I can't do that off the dome. I'd have to look in that. 713-780-ESPN. Somebody says Durker. I do love Durker. Durker was pretty awesome. The most solid Astros team, can't argue. Caminetti, who's the manager. The Viper was green with a dragon. Troll. With or without trash cans. They'd probably score slightly more with trash cans, but not by a lot. Somebody said Altuve, Biggio, Bagwell, Jordan, Berkman, Bregman, Springer, Correa, Cedeno. If you want to put Springer in right field over Cruz, that's okay. Maybe you can just go platoon there. Oh, I forgot about Moises Alou. Moises Alou as an Astro was so good.
He was. We peed on his hands.
Yeah, but so what? He had
Gross.
340 one year with like 35 bombs.
Still gross.
He was so good. I do love Moises Alou. That guy was such a good hitter. He was awesome. I love Moises Alou.
I do too.
He was so. Oh, he was a Cub.
Yeah, he's right there with Bartman.
I loved Alou.
Yeah.
Now I just drink Aloe Vera juice. Not that kind.
That's one of your better ones. I remember like my dad, we were like waiting outside Wrigley for autographs, and Moises Alou comes up, and my dad just goes, "Don't shake his hand," like out loud in a crowd. And I'm like, "Why?" He just goes, "He pees on his hands."
You think he just walks around with pee on his hands?
No, but I was like,
I'm sure he washes them.
I'm sure he does too. But my dad was like, "Don't do it." I was like, "Okay."
I mean, people get pee on their hand all the time whenever they go to the bathroom.
Yeah, but he's doing it on purpose.
You know, there's a little leakage there. There's a little splash there. It happens.
It does, but his was for his grip on his bat.
Well, I thought it was a grip or the calluses.
I don't remember. It might have been for the calluses.
He also didn't wear batting gloves, right?
Yeah.
He's one of the old school. No,
Yeah.
I loved Alou so much. He was so good. In a short span, he's one of the best Astro hitters they've ever had. Like, I wish Moises Alou was in this line. No, I'm thinking about Moises Alou in this lineup. Could you imagine Moises Alou in the cleanup spot?
We wouldn't have any questions.
I love that guy so much. He was so good. All right, Derek, thanks for taking us off track. Appreciate it, brother. 713-780-ESPN. Who's your junkie of the day? I nominate Derek for getting us off course. 713-780-3776. Who's your junkie of the day? It's Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5.
Football fans, it's almost that time to draft your team and kick off another season. This year, take your fantasy football draft party to Twin Peaks, where cold drinks, made from scratch food, and wall-to-wall TVs make your local lodge the ultimate draft day headquarters. Round up your league, grab a table, and get ready for the picks, the rivalries, and a full season of bragging rights. Commissioners, when you do this, you get a $50 Twin Peaks gift card. So whether you're defending your title or drafting for the first time, start off your season at Twin Peaks. Book your fantasy football draft party right now at your local lodge today. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views.
Junkie of the day. Who's your junkie of the day? 713-780-3776. What you watching tonight?
The Astros.
Yeah, okay. Just a trick question. AJ, what are you watching tonight?
Chase the fight.
Well, I'm going to be here for Soccer Matters, but after that, probably some Cowboys training camp stuff.
What?
Cowboys training
These,
camp
what did he
stuff?
say?
Cowboys training camp stuff.
What do you mean? How are you watching that?
Like coverage of it, basically, like on YouTube. Like joint practice stuff with the Saints and all that.
So you're going to go see what people are saying about it?
Yeah.
Who are they joint practicing with today?
Today the Saints, and they did the Rams last week.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Who's looking good?
Well, of course, their defense is the biggest thing. I haven't heard about the Saints one, but against the Rams, the secondary played pretty well, too.
Who's going to be the Cowboys' second best running back?
Honestly, I wanted to be Jadon Blue, but I think it could end up being Malik Davis again.
Really? Okay. Who's going to be the third best receiver?
Ryan Flournoy, probably.
I kind of like Flournoy.
Yeah, he's nice.
If somebody else gets hurt, I think he's going to put up numbers.
Yeah.
Problem is, if he don't get hurt, then he's probably going to be buried.
AJ, we're in 3 best ball leagues. We're doing it as a show. We've taken CeeDee Lamb with our first pick in all 3 of them.
Yeah.
He's going to be better than George Pickens, right?
Yeah, I think so. But George is, I don't know. I think he has a higher ceiling to CDO.
Really? Wow.
With Dak, at least.
He's pretty good. That's pretty scary tandem.
But CD is.
We need to do another best ball one.
Oh, we'll do more. We've
just
got
so
time.
so we don't have a CD.
Yeah.
All or nothing.
We've gotten late first-round draft picks in all of them, and CeeDee Lamb was the best player available in all of them. So we're like, let's just take CD and do different combinations.
Yep.
Yeah.
So that's what we've been doing. Yeah, Astros as well. All right, junkie of the day. Who's your junkie of the day, Joe?
I'm going to nominate ESPN. AJ, got the audio here. Bill Rasmussen, co-founder of ESPN, passed away at the age of 93. Here's their tribute for him today on ESPN.
Wake up early to try to catch it on the news. So now we got sports all day, every day.
His legacy lives on.
Hello, beautiful people, and welcome to our humble abode.
He got cut off by the Pat McAfee show.
Oh, no.
Big Ball Tuesday. I'm saying
Yeah.
Big Ball Tuesday. Shout out to our founder, Bill Rasmussen, and now welcome to Big Ball Tuesday.
Yeah, they had a hard out and they missed it.
Oh, man. They go from the founder of ESPN to the Thunderdome on Big Ball Tuesday with an elephant. Oh, my gosh.
Unbelievable.
That is sad. That is brutal.
Like, you got to let them finish talking.
That's not great. Bill Rasmussen's rolling over in his grave.
And, like, the irony of, like, it's not just like it's a random athlete that they're...
It's Big Ball Tuesday.
It's the guy who co-founded ESPN.
Oh, that's terrible. That's really, really bad. My junkie of the day, you guys, for not knowing who David Klingler is.
Sorry.
I nominate Stressens for not protecting the team as he was watching training camp practice.
Bad teammate.
Junkie?
You could say that he's more interested in his brand than he is the Houston Texans.
Yeah, clearly.
He's more interested in producing content than he is about the Houston Texans. He cares more about his content and his brand than he does protecting the team known as the Houston Texans.
Yeah.
You could say he's posturing with his love for the Texans.
Yeah. Protect our guys, man.
He's not protecting the team. Penn State's going to Penn State.
Oh, yeah.
2 Penn State University fraternities are at the center of a cocaine trafficking ring bust, leading to charges against 14 people, authorities announced. Don't they do a whiteout at Penn State?
Yep, they do.
I wonder why.
Apparently they had, like, the pledges, like, bag and coke. Man.
Does that qualify as hazing?
Yeah, I would guess so.
Is that both? Is it like hazing and crime?
Yes.
That's rough.
They'll probably skip out on the hazing charges. They'll probably skip those ones and just focus on the drug charges.
Yeah, double jeopardy.
Yeah. That's not what double jeopardy is.
I think double jeopardy is whenever you can't get charged in the same thing twice, right?
Yeah. If you're found not guilty.
Yeah.
You can be charged with 2 separate things at once. Which is all in one.
Right.
Case.
But I don't think hazing is a crime unless it reaches criminal level.
There's probably levels to it, yeah.
Yeah.
Which this might.
Yeah, I think forcing people to bag cocaine is probably criminal.
Yeah, probably.
Probably a little criminal. But yeah, they get nominated for that. And then this whole Ketel Marte situation.
Strange.
Yeah, he's like not going to join the team, but he was at the hotel bar.
And then he's like tweeting out Instagram videos, like they're like motivational. And he's tagging his teammates.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I didn't know about that part. And then like the manager was after the game. He's like, no, we feel like he's safe, and he's back at the hotel, and he's like emotional about it. I hope everything's okay, actually.
Yeah. It's just the situation seems odd.
They said he's flying back to the, I think they have his knee looked at now. Maybe he's got a bad knee, and he's upset about it.
Just that's all it is.
Remember last year he was getting onto the fans?
Yes.
Because they were like yelling at him?
Mm-hmm. Kyle Tucker again, dropping another ball.
Kyle Tucker dropped another ball.
Yeah, he did.
It was like 13-1 Dodgers, though.
Yeah, and it looks like he's crying in the dugout.
What was the deal with that? It was just like wiping off sweat?
He's like wiping it. He's like wipes like under his eye. But it looks like he's crying.
Did you see he tried to hand Shohei Ohtani the glove?
Yeah, he does not like it there.
What's he going to do?
Beg to be traded?
I don't think he's tradable.
I mean, their whole situation is fascinating.
Will Doctor just texted me. He said, Pablo Pledgecabar. That was his name. Alleged Penn State cocaine kingpin dubbed Pablo Pledgecabar turns himself in and is denied bail. He looks like the kind of guy that would do this thing. He's a college student who looks like he's been working in the finance industry for 30 years.
Probably been there for a while.
Look at that guy. Looks like he's been in finance for 30 years.
Yeah.
He's on Wall Street. He's there handing out cocaine to the pledges, telling them to drive a dime piece, a dime bag. A few junkies of the day on the text line, 713-780-ESPN. Josh from Seabrook says Ryan Day, he's getting major backlash for moving the Ohio State's senior day to the season opener against Ball State instead of the regular season finale against Michigan. You can't do senior day on the season opener.
Yeah, he is.
He's doing senior day on the season opener?
Yeah.
Why?
Because he said there's enough distractions that week. That's so soft.
That's bad.
Would he have got fired if he wouldn't have won the national championship?
He was getting close. Like I think a deep run probably saved him. Like he didn't have to win the national championship game, but if they lost their first playoff game, I think he would have been on the hot seat.
I think he might have been.
He was getting very close.
Yeah.
Because he can never beat Michigan. Harbaugh owned him.
And I don't think we're if it falls apart again in the next 2 or 3 years, he'll be right back on the hot seat. They don't care about that title.
Oh, I mean, look what LSU did to Ed O.
Yeah.
I mean, those blue bloods, it's not about winning once and then you coast.
Yeah.
You have to maintain that level of winning. You have to sustain it. And if you don't, well, they're going to find somebody that they hope can. Now, LSU got Brian Kelly, although I think they got the right one this time. I think Lane Kiffin will get them winning pretty quickly. Peter K says, junkies, anyone saying Cam and Eddie over Bagwell on our all Astro team? Just, popping up. Somebody nominates Derek, the ultimate junkie,
for making us
the
work.
junkie of the day. Here's your project, boys. Get to it.
I can't believe you did it. Normally you try to charge people for that.
Yeah, I'm going to bill them.
Fair.
Yeah, Derek, the invoice is in the mail. Instead of hazing, should it be called snowing? Yep. Yep. Double secret probation for narcotics trafficking. Jeremy, how do you not know who David Klingler is? Went to high school with him, and his dog bit my hand so hard that I still have 2 holes in the muscle on the top of my thumb. I know who David Klingler is. AJ and Joe don't know who David Klingler is. I nominated them for Junkie of the Day for not knowing David Klingler. I was so offended, I walked out of the studio. What?
Latest ejection ever?
She wasn't listening.
Okay.
We shouldn't eject women.
No, I disagree.
We're very no.
No.
We're pro woman on this show.
We are an equal opportunity show.
No, we're pro women.
No. You've put your wife on Bad Take Boulevard before.
It's not the same as an ejection.
Yes, it is. It's absolutely the same.
It's not the same as an ejection. We're pro women. We talk more women's sports than anybody. We spent the whole day yesterday talking about team names in WNBA that don't end with S.
Yeah.
And we bet on Sloane Stevens and Coco Gauff today.
And women want to be ejected from the show, too. We can't exclude them.
We're like LeBron James sitting next to Jeannie Buss whenever he says Happy International Women's and Sports Day. Remember that?
Yeah.
And they're both like, oh, my goodness, thank you.
I don't take no orders from no woman, by the way.
That's up. We're a pro-women's sports show.
We are. And
maybe the pro
equal treatment.
No, we're not ejecting Heather. Heather, we love Heather. All right, does it for us. What's winning? Y'all are winning for not knowing David Klingler is.
I accept that.
Yeah, y'all win that one. All right, does it for us. Thank you, AJ, for the hard work. Other than that,
we won over cocaine kids in college. That's brutal.
That was a huge blunder.
Yeah.
It was a bigger blunder than the cocaine kids. It was a bigger blunder
than ESPN.
Than Pablo Plechkobar. All right, it does it for us. Have a great Tuesday night. Talk to you tomorrow. Brian, unfortunately, will be back. See you, Houston.
I'll suck it up like a man. I'll suck it up like a man.
All right, welcome into Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5, presented by John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm. Boy, do we have a lot to talk about here tonight. We got 2 hours of the best in soccer talk, self-proclaimed, and I am your host, Glenn Davis. Stream ESPN975.com. We're getting ready for European leagues to start. We've got huge transfers We have the thoughts on the World Cup and how that has affected Major League Soccer. But let's start it off here tonight with the Premier League. Biggest league in the world when it comes to attention, and it will get back underway this Friday. So with the World Cup over, the summer transfer window has begun to really reshape the Premier League, and we got a lot of thoughts on that tonight. And it's got a very different look now. So let's start with a couple of big sort of storylines going into this season. Well, Arsenal are no longer chasing the title. They're going to defend it. Mikel Arteta finally got Arsenal over the line last season. It was a 22-year wait to win the Premier League championship. Now, the harder part comes now, doing it again. But we will say this, they have gotten off to a very good start. Arsenal defeated Man City 3-0 in the Charity Shield. They scored 23 seconds in with Calafiori, 28th minute Kai Havertz, and then the 48th Martin Odegaard. Odegaard was a part of all three of the Arsenal goals. They've added Bruno Guimaraes. They haven't sat still. That gives Arteta another very elite midfield type player. And the question isn't whether Arsenal is talented enough. They are. The question is, do they now have the depth and mentality to handle the pressure of being the team that everybody's going to go after now? They're the chased, and they've already sent that message in the Community Shield. Is this a bigger storyline? Not sure it is, but it might be. What happens to Manchester City without Pep Guardiola? So Pep is gone. Had a little dance with Maldini and the Italian Federation about potentially taking over there. But with Pep gone, what happens to Manchester City? And it's kind of hard to say, but it's something you really got to look at. After all those years of Guardiola, and let's face it, he dominated and controlled the Premier League with Man City. They begin a new era now under Enzo Maresca. Can you imagine stepping into this job as Enzo Maresca and the enormous challenge that he faces? So can you take Guardiola's Manchester City and make it your own without destroying what made it successful? Now, first of all, a lot of players have moved on. Bernardo Silva, Rodri. So in a lot of ways, the key pieces have moved. City have already spent heavy. Elliot Anderson, they're going to remain active, I would imagine, in the transfer window, which goes until September 1st. But you're not just losing a manager. You're losing the most dominant manager in club football. You're losing a philosophy as well, a way of playing the game. And I know on this show sometimes I get tired of seeing the inverted wingers, but they did it like nobody else did it. And City has lost that enormous controlling piece in Rodri. So it's going to be fascinating to see where Manchester City kind of sit and remain in the conversation. Are they a title favorite, or is this a genuine transition? I'm going to say the second one. And there's still that guy Erling Haaland up front who all of a sudden has a lot of new fans watching him in America. All right, let's go on to Liverpool. Maybe the most difficult team in the league to kind of figure out. They finished 5th last year. So gone is Mo Salah, and they've systematically lost differing pieces of that team, which has really changed it from the Klopp era. But Mo Salah's gone. He's playing for Trabzonspor. Arne Slot is gone, the manager, and in comes Andoni Iraola, the new manager. It's a lot of change at one of the biggest clubs, no question, in the world. So Areola knows the Premier League. He knows the pressing game. He knows the vertical game. He knows how to create intensity and get a group working. But Liverpool, this is not Bournemouth. This is a place where the expectations are completely different. And again, these new managers go into these clubs like Manchester City and Liverpool. expectation level is completely different. Liverpool's defense is one of the things you got to keep an eye on. Of course, you still got Virgil van Dijk. He's already kind of mentioned that they're going to need time to develop chemistry. No Ibrahima Konate, Andy Robertson gone. So now you've got in Jeremy Jacquet and Ronald Araujo, who comes from Barcelona. And what about the attack? I don't think there's any question that Florian Wirtz and Alexander Isak both have to take another step forward. Now, Isak had a lot of injuries. By the way, we got to see him here in Houston with Sweden. And I'll tell you what, after that first hydration break, it was a bit of showtime from him. He was incredibly dangerous, Alexander Isak, along with Victor Gyökeres. But Florian Wirtz, not the best of World Cups, didn't put a stamp on it. And those two are going to really have to step up, Florian Wirtz and Alexander Isak. And they need to figure out how they're going to replace the production, the influence of Mo Salah. And that's a lot. So then there's Chelsea, another new manager stepping into a huge place. Xabi Alonso. Incredible. Coming from that Basque region of Spain that just develops all these coaches. Luis de la Fuente, the World Cup winning manager, is from there. Pep Guardiola. So many others from that Basque region where they just seem to churn out coaches in Spain. So let's talk about Chelsea. Do they become consistent now under Xabi Alonso? Another big experiment. Big resources, big expectations, young roster. Can Alonso impose that same identity that he was able to develop at Bayer Leverkusen? Didn't work at Real Madrid. So can they be consistent? They have talent. They have to create a level of continuity and kind of get back to being a real feared element in the Premier League like they once were. Now let's go on to the Reds of Manchester United. Probably the most interest comes around this team now is, can they really be someone and improve an identity under Michael Carrick at Old Trafford that is going to actually challenge to win the Premier League title? Can they press? Can they defend? Where does their identity go? Can they make Old Trafford a place, again, that opponents are generally and genuinely afraid to come visit? So Michael Carrick in Manchester United. Spurs. Roberto De Zerbi is there now. Makes them interesting. He wants the ball. He wants positional structure. He wants to build a team. You got a beautiful stadium. Now you got to get a beautiful team. Spurs have been waiting for an emergence of a clear football identity after Harry Kane left. So is De Zerbi going to be able to get it done? We'll see. So the biggest storylines, to go back, Pep Guardiola going at Manchester City, Liverpool rebuilding, Chelsea rebuilding, Manchester United still trying to move forward and rebuild, Tottenham, a big rebuild and an identity crisis, Arsenal, the hunted. And now we get to find out, is Arsenal going to create an era and continue this? You got Haaland, you got Saka, you got Rice, you got Florian Wirtz, you got Isak. You got a new generation of managers. You got promoted teams that are going to have to try and survive. And you got a transfer window that will continue to bring us some really good gifts up until September 1st. So it isn't just the start of another season. It's the start of, I think, a lot of new chapters for a lot of different teams. And the question is going to be simple. Who's going to own English football now that Guardiola has stepped aside? Arsenal? City? Liverpool? Is anybody else going to crash the party? I think we're going to find that out in the future. All right, so let's continue on here. And let's talk a little bit about what has happened after the World Cup. And we've seen some attendance bumps. We've seen all kinds of data coming out. What does North America now look like now that the World Cup's over? We spent years saying the 2026 World Cup was going to change everything. Well, it happened. Full stadiums, huge television numbers. The world came here. International visitors had a wonderful time with United States hospitality. So now the difficult part. What really has changed? Did MLS capitalize? Did American soccer capitalize? Did the sport gain new fans? I believe it did. I don't think it was just a gigantic summer party and it's back to business as usual. I think there are new casuals that have been converted. How do you quantify how many? I don't know. But this is where the conversation is interesting. MLS is back in rhythm. You got MLS and Liga MX and Leagues Cup. The Dynamo are giving us something to talk about now with results. And we'll do a whole Dynamo segment later on tonight here after their game against LA, the 1-0 victory. I got pros and cons to that. I think you'll like some of the things I say, and I think you'll probably want to debate some of the other things I say. But I shoot from the hip. I shoot it straight. And I look at the team and the club in a bigger picture way. I take a macro look at this club. I don't look at it simply based on the last result. So I want to make that clear. Challenge for the Dynamo is scoring goals. And if this team's really becoming what it's supposed to be, I think it is. It's a low block, mid-block defending team. It's conservative, doesn't take a lot of risks. Your risk taker is your designated player who's delivering. Quite frankly, Guilherme, for me, based on the effect he's had in results for the Houston Dynamo, he's the league MVP for me. I'd vote for him. But here's the challenge. It's not enough to just defend and be cautious. You got to score goals. And the Dynamo only have 28, according to the data. So the next step is you got to find balance and you got to find goals. And that's a very, very big piece of what goes on in the future. But we'll talk more about that a little bit later. Soccer media. Are we going to uplift that after the World Cup? Who's going to tell the stories? Who's going to challenge these clubs? Right here in Houston, it's the Dynamo and Dash. Who's going to ask the difficult questions? Because as the game grows in this country, the quality of our conversation has to grow. It just can't be softballs lobbed all the time, I think, from an interest standpoint. And I've spoken about that a lot here. And that's how you convince people that the sport belongs here. When you're having conversations like the NFL and the NBA, and it goes deeper, and it's more challenging. We need to get there. I don't know why we sputter and we don't get there, because it really hasn't changed a lot through my lens over the years. So we'll find out. So capitalizing on this World Cup, Commissioner Don Garber said the ticket sales were up for MLS. Viewership has increased. Okay. I think it's too early to really tell, because MLS capitalizing on the World Cup, or did the World Cup simply create a wave that MLS is going to ride for a couple of months and then it's going to, we got college football and the NFL starting again. Two different things. The World Cup created the audience. It created the excitement, created the entertainment value. So if, in fact, some of those people have floated over, can you keep that audience? That's the real test. And MLS knew the World Cup was coming for years. I think we could all debate how they went about it. What was the strategy? I don't think it was just get through the World Cup. It was to use the tournament to gain new fans. That's a pretty obvious one. and turn a World Cup fan into an MLS fan. That's, I guess, the business proposition. So the league paused, didn't compete against it. Bingo. Check mark, positive. Transfer window got extended through September 2nd. We had MLS trying to position itself now in a bigger way as not just an American league, but with Leagues Cup and other things trying to stretch. Calendar is going to change in the future, so there's a strategy there as well. The new commissioner, I think it's Larry Berg, he's made it very clear he wants to build on the product. The sell of lifestyle in the United States and MLS is an absolute, unbelievable piece to have in selling this league. Infrastructure, quality of life, lifestyle, that's all a selling point. And MLS is really tapping into that in South America. So global transfer opportunities, extending the window. But is it enough? That's what we have to also ask. Is it enough? Millions of Americans suddenly got into football, soccer, real football. But there are choices. Premier League, Champions League, La Liga, Bundesliga, Liga MX, national teams, MLS. How do you convince the new fan not to just watch the World Cup, but to watch MLS? And it's star quality. It's star quality, it's product, and it has to keep growing, and that means spending more money. And I don't know where the owners sit on that. That's a big one. But the World Cup showed MLS what an American soccer stadium can feel like when the stakes are enormous. And we've seen that through friendlies here with Lone Star Sports and Entertainment over the years. We've been fortunate to have that luxury in this market. The atmosphere, diversity, families, young people, Hispanic soccer culture, international supporters, can that be recreated on a Wednesday and a Saturday during the week? And we have an active soccer community here. There's no question about that. The World Cup was the invitation. So let's see all the invitees if they're going to stick around. And where will they be 2 months from now, 3 months from now, 6 months from now? MLS wanted to tag on to that World Cup energy. The question is, can you make and bring some level of permanence to that? All right, that's segment number one. We're going to take a quick break here. Quick reminder here, Senate Avenue Brewing, great spot, 16,000 Dillard. It's up 290. Head up there to Senate Avenue Brewing next, second Tuesday of next month in September. We're going to be doing a live show there. Hope you come out. I got a lot of gifts and giveaways. We're going to have fun. We're going to have live guests. Senate Avenue Brewing, 16,000 Dillard. It is award-winning craft beer. LamontBrands.com for all of your printing needs. T-shirts, hats, bags. It's LamontBrands.com. Jerry and Mel Lamont, big thank you to them. And Cactus Music. You know I love the vinyl. Been listening to a lot of it lately. Cactus Music's got all the pre-owned, the reissues, CDs as well down there. You go into Cactus Music, you're going to end up being there for 4 or 5 hours. It happens to me. All right, we'll take a break. We got more to come. It's Soccer Matters, ESPN 97.5, presented by the legendary Daspit Law Firm.
You're listening to Soccer Matters,
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
brought to you by the Daspit Law Firm. From the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Glenn Davis.
All right, welcome back to Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5, as always presented by John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm. Quick shout out here to the best in Greek food in Houston, Nico's Greek and American Cafe. 3 locations, I-10 in the Beltway, the Woodlands. Also, my favorite, the Original on Montrose. That is a legendary, iconic spot. Everything you want, the gyros, souvlaki, the octopus, the great lamb shanks. Great gyro salads and kebabs. Also, don't forget they've got great pastries, all done in-house. It is Nico's Greek and American Cafe. With that, we welcome in Apple TV, former Canadian national team goalkeeper, professional goalkeeper, great friend of the show, Paul Dolan. He joins us now. Paul, how are you?
Very good, Glenn. Yeah, I had a good summer and a busy Apple schedule right now. Looking forward very much to the game between Houston and Vancouver. 2 teams that we probably didn't think at the start of the year we'd be saying in a battle for first in the West. So I'm looking forward to that.
All right, so before we get into Dynamo Vancouver or Vancouver Dynamo, whatever order we're talking about it, just take me into the World Cup. I know you took in a lot of games at BC Place. How it felt in the country. It sure looked good from here.
It was amazing. I know that's a word that's totally overused, but it's the first thing that comes to mind. I did not expect it to be, first of all, as well received as it was, but also for Vancouver to host as well as they did, for Canada to host as well as they did. Frankly, there was some talk ahead of the tournament about BMO Stadium in Toronto then becoming Toronto Stadium, I guess, and that it was a bit of a bandbox and slot together with new stands and everything. But once you got that thing up, it was phenomenal. It was like a proper soccer stadium, and very supportive crowds of both whatever teams were there. And same in Vancouver. It was an incredible atmosphere. The turf that they laid, the grass natural turf that they put at BC Place, and everything else that they did to spruce it up, just turned it into a brand new venue, it seemed. And hopefully we see the after effects of that still with MLS play. But the downtown atmosphere, the Trianda soccer ball that they put at Science World, I don't know if you saw that down by Falls Creek, but it was really, really a lot of fun. And I think most people who experienced that didn't expect it would be as good as it was.
It's Paul Dolan, Apple TV. He'll have the call of the Dynamo at Vancouver, so it's a great timely interview to have. And I'll get a Cliff Notes version from you if possible. What do you think the takeaway is after the World Cup? Do you think new casual fans and new unique fans have been created in Canada, you think, that may jump over to MLS? I know it's kind of early to quantify this stuff.
Yeah, the link between World Cup specifically and MLS is a harder one to make, I think, right now. The link between World Cup and soccer fans in general, which is maybe the first step, I think there is a tangible one. We won't know, obviously, like you say, until maybe further down the road. And then you hope that if you're a soccer fan and you liked what you saw at the World Cup and you're interested in a player, I don't know, let's use a Breel Mbolo. I don't know, I'm just throwing a name out that we saw a few times here in Vancouver with the Swiss team and now coming to MLS. Okay, is there a link like, okay, I recognize some of these players that I saw at the World Cup. Messi, I think, did wonderful things for Major League Soccer because of how well he played, still having, at the end of the last World Cup, come here and, okay, now you're in a so-called retirement league. So many people stay in MLS with that. And for him to have been the best player, truly he was, I thought. Rodri had a fantastic tournament, don't get me wrong, but Leo Messi was just the star of the tournament again, having played his last few years at MLS. So I like that link. I like the link of people who went to the game, saw the atmosphere, see what the game means to so many people. And you're hopeful that down the road there is a legacy directly into Major League Soccer as well. The crowds in Vancouver.
Yeah, have they improved? Have they improved?
Well, they were good ahead of the World Cup. I have to say the Thomas Muller effect was real, but the other effect that's real is winning and having a fun team to watch. And the Whitecaps over the last couple of seasons under Jesper Sorensen have been, in my opinion, the most fun team to watch in Major League Soccer.
Yeah, they are definitely a good watch. All right, I'm going to lead you to an obvious question, and I had the opportunity to interview him in Houston. I think he's a quality young man. So Sebastian Berhalter has now moved on to Middlesbrough. Just take us a little bit into that, but who's going to replace him? Because he's a big piece and was a big piece of Vancouver. So how do you see the midfield kind of getting organized without him around?
It's not an overstatement to say that he was the Whitecaps' best player. I know that when you look at his history, you look at his salary, you look at maybe some other intangible things that you don't know about, but you go, okay, well, Sebastian Berhalter, like more important than Thomas Mueller, more important than Ryan Gauld, more important than Brian White, because there's a good number of players that stand out when you talk about the Whitecaps. But Sebastian Berhalter was the most impactful player, set piece delivery, box to box determination, one tackles at the edge of your own box to set up an attack that went the other way that he finished, coming as a late runner near the edge of the box because he could shoot from distance as well. Like he had really turned his game into one that drew the attention of international teams and obviously from the English team Middlesbrough, where he ended up going. I think he'll do well there. He already has in the first couple of games that he's played, preseason and otherwise, in the first league game. And truthfully, my only kind of question is, how did he go for as little as he did? I understand that he was nearing the end of his contract, and the Whitecaps do a good job, I must say, of respecting the players' wishes and wanting them to achieve what they can in maybe bigger arenas, maybe not. But Middlesbrough, you anticipate, would be a club that very likely could be in the Prem next year. And I think he would be a good player in the Prem for Middlesbrough. I would go that far. So the question you ask is, how do you replace a guy like that? You can't, like for like. The one that kind of stands out is, okay, can you groom an Oliver Larraz to be that guy, a former Colorado Rapid who came here on a free earlier in the season and had bits and starts. You know, he played a little bit even when Sebastian was here and looked okay, but he's kind of coming to his own the last couple of games. He was really good against Seattle just a couple of days ago. He was good in a game prior against LAFC right after the break. And now I think for him, it's just a matter of finding consistency. He's, as I say, he's not going to necessarily do all the things that Sebastian Berhalter did, but under Jesper Sorensen, who seems to get the most out of players, project players as well, like a Ralph Priso, who he took from a middling central midfielder who wasn't seeing much time to a standout starting center back who would have made the Canadian team if he wasn't injured. So I think that would be the next project in his mind, is to see if an Oliver Larraz could kind of fit that role. But in the meantime, they haven't sat still. They've brought in a player called Svechnikov from Europe. They've brought in another young player, forget his full name, but there's a few coming and going right now. But another young player from South America that's come in. And I think that they'll look to integrate those players quickly once they get up and running.
He's Paul Dolan. He'll have the call of Vancouver, Houston tomorrow night. Paul has done tremendous work as an analyst over many years, also a former Canadian national team goalkeeper. Big question, I guess, is how do the Whitecaps play against the Dynamo? Based on the Dynamo, being a lower block, mid-block defending team now, they've very much changed from the beginning of the year. They're certainly a threat in transition with one of the hottest players in MLS in Guilherme. How do you see them playing, and how tactically could they have success against the Dynamo?
It's an excellent question that only a tactically astute coach like yourself, Glenn, would look
I'll
into
send you
those.
the $100, Paul.
American, please.
I better make it 200 because you've come on the show so many times.
No. You know, the Whitecaps have struggled against low blocks. They really have. And I don't think there's any better example than LAFC, who were here just a few weeks ago at BC Place and made it so frustrating for the Whitecaps that despite an incredible start for them, the first 20 minutes, it was literally within 30 yards of Hugo Lloris's goal and nowhere else on the park was the ball. But the Whitecaps couldn't get through that block, couldn't get through that wall. even though they've got players who can pick a pass, like a Thomas Muller, like a Ryan Gauld. The two of them haven't played a lot together since Ryan Gauld's been injured for so long. Um, but against Seattle, even though it was a young team in the Sounders, they were eventually able to break that down once Ryan Gauld came on and stretched the play a little bit differently. They found a way through and scored the opener there. And maybe that's a breakthrough for the Whitecaps, but I anticipate that Houston won't get too adventurous, won't needing to get too adventurous, knowing that that could be the way. And that Houston Dynamo have 4 consecutive clean sheets. I don't think they're going to stray away from that good defensive structure they have, knowing that once they do get the ball and there could be space in behind, they do have probably the most underrated player in the league right now on fire, Guilherme. I mean, he's just a magnificent player, and he seems to be connecting a little bit better with Matthias Bogusz now. Hector Herrera seems to be coming to the forefront again. He's settled in really well, his passing, as you saw. I mean, even in the goal, the single goal that was set up obviously from a penalty kick, it's Herrera's quick thinking from that set play that finds an alley in the channel with a beautiful pass into the space. I mean, that essentially created the goal. And I think he is a bigger part of the team than many thought he would be to start the year. So there's great pieces in place for Houston. I think tactically that's what they'll do. Sit and not counter the whole game because they're good in possession too when they get their opportunities. But I don't think that they'll press from the beginning and the opening and leave themselves exposed because the first goal is going to be critical. We know that.
Yeah, and you make a great point about Hector Herrera. Boy, what a brain he has for football, and that's always something fun to watch. That 23 season he had was unbelievable, but he's playing great. It's great that you pointed that out as well. Paul, as always, a big thank you for coming on the show. We appreciate it. Check your mailbox or your Zelle account, and I thank you very much for coming on. Have a great call of the game on Apple, and it should be a good one, Vancouver and the Houston Dynamo. Thank you, Paul.
Happy to join you, Glenn, anytime.
All right, he's the man. He's Paul Dolan. We always get great stuff from him when he comes on the show. Let's take a break here. Before we go to break here, just a quick reminder, Lone Star Sports and Entertainment. Keep an eye on them. A big part of hosting the World Cup out at Energy Stadium. Well, I would suspect there will be more content coming through in the upcoming time. We'll take a break. We have more to come.
You're listening to Soccer Matters,
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
brought to you by the Daspit Law Firm. From the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Glenn Davis.
All right, welcome back to Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5. We roll on here tonight. We got a boatload of great guests on this show. Wait till you hear who the next one is. Just before we get to him, I want to remind you about a great place to get sliders. I think these are the best sliders in the city, no question. It is Slip Sliders, 1802 bins. So if you're going down to the zoo or you're going to Herman Park or you're on your way to Energy Stadium or Reliance Stadium, I mean, it's been named everything. Well, it was Houston Stadium during the World Cup. If you're on your way, you got to stop at Slip Sliders. 1802 bins, right near all the museums. It's a perfect place to grab the best in sliders, beef, chicken. They've got salmon. They've got all kinds of different sliders. They're all fresh. They're made to order, and you can get the big packets of them too. So if you're getting ready to invite some people over to watch games, order a 12 or a 24 or a 36 pack, and you don't have to worry about grilling or cooking or anything like that. All you got to do is buy a beer. So there it is. Slip Sliders, 1802 bins. All right, one of my favorite journalists in the United States when it comes to covering soccer with the Philadelphia Inquirer. He joins us from Philadelphia now. He's Jonathan Tannenwald. Jonathan, thanks for coming on.
Glenn, it's my pleasure always. You know that.
All right, you're like James Brown. You're the hardest working man in the business. You just got done with the World Cup. I know all the coverage you had to do. Just take me a little bit through your personal side of covering the World Cup and what it meant to you and kind of what your day was like.
Well, I think where I'd start is you think about the fact that we all spent almost 20 years building up to this. U.S. Soccer first started to put things together to bid to host a Men's World Cup in 2007. I had a long conversation with Sunil Gulati, the former president of U.S. Soccer, about this during the tournament. They started to work on it in 2007. They were going to bid for 2018. And then it became 2022. And then Sepp Blatter pulled Qatar out of the envelope. And I still remember where I was sitting that day when it happened and how all the emotions were here and all over the country. So 2022 becomes 2026, and then it finally gets here. And the scale of it's like nothing we've ever seen before, not just in terms of how big the stadiums are, but 48 teams, 16 cities, 3 countries, all this. And I go down to visit my parents down at the beach in Delaware. Take you back to your old East Coast roots. You know where
We're
Rehoboth
down
Beach,
at
Delaware
Rehoboth
is.
Beach, I bet. Rehoboth?
Yes. Nobody in Houston's ever heard of it, and that's okay. Just know it's a great place.
It is a great beach.
I go down there for a few days for Memorial Day weekend. I come home Tuesday morning, Memorial Day. I get up, go to New York for the U.S. roster announcement. And that was the last time I saw my own bed for quite a while. 44 days on the road from the start of U.S. camp until after they were eliminated. All their games, the 2 before the World Cup, 5 during it. And I went to Dallas for the semifinal. I went to the final. It was a lot. And it's, you know when you're coming into a World Cup, you know it's going to be a lot. This was my first men's. It was my fifth overall, 4 women's, first men's. So I knew it was going to be a lot. But I don't think anybody realized, whether from the U.S. or internationally, that extra week in the tournament just made it even more for all of us who were traveling around all over the place. And I don't think I really felt it until well afterward. But I definitely felt it. And then I had, the final was on a Sunday in the Meadowlands. And then I had a Union home game on the Wednesday and another Union home game on the Saturday. So I barely had time to breathe afterward.
Well, now I feel guilty that I asked you to come on tonight. I'm cutting into your sleep time.
I finally have since then. But, again, you know what you're getting into when you do this. Whether it was going down to Australia and New Zealand 3 years ago, or when I went to Canada in 2015, which was the previous full one that I'd done. I only did a part of 2019. You know what you're getting into. It's a privilege. Of course, it's a privilege. We all know that. But it's a lot of stop, start, sit in your hotel room. Seattle, you want to go. Seattle, you want to go out and do all the things. It's a fabulous city. The atmosphere was phenomenal. It was the best of a whole day, not just a game I'd seen in 25 years covering the sport. I know a lot of people felt the same way about that Australia game. That was what we'd all been waiting for so long. Orange County, California, I hate to say, when you're sitting at a hotel in Irvine on a highway next to a strip mall, it's just not the same thing.
Yeah.
So, but then once you get the knockout rounds, then you're really moving a lot. When you're on planes and you're going from here to there, if you're in France, if you're in Germany, you're on a train, you're there in 2 hours. In the U.S., it's a flight, you're hauling your suitcase, you're checking, you're doing all of this stuff. It's a privilege to be doing it all. Obviously, it's even more of a privilege when somebody else is paying for it. But it's work,
Yeah, you had deadlines to meet, and you did an exceptional job covering the tournament. We're talking to Jonathan Tannenwald, Philadelphia Inquirer. Okay, I'm going to switch gears a little bit to a 16-year-old who's producing. We've heard so much about him. He's now getting real opportunity. Kayvon Sullivan of Philadelphia. Maybe take us into him a little bit and, what you see as the plan for him in the future and where you see him in the now.
Well, look, Kevin's a kid who, since he was 12 practically, was getting hype. From the scouts, from the watchers, from the unions, youth academy, all that. He comes from a multi-generational soccer family, not just his brother Quinn Sullivan, who plays for the Union. Their brothers who were in the Union's youth teams, and they're now in college at St. Joseph's University in Philadelphia. But their father, Brendan, played in the USL. He went to college at the University of Pennsylvania, where he played for the men's team. And he met his wife, Heike Sullivan, or Heike Krippendorf at the time, now Heike Sullivan, who played for the women's team. And Brendan's father, Larry, played in the 1960s professionally in Philadelphia and is one of the great coaches in the Philadelphia region. He has been for many years, high school, college, and so on. He coached Jim Curtin at Villanova. And back in his playing days, you can actually see this. If you go, where the Open Cup exhibits are at the National Soccer Hall of Fame. There's one on the Ukrainian Nationals of Philadelphia, I think it was. And there's one on, United German Hungarians, and all the Philadelphia teams that have been in the Open Cup over history. And Larry Sullivan played in an Open Cup final in the 1960s. And the program is at the Hall of Fame on display. And it's 3 generations of that family that have played in the Open Cup: Larry, Brendan, and Quinn and Kevin. There's not a lot of families like that in the United States, Glenn.
Yeah, true. It's a great piece. Now, for him currently, where do you see him? How do you see his progress? Is he a bona fide starter now? I guess he is, right?
Yes, he is. And he, there was always a matter of 2 things. Time, obviously, because we talked about Freddie Adu back in the day. I still remember being in the stands at RFK Stadium at his debut and all the hype around that. Let's take a step back from the soccer player and let's talk about a human body for a second and how much a kid grows from 14 to 15 to 16. And we forget that sometimes.
Yeah, we do.
And now at 16, he's physically ready to play with men, with a 39-year-old Luis Suarez tomorrow night, as we're speaking on Wednesday night, in Casemiro and so on. He wasn't physically ready fully until late last year, now this year, and now he is ready. And he is playing well. He is living up to the hype. And he is, as Ryan Richter, the interim manager of the Union, has said, he is doing the work. He is not just playing on the ball. He's doing the work off the ball. He's doing the work during the week. He had a poor first half on Sunday night in New York at Yankee Stadium. And Ryan Richter said, I called him out at halftime. I asked him to step up, and he stepped up, and we all saw what he did in the second half of that game with 2 assists, and he turned the game around.
Yeah, pretty spectacular. We're talking about Kayvon Sullivan